Chapter 2. The noble's appeal. A task has arrived. This was the first thought that flickered through Dao Yi's mind, quickly dispelling the notion. She murmured to herself that this was not a moment akin to summoning a master to perform rites for the villagers. Thus, she peered through the murky waters of the river, observing the corpse that lay eerily pale, a sight she had not anticipated. Remembering her purpose for descending the mountain, Dao Yi employed her ability to observe the flow of energy, discerning that the floating body emitted no unusual aura. Once a human, its death bore no connection to the realm of the supernatural. With the turbulent waters separating her from any lurking monsters, Dao Yi contemplated departing from this place. As for the mysterious white mist beyond, she resolved to investigate it at a more opportune moment. For now, securing a place to rest and something to eat took precedence. As she felt on the verge of starvation, securing her wooden flask at her waist, Dao Yi prepared to leave this barren locale. It seemed evident that there was little to gain here. Without any living souls around, where would the devotees come from? She decided to continue her westward journey towards Chang'an. However, what irked her was that the floating corpse appeared to be mirroring her movements. As she walked along the riverbank, the body drifted alongside her in the water, as though they were companions on an uninvited excursion. Frustrated, Dao Yi called out across the river, "Hey, corpse brother, why do you persist in following me?" The lifeless figure remained silent, caught in what seemed to be a whirlpool, spinning gently in the lake. Dao Yi mused, "Surely I must be blind to perceive such merriment in this encounter." Nevertheless, she conceded that fate had intertwined their paths this day. As her hunger began to induce a slight dizziness, she finally recalled her identity as a disciple of the Nine Heavens Temple. Speaking of fate, I still took the last 3 coins from my waist and sought a relatively flat spot to cast them. Once they landed, I observed them and felt a surge of joy, believing I would encounter a benefactor on my journey, a sign of great fortune. "Brother floating corpse, here I come," I exclaimed excitedly, shouting towards the drifting corpse in the murky waters, as if fearing it might not hear me. The corpse floated along. A game of chase ensued, and after some effort, using a slender bamboo pole, I managed to bring the floating figure ashore. Before me lay a benefactor, and I found myself in a quandary. Should I carry him away or dig a grave for him? The thought of transporting a corpse was daunting, especially considering how many days had passed since his demise. The stench would surely be unbearable. The idea of carrying a body on the roads of Dezhou would terrify any passerby, a notion I had not yet contemplated. Nevertheless, I resolved that as a benefactor, it would be best to take him with me. Otherwise, who would know how he might express his gratitude if left behind? Determined, I decided to carry the floating corpse. Seeking to fully exploit the advantages of having a benefactor, I rummaged among the ruins for a rope, preparing to secure the corpse. As I bent down to lift him, a sudden seriousness washed over me upon facing him directly. The white mist surrounding the corpse began to shift unexpectedly, enveloping me entirely. In an instant, the scene before my eyes transformed, revealing a chubby, white baby. My first instinct was to leap back a foot, ready to brandish my talisman, for it seemed I was witnessing a specter in broad daylight. Yet, after gazing for a while, the baby remained motionless. She stood beside the infant boy, her curiosity prompting her to reach out and touch him, only for her hand to pass through him as if he were an illusion, leaving her utterly astonished as the scene before her shifted once again. It turned out that this was the boy for whom others had fervently pleaded. As he grew, he was enveloped in the boundless affection of his parents. Although their circumstances were modest, all their love was bestowed upon this child, with the survival of his siblings solely for his sake. They even aspired for him to attain an education and excel in the imperial examinations. The child, in turn, was grateful, embodying the essence of a fortunate family. The boy, known as Wang Rong, was handed over by a beggar to a man cloaked entirely in black. After the man exchanged silver coins, the beggar, filled with joy, was suddenly pierced through the chest by a swift strike from the very person he had just dealt with. Thus, the demise of the beggar explained why your parents could not find you, Wang Rong. Dao Yi, after a prolonged period of silent lip-reading, finally discerned the name. Unsure of how to interpret these circumstances, she decided to continue observing, as she was at a loss regarding how to extricate herself from this vision. Wang Rong was subsequently cast aside by the man in black and led to a place where only 5 or 6 others resided, learning peculiar and strange things. Eventually, they ceased their commotion, granting them a semblance of freedom. Frustratingly, Dao Yi could not hear their words. She could only see the masked figure in black seemingly instructing Wang Rong, who merely nodded in response, utterly oblivious to what was required of him, much like the beggar from years past. Yet, the outcome was vastly different. Wang Rong was not pierced through the chest, but rather had his neck seized and was unceremoniously tossed into the receding waters. Just as the white mist began to dissipate, Dao Yi once again beheld the warm and inviting courtyard. It is the home of Wang Rong. The white mist dissipates, quietly floating above Wang Rong's head. Dao Yi remains silent for a while, contemplating whether what he perceives is the unseen depths of others' hearts, their most profound memories. Silence envelopes him. Akin to that shadowy figure cloaked in black, whose mouth remains hidden, what purpose does it serve? He even feels an increased hunger, a faintness creeping into his being. Yet, the aura surrounding this enigmatic presence does not suggest benevolence. The white mist twists in the air, reminiscent of a wayward child, its mood exceptionally somber. The tragic fate displayed fails to evoke sympathy from Dao Yi, prompting the mist to take on a faceless visage, gritting its teeth. And it gently nudges against the tip of Dao Yi's finger. Upon closer inspection, the mist has already dissipated by nearly half. Dao Yi quickly senses what it has imparted, what the world refers to as the soul. However, this is distinctly different from the ordinary. Typically, when a person passes away, their soul departs, leaving no trace in the mortal realm, as there exists another life beyond. In this case, Wang Rong has coalesced due to an unyielding obsession, allowing his soul to linger in this world. Once that obsession fades, it will naturally depart to its rightful place. Dao Yi swiftly forms a hand gesture, casting a common spell seal. This seal, aligning with the metal element, surprisingly possesses greater potency than usual. It appears the soul willingly offers its essence, enhancing the spell's effectiveness. The human body consists of 5 organs, each corresponding to the 5 elements. Yin and Yang give rise to the 5 elements, which in turn nurture all things, including the art of Dao. The amplification of soul energy fortifies the organs, thereby strengthening the vessel through which Dao techniques are employed. The soul force from earlier augmented her lungs, which corresponds to the element of metal in the 5 elements, thereby substantially amplifying the potency of her metal-based Taoist arts. However, the execution of Taoist arts necessitates the support of one's vital energy, referred to as true qi by martial artists and spiritual energy by cultivators. Dao Yi surmised that their cultivation was more akin to spiritual energy, hence she referred to it as such. Within the body reside the upper, middle, and lower dantians, corresponding to essence, qi, and spirit, respectively. She wondered if there existed suitable soul force for these as well. The upper dantian pertains to the mind and soul. The middle dantian to innate qi, available for emergencies but with severe repercussions, easily causing self-harm, and the lower dantian to the repository of spiritual energy used daily. She mused on whether soul force could benefit the 3 dantians. If so, it would be exceedingly advantageous. The prospect elated Dao Yi, as it suggested that assisting other souls in the future would elevate her Taoist arts to new heights. She wondered about the nature of the demons her master had mentioned. Given the principle of mutual generation and overcoming among all things, she reasoned that her abilities could not possibly render monsters instantly vanquished upon contact. Fortifying her own power first was surely prudent. The utilization of Taoist arts also relies on one's own capabilities, the greater one's capacity, the less the expenditure when facing formidable adversaries. Yet, she pondered where to find souls with lingering attachments. She felt a tinge of embarrassment, considering that half of the soul force was still awaiting her collection. With a hint of self-consciousness, Dao Yi proceeded to remove the floating corpse's garments, only to discover upon looking up that the white mist had taken on a faint crimson hue, as if blushing. She was rendered speechless. Dao Yi Dao, I must examine the cause of your demise, so that I can inform the authorities of the circumstances surrounding your affliction. It would be implausible to assert that I witnessed the perpetrator inflicting harm upon you. Wouldn't you agree? Under ordinary circumstances, would you believe it? The red mist swiftly dissipated, and Dao Yi scoffed softly, proceeding to conduct a meticulous examination. However, to the onlookers, this earnest inspection took on an entirely different connotation. What manner of individuals are these, who would not even spare a floating corpse? Observing the pile of discarded garments nearby, coupled with Dao Yi's incessantly wandering hands, it was difficult for anyone to avoid misinterpretation. To the newcomers, it was an invitation to wild speculation. Hey, you there, lying down. Yes, you the Taoist. What are you doing? A county lieutenant, clad in official attire, hastened towards the scene, unable to suppress his loud admonition. Chapter 3. Taking away with a stomach growling in hunger, Dao Yi meticulously inspected the floating corpse, just as he was about to take a moment's respite. A sudden bellow startled him, nearly causing him to lose his footing. He had yet to properly organize the findings from his earlier examination, and now, the fright had scattered all his thoughts. The sunlight, combined with the thick white mist, was indeed blinding. As he drew nearer, the unsavory figures could finally discern that it was a youth of about 12 or 13 years, a Taoist with a rather pleasing appearance, yet engaged in actions that were not only disturbing but quite repulsive. Clutching a lifeless body whose time of death was unknown, he was inappropriately handling it. This was incongruous. How could such a Taoist be found here, desecrating a corpse in such a sordid manner? Shielding himself from the glaring sunlight, Dao Yi finally managed to discern the identities of the onlookers. The figure at the forefront, clad in official robes, appears to be a county magistrate, likely of a similar rank to the one she had encountered previously while passing through the county town. Accompanying him is a scholarly-looking individual with a small beard, presumably the deputy clerk. The remaining few, with their fierce expressions, unmistakably belong to the category of ne'er-do-wells. Time momentarily halts as the parties come face to face. The newcomer is indeed the magistrate of Puyang County, a region afflicted by disaster, and it is he who bears the brunt of the situation. The court has dispatched a relief minister, accompanied by an inspector and a high-ranking official from the Supreme Court, though their purpose remains unclear. In any case, this magistrate Liu has been exiled from the comforts of his position. Unable to benefit from the calamity, he is compelled to scour the area with his subordinates, feigning diligence and enthusiasm. Today, he fortuitously stumbles upon Dao Yi, who is accused of outrageous behavior towards a corpse. Finally, there is an outlet for his frustrations. Perhaps he can extract some advantage from this encounter. The deputy clerk, understanding Liu's intentions, gestures to apprehend Dao Yi. Upon seeing the officials, Dao Yi is elated, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, this corpse." The emaciated clerk, keenly observant, perceives Liu's demeanor and bellows with a fierce countenance, prompting the two towering ruffians to comprehend how to deal with this frail Taoist. The two thugs, brandishing their large blades, advance menacingly, undeterred by the danger. They approach to seize Dao Yi, but the clerk's roar has already placed Dao Yi in a state of semi-consciousness, his clarity muddled partly by hunger. However, this revelation made her acutely aware that such officials who indiscriminately arrest others are not virtuous at all. Moreover, if she were imprisoned, how could she assist Wang Rong in fulfilling his requests? Furthermore, one cannot help but ponder whether the county jail harbors remnants of those who have perished within its confines. Reflecting on the earlier surge of spiritual energy, Dao Yi found herself feeling somewhat famished. As she noticed unsavory individuals lunging towards her, her body instinctively reacted faster than her mind. By the time the two nefarious figures reached her, she had already evaded to the side. This only served to infuriate County Magistrate Liu further. As Dao Yi prepared to flee again, the mention of the county office momentarily halted her movement, successfully allowing the two rogues to corner her. Nearby, a parcel was hastily retrieved by the scribe, who, upon inspecting its contents, discovered it held not a single coin, merely a change of clothes. County Magistrate Liu, upon seeing this, could not hide his disappointment. Despite the boy's seemingly respectable appearance, he was, in fact, utterly destitute. "No, this won't do. You two, search the boy thoroughly," commanded Liu, scrutinizing Dao Yi as if seeking hidden riches. With only 3 divination coins remaining, Dao Yi froze, her peripheral vision catching sight of a floating corpse. A thought struck her, and she exclaimed, "Esteemed officials, I have just examined this deceased brother's body. Might there be any filth adhered to him? Alas, one cannot ascertain how long this body has been dead or whether it has contracted any maladies in the water. Plagues can spread like floods, fierce as wild beasts." The mere mention of disease caused the county magistrate, even from a distance, to instinctively recoil, and the unsavory figures subtly distanced themselves as well. Were it not for Liu's watchful gaze, the two rogues would have undoubtedly abandoned her and fled. "Officer, could you kindly return my parcel to me? Originally, these items were forbidden from being brought into the prison. Currently, there are suspicions of a plague among them, and Liu County Magistrate and his associates dare not touch them. Even the most destitute Taoist refuses to intervene. Why is that? If any illness were to emerge while they are aiding in disaster relief, it would not be us who suffer the consequences." Upon hearing the potential for mischief, Liu County Magistrate was intrigued, Yet he forgot that this too fell under his jurisdiction. They would discuss it further upon reaching the county office. No, Your Excellency. I have something of great importance to convey regarding this corpse, Dao Yi insisted, wishing to reveal the true cause of death of the floating body. Dao Yi, caught off guard, thought, aren't officials of the court supposed to act with decorum? Although she did not oppose a brief stay in the jail, this felt exceedingly hasty. Noticing her ill intentions, a ruffian slapped her sharply, admonishing her to behave and refrain from making any attempts to escape. Bound and uncomfortable, Dao Yi merely wished to stretch her limbs, pondering, why are the people from the mountains so ferocious? Still reeling from the earlier encounters with the friendly citizens along the road to Puyang County, she felt a deep sense of shock. Silence, the ruffian commanded. Seeing her attempt to speak again, hadn't they noticed the county magistrate's mounting anger? If this girl uttered another word and provoked him further, how would they secure their wages? Struck without cause, Dao Yi was astounded. She resolved to wait until they reached the county jail. If all else failed, she could resort to a wall-walking technique to make her escape then. With her decision made, Dao Yi fell silent. Silence was mistaken for acquiescence, and subsequently, one of the nefarious individuals callously dragged him away. The other rogue carelessly draped a garment from the ground over the lifeless body, which lay stripped bare, all under the gaze of the county magistrate, who, resigned to fate, was compelled to bear the burden. One man, one corpse, one package. Chapter 4. The game of chess news spread like wildfire. All that was meant to remain hidden became common knowledge. The disaster relief minister, the censor, and others tasked by the emperor to investigate the recent rumors plaguing Chang'an arrived at Puyang, including the Chief Justice Wang Xuanji. Upon hearing the news, they were momentarily taken aback, utterly at a loss for words. Wang Xuanji turned to his trusted confidant, Xiao Tong, sensing an unspoken dilemma, and inquired, has County Magistrate Lu done anything to complicate matters? Xiao Tong's expression was conflicted. It was not so much a matter of difficulty, but rather. Recalling the distressing rumors he had gleaned from their surveillance, he felt reluctant to speak. Such disconcerting news, which could cause acute distress, was something their illustrious Wang family wished to shield the young lord from. Yet, considering that the young lord sought nothing more than the position of Chief Justice, he was utterly unafraid. Preposterous, Wang Xuanji exclaimed, having initially thought that County Magistrate Lu had merely apprehended a wayward priest to exorcise the evils plaguing Puyang County, thus providing some comfort to its citizens. Little did he expect the situation to be as dire as it was. He lamented, reflecting on the past 3 years. The deeds performed by the priests during the chaotic times of the Great Zhou were still vivid in memory, and the status of such priests had diminished so gravely. Yet, with the absence of others at the county office, he could not personally investigate. Surely, a young priest would not perish in the confines of the county jail, would he? Wang Xuanji pondered. How did one person and one corpse come together? Xiao Tong, steeling herself, replied, it seems that upon their arrival, they claimed a Taoist was desecrating the corpse. It had already been floating for several days. How could a Taoist possibly bring himself to partake in such a thing? Wang Xuanji remarked, what an eccentric little Taoist. According to the information we have gathered, there was also a visit from an imperial envoy. After the heavy rains, the river in Jiuxiao village overflowed, submerging the entire area. The corpses must belong to the unfortunate villagers who perished. If that little Taoist was indeed their leader, he could have either wandered into this place by mistake or come in search of relatives and friends, completely unprepared for the calamity that befell Jiuxiao village. However, if he had been here all along, Wang Xuanji traced patterns in the earth with a twig, deep in thought. Xiao Tong felt a chill. This could be a crucial witness for our mission. Clarifying the circumstances here would hold significant importance for the temple officials. Midway through her thoughts, Wang Xuanji changed his tone. Since this person desecrated a corpse, under normal circumstances, it would not concern us. However, given the recent tragedy in Jiuxiao village, to further insult the suffering villagers is a grave sin. He must face severe punishment. Even execution would not be excessive. Xiao Tong questioned, what about our witness? Given this situation, can the little Taoist still be alive? And what of the imperial envoy? She expressed her concerns. Wang Xuanji raised his gaze, surveying the sunlight filtering through the trees. The thunder, rain, and dew are all the benevolence of the sovereign. We each have our duties. As long as we do not transgress against one another, we shall navigate this matter without hindrance. Xiao Tong, somewhat understanding yet still perplexed, took her leave to carry out the assigned task. As Wang Xian has aptly noted, the envoys and censors are preoccupied with disaster relief, overwhelmed to the point of despair. They scarcely have the capacity to engage in investigative matters. Even a mere inquiry would be regarded as a significant exertion, with no responsibilities to shoulder. And the opportunity to cast aside the source of this plague, County Magistrate Liu is more than willing, almost betraying a hint of unease to the observant Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong finds the behavior of County Magistrate Liu quite peculiar. Upon their arrival in Puyang, he was thoroughly hands-on with every matter. However, upon reflection, it becomes evident that the credit belongs to the joint efforts of the temple official, the envoys, and the censors. The opposing party, despite their intentions, lacks the means to act. Contemplating the terrifying prospect of corpses, Xiao Tong muses, what if the little priest succumbs to fright in the prison before the temple official returns? Yet, he overlooks the time spent in Niujiao village with a solitary corpse, how the young priest managed to endure it, and why he was accused of sacrilege. Therefore, Xiao Tong respectfully bows and inquires whether County Magistrate Liu might permit him to investigate the audacious little priest to better inform the temple official. In this trivial matter, County Magistrate Liu is certainly not inclined to make it difficult for him. If he could acquire something remarkable while visiting the young priest, it would be a tremendous boon. With a smile that could blossom a garden within, County Magistrate Liu is mentally prepared to encounter a young priest who has suffered from insufficient food and sleepless nights. His eyes hollow, burdened with anxiety over his fate, fearing that his life might be extinguished at any moment, or that a corpse lies before him, rendering him unable to rest, a visage of ashen despair. However, Xiao Tong would have preferred never to have come here, for what he witnessed was haunting. A corpse lay at his feet, yet the little Taoist remained lively and well-fed, seemingly unfazed by the macabre scene. What a peculiar little Taoist he was. Xiao Tong contemplated turning away, but hesitated, fearing he might disrupt the plans of the temple's overseer. He also noticed that, perhaps due to the stench of the decaying body, the other inmates in the cell kept their distance, whether out of fear of the odor or dread of the dead, only they could truly comprehend. As he drew slightly closer, the acrid scent assaulted his nostrils, invigorating him in a most unsettling manner. Little Taoist, how can you commit such grievous sins yet enjoy your meals and sleep soundly? Xiao Tong held his breath, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 steps. He endeavored to be a competent executioner before County Magistrate Liu. Observing Xiao Tong's lips moving silently, it was clear he recognized the words, yet when combined, they became utterly opaque, leading him to sigh deeply, pondering what he had done wrong to find himself in such a predicament. Chapter 5. The Doctrine of Guilt at Last. Dao Yi had enjoyed a satisfying meal, and indeed, she was not one to be fussy. After all, she had not truly committed any crime. Why should she not feel at ease? She strongly disagreed with the words of the young man in his 20s. As she prepared to retort, she caught a seemingly casual glance from Xiao Tong towards County Magistrate Liu, prompting her to reconsider her response. What of it? As long as I draw breath, must I not eat my fill and sleep soundly? What reasoning is this? Is it truly the case that your government apprehends people at random? Though she still did not comprehend what crime she had committed, she resolved not to cower. Yet, Dao Yi was no fool. This person's arrival signified a turning point. Had it not been for the master's admonition against offending the authorities, warning of dire consequences, she would have mustered her strength yesterday to escape, even if it meant confronting several adversaries. Moreover, as she gazed down at the contorted corpse, she recognized the injustices that lingered on this brother's body. Dao Yi's reactions and cooperation allowed Xiao Tong to breathe a sigh of relief, yet it also heightened her vigilance. Such an astute individual, should they truly commit a transgression, could prove elusive in terms of evidence. Unbeknownst to Dao Yi, who contemplated speaking on behalf of the deceased, he had already accumulated numerous grave offenses. Exhaling a sigh of the foul air from the prison, Dao Yi felt fortunate that a conclusion would be reached by tomorrow, any longer, and the preservation of the body would become exceedingly difficult. Magistrate Liu concurred, affirming Xiao Tong's words, chiding the young Taoist for neglecting his spiritual cultivation in the temple and descending the mountain to engage in wrongdoing. By the way, from which temple do you hail? I must seek an explanation, Magistrate Liu suddenly recalled, reasoning that with a master, there must be wealth involved. Dao Yi retorted, I have committed no crime. Why should I trouble my master? Liu's audacity was remarkable, daring to challenge the authority of the court. Xiao Tong interjected, Magistrate Liu, this individual is to be retained for the temple official's examination tomorrow. Our proceedings today will ultimately require the temple official's judgment. Reflecting on Wang Xuanji's numerous actions upon his arrival in Puyang County, Magistrate Lu realized the potential for repercussions. Should he be unyielding today, tomorrow, that individual could very well overturn his judgment. He deemed such a subversion of his authority unwise. The irritable county magistrate Lu flung his sleeves and departed. Within the bustling confines of the prison, where numerous eyes scrutinized, Xiao Tong found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Understood. Preserve the body. Indeed, our objectives align. Dao Yi and Xiao Tong swiftly transitioned from strangers to allies, their gazes imbued with fervor, which made Xiao Tong exceedingly uncomfortable. Such intense stares are typically reserved for the young ladies encountered during the temple minister's outings on the streets of Luoyang. Could it be that this young Taoist possesses peculiar inclinations? Dao Yi, catching on, conveyed his understanding. I comprehend. I shall diligently safeguard this corpse. Xiao Tong remained silent, feeling the weight of the scorching gaze, which was quite unbearable. Unbeknownst to Dao Yi, whose focus was solely on the body, was the fact that without Xiao Tong's intervention, she might have rotted away alongside the corpse in the depths of Puyang County's prison. Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure the utmost care for this body, Dao Yi assured with a pat on his chest. Upon exiting the prison, Xiao Tong was engulfed in confusion, sensing that something was amiss. It was only upon seeing County Magistrate Lu that he realized the connection between himself and the corpse, that young Taoist intended to assist him in its preservation. Yet, recalling Wang Xuanji's instructions, he gritted his teeth and departed. The following day, having disguised himself and left the inn to gather intelligence in Puyang County, Wang Xuanji returned. As he entered the room, before even settling in, he was informed by Xiao Tong. He had intended to address the rumors he had heard outside, but he had to meet with Xiao Tong first. Upon hearing the events that transpired in the prison the previous day, he was utterly astonished. His typically composed demeanor now etched with disbelief, leading him to exclaim, "Could it be that this young Taoist is a fool?" Xiao Tong gazed at him in astonishment. Her eyes filled with disbelief. "My husband, who is as refined as jade, has come to Puyang only to utter curses. Is it truly the case that impoverished mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk?" Wang Xianji, feeling uncomfortable under her scrutiny, replied, "To clarify now would be to state the obvious. Is it still timely?" In an effort to alleviate the earlier awkwardness, Wang Xianji offered a slight smile. "So you have arranged with that young Taoist to address the matter of the corpse today." Judging by Xiao Tong's words, that Taoist must either be unusually dim-witted or simply inexperienced. Under scrutiny, he could likely be released. Yet, she seemed to grasp the subtleties in Xiao Tong's words, indicating she was not truly foolish. Contemplating the information he had gathered over the past few days, waves of turmoil stirred within Wang Xianji's eyes. "Let us proceed to the dungeon." With a subtle lowering of his gaze, he concealed the sharpness within, speaking calmly, "Brother, what delightful food awaits us today." Dao Yi beamed at the jailer delivering the meals, her smile genuine and joyous. In the prison, she had encountered all manner of offenders. Yet someone like Dao Yi was indeed a rarity. Her happiness was unfeigned, not merely a means to curry favor. The sternness that had initially marked her expression softened involuntarily. The jailers were well aware of the county magistrate's character, and having deemed Dao Yi a simpleton, they felt a surge of sympathy. After a night had passed, even the head jailer displayed a kinder demeanor towards Dao Yi. If the head jailer smiled, it was not far-fetched to say that the other inmates also took a step back, granting her greater leeway. Upon Wang Xuanji's arrival at the prison, he anticipated encountering a pitiable little Taoist priest. However, after spending an entire night within the confines of the cell, he was met not by despair but by a serene and innocent figure, engrossed in a hearty meal, occasionally engaging in amiable exchanges with the jailers. The priest's smile seemed to dispel the oppressive gloom of the prison, while the other inmates, though filled with indignation, remained silent. Wang Xuanji found himself questioning if he had indeed arrived at the correct location, for prisons are often categorized into various sections. Just as he was about to make one final effort to comprehend the situation, the Taoist priest, Dao Yi, spotted him. "Ah, esteemed official, you have arrived," came the cheerful exclamation. It was evident that the jailers had greeted him similarly during his earlier visit. Confounded by this, Wang Xuanji attributed it to the influence of the little Taoist, suspecting that some form of enchantment was at play. He resolved to keep a vigilant eye on his temple's steward to prevent any potential misguidance, for that would surely lead to grave consequences. The prison gates swung wide open. and against the light, Wang Xuanji resembled an otherworldly being descending from the heavens, embodying a stark contrast to the prison's grim reality. He strolled leisurely, approaching the cell that held Dao Yi. The inscription nearby read, "Go away." The classification of prisoners in the jail is determined by the heavenly stems and earthly branches, indicating their offenses. The inmates confined in the Guewei section were typically those guilty of minor crimes, a fact well understood by both the prisoners and the officials. However, Dao Yi, having just descended from the mountains, was oblivious to this nuance. Thus, when Wang Xuanji posed his first question, she was momentarily taken aback. "Little Taoist, are you aware that you have committed a capital offense?" Wang Xuanji's demeanor was uncharacteristically direct, deviating from the more measured approach he had taken in previous interrogations. Beside him, Xiao Tong felt compelled to interject, suggesting that the temple steward need not go to such lengths for a minor issue. The jailer, bewildered, pondered. Are officials from the capital always this fierce? The prisoners clung desperately to themselves, already trembling with fear, now shaking even more violently. This official, though seemingly young, possessed a heart so malevolent. What if he took a liking to them and ordered their execution? They truly could not afford the spectacle of losing their heads. From the moment Dao Yi discovered Wang Xianji, she felt that if their ancestral master truly ascended to immortality and regained youth, he would resemble this man. However, once he spoke, she realized that such appearances were deceiving. Yet, his visage suggested that he was not inherently wicked. As for any darker intentions, Dao Yi, desperate to escape prison, chose to overlook them for the time being. She observed how he influenced the decisions of County Magistrate Liu, either through a superior rank or greater intelligence. She resolved to cling tightly to this lifeline before her. Whether she could secure her release depended on this temple official. And Dao Yi contemplated how, should this matter be resolved, she might strive to follow this temple official and earn a living. She had overheard the prison keeper refer to him as the Minister of Justice, a title she had heard mentioned by the patrons of the Jiuxiao Temple. The Ministry of Justice, overseeing the execution of justice in the Great Zhou dynasty, was indeed the purpose of her journey. Now that the Minister of Justice was so close, she had to seize this opportunity. The prison in Chang'an was reputed to be bustling, with many unwilling to leave. Perhaps the cells of the Ministry of Justice housed even more tormented souls. If she could work alongside this minister, it would be a tremendous fortune. With a firm decision made, Dao Yi knew what course to take. Was it a crime merely to pass through Puyang? A rotund county magistrate had imprisoned her, and now this minister boldly accused her of a capital offense. Where, she wondered, lay her guilt? Dao Yi appeared utterly bewildered. The image of the rotund county magistrate, Liu, filled everyone's minds, creating a vision too delightful to dwell upon, accompanied by thoughts of deities. A glance at Wang Xianji and the assembled jailers and prisoners revealed a consensus of nods. Wang Xianji remarked, "Take a look at him." With a finger as white as jade, he pointed to a corpse that had undergone considerable change after a night's stay. The crowd murmured, "Is this not a case of recklessly taking a life?" Dao Yi observed the body, which had been soaked and shared a night with him in the cell, now gnawed upon by rats while she slept, lost in contemplation. Could it be that she truly bore guilt? Lacking knowledge of the law, Dao Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, she burst into tears, her wails echoing loudly. The jailers excused themselves, claiming the county magistrate had business, slipping away under the pretense of guarding the door. The unfortunate prisoner, left without refuge, was left reeling from the commotion. Xiao Tong, caught off guard, also exited to stand guard at Wang Xianji's signal, momentarily forgetting the need to keep a close watch on the temple minister. The crowd departed in anguish, while only Wang Xianji maintained a calm demeanor, even sporting a hint of a smile. "I shall convey the truth to the temple minister." Dao Yi, now smiling through her tears, nodded vigorously, relieved that someone was willing to listen, not wasting the tears she had shed. She feared the return of a magistrate like Liu, one who would simply declare, "You are guilty." She was genuinely terrified, utterly unable to communicate. Chapter 6. Life is a play. Wang Xianji inquired, "What is your name? And how did you come to Puyang?" "I am called Dao Yi." Dao Yi. Wang Xuanji's expression suddenly turned peculiar, and he cast several glances at Dao Yi. No. It was Dao Sheng Yi, the E in that name. Dao Yi, in a flurry, waved his hands, anxious that this official from the capital might misunderstand something, for that would spell great trouble. Along the journey, he had encountered some who mistakenly thought his name resembled a woman's. And there were even moments when he nearly fell victim to being sold off. He certainly could not let this esteemed official know. How utterly embarrassing that would be. Please, continue, he urged, though he mentally noted the name. Just yesterday, he had heard from Xiao Tong that a young Taoist had been captured, but he had not paid attention to the name. Seeing that Wang Xuanji showed no further reaction, Dao Yi felt a sense of relief and continued to rattle off a litany of place names, people he had encountered, roads he had inquired about, tasks he had undertaken, and even the money he had given. Observing the tendency for her to continue speaking, Wang Xuanji quickly interjected, feeling somewhat exasperated. Let us simplify matters. Tell me, what brings you to Puyang? Wang Xuanji pondered. Your reasoning is sound, indeed, as Puyang is the nearest county to the capital. However, knowing that this area has suffered a flood, why would you still come to Puyang County? He articulated his doubts clearly. Dao Yi flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. When I was in Handan, I thought it was merely a matter of uprooting some large trees and salvaging the crops. I had no idea Puyang would be like this. I have not seen a single living soul, nor have I had a morsel to eat, and in the end, it was only within this prison that I managed to have a meal. Wang Xuanji listened for a while and finally comprehended the scene he had witnessed upon entering. The person was genuinely joyful, as if enjoying a meal in prison. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Eventually, his gaze settled upon a bundle behind Dao Yi, surmising that it must be of little value, which is why Magistrate Liu had not ordered it to be taken away, thus allowing it to be preserved. Considering Xiaodong's keen perception, he was certain that the bundle contained no hard objects. Wang Xuanji inquired, what you just mentioned lacks substantiation. Do you possess any tangible evidence? Indeed, I have something. Please wait while I retrieve it. Dao Yi replied. She recalled the earnest warnings from her seasoned master and senior apprentices before descending the mountain, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding such items. Having traversed numerous locations, she understood their significance. Consequently, she had kept it in her bundle, which she had carried on her back. At Wang Xuanji's prompting, she immediately turned to rummage through the bundle that had remained untouched for nearly 2 days. She placed the bundle on the straw mat and deftly opened the modest package, revealing nothing but a set of clean clothes. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Dao Yi extracted the garments and laid them on the mat, leaving the bundle entirely empty. She shook out the clothing, but there was nothing else inside. Where had the vital item gone? Dao Yi was taken aback. Yet she reminded herself that they were already in prison. The situation could not worsen, and she must remain composed in the face of adversity. Soon, she contemplated a matter. Given her ambiguous identity, the Minister of Justice would undoubtedly be reluctant to let her depart easily. A thorough investigation was imperative, and with her journey to the capital, a pathway would emerge, sparing her the trouble of seeking directions. Yet, she could not express this overtly. After all, possessing beauty does not equate to possessing virtue. Thus, she feigned a demeanor of despondency, as if mourning a great loss. In the dim confines of the prison, Wang Xuanji's spirits had lifted considerably, rendering his speech notably more relaxed. Young Taoist, do you truly possess a pass? I do. Indeed, she replied earnestly. When I was in Handan, I still had it on me as I passed through the city gates. Dao Yi, in her anxiety, resembled an ant on a hot pan, flitting about in agitation, her words tumbling forth in a disordered manner. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she exclaimed, I've remembered. Indeed, despite the loss of her pass, the Minister of Justice remained reluctant to release her, leaving her in a precarious position, as her origins had become questionable, complicating her circumstances. It was as though she had just laid eyes on the corpse. The matter you speak of is known only to you, Wang Xuanji stated. I must dispatch someone to investigate. While I can temporarily refrain from condemning you, you must divulge the details regarding this corpse. By the way, if you conduct yourself well and your identity can be verified without issue, I may assist you in obtaining a new pass. Dao Yi's eyes sparkled with hope, brimming with joy. Really? Indeed, provided you are truly without fault. Regarding this, Dao Yi felt no trepidation. Sir, you are truly a benevolent soul. Wang Xuanji's lips twitched. Due to his official position, countless individuals had branded him as unyielding, cold-hearted, and ruthless. Were it not for his understanding of the situation, he might have doubted his own innocence, fearing he was a heinous fugitive. It was the first time he had heard someone praise him as a good person, merely for agreeing to process an elusive document. This elder was discovered by me in Jiuxiao village. You cannot fathom the sight. He was floating on the river, his face swollen like a steamed bun. Suddenly, he gestured, getting momentarily stuck in thought. Then he turned slightly, and pointed at a prisoner who was gnawing on a bun, stating, roughly this color. Wang Xuanji followed the direction of his finger, observing a bun that had a faint yellowish hue. The prisoner held a bun, half of which was lodged in his mouth while the other half remained in his hand, unable to ascend or descend. He felt he should not be in prison at that moment. Given the chance to escape, he vowed never to offend the law again. The other prisoners also felt choked, realizing that this was not merely an inexperienced young Taoist, but rather a veritable devil in disguise. Wang Xuanji, however, scrutinized the scene with keen interest, as if contemplating something profound. His unabashed gaze at the semi-nude corpse rendered the other prisoners breathless. Within their hearts, a singular thought prevailed. They pleaded for their release to face trial. After all, which prisoner was not judged in court? They could only harbor such thoughts. Noting the immediate conviction upon arrival, understanding that the official was intimidating the Taoist, should they dare to raise their voices and disrupt the proceedings, they might very well find themselves in dire straits. The adage dead friends are better than living prison mates echoed in their minds, and they hoped the young Taoist would be more forgiving. The chief of the Dali Temple, a position beneath the emperor's feet, was an official one might never encounter in a lifetime. To attain such high office at a young age, one must either have formidable connections or exceptional capability, or perhaps a combination of the two. Such individuals are not to be trifled with. Although they are all prisoners, had they truly possessed the spirit of self-sacrifice, they would not find themselves in this prison at all. Observing the little Taoist enthusiastically discussing the corpse, Wang Xuanji pondered that the outcome remained uncertain. Moreover, Wang Xuanji maintained his composure. Dao Yi turned the body over and pointed to the bruise at the back of the head, stating, I can definitively ascertain that this gentleman was not carried away by a sudden flood and drowned. Rather, he met his demise due to this contusion at the nape of his neck. Was he murdered? Perhaps for financial gain? Wang Xuanji questioned. Dao Yi shook his head, then nodded, clarifying that the injury to the back of the head caused his unconsciousness, leading him to be thrown into the water where he could not save himself and ultimately drowned. Furthermore, there were no signs of robbery. The absence of any marks of theft serves as evidence. The few pieces of silver tightly wrapped in clothing were revealed by Dao Yi, indicating a wealth beyond that of the average citizen. Wang Xuanji fell into contemplation. After a moment, he inquired, How do you know this so clearly? Dao Yi sported a look of obviousness, accompanied by a perplexed expression, as if to say, Naturally, it is because I examined this gentleman. Otherwise, how would he be found unclothed? Understanding dawned on Wang Xuanji, realizing that the rationale fabricated by County Magistrate Liu for profit held some semblance of legitimacy. Under such circumstances, an ordinary person would likely find it rather unusual. What made you think to examine a floating corpse? Wang Xuanji casually squatted at the prison door, questioning. For who in their right mind would consider retrieving a body adrift in a torrent, unless they were utterly reckless? Even calling for a corpse to be moved to the door, the two stood separated by a lifeless body and a prison gate, engaging in a question-and-answer exchange. Nearby prisoners, upon noticing the two fixated on the corpse, dared not to look any longer. After all, the surroundings of Mo weren't inhabited by particularly vicious individuals. They too harbored a fear of death. It would be absurd to claim that I encountered a noble figure upon leaving, or to suggest that I could perceive the deceased's lingering spirit. Dao Yi believed such statements would surely elicit disbelief, perhaps even lead to her demise within these very walls. Throughout her journey, she had witnessed the peculiar blend of superstition among the common folk. Thus, with a shift in thought, she altered her approach. Initially, she simply wished to ascertain the cause of death, yet unexpectedly found herself ensnared in this dungeon. Dao Yi feigned innocence, gesturing towards the corpse on the ground. Wang Xuanji glanced down at the body, intrigued by its unusual appeal. Do you possess the skill to examine corpses? He inquired. Dao Yi nodded vigorously. Pray tell, how do you conduct such an examination? Wang Xuanji, casually adjusting his garments, was keen to hear what this young Taoist could articulate. Chapter 7. All dependent on performance. Having already committed to assisting, Dao Yi prided herself on being a person of her word. The fate of this body returning home rests upon how you assist me, Wang Xuanji remarked, not refusing but rather rephrasing his request. What must I do? Like a fish caught on a hook. Eager to uncover the truth behind the deceased's demise in order to secure her own release, Dao Yi was filled with anticipation. As for the cunning criminal, not a whisper dared to escape his lips, fearful of drawing the attention of these two individuals. which could lead to an eternal slumber within the confines of the prison in Puyang County. The seasoned prisoners, well-versed in this precarious art, gaped in silence. Akin to rabbits caught in a hunter's snare, their mouths agape as they watched the grass slip from their grasp. One clutched a steamed bun, which tumbled to the straw-covered ground, while another, preoccupied with scratching away at lice, allowed them to escape without a care. It seemed as if they were oblivious to their surroundings, their sole focus resting on the inquiries of Wang Xuanji. Wang Xuanji inquired, "Pray tell, how did you ascertain that this corpse is not a case of suicide?" He had observed the deceased closely, estimating that he had perished approximately 7 to 8 days prior. Upon hearing this time frame, Wang Xuanji mentally deduced that the body had likely surfaced after the unfortunate incident on the night of the beginning of autumn. He then listened as Dao Yi elaborated. If he had drowned while alive, 2 scenarios would arise post-submersion. If the weight of his body was forward, he would be face down. Conversely, if the weight was at the rear, he would be face up. This gentleman, possessing a firm lower body, would therefore have a center of gravity akin to that of a woman, leading me to observe him in a supine position as he floated towards me. Wang Xuanji aligned the information he had gathered with the characteristics of the corpse, affirming that indeed, the lower body was well-defined, thus lending credence to Dao Yi's assertions. Furthermore, in a bid for the deceased to receive a proper burial, Dao Yi continued passionately, pointing to the soles of the corpse's feet, stating, under normal circumstances, if he had succumbed to drowning, the soles of his feet would exhibit wrinkled skin, pale in hue, and not swollen. Wang Xuanji glanced over, noting that the soles of his feet were neither wrinkled nor pale, but rather swollen. Indeed, therein lay the crux of the matter. Now observe this, Dao Yi said as he switched the positions of the corpse's fingernails and toenails, both pointed towards Wang Xuanji, while he rummaged through the hair of the deceased. A scent, more pungent than that of a prison cell, suddenly wafted through the air. Wang Xuanji stiffened momentarily. Then he heard Dao Yi remark, "Look at his toenails and fingernails. And within this disheveled hair, there is no trace of dirt or sand." He then pointed to the pair of shoes beside the corpse. These shoes were worn by him. Yet they are remarkably clean, devoid of any dirt or sand. After examining these details, just as Dao Yi had indicated, Wang Xuanji inquired, "Is this the evidence of murder?" "Certainly not limited to this," Dao Yi replied, as he pried open the corpse's mouth. Facing a set of large yellowing teeth, emanating a foul stench, Wang Xuanji remarked, "Is it even possible to breathe?" Yet the revelations did not cease there. He then witnessed Dao Yi pinching the nose, directing the nostrils towards him. Upon exhaling, he said, with utmost seriousness, Dao Yi released his hands from their grim task. "You witnessed, too, that this gentleman's mouth and nasal cavity harbor no frothy residue, nor any traces of pale red blood." Seeing Wang Xuanji nod in understanding, Dao Yi proceeded to push aside all the clothing from the corpse, revealing a smooth, yellowish body, akin to a dough bun, which instantly caught Wang Xuanji's eye. Meanwhile, Dao Yi's hands began to traverse over the corpse. "Master Siqing, look at this elder brother." Wang Xuanji lightly coughed, interrupting, "You might as well just call the deceased by their name. Are you planning to address every corpse in such a manner as elder brother or auntie in the future?" Dao Yi, without much thought, acquiesced, reasoning that it was merely a worldly appellation, thus, he would conform to local customs. However, he only noted the form of address and overlooked Wang Xuanji's mention of future examinations of corpses. Upon seeing Dao Yi's agreement, Wang Xuanji discreetly exhaled a breath of relief. The similar tone evoked an unsettling illusion that the one lying on the ground for examination was himself. Not yet having reached the age of 30, he harbored no desire to succumb to fate at this juncture. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Xuanji felt a movement at his sleeve. Looking down, he beheld the hands that had just touched the corpse now tugging at his sleeve, igniting an impulse to sever the fabric with his blade. "Master Siqing, are you even listening to me?" Dao Yi remarked, finding this Master Siqing peculiar. Despite calling out repeatedly, there was no response. Otherwise, she would not have reached out to pull him. He had heard that those of noble birth could be quite delicate, and should they take offense, a beating would be the least of it. Wang Xuanji replied, "Oh, I was just contemplating the case and did not catch what you said. Could you kindly repeat it?" He quickly sought to remedy his oversight. Dao Yi released his sleeve and resignedly turned the corpse over once more. "Master Siqing, observe, the deceased's complexion is decidedly yellow, lacking any pallor, perhaps due to prolonged squatting." Wang Xuanji, at that moment, paid no heed to the penetrating stench, his gaze steadfastly following Dao Yi. As she spoke, he glanced again at the corpse, acknowledging, "What you have stated is indeed accurate, but are there any other pieces of evidence?" Dao Yi nodded slightly. Furthermore, as Si Qing had just observed, the deceased's hands were outstretched, and his abdomen showed no signs of swelling. There were no abrasions or marks on his body, which was evidently abnormal. He lifted his head, meeting Wang Xian's gaze, who had been intently watching him, or rather, his lips. This struck Dao Yi as peculiar, yet elucidating the circumstances of the deceased was paramount. Dao Yi gestured in the air, explaining that a living person, upon falling into water, would naturally be engulfed by panic and terror, leading to desperate struggles that would inevitably result in numerous abrasions. Moreover, in a state of fright, breathing would be rapid, allowing water to enter the stomach, thus causing the hands to curl instinctively into fists, dirt and sand to accumulate beneath the toenails, and water to foam at the mouth and nostrils, with the abdomen distended from ingested water. However, none of these indicators were present in this corpse. Wang Xian focused on the wound at the back of the corpse's neck, prompting Dao Yi to immediately point it out, stating, "This injury appears to have been inflicted by someone standing beside the victim, who then swiftly maneuvered behind him to deliver the fatal blow with a single motion of the right hand." "Why do you conclude this?" Wang Xian inquired, intrigued by Dao Yi's deduction. Dao Yi indicated the bruise, explaining that from this vantage point, the deceased must have been conversing with his assailant at the time. The size of the wound on the neck corresponded closely to the angle of the perpetrator's hand, and most critically, there were signs of internal damage to the bones in the neck. Wang Xian asked, "Are you suggesting that someone struck the deceased and subsequently disposed of him in the water, resulting in his unconscious drowning?" Examining the deceased, it appears a solitary perpetrator was responsible. Observe, the garments bear no abrasions whatsoever. This absence suggests the body never made contact with the ground, precluding the possibility of it being dragged to the water's edge or left by the riverbank after death. Rather, the individual was likely cast directly into the water. The perpetrator possessed exceptional skill, employing internal energy to propel the body without leaving a trace. Furthermore, note the faint discoloration upon the deceased's back. Its subtle hue might easily be mistaken for the natural skin tone, causing one to overlook the mottling indicative of pre-mortem trauma, the telltale signs of livor mortis. A person who has not experienced the ways of the world must take the time to investigate thoroughly. However, Dao Yi currently poses no threat, and time is on our side. The identity of this corpse is of utmost importance. Xiao Tong, Wang Xianji has obtained what he desired, and he rises to summon someone. As Xiao Tong enters, his attendant has already regained his former grace. After a brief whispering exchange, Xiao Tong departs once more. In truth, it seems Wang Xianji has misunderstood. With his assurance in place, Dao Yi is now entirely at ease. After some contemplation, Wang Xianji spoke in a tone audible only to the two. "Dao Yi, you have articulated your concerns clearly. Once I ascertain the results, I shall prepare a means for your release. As for you, arrangements will be made shortly to escort you out. But before that, do ensure that no information leaks." "Is that truly the case?" Dao Yi, having abandoned her fellow inmate, leaned against the prison bars, her eyes shining like stars, eagerly inquiring. The figure dressed in a purple official robe was already striding towards the dawn, leaving her with nothing but a resolute silhouette. Observing Wang Xianji's peculiar gait, Dao Yi shook her head vigorously. For a long time thereafter, Dao Yi believed that upon descending the mountain, she had encountered the ancestral spirit of the Jiuxiao Temple, untroubled by the mundane affairs of the world, with Wang Xianji's image etched in her heart, towering and extraordinary. Chapter 8. The Crutch. Upon returning to the inn, Wang Xianji settled at the desk in the temporary study. It was then he realized that he carried the unmistakable sin of death upon him. In the past, while investigating cases, he had indeed observed the coroner's autopsies, but never had a coroner spoken with such fervor or unabashedly tugged at his sleeve after completing their examination. "Bring water," he commanded. He had initially intended to bathe, but upon the mere mention of water, his thoughts drifted to the villages surrounding Puyang County that had succumbed to disaster, now submerged. The details of the situation remained unclear, prompting Wang Xuanji to dismiss the approaching servant. He approached his writing desk, propping open the window, allowing the brilliant sunlight to flood in. As he prepared to write once more, a droplet of ink spread across the paper. Observing the ink's diffusion, Wang Xuanji realized he had been lost in thought. What connections lay between these events? Furrowing his attractive brows, he began to draw intersecting lines between the various elements, starting with the corpses and the rumors. Next came the floods and Puyang. Yet he sensed the absence of something crucial, a key piece of evidence still lacking. Setting aside the previous sheet, he pinned a new one, reflecting on the earlier assertion that the deceased must have been silenced by another. Furthermore, the clothing of the corpse was decidedly not of the fabric worn by the villagers of Jiuxiao village. Previously, the imperial envoy had arranged for the afflicted populace of Puyang County, with Jiuxiao village suffering the most. The entire village had been washed away, with merely a fraction of the inhabitants surviving. Thus, from where did this individual emerge, and what brought him to Jiuxiao village? Wang Xuanji endeavored to fathom the intentions of the deceased. Just then, he noticed a slight ripple in the clear water upon his desk. As someone entered, he set down his pen and retrieved another pristine sheet of paper to cover what he had previously written, then looked up. The newcomer was none other than the returning Xiaotong. Wang Xuanji inquired, "What do the villagers of Jiuxiao village have to say?" "Xiaotong, my lord, you are truly remarkable. Your intuition is quite accurate. Indeed, that individual is not a villager from Jiuxiao village. Have you managed to ascertain the origins of the deceased?" Wang Xuanji gazed at Xiaotong, who was brimming with enthusiasm, and for a fleeting moment, he saw a resemblance to the little Taoist in the prison. Rubbing his eyes, he reassured himself that it was indeed his loyal confidant, Xiaotong. Noticing the interruption, Xiaotong inquired, "Is there something amiss, my lord?" Wang Xuanji waved his hand, signaling him to continue. Xiaotong straightened his posture and elaborated. Regarding the origins of the deceased, the villagers of Jiuxiao village have conflicting accounts. Some claim he came from the east, while others assert he arrived from the west. In essence, there are accounts from every direction. So, the people of Jiuxiao village are familiar with him? Wang Xuanji questioned. Xiaotong replied, "He has established residence in Jiuxiao village." Wang Xuanji suppressed the urge to replace his confidant, and, with a hint of exasperation, asked, "What other information have you uncovered?" Xiaotong responded, "This individual bears the surname Wang, and the villagers refer to him as Wang Rong. He is often absent from his home and is rarely seen engaged in labor. It is said that a mysterious figure, cloaked and concealed, frequently visits him, leading the villagers to speculate that Wang Rong's means of livelihood likely stem from this man." Wang Xuanji's right hand began to involuntarily tap the desk, and accustomed to his lord's gestures, Xiaotong chose to remain silent, turning to stand guard at the door. "Xiaotong, go fetch that Taoist and bring him from the county jail," Wang Xuanji suddenly declared, opening the study door and instructing Xiaotong outside. Xiaotong appeared somewhat hesitant and replied, "My lord, County Magistrate Liu has just condemned a man guilty, and now he intends to release him. I fear he may not be amenable to this." Xiaotong. Poor little Taoist. Just moments ago, facing the foul-smelling corpse after having consumed a rather unappetizing lunch, Dao Yi had managed to disgust his fellow inmates. He was prepared to rest when he noticed Xiaotong, who had visited the prison the previous day, returning once more. However, having just partaken in his meal, he was reluctant to move, choosing instead to sit cross-legged on the straw mat and observe him. Under Xiaotong's gaze, Dao Yi suddenly felt disinclined to approach. As he neared the end of the Keeman room, he presented the orders he had received from County Magistrate Liu directly to the head jailer. Upon reading them, the jailer promptly retrieved the keys from the guards and cheerfully released Dao Yi from his confinement. Yet, Dao Yi remained inside, unwilling to step out. Xiaotong called out, "Dao Yi, are you not coming out? Do you wish to remain in there?" Dao Yi turned to the head jailer and then glanced at Xiaotong, asking, "Can this deceased accompany me outside?" Xiaotong. Jailer, guards. Inmate. Truly a fool. Xiaotong offered the jailer some silver, requesting assistance in arranging for 2 individuals to carry the corpse to the inn. Upon seeing the silver, the jailer's eyes lit up with joy, and he immediately designated a companion to help him transport the foul-smelling body. The jailer, eager to make a favorable impression before the officials from the court, declared that even the most putrid of corpses could be tolerated for the sake of reputation, insisting it was not merely for the silver. They were not of such low character. With the corpse accompanying him, Dao Yi joyfully exited the Keeman cell, following Xiaotong to the inn. Upon arriving at the inn and encountering Wang Xianji, Dao Yi's first inquiry was, "Sir, when will my release be finalized?" Wang Xuanji cast a sidelong glance at Xiaotong, who, with eyes fixed on the ground and heart turned inward, averted his gaze. Thus, he addressed Dao Yi. "Are you not aware?" Dao Yi, glancing this way and that, appeared both antiquated and ambitious, What is it that I should know? Inwardly, Dao Yi was elated. It was truly serendipitous that someone had presented a pillow just as he had drifted into slumber. The implication was clear. He need not fret over his circumstances or wander aimlessly in search of direction. In a couple of days, by accompanying them, he could reach the capital. Dao Yi's concern lay not in absolving himself of blame, but rather in ensuring a smooth journey to the capital. Wang Xuanji momentarily choked on his words. Indeed, one is intent on abducting, while the other feigns abduction with great skill, weaving together their flimsy justifications. Will there be food along the way? To stave off further foolishness, Dao Yi casually initiated a new topic. With me around, you shall not go hungry. Wang Xuanji felt utterly disheartened, nearly abandoning his resolve to investigate. Chapter 9. Mutual Benefit. The identity of the murderer remained shrouded in darkness, clad in black attire, prompting Wang Xuanji to dispatch individuals to pursue the matter. He inquired in detail about the Jiuxiao Temple. As he had been preoccupied with the autopsy in the Pu County prison and had not thoroughly discussed it with his masters, Dao Yi responded accordingly. As for the mutual deception between him and his master, there was no need to divulge that. It served no significant purpose and might give the impression of disunity within Jiuxiao Temple. Dao Yi reassured himself of this. One might expect to hear a convoluted tale of losing one's parents, being driven from home by greedy relatives, and finding refuge in a secluded temple, only to emerge as an adult seeking vengeance. After all, in recent years, stories of noble families in the capital have proliferated, and even the tomes in the local bookstores are meticulously arranged to cater to this popular narrative, much to the delight of many. Wang Xuanji, poised to savor the sweetness of fine tea, held the cup in hand when Dao Yi completed his statement. Raising an eyebrow, he wondered, is that all? He had yet to sip from the steaming cup. Even Xiao Tong gasped in astonishment, as if she had been privy to some astonishing revelation. Having missed the opportune moment for tasting, Wang Xuanji set down the cup, still emitting wisps of steam. Since this is your sect, there must be numerous seniors and juniors. Why have you descended the mountain alone? What of your master and the others? Dao Yi endeavored to feign an expression of melancholy, juxtaposed with his youthful, cheerful visage, and lamented, my master has taken only my senior brother and me as disciples. As my master ages, my brother must remain to care for him, which is why I was sent down. However, I am at a loss as to where to find patrons. Suddenly struck by a thought, he rushed towards Wang Xuanji. Leaning on the table with both hands, his gaze fixed intently upon him, eyes ablaze with fervor that rivaled the scorching sun outside. You, as an official, must know many people and have traversed numerous places. Could you assist me in locating patrons? To persuade him further, Dao Yi recounted the intricate details of the Jiuxiao Temple, painting a vivid picture of its essence in his mind. The temple was a sanctuary, a veritable paradise, and its inhabitants, akin to carefree clouds and wild cranes. Procuring a few patrons for the temple is a trifling matter. However, these affairs require verification. I cannot simply trust Dao Yi's account. Yet, Dao Yi's capabilities are indeed quite effective. With the great now under my purview, capable individuals are essential. Wang Xuanji believed it prudent to keep her close, at least until her true nature is ascertained. But what pretext should I use? Upon noticing Wang Xuanji's fingers tracing patterns on the desk, Xiao Tong cast a sympathetic glance at Dao Yi, certain that the minister was devising a way to discipline the young Taoist. Xiao Tong. Unexpectedly, Wang Xuanji agreed to assist. Xiao Tong genuinely finds Puyang County rather peculiar. His Excellency, as the head of the great, is exceedingly busy. How could he possibly have time to aid a Taoist temple in finding patrons? Dao Yi pondered that she was unsure where to find patrons. She almost forgot about her master and fellow disciples, who were nearly starved for soul energy. Assisting Wang Xuanji could also bring patrons, thus enabling her to travel. To handle affairs and aid the Nine Heavens Temple. It doesn't matter if her master starves to death, but her fellow disciple is quite amiable. This would truly be a great act of merit. The sound was particularly loud, and Xiao Tong felt her ears nearly deafened, while Wang Xuanji remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected. Just as Wang Xuanji was about to nod in satisfaction, he heard Dao Yi hesitate. Let's make it clear beforehand, she said. No matter how arduous or difficult, that's fine, but I cannot engage in wrongdoing, or the heavens will punish me. She quickly glanced at the living patriarch in her eyes, implying that even if the three pure ones themselves were to command it, she would refuse. Wang Xuanji, how infuriating. What is all this nonsense? Rest assured, as an official appointed by the imperial court, Engaging in unlawful activities would swiftly lead to my incarceration. Wang Xuanji contemplated the ramifications of wrongdoing. Alas, it is regrettable that my departure for the capital is imminent. With numerous matters yet to be elucidated, he lamented. Pray tell, when we arrive in the capital, may I visit the prisons there? Dao Yi inquired. Wang Xuanji was taken aback, while Xiaotong wondered if incarceration had indeed impaired the young Taoist's cognitive faculties. Upon our arrival in the capital, opportunities shall abound, Wang Xuanji remarked meaningfully. Dao Yi, his desires fulfilled, expressed his gratitude with elation. Very well. Proceed to the adjacent chamber and prepare for our journey. Wang Xuanji began, before trailing off, mindful of Dao Yi's singular change of attire. Make the necessary mental preparations for our journey to the capital, Wang Xuanji improvised. Indeed, my lord has undergone a transformation, Xiaotong mused. Understood. Dao Yi responded cheerfully before departing from the study. Xiaotong, having witnessed the entire exchange with weariness, also sought to depart. Xiaotong, tarry a moment. Here. Peruse this first. Following a series of movements, Wang Xuanji presented Xiaotong with a record that had been concealed upon his desk. Xiaotong accepted it, and, upon completing his perusal, comprehended that it was a revised transcript of the interrogation of Dao Yi from the previous day. Verily, this young Taoist has traversed a multitude of locales, Xiaotong remarked with a smile. Wang Xuanji, tapping upon his desk, instructed, dispatch individuals to investigate each item meticulously. I must ascertain that this individual is indeed without issue. Xiaotong, with a start, replied, Rest assured, my lord. I shall attend to it forthwith. Wang Xuanji, furthermore, investigate the Jiuxiao Temple to determine whether it is indeed, as he claims, on the brink of begging for survival. Certainly. Xiaotong tucked the record into her bosom and set about her task. Above the Puyang County Post Station, a majestic eagle soared. Not far off, the remnants of the disaster-stricken Niujiao village and other afflicted villagers gazed at the eagle's graceful form and robust physique, involuntarily swallowing their saliva. Observing the juxtaposition of the heavens and the earth, they could not help but lament that it was truly a fine piece of meat. The vast skies were its domain. As the fierce eagle flew toward its objective, surveying the world below, which was in need of prey, in the blink of an eye, it soared high above, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. The officials under County Magistrate Liu had learned that Dao Yi had taken residence at the post station and would enter the capital with the entourage of the Minister of Justice. Presently, they were deliberating on this matter in the county office with Hu Zhubu, who was as slender as two bamboo poles, feeling rather idle. With the presence of the imperial envoy and the censors for disaster relief, and with Wang Xuanji investigating cases, there was little for them to do. Hu Zhubu, stroking his mustache, pondered. The imperial envoy and the censors are preoccupied with disaster relief. Should they arrive and hold you accountable, it could sway public sentiment, for after all, you are not guilty, county magistrate. Yet if they were to pursue punishment, they might assert that this official had failed to manage Puyang County effectively. County Magistrate Liu remained uneasy. Hu Zhubu shook his head. No, natural disasters are beyond human control. Liu Qianling, however, moreover, that Wang Xiqing is not here for disaster relief. Magistrate Liu chuckled, unless they could invite the Shu Jun governor from a century ago to control the floods. The magistrate's words were indeed insightful. Heh. Chapter 10. Sudden outburst form an orderly line, one portion per person. A stern officer wielding a large blade cast a fierce glare at the refugees, disrupting the queue, forbidding any looting. Careful not to provoke the imperial envoy. No one would have anything to eat. The envoy had come to Puyang for disaster relief, and it was inconceivable for the common folk to go hungry. Yet, the famished populace was indifferent to the veracity of the situation. They understood that disobedience would lead to starvation. Hence, as soon as those words were spoken, the refugees, on the brink of hunger, began to vocally reprimand the unruly youth. Dogdan, do you still wish to eat? If not, step aside and don't jeopardize us. Exactly. Being called Dogdan makes you less than a dog. The enraged citizens, pooling their thoughts, unleashed a torrent of invective, leaving Dogdan utterly humiliated. While he could only wait at the end of the serpentine queue for a glimmer of hope, Dogdan would never utter a word. He was cowed by the glimmering blade hanging from the officer's waist. As for the officer, he turned a blind eye to such matters. As long as no significant disturbances arose to impede the distribution of thin gruel, a few words of admonition sufficed, as their superiors had advised. It was beneficial for the disaster victims to dispel their inner turmoil, and thus they let it be. A modest horse-drawn carriage passed by the long line of disaster victims. The victims, unfamiliar with its occupants, were subtly acknowledged by the officials who had journeyed from the capital, who then resumed their duties of distributing porridge to the needy with an air of composure amidst the clamor. Gradually, the unassuming carriage made its way out of Puyang County. Once outside the county, it took a shortcut through Jiuxiao village. The road was no longer paved with bluestone. Instead, it became unsteady beneath the wheels of the carriage. The devastation wrought by nature left a sight of utter desolation. Following a torrential downpour, the former earthen path had transformed into a treacherous minefield of potholes. Filled with murky puddles, the depth of the water was discerned only by the carriage wheels as they splashed through. On either side of the path lay the remnants of the flood's retreat. To the right, the fields, once bustling with the fruits of 2 seasons' labor, now showed wheat stalks weighed down by mud, sprawling across the ground as if they could no longer bear the burden. In a few days, they would rot and sprout anew. The adjacent vegetable patches bore a similar plight. Wang Xuanji lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to observe the scene. Letting out a soft sigh, Wang Xuanji inquired, "Is that where you were imprisoned by County Magistrate Liu?" "Indeed," came the reply, "a most fortuitous place to encounter benefactors." The first sight that caught the eye was the hill behind them, where a bamboo pole had previously snapped. Further down lay the stone embankment, untouched by the floodwaters, presenting itself as a natural riverbank. Not far from the riverbank was the spot where the bodies had been discovered and recovered. The deceased had since been taken away, and only after Wang Xuanji's emissaries had made contact with the relatives of the departed would her reward be dispersed. As for Wang Rong, who might dare to renege on a debt, he would not escape her grasp. What she could ensure in death, Wang Xuanji could guarantee in life. None would slip away unaccounted for. Afterward, further ahead, the houses that had been submerged were left with only outlines, several of them reduced to mere shells. A few others were missing structural components such as rafters, purlins, and tiles. The floodwaters had burst open the front doors, revealing the desolate interiors. Even those houses that remained intact had turned into mud pits. If the houses were in such a state, one could only imagine the fate of humanity. The roads in Jiuxiao village had always been arduous, and in the aftermath of the disaster, the horse-drawn carts could barely move. Fortunately, there were no instances of wheels sinking into mud, though the muddy waters had stained the carts anew. Xiao Tong anxiously lifted the curtain of the cart and asked, "Lang Jun, are you all right?" The others gasped in surprise. Xiao Tong doubted his own hearing, but upon glancing again, he realized there was only one person in the compartment. He had been preoccupied with concerns for Wang Xianji and had not noticed the absence of another individual. Rushing to the back of the cart, Xiao Tong suddenly hesitated. Having already rolled in the mud, Dao Yi appeared disheveled, with mud not only on his eyes but also in his mouth, completely devoid of his usual demeanor. Yet he could only manage a silly grin. It was infuriating. Xiao Tong had cursed the unreliable Wang Rong countless times in his mind, lamenting that even in death he continued to cause trouble. This was evidently his retribution. Dao Yi received it unexpectedly. How could a simple roll in the mud transform him so completely? Xiao Tong swallowed hard. Inside the cart, Wang Xianji had also lifted the rear curtain, only to snap it shut with a resounding clap. "Xiao Tong, you should go clean yourself up," he said, closing his eyes and trembling slightly. The complete essence of his soul stirred within her, igniting an insatiable eagerness. Finally, she had the opportunity to digest it properly, and she could hardly contain her anticipation. There is a reason for this urgency. It seems that the closer I draw to Chang'an, the more fervently my spiritual energy surges. The malevolent deeds of Wang Rongxing and the repercussions he faces will be managed by the officials of the Dali Temple. Should I descend to the lower realm, I would not intervene even if a soul were to accuse him in the afterlife. Fulfilling one's final wishes and accepting the decrees of the realms of yin and yang are not in conflict. Having absorbed a complete essence of soul energy, my own power has experienced a breakthrough. When calculated by levels of strength, the realms of heaven and earth are divided into 9 tiers, and I currently reside at the 5th level of the yellow tier. Should I encounter an opponent at the 9th level, I would find myself at a significant disadvantage, relying solely on cunning to prevail. Feeling an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through me, I lifted the carriage curtain, longing to engage in combat and make use of this newfound vigor. Upon stopping the carriage, Dao Yi noticed a figure on a nearby hill, appearing to be a woman lying down. "What is it? Temple Master, look there. There is someone. I'll check if she is still alive." Dao Yi exclaimed with exceptional eagerness. Truly, He possesses the heart of a rescuer. She still has breath. Dao Yi's excited voice interrupted his thoughts. The others gathered around, discovering a middle-aged woman lying on the ground, her attire simple yet clean, her eyes tightly shut, and her breathing barely perceptible. If one did not draw near, one might truly believe her to be lifeless. But wait, how is her clothing so pristine? The surrounding area is muddied, and even as they sit in the carriage, they are covered in dirt. How then did this woman arrive here without a speck of mud on her? Could it be that someone placed her here? What sort of person would set such a trap along the road, and to what end? As Wang Xian's thoughts spiraled, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Temple Master, be cautious. Beware, beware of what? Wang Xian was bewildered, as a pair of peculiar appendages, resembling hands yet not quite, reached out before him. Chapter 11, Barbecue. Before he could evade, Dao Yi, who had been crouching on the ground, swiftly positioned himself in front of him, barehanded and ready to confront the transformed creature that had once been a middle-aged woman. The woman had long since vanished, replaced by this monstrous entity. Her attire was tattered, with only a few scraps clinging to its form. The creature towered approximately 3 men in height and possessed 8 limbs, necessitating a step back to fully comprehend its grotesque visage. It was currently engaged in combat with the unarmed Dao Yi, who appeared to be evading the creature's furious assaults. The monster looked exceedingly enraged. It had been poised to devour that delectable human but was thwarted by this diminutive figure. It had not anticipated encountering a practitioner of the way in this place. Realizing its disguise was about to be unraveled, it sought to strike first and consume the individual. You little brat, how dare you ruin my feast? The creature's voice was hoarse, as though its throat were obstructed, and it lashed out with its 2 claws in a fit of rage. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. Dao Yi adeptly dodged the claws, which, upon striking the ground, left a colossal crater in their wake. She maneuvered behind the creature and shouted to the crowd, "You all must leave this place and wait by the carriage for me." Just as the creature's 3rd claw was about to strike her, she recalled the aquatic entity, a head with 8 long, slender limbs sprouting from it, a soft creature. Aptly named the octopus due to its 8 appendages. Soft and delicate in appearance, yet a formidable sovereign of the waters, this creature possesses immense strength, is cruel and combative, adept at ejecting ink, and displays considerable intelligence. However, this octopus, being a denizen of the deep sea, raises the question of how it has come to this place. Could it have been swept here by the floodwaters? After engaging in combat for an extended period without even grazing its skin, the octopus grew increasingly furious, dispatching 2 of its tentacles to pursue Dao Yi, while the remaining 6 lunged forward, splattering mud in their wake. Dao Yi's freshly changed attire was once again sullied. Utilizing one of the extending tentacles, Dao Yi deftly perched upon it, leaping behind the octopus, swiftly forming a talisman of exorcism in his hands. A rune surged forth. Propelled by his spiritual energy, this diminutive creature dares to act recklessly. Swiftly vanquish the evil. Go. The earth attribute energy, combined with the thunder talisman, represents an indomitable force. Earth can subdue water, making it a nemesis to this water spirit. As the talisman approached, the octopus sensed the impending danger from behind and attempted to flee. Dao Yi, however, summoned would attribute energy to stimulate the nearby vines, ensnaring the octopus tightly. With the talisman drawing near, the octopus, finding itself with no escape, thrashed violently. The green energy formed a cage, and the massive purple thunder talisman collided with the inky liquid in midair. A scene unfolded akin to a frenzy of demons. As Wang Xian and others stood vigil by the carriage, their eyes wide with apprehension, fearing they might miss this moment that shattered their understanding. A yellow-level 5th-tier monster dares to be so audacious, attempting to inflict harm before me. Let us see how I shall deal with you. Though they were of the same level, Dao Yi believed one must not cower in life. One must stand firm. As the words fell, the thunder talisman propelled by the fiery force descended upon the octopus, accompanied by a crack of thunder. The creature was scorched black, the aroma of fresh fish wafting through the air. The octopus, substantial in size, emitted a charred scent that reached the group by the carriage, prompting several individuals to involuntarily sound their drums of alarm. Wang Xuanji's focus was entirely on the figure plummeting from the sky. He exerted all his strength to rush forward and caught the falling Dao Yi. "Are you all right, little Taoist?" he inquired. The temple maiden, Xiao Tong, roused from her stupor, feared the monster might awaken again and hastily pursued. The others followed suit. Coughing, Dao Yi regained his breath and reassured, I'm fine. I merely exerted my spiritual energy too hastily, aiming for a swift resolution without proper control. Dao Yi had not anticipated that the monster described by his master would be so formidable, nearly matching her own cultivation level, especially after she had absorbed the rewards given by Wang Rong. It was indeed perilous. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, Dao Yi struggled to rise. Waving her small hand, Temple Maiden, we have a meal secured for today. Let us feast upon it. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, unsure if she jested. Yet Dao Yi remained resolute, approaching the octopus to haul it away. Wang Xuanji, unable to tolerate the sight, sent someone to assist, asserting that they should not move when they could simply await their meal. Is this creature truly edible? Queried the little master, who had already prepared it. Xiao Tong, with a beaming smile of flattery, approached holding a skewer of seasoned octopus. Taking it from him, Dao Yi bit into it voraciously, as if to say, after all the trouble you put me through, I'll devour you whole. He then elucidated, this creature is known as an octopus, a denizen of the deep sea. Records indicate its flesh is delectable, suitable for boiling, frying, or grilling, with grilling being the most exquisite. Indeed, not bad at all. Dao Yi's eyes narrowed in delight as he savored the taste. Seeing this, the others joined in, devouring the octopus with gusto, and indeed, it was quite fragrant. Hey, Dao Yi, young master, what's this? One of the accompanying officers, having diligently excavated the octopus's body, unearthed a luminous, yellowish object, resembling a stone the size of a fist. Grasping the crystalline shard, Dao Yi immediately sensed the abundant spiritual energy emanating from it. This is called a crystal. If you encounter any in the future, bring them to me. Dao Yi recalled the descriptions in the bestiary of 100 demons. This should be the very thing known as a crystal, capable of replenishing the stamina of cultivators. All right. The others responded with cheerful agreement. Circulating the spiritual energy within his body, Dao Yi perceived that, unlike soul force, the crystal's spiritual energy, after coursing through him, ultimately settled in his lower dantian. The yellow crystal, having been absorbed, had become dim and lusterless. Dao Yi pondered its dull appearance, musing, if I could always have one on hand, I wouldn't have to worry about spiritual energy depletion, and perhaps my cultivation could even break through. That would be truly wonderful. Reopening his eyes, Dao Yi's gaze was clear and sharp, like a newly unsheathed sword. Upon seeing Wang Xuanji and the others, his eyes curved into crescent moons, exuding harmlessness. Wang Xuanji's expression was somewhat peculiar. He merely attributed it to fright from the creature and dismissed it from his mind. Dao Yi began recounting the extraordinary experiences of the day. A group of officials, previously unaware of the existence of monsters and strange beings, who had always referred to them as demons, learned that the creature was an octopus. Gradually comprehending its characteristics and vulnerabilities, coupling this newfound knowledge with the flesh of the monster reshaped their understanding in a most intriguing manner. They gave little thought to the future, where they might inevitably confront such beings. Whence these monsters originated remained a mystery. The master had not disclosed this information. For those who had only ever concerned themselves with self-cultivation and alchemy, mingling with monsters was a notion that could overturn years of belief and possibly incite terror. Wang Xuanji instructed everyone not to speak of it outside. As time passed, several days had elapsed since their departure for Chang'an. Throughout the journey, they had encountered no other creatures, which only heightened Wang Xuanji's suspicions. The carriage finally approached Mingda Gate, where they encountered a lively wedding procession. Dao Yi observed with keen interest, nearly joining in the festivities. Chapter 12. Where are the legs? The new arrivals would only be processed upon verification of their identities. A rationale provided by Wang Xuanji. To monitor the talents and those without proper status, he temporarily arranged for them to reside at the Wang household. Dao Yi was unconcerned about the verification process, as she had nothing to hide. Instead, she requested a convenience that would allow her access to the Dali Temple prison. During this time, she received a considerable amount of soul energy, enhancing her 5 elemental attributes, though none could compare to what Wang Rong had provided. It appeared that the strength of one's obsessions could indeed influence the potency of soul energy. Still stagnating at the 5th level, one can only discern the frailty of such spiritual power. Although it may not be a formidable force, it is better than nothing. Even the tiniest morsel holds value. Accumulated efforts will eventually yield results. She feels that her current proficiency in Taoist arts surpasses her previous capabilities. At her current level, she is more than capable of defeating her adversaries. There are no issues with her skills. Wang Xuanji recalls the individual in Puyang, who possessed remarkable abilities in capturing octopuses and had considerable expertise in forensic examination. Thus, he sought out unclaimed corpses at the Jiuxiao Temple to conduct thorough examinations in front of an audience, subsequently bringing them under the jurisdiction of the Dali Temple, where they would be entrusted to his tutelage. This individual could both exorcise malevolent spirits and conduct autopsies. What a splendid arrangement. On this particular day, Dao Yi found herself once again stationed in the forensic room of the Dali Temple, diligently polishing various tools. The instruments gleamed brightly, and the staff of the Dali Temple had long since grown accustomed to her presence. By noon, Dao Yi took her meal in the examination room, savoring her food while sincerely marveling at the distinctive culinary offerings beneath the celestial realm of Chang'an. The variety available to her surpassed that of the Jiuxiao Temple. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner were all simply boiled in water. She pondered when her master and senior brothers might partake in such delightful fare. Dao Yi, with her seemingly expanded head, murmured her discontent while immersing herself in her meal, enviously acknowledging the bountiful provisions of the Dali Temple. Just as she was midway through her meal, she noticed a subordinate from the Dali Temple, Xiao Tong, approaching her. She had grown accustomed to such occurrences, indicating that tasks awaited her, and it was time to bid farewell to her lunch. Upon noticing the spread on her table, Xiao Tong felt a wave of nausea wash over her, a consequence of having recently purged her stomach excessively. Dao Yi hurriedly followed, seizing a moment to inquire, "What has transpired with Xiao Tong?" A quarter of an hour prior, Si Qing had received a report of an incident, yet the current circumstances remained unclear. The two, anxious, rushed to the scene, refraining from further conversation. A crowd, drawn by the commotion, was kept at bay from the alleged site of the incident. There, Wang Xuanji, adorned in a traditional headgear, a round-collared purple robe, and black boots, was interrogating the informant. Even for those from the Dali Temple who had witnessed such scenes numerous times, it remained an unsettling sight. When Wang Xuanji conducted an inquiry, he bore no resemblance to a stern interrogator. His demeanor was excessively gentle. Standing beside the informant at the point of the incident, his bright gaze fixed upon him, he was poised to commence his questioning. The elder man opposite him blushed under the scrutiny, feeling quite embarrassed. Typically, he would hear the chatter of young ladies and women, extolling the Dali Temple's magistrate as a celestial being, strikingly handsome. He had scoffed at such claims, but upon observing him up close today, he found the reality indeed extraordinary. "Magistrate," Dao Yi called out as he and Xiao Tong approached. Wang Xuanji acknowledged them with a nod, instructing, "Take Dao Yi over there," gesturing towards the area cordoned off by the officials. The elder man muttered, "I did not speak just now." Wang Xuanji smiled. "Ah, it seems I misheard." The elder man internally grumbled. "Who spoke just now? Is the magistrate perhaps a bit unhinged?" "Elder sir, might you share how you came to discover this place?" Wang Xuanji inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. This place, situated over 10 miles from the capital, is a desolate expanse, overgrown with weeds and lush with trees. In the distance, the mountains undulate, and a path barely wide enough for a cart meanders through the wilderness. Who would contemplate such a location for the grim task of disposing of a body? The elder, lost in thoughts of sharing an exquisite view with his beloved, suddenly heard these words, and his expression transformed from joviality to one of sheer horror, his complexion paling to a remarkable whiteness, akin to the snow of Wang Xian's realm, even causing him to shiver. As was customary, I carried my load and wielded my axe, having come from the distant Qianli village. The elder gestured towards a pile of firewood and the axe on the ground, then pointed in the direction opposite to the capital. "Well, what next?" Wang Xian's voice softened. "Chen San, follow my lead." Chen San complied, and within a few breaths, his fear began to dissipate. "Temple keeper, you must ensure that this malevolent presence is apprehended. Do you understand?" I was terrified. As he spoke, Chen San unexpectedly broke into tears. Wang Xian replied, "A man does not shed tears unless he has truly felt sorrow." "Enough. Chen San, refrain from your outburst. Speak slowly." Wang Xian discreetly glanced at the bustling figure in the blue robe amidst the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, beyond the throng, the coroner's assistant also cast a fleeting glance in this direction, an action so swift that the unscrupulous individuals nearby merely assumed he was stretching his neck. "What kind of scent is this?" Initially, I could not discern its origin, only perceiving a foul odor of decay, which, at the time, brought me a strange sense of joy. "Joyful?" exclaimed the onlookers in disbelief. Wang Xian, Xiao Tong, and others shared their shock. In our village, it is often said that in places where decay resides, the soil is rich, yielding far more bountiful produce than other areas. I had thought I stumbled upon something truly valuable, something that could procure a fair amount of silver. Little did I know. Alas, Temple Keeper, do you know? I. As I spoke, tears threatened to spill once more. Wang Xuanji inquired promptly, what was the situation when Chun San arrived? I followed the scent of decay, walking along until, distracted, I caught my foot in the weeds and stumbled forward. In an instant, that foul odor invaded my nostrils. As I attempted to rise, I sensed something was amiss. What an abominable sight! This was no mere mountain refuse, Chun San exclaimed. It was unmistakably half a person. I had fallen atop him, my hands bracing against the ground, and our gazes locked, his eyes wide open in death. Chun San, still shaken, recounted the scene, his mind haunted by those lifeless eyes that lingered in his memory. Not only were his eyes unblinking, but his entire body, save for those eyes, was a sight to behold. Grasping his head in despair, Chun San squatted down, casting a pitiful glance at those who followed him. I regret this deeply, truly regret it. Wang Xuanji responded, I too harbor regrets. When will you rise and clarify your tale? Temple Keeper, the examination is complete. Little Tong has come to rescue the two unfortunate souls, both official and commoner. Chapter 13, An Uncanny Sensation. Yes, Chun San from Qianli Village. Indeed, Temple Keeper. Your memory is remarkable. I am grateful to you, Temple Keeper. Chun San felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a deeply ingrained habit had been released. Before departing, he did not forget the man eating on the ground, hoisting him onto his shoulder before leaving. Why did you let him go? Xiao Tong asked, puzzled. This individual was the first to discover the corpse. He should certainly be considered a suspect. What he said is entirely true. I arrived and examined the surrounding evidence. It aligns with his account. Moreover, this person lacks the means to execute such a clean and swift act. Wang Xuanji paused momentarily, yet felt compelled to complete his thought, wishing to prevent Xiao Tong from engaging in futile endeavors. We shall discuss other matters later. For now, let us ascertain the results of the autopsy, he interjected, stifling her further inquiries. The circle of ruffians parted to create a path, as Dao Yi was already in the process of gathering the autopsy tools. Wang Xuanji positioned himself at an appropriate distance, ensuring he did not tread upon forbidden ground, before inquiring, Dao Yi, what have you discovered? The onlookers, eager for spectacle, stood on their tiptoes, attempting to peer past the ruffians of the Dali Temple, eager to discern the circumstances surrounding the encircled area. They scarcely considered the terrifying visage of the deceased that had so frightened Chun San. The crowd strained to listen for the cause of death. In an instant, Wang Xuanji comprehended the situation. After a rustle of movement, only an impression where the body had lain remained, surrounded by traces of footsteps that had trampled the area. The lush wild grass appeared as if gnawed upon by some creature, creating a landscape of undulating heights. As the spectators realized there was nothing left to behold, they began to disperse, leaving the once lively thicket eerily silent, akin to a deserted marketplace. As the moment of departure approached, a middle-aged man, whose appearance was so unremarkable that one could scarcely remember his face after a fleeting glance, straightened his back and watched the entourage from the Dali Temple depart. A glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes before he vanished into the depths of the forest. Dao Yi pondered the just-conducted autopsy results, questioning whether there was any discrepancy. Or perhaps, the word monster lingered unspoken on his lips. Jostled about in the swaying carriage on their way to the Dali Temple, Wang Xuanji was eager to first review the autopsy findings. Peering through the curtain at the retreating verdant landscape, Dao Yi mused on how, in this dense forest, had it not been for the occasional woodcutter passing through, the remains might have lain undiscovered for an eternity. The lush surroundings of the Jiuxiao Temple stood in stark contrast to this place. Dao Yi pursed his lips, feeling a tinge of discontent. When he heard a question posed to him, he momentarily set aside his thoughts and replied, Temple Minister, I sense something amiss. Wang Xuanji straightened his posture further, intrigued by the peculiarity. What is strange? Can you deduce the identity of the assailant? Although the great Zhou was not short of skilled forensic experts, to possess such talent and the ability to capture monsters would indeed be a delightful surprise. The attention directed at Dao Yi was filled with astonishment. If this were indeed the case, it would be a boon for him, a blessing for the Dali Temple, and a fortune for the great Zhou. potentially preventing countless miscarriages of justice in the future, Wang Xuanji mused earnestly. Dao Yi shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. I believe the environment in which the deceased found themselves was exceedingly peculiar. What transpired at that time? Temple Minister, we have arrived at the Dali Temple. Xiao Tong lifted the car curtain. As the constables carried the corpse into the Dali Temple, only 3 individuals remained in the autopsy room. Taking advantage of the others attending to their respective duties, Dao Yi reached out to touch the persistent white mist that lingered, and in that fleeting moment, his complexion turned ashen. Within a dimly enclosed chamber, the deceased was bound to a wooden bed, their usually tender hands, nurtured to a pristine whiteness, now rubbed raw by the ropes, yet they felt no pain, instead struggling desperately as though they had encountered something profoundly terrifying. They had not even glimpsed the figure of their assailant. In that instant, the deceased harbored no other obsession but a singular desire to escape that accursed place. Thus, Dao Yi could only perceive a fragment, an exceedingly fearful fragment, devoid of even a complete view of the dark chamber. It appeared that the deceased's obsessions were not uniform. Even the memories they left behind varied in length. Unprepared for such a visual shock, Dao Yi's pallor intensified. Are you all right, Dao Yi? Wang Xuanji happened to witness this scene, assuming it was merely the corpse's influence. After all, no matter how formidable one might be, they remained an ordinary person in this moment. Xiao Tong, holding an autopsy report, prepared to document what Dao Yi would soon articulate, glancing over curiously at the sound of concern. I'm fine, let us begin. He found himself overwhelmed, having already run errands for the temple steward daily. And now he had to fill out an autopsy report. Stealing a subtle glare at Dao Yi, he thought it was all the fault of this little Taoist. However, after completing the report, Xiao Tong truly felt unwell, almost as if he had risen too early, understanding why the original clerks were not to fill out the autopsy report. This matter was indeed too bizarre. The deceased is a male, approximately 20 years old, with a height of 5 feet 6 inches, and the date of death is around 1 month ago. Dao Yi pointed to the incision on the body, indicating that it was caused by the assailant swiftly severing it with a sharp instrument. He gestured downward towards the thigh, where it had been cleanly severed at the joint. Recalling the dark chamber they had just encountered, Dao Yi elaborated on what he had observed. The corpse had already begun to decay, and Wang Xuanji needed to examine it closely. The wound was indeed remarkably neat, devoid of any signs of irregularity. You are correct, remarked the temple steward. The incision is exceptionally clean, a rare sight. Dao Yi then shifted his hand to examine the deceased's eyes, prying open the eyelids, which were beginning to rot. The pupils appeared to be filled with a profound terror. Wang Xuanji commented, this implies that the deceased witnessed the assailant severing his legs. Nearby, the diligent scribe Xiao Tong was bristling with unease. Moreover, his hands, Dao Yi continued, turning over the tightly clenched fists to reveal the claw-like fronts. The nails were partially broken, revealing numerous wood splinters embedded within, while the front halves had been shattered, indicating the immense fear the deceased must have felt, exerting such force that flesh and blood had splattered onto the nails. It was precisely due to this struggle that many wood splinters had lodged into the remaining flesh after the nails had broken. Suddenly, Dao Yi, intrigued, leaned closer, his nose almost touching the hand, and excitedly raised the deceased's left hand, presenting it to Wang Xuanji, who was positioned directly across from him. Temple steward, take a whiff. The wood in the deceased's nails still carries a fragrant scent. A decaying hand was thrust towards Wang Xuanji, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong continued his swift notations, his head bowed in focus. With a delicate sniff, Wang Xuanji struggled to swallow. Indeed, there lingered a fragrance. Did you not discern it earlier in the outskirts? I had presumed it to be the aroma of the trees. Yet it turned out to be the scent from the wood in the fingernails. Dao Yi murmured, TSK, the people of this capital truly know how to indulge. Even a piece of wood must be infused with fragrance. We merely offer incense to our ancestors on ordinary days, and that bears its own essence. Wang Xuanji cast a sidelong glance at him, acknowledging that aromatic wood is seldom utilized by ordinary folk. The family of the temple keeper possesses such things. This I am aware of. Dao Yi, without a moment's hesitation, casually remarked, the deceased bears other scars. Indeed, although the body has begun to decay, old marks remain. Observe the wrists of both hands. There are bruises, which do not appear to be from grasping or striking, but rather suggest a restriction of movement. Aside from this, the deceased bore no other marks. The fatal wound lay in the severed legs. Generally, when a person's legs are severed, if managed properly, death should not ensue. However, the circumstances of the deceased were different. After the legs were cut off, he was neglected, enduring unbearable pain without any release from his bindings. As the blood flowed profusely, he ultimately succumbed to death. Xiaotong's pen came to a halt. Over the years of following the temple keeper, he had encountered numerous cases. Yet the brutality of this murderer exceeded his imagination, leaving him incredulous as he gazed at Dao Yi, pondering what manner of fiend could exhibit such cruelty. Wang Xuanji's brow furrowed. Perhaps it was because the murderer did not regard human life as life at all. Having committed murder, how could one ever regard life with the weight it deserves? Xiaotong was perplexed. After encountering numerous wild beasts along the way, Dao Yi retorted, if a beast were to bite a person, would it feel compassion enough to staunch the bleeding and apply medicine? Hiss. Xiaotong inhaled sharply. Realizing the implication, you mean this is not a case committed by a human, but rather by a beast? Even Wang Xianji shot her a look of incredulity. Just as Xiaotong felt embarrassed and contemplated scratching a map into the ground with her foot, an odd and untimely noise caught her attention. Gurgle, gurgle. Dao Yi, feeling hot and flustered, quickly raised her hand, exclaiming, it's not me. I have nothing to do with this. Yet, she found Wang Xianji looking at her with curiosity. Xiaotong, ever astute, leaned in and whispered, Temple Master, it's Xiaotong who is hungry. Her gaze, however, darted towards Dao Yi's abdomen. Wang Xianji chuckled and asked in bewilderment, Dao Yi, have you not had enough to eat? It's just that Xiaotong arrived too swiftly. My lunch is still with Hizhong, she replied, moving towards the exit of the mortuary. I have already examined the body of the temple master. The rest is up to you. I shall now retrieve my lunch. Call for me if you need anything. Don't leave. I will take you all out to eat. A smile that could not be suppressed graced his face, more dazzling than the sun itself, causing Wang Xianji to squint slightly. Let us go? Chapter 14. A love for food and a tendency to get lost as the day drew to a close. The sun sank slowly behind the distant mountains, half hanging atop the peaks, casting its golden rays through the pristine clouds, gently sprinkling the bustling market of Chang'an. Like a vast canopy, it enveloped the entire earth beneath. Dao Yi securely locked the door of the mortuary, while Xiaotong entrusted the autopsy records to her for safekeeping. And the three departed from the mortuary. As soon as Dao Yi exited the gates of the Dali temple, he inhaled deeply, then began to follow Wang Xuanji closely. I remarked, you rascal, why are you clinging so closely to the temple minister? Xiaotong pointed out with evident displeasure at the person nearly glued to Wang Xuanji. Having accompanied the minister since childhood, he had never been this close. Humph. Dao Yi, hands on his hips, retorted, do you think I desire this? The minister is neither a fragrant bowl of rice nor an oddly shaped corpse. The Dali temple is situated within the yearning neighborhood in the northwest corner of Chang'an City. The entire Chang'an is encircled by 108 neighborhoods, with the main thoroughfare, Guoqing Road, featuring both eastern and western markets, as well as Jiuxiao Temple, effectively totaling 114 neighborhoods. Each neighborhood is enclosed by walls. Smaller neighborhoods measure approximately a li in square shape, containing a transverse street with entrances on the eastern and western sides. Larger neighborhoods are several times the size of the smaller ones, featuring cross streets and entrances on all four sides. The alleyways are referred to as Qiu. The outer sections of the neighborhoods house the residences of the powerful and the officials, as well as temples, which open directly to the outside and are not subject to nighttime restrictions. In contrast, the homes of ordinary citizens face the inner streets and are controlled by the neighborhood gates for entry and exit. Previously, when Dao Yi arrived in Puyang, she could attribute any confusion to the unclear directions provided by passers-by, as well as the potential ill intentions of some. However, at that time, Dao Yi had never realized her own lack of direction. Confident in her ability to find Puyang, the blind confidence ultimately led her to become lost. After spending half a year in Chang'an, having ventured out once, she found herself adrift among the numerous neighborhoods that all appeared strikingly similar. Eventually, she had to sit down by the entrance of Changlu neighborhood in the northeast corner of Chang'an, waiting until nearly dusk before finally spotting the hurried figures of Wang Xuanji and his companion. Bereft of direction and lacking funds, she endured a day of hunger, narrowly escaping a thrashing at the hands of the monks of the Great Peace Monastery, who mistook her for a provocative Taoist. Fortunately, her youth and endearing appearance spared her from harm. On that idle day, Even Dao Yi herself remained unaware of how she traversed from the westernmost edge of Chang'an to its easternmost boundary. Henceforth, Dao Yi ventured out alone only when absolutely necessary, otherwise accompanying Wang Xuanji on coroner's duties. She typically secluded herself at home, delving into peculiar studies that she kept hidden from all. No one bothered to inquire into what rarities a coroner might possess, thus averting unwanted scrutiny. Further opportunities arose as Wang Xuanji, a generous superior, would escort Dao Yi through the wards, savoring diverse culinary delights. The individual ahead, capable of navigating blindfolded, elicited a pang of envy from Dao Yi. She longed for such innate orientation, as she struggled to distinguish cardinal directions without a compass. Dao Yi pouted, acknowledging her envy, but conceded the necessity of sustenance. With an empty stomach, she deemed it prudent not to offend her superior, in hopes of a generous meal. Tonight, after official duties, she could explore Chang'an's night market. A spectacle absent from the Nine Heavens Temple, Dao Yi diligently trailed Wang Xuanji, with Xiao Tong providing protection. They traversed the bustling wards, arriving at Chang'an's West Market. Chief Judge, do you think if I persuaded my master to rename our temple a stream of patrons, it would alter his and my senior brother's impending starvation? Engrossed in conversation with the proprietor, Xiao Tong remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. Wang Xuanji nearly stumbled, a grimace of discomfort twisting his features, perhaps spared by the master's mercy due to his youth. The innkeeper, however, had been keenly aware of their presence. Though engaged with Xiao Tong, his attention was subtly drawn to the pair. Wang Xuanji's countenance was universally recognized, or at least unforgettable. His companion, exuding a pristine aura, stood comfortably in the esteemed Wang Xuanji's ethereal glow. While the frequent visits from the Yamen officials caused him some trepidation, the young man's sincerity was palpable. He had overheard their exchange and was genuinely welcoming, understanding that Wang Xuanji's recent, more frequent patronage was due to this very individual. As for the matter of warding off evil, the common folk were hesitant to comment, wary of the unpredictable nature of officialdom. Adhering to the principle of diligent service and discreet speech, the innkeeper beamed, "Officer Xiao Tong, the room for Lord Wang has been reserved. I have turned away all other offers today. Lord Wang, your usual chamber awaits. Shall we ascend?" Indeed, after ordering their customary dishes, Dao Yi expressed his gratitude to Lord Wang before partaking of the meal with gusto. The combination of lotus leaf and chicken, both refined and rustic, demonstrated the proprietor's astute business sense. Even a Taoist such as himself found it irresistible. Moreover, with autumn drawing to a close, lotus leaves were a rare delicacy, undoubtedly commanding a premium. This realization only enhanced his enjoyment. Devoured the meal with gleaming eyes, casting a glance at the bulging purse on Wang Xuanji's person. Xiao Tong, who was beside them, had long ceased eating, accustomed to the scene unfolding before her. Wang Xuanji, for his part, partook of a few pastries and sipped some tea, allowing the rest to find its way into Dao Yi's stomach. "Dao Yi, do you have any insights regarding today's deceased?" Wang Xuanji inquired with a smile. Watching the seemingly insatiable individual, Dao Yi paused momentarily, then returned to her contest with the fish in her hands. The fish was a new offering from customers flock in, rumored to be marinated in advance, steamed to perfection, and then doused in scalding oil, topped with finely chopped herbs. Each bite preserved the fish's inherent freshness while allowing the zest of the seasonings to emerge. "My lord, after we finish eating, let's take a stroll." Aside from the deceased themselves being peculiar, I find the murderer rather odd as well. With the last morsel of fish consumed, Dao Yi's eyes curved into a smile, adding, "It's a pity my lord doesn't partake." Wang Xuanji shook his head, chuckling softly. He turned his gaze towards the bustling crowd below, but his smile faltered in an instant. "It's nothing. Enjoy your meal." His expression, however, betrayed a sense of listlessness. Dao Yi remained unconvinced. Noticing that Xiao Tong had ceased eating, she turned her head to look out the window, meeting the gaze of someone below. The person flashed her an exceedingly arrogant smile before turning away, spurring their horse into motion and galloping away. "Dao Yi, quite the flamboyant individual," Dao Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow. On the road, numerous individuals narrowly avoided a close encounter with the horse, yet fortunately, the inhabitants of the capital possessed the remarkable ability to navigate such situations with astonishing agility, leaving one bewildered by their swift movements. "Who was that person, Temple Master?" A curious inquiry arose, spurred by the intriguing blend of black and white hues behind him and a faintly peculiar aura surrounding him. Chapter 15. The youth gallops across the street, leaning on a slanted bridge, while crimson sleeves beckon from every floor. He was undoubtedly handsome, exuding a certain charisma that was both spirited and bold, yet not at all off-putting. Even the townsfolk who had to evade his steed could only express endless regret. As he rode away, his striking figure fading into the distance, Wang Xuanji found himself somewhat distracted, oblivious to the chatter of those around him. What's the matter? The young Taoist seems taken by someone's good looks and wishes to change allegiances, abandoning us for the temple master? Little Tong teased, eager to provoke her. She assumed Dao Yi was equally captivated by that face, momentarily forgetting the beauty of the temple master before her. As for that individual, he was indeed familiar, though she chose to withhold his identity. It was merely the unprecedented density of fog that piqued my curiosity. Now that I know he's a friend of Wang Xuanji, he must be a good person. As for understanding the true nature of my abilities, there is ample time for that in the days to come. Regarding appearances, could they possibly compare to the delightful aroma of the dishes on the table? Dao Yi resumed her meal, undeterred by distractions, just as the restaurant presented a new dish. Little Tong, feeling frustrated, contemplated seeking out Wang Xuanji to voice her grievances, only to find him lost in thought, leaving her to embrace her own melancholy. Turning her gaze towards Dao Yi, who was still indulging in his feast, Xiaotong perceived a glimmer of opportunity. He and our temple steward shared a brotherly bond, having grown up together since childhood. Observing the two, it appeared that Wang Xuanji showed no inclination to interrupt the conversation. Dao Yi, while seemingly engrossed in his meal, appeared to be listening, albeit with an air of detachment. Upon finishing a piece of golden brown, crispy fried fish, Xiaotong noted a dissonance between their apparent camaraderie and an underlying animosity. It seemed as though there were unresolved grievances, as Dao Yi seemed to disregard the temple's steward entirely. Had the steward unwittingly offended him in some manner? Determined to defend Dao Yi's character against such unreasonable conjectures, Xiaotong was poised to voice his thoughts. Yet, before he could speak, Wang Xuanji shot him a knowing glance, prompting Xiaotong to rise and guard the entrance. The gravity of the situation suggested that the individual in question held significant importance. Dao Yi, with his head bowed, pondered the insults directed towards the temple steward. Interestingly, he seemed more concerned with this aspect. Wang Xuanji, taken aback, chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter as trivial, something that had long since passed. Dao Yi pursed his lips, clearly unconvinced, yet refrained from pressing further, sensing Wang Xuanji's reluctance to elaborate. How had their once inseparable bond devolved into such estrangement? Wang Xuanji shook his head, admitting his own confusion. He mused, likening their discord to the petty squabbles of young girls, eliciting a mixture of exasperation and amusement from Wang Xuanji, dispelling any lingering melancholy. Outside, Xiaotong overheard their laughter. His spirits lifted, affirming that his decision to inform Dao Yi had indeed been wise. The temple steward, who typically shied away from mentioning the Zhou family, had finally broken his silence today, an encouraging sign that things were beginning to improve. Dao Yi found the intricacies of the world rather overwhelming, pondering how their acquaintance had evolved into the current predicament. Not wishing to impose, he finished the last morsel of his meal and rose, suggesting they continue their conversation while walking, as time was of the essence. Wang Xuanji remained contemplative. In the stillness of the night at the northwestern corner of the western market, a few shadowy figures lurked. Xiaotong, crouching at the back, struggled to restrain himself from charging forward to separate the two heads in front of him. How could his master, Qing, have agreed to partake in such an extraordinary endeavor? The two individuals ahead remained oblivious. One was indifferent, while the other was apathetic, their thoughts consumed by the desolate street. As if they were intent on identifying someone within the darkness, Dali questioned whether they could truly wait for the perpetrator here. But Wang Xuanji still failed to grasp her perspective. Dao Yi gestured subtly. Consider this, Qing. The northeastern districts of Chang'an are filled with the powerful and affluent. Ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to provoke them, and the same goes for the murderer. Does a killer choose soft targets? One would think they have the audacity of a genuine murderer, yet their courage seems rather feeble. Xiaotong huffed in discontent. What traces? Dao Yi leaned in closer to Wang Xuanji, reiterating, did I not mention how swiftly the murderer acted? In an instant, they severed the victim's leg. Moreover, the body showed no signs of mistreatment. Rather, it appeared to have been well cared for. This cannot possibly be the work of a rational person. Were it not for their vigilance, Xiao Tong might have leapt up in indignation. Did you imply that someone raised the deceased, nurturing him quite well, only to ultimately sever his legs? This perplexing behavior of such a murderer astonished Wang Xuanji. I am equally uncertain, which is why I ventured out tonight to test my luck in hopes of uncovering some clues. Why have I chosen this location? Currently, the victim's identity remains unknown, and no one has reported the case to the authorities. The southern and western districts are largely uninhabited, and the southwestern area is occasionally roamed by fierce beasts, making it an unlikely destination for anyone. Thus, I have set my sights on the northwest corner. Are you not unfamiliar with the area? Are you certain there are no issues with your analysis? Shatong questioned once more. Silence. Wang Xuanji's irritation simmered quietly as he contemplated. The northwest corner had succumbed to an eerie stillness, as an autumn breeze swept through, stirring the leaves that awaited the dawn's cleansing, the surroundings trembling slightly. The watchman's voice resonated clearly and profoundly, warning of the dry air, urging caution with fire. The stone statue, long frozen in place, stirred its stiff neck, signifying that it was already the fifth watch of the night. Indeed, unbeknownst to him, a shadow seamlessly merging with the darkness approached from behind. Dao Yi, wordless, made his way directly to the coroner's office, leaving Wang Xuanji no opportunity to suggest a moment's rest. Wang Xuanji intended to organize the case files, hoping to uncover previously overlooked details that could aid in solving the mystery. But as he turned, still grappling with the discomfort in his neck, a constable rushed in, breathless and unable to catch his breath. Sir, it's bad news. In the southern suburbs of Chang'an, an incident has occurred once again. Come quickly, informed the coroner, said one urgently. Chapter 16. The feast. The site of the incident remains in the southern suburbs of Chang'an, yet another lifeless body has been discovered. The corpse is remarkably fresh. Even without the expertise of a coroner, one could easily ascertain that death had occurred not long ago, as the blood from the thigh has already congealed. Wang Xuanji's well-defined brows nearly knitted together in distress. Could it be that Dao Yi's words were indeed prophetic? Was the perpetrator merely indulging in the grotesque pleasure of fattening a victim before taking their life? Could there truly exist such a simple killer? Having arrived first, Wang Xuanji examined the body before scanning the surroundings. Just then, Dao Yi, who had arrived a moment late, joined him. They were still encircled by the officials of the Dali Temple, who commenced the examination of the corpse. A considerable number of villagers had gathered nearby, while the officials collected accounts from the onlookers. The villagers hailed from various locales, and even commoners from the bustling streets of Chang'an had come to witness the scene, including numerous members of the gentry. With the previous victim's case unresolved, the appearance of another body bearing a similar fate drew the attention of all nearby. As Dao Yi meticulously inspected the corpse, and Wang Xuanji surveyed the area, they seemed oblivious to the fascination that the common folk of the Great Zhou had for such grim spectacles. What on earth is happening here? One villager lamented. Indeed. What a tragedy. Another echoed. Under the emperor's very feet. Is this truly the second death? Indeed it is. I must share with you that I have a cousin by marriage, whose husband has an elder brother working at the Dali Temple's courthouse. He mentioned that the authorities are currently unaware of the appearance of the murderer. Oh, how terrifying. I do hope I am not next. I have yet to wed. Enough of that. With your demeanor, who would find you appealing? In an instant, the crowd fell silent, leaving only the gentle whisper of the breeze through the trees. The constable stood, pondering. What have you discerned? Inquired Wang Xuanji, standing nearby. Dao Yi, his hand caressing the wound on the corpse, looked up and replied to Wang Xuanji. Perhaps I have uncovered the motive behind the perpetrator's actions. At this proclamation, the previously tranquil crowd began to stir once more. The individuals exchanged glances, and Wang Xuanji nodded in agreement. With his consent, Dao Yi addressed those gathered. The victims have all been individuals of considerable agility. If there are such members within your households, please exercise caution when venturing out in the coming days. A wave of discontent rippled through the crowd. How could they possibly manage if their able-bodied young men remained indoors? Harvest season approaches. Would they neglect their crops? The authorities seem utterly ineffective. As the murderer has already claimed a second victim, whispers of discontent filled the air, yet the Dali Temple officials were not oblivious. They were astute and attentive. They absorbed the murmurs in silence, acutely aware of the mounting pressure, for the sanctity of life is no trivial matter, and the likelihood of the murderer striking again loomed ominously. In the autopsy room of the Dali Temple, a brand new corpse lay alongside the previous one. Having examined it earlier, it was evident that the cause of death mirrored that of the first. both victims having met their demise in a dark chamber. However, this time, a pair of frenzied eyes gazed back, seemingly human yet not. Dao Yi had just articulated the circumstances of the victim's tragic fate. Yet, had any evidence linking the perpetrator been discovered? Observing Dao Yi as he continued his examination, Wang Xianji approached. Pausing his task, Dao Yi looked up and said, "Temple Minister, the assailant appears to favor the young and vigorous. I mention this merely to alert them to exercise caution in these times. It is far better than losing lives for no reason. Avoidance is not a solution. With the autumn harvest approaching, they cannot remain at home for long. Previously, you stated they were all young men, yet there must be other clues. Both corpses shared the same cause of death, having been brutally severed at the thigh by the assailant's blade." Suddenly, Dao Yi appeared to recall something. Temple Minister, I have just thought of a matter for which I require your assistance." Xiao Tong, his face pale and hands gripping the knife tightly, felt utterly at a loss on how to confront a wooden effigy resembling a human. All he knew was that the temple minister had entered the autopsy room for a mere moment, and now he found himself here. Beside him stood Yizhong, another official of the autopsy room, trembling as he held his knife, sharing the same grim fate. There were only 2 individuals in the autopsy room. Thus the responsibility rested upon Dao Yi. Xiao Tong shot a glare at Dao Yi. "Temple Minister, let us commence." "Very well. Yizhong, strike at the effigy's legs with all your might." "Yes, Temple Minister." Yizhong summoned all his strength, his garments nearly tearing apart, as he forcefully swung his blade. The knife struck the wooden figure with a resounding impact, yet the figure appeared little changed. A few individuals drew closer to inspect, noticing that the wooden figure's legs were shattered beyond halfway. "Xiao Tong, it is your turn now." With a deftness that belied the gravity of the task, Xiao Tong severed the wooden figure's legs. Yizhong swallowed hard. Whether this individual was from the magistrate's office or not, he felt compelled to report it. After all, the true culprit was right here. Wang Xianji picked up a broken piece from the ground, pointing at the nearly identical cut that mirrored that of the deceased. Is this the clue Dao Yi discovered? The killer's skill is on par with Xiao Tong's, if not superior. Indeed, Dao Yi had only glimpsed those eyes once before, unable to articulate the impression they left. At present, she found herself at a loss for words. "Master, may I have the legs back?" A carpenter who had stepped forward to tidy up inquired. The legs were handed back to the carpenter, who swiftly gathered them, cradling the pile of wood with a sense of lament as he departed. The wooden figure had cost him considerable effort, now so carelessly cleaved. Oh, the sorrow. Once the carpenter had vanished from sight, Wang Xianji turned to Dao Yi and asked, "You previously mentioned that these 2 corpses had not suffered abuse, merely having their legs severed at the most opportune moment. But what has become of those severed legs?" The ethereal glow behind the carpenter, along with his evident distress for the wooden figure, spoke volumes of his sincerity. Observing his tearful demeanor, Dao Yi found a peculiar charm in it, pondering when she might encounter other hues of emotion. Moreover, the monsters her master had spoken of remained elusive as ever. It seems I have encountered something familiar. Vivid faces emerging in my mind, yet I have yet to comprehend how they came to be. I must take the time to investigate further to find solace. Lost in thought, I was momentarily startled by the words spoken. Naturally, legs are meant for consumption. Eat. Xiao Tong dashed aside, embracing a tree to expel her stomach's contents. Now, it was not just Xiao Tong. Wang Xuanji also felt a churn in his stomach. Wang Xuanji concurred and added, "Dao Yi, did you just say that the legs of these individuals were meant for eating?" "When did I?" Dao Yi sought to retort, but was suddenly reminded of the jagged severance of the limbs, far from the neat cuts of a knife, and the 4 missing legs that remain unaccounted for. Thus, she could not categorically deny it. Dao Yi, could it be that he encountered a monster akin to the octopus we faced upon our arrival? With the mention of cannibalism, Wang Xuanji's mind was drawn back to the octopus. Dao Yi shook her head. "As of now, I cannot be entirely certain. The deceased leave behind only traces upon their corpses, and we must rely on Wang Xuanji and his team's investigative methods." Additionally, the 2 individuals appeared well-nourished, their hands bearing the marks of past labor, indicating a life that was not affluent enough to account for their present fine complexion. What circumstances could have led these 2 to enjoy such a lavish existence? Have we verified the identities of these 2 individuals? Dao Yi suddenly inquired, realizing that they had seemingly overlooked the deceased themselves. Chapter 17, The Disappearance Case. The identities of the 2 deceased, however, presented no remarkable features. They were merely common folk from Chang'an County and Wanyan County. According to the investigation, their families had long departed from Chang'an, leaving the two to engage in acts of bullying both at home and abroad. Wang Xuanji spoke of the information he had gathered over the past few days. Upon hearing this, Dao Yi's eyes flickered with a moment of confusion. Fortunately, Chang'an comprises merely 2 counties, divided by the Zhuge Gate, which are in close proximity and easy to remember. However, the numerous districts within the counties and the intricate roads elicited Dao Yi's profound disdain. With a murderer traversing between the 2 locations to commit heinous acts, she felt a twinge of envy towards the assailant's ability to come and go with such ease. Wang Xuanji's expression grew serious as he snapped a twig and traced a line on the ground, indicating that the 2 counties were divided by the Zhuge Gate, each with its own districts. The Wanyan County was filled with the elite, while Chang'an County was bustling with merchants, with the only intersection being at Pinkangfeng. According to the temple minister, the murderer was indeed within Pinkangfeng. Otherwise, I would surmise that the perpetrator must be someone who frequents the vicinity of Pinkangfeng. Pinkangfeng is a place of leisure and entertainment in Chang'an. What could be the motive for the murderer to select this location? Dao Yi followed suit, gesturing as well. The temple minister had just stated that the 2 deceased bore no particular distinctions. Yet have you noticed how remarkably similar their life experiences were? Both having families that relocated from Chang'an. Every inch of land in Chang'an is as precious as gold. Even in remote areas, it remains the emperor's domain. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, who would willingly depart? Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanji's expression hardened. Follow me, he commanded. Had the temple minister recalled something significant? Dao Yi followed him into the depths of the Dali temple. The archives house various reported cases from different regions, meticulously reviewed by the Dali temple. Cases deemed appropriate are disseminated, while those involving severe penalties are forwarded to the Xing department. Within these records lie accounts of offenders from various locales, each with their unique methods, ranging from heartrending to utterly deranged. In essence, the collection is a tapestry of the bizarre and the extraordinary. During the waiting period, Dao Yi obtained permission to peruse the case logs on a nearby shelf, which did not categorize particularly significant or notorious cases. Among the scrolls, she discovered one that appeared slightly more worn than the others. As she unfurled it, she realized it was a record from a former official of the previous dynasty, and within it lay a detail that piqued her interest. It documented the existence of supernatural beings. Do Taoists find such things intriguing? Do you truly believe in the existence of spirits and monsters in this world? Wang Xuanji approached without her noticing. Startled, Dao Yi nearly hurled the scroll in her hand, casting him an exasperated glance. If Taoists do not believe in such matters, what have I learned about the Tao? Come, take a look, she beckoned. The table was strewn with several documents, and Dao Yi moved to the opposite side, where Wang Xuanji pointed at an open section. These cases have been reported over the years. Why are they all missing person cases? Dao Yi inquired. This is a compilation of missing persons reports, Wang Xuanji replied. Placing a pristine sheet of paper on the vacant space of the table, Dao Yi willingly took on the task of grinding ink. If Wang's parents or Xiao Tong were present, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. For she was accustomed to doing everything herself and rarely allowed others to assist her in such tasks. A flurry of strokes danced across the page, the stark contrast of black ink on white paper capturing her attention. Dao Yi, however, had little time to admire the calligraphy. She was drawn to the content inscribed upon it. The monk had circumscribed the locations of the missing persons, along with the times of their disappearances. Curious, she noted that aside from these 2 individuals, whose cases dated back a year, all others were from before the Great Zhou dynasty. Where were the families of those who reported them missing? Why had they not returned? Indeed, this was the crux of the matter. Perhaps the ravages of war had consumed their attention, leaving them no time to grieve for their lost kin, as survival took precedence. Fearing that Dao Yi might not grasp the implications, he elaborated. Many, having achieved success and renown, often prefer to sever ties with their past. These matters pertain to a bygone era, requiring time for thorough investigation. To his knowledge, there were several such individuals. Then, shifting the conversation, he expressed his perplexity. It astonished him that, despite the absence of any remains, the methods of disappearance bore an uncanny resemblance. Moreover, there was an unspoken unease within him regarding the cases from the previous dynasty, though he could not quite articulate why. The potential connection, or lack thereof, between the ancient and contemporary disappearances lingered in the air, a mystery to unravel once the current situation was resolved. Both understood that the absence of life and the lack of remains were insufficient grounds for certainty. Why had the monk drawn such conclusions? Was this not something you had informed me of? Dao Yi pointed to herself, bewildered as to when she might have uttered such words. You indicated that these two were nurtured by human hands. Without sufficient time, it would be impossible to cultivate such fair and tender flesh. Yet, the traces of their former lives remained, and therein lay the true dilemma. The disappearance of these two individuals for over a year is perplexing, especially considering their family did not file a report but instead chose to relocate entirely. It seems rather illogical. Perhaps those individuals are being sheltered somewhere. Both of them understand that this might merely be a fanciful notion. Who would take it upon themselves to care for so many without cause? Dao Yi believes it would be more prudent for the two of them to emerge first. Thus he stated, these two families are certainly not the perpetrators. Yet I am convinced they possess some knowledge. Otherwise, how could they vanish so completely in Chang'an, without even alerting the authorities? Even if they were previously treated poorly, it is unlikely they would abandon their kin in such dire circumstances. We must arrange for someone to search for these two households. And we must also seek the true culprit. Hundreds have gone missing over the span of 3 years, yet only 2 bodies have been discovered. Is the murderer likely to strike again? Why have the remains of the deceased not been disposed of? Today, while in the outskirts, I stumbled upon something intriguing. Near the location where the 2 bodies were found, I discovered tracks resembling hoofprints, albeit larger than those of a typical horse, leaving me somewhat uncertain. The world is full of wonders and oddities. Who knows, perhaps in the future, the temple steward might even encounter a supernatural being. Dao Yi waved dismissively. I grasped the steward's implication. Considering the earlier information, it appears the perpetrator possesses at least 1 horse larger than the ordinary, which may have been used to transport the bodies. Furthermore, the disappearances are confined to individuals from Wanyan County and Chang'an, with their paths intersecting at Pinkangfang. Does this suggest the murderer frequents Pinkangfang? And let us not overlook the fact that the deceased had both legs broken, yet their whereabouts remain a mystery. What purpose could that serve? In a dimly lit basement, amidst the growls of beasts, the scent emanating from the wooden floorboards assaulted the man's senses. Fear enveloped him like water, as he beheld a shadow that resembled a demon approaching through the sole source of light. His originally fair visage drained of color, becoming even more pallid. His bound limbs struggled desperately. A pair of bloodied legs, still oozing, were hoisted high by the shadow. As the beastly roars echoed, the shadow turned, revealing a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes, which harbored a terrifying fervor deep within their depths. Chapter 18. The Eyes at Pinkangfang. The largest den of iniquity within Chang'an, one could find a diverse assembly of scholars, poets, and merchants. For those with the inclination, this locale offered the most suitable avenues for indulgence, especially in the winding alleys of Jiuxiao. In this world, the most extensive sources of gossip often sprouted from brothels and taverns, frequented by individuals from all walks of life. One could unwittingly utter words best left unspoken, entangling themselves in matters of notoriety that could cost them their lives. On the night of the homicide in the southern part of the city, 4 figures stood at the end of Jiuxiao Alley in Pinkangfang. 2 appeared robust and formidable, likely guarding their master, while another seemed to be a scion of a prestigious family under protection. The 4th, the youngest in this assembly, appeared almost like a bookkeeper, perhaps still in his tender years. If one were to seek pleasure in the company of flowers, the strong and imposing figure was the most fitting. The aristocratic youth, raised with utmost care, would not engage in reckless behavior, while the youngest seemed merely to accompany them for the sake of experience. The 4 individuals were, in fact, Dao Yi and Wang Xian disguised to investigate, accompanied by Xiao Tong and Xiao Jia for protection. However, the circumstances they faced were not as they appeared. Dao Yi and Wang Xian found themselves at an impasse. Let me enter, please, Dao Yi urged, straining on her toes. She observed the bustling crowd of the flower street. A vivid tapestry of both light and shadow, truly a treasure trove where one could gather intelligence while seeking assistance. She felt compelled to enter. No, Wang Xian firmly objected, misinterpreting the gleam in her eyes as youthful curiosity. Do you disdain the women of the brothel? Upon entering such an establishment, one would be ensnared, and even upon departure, should anyone speak of it, they would be unable to hold their head high. Thus, I pose this question. With a stern expression, Wang Xian retorted, what nonsense. In my years at the Dali Temple, I have encountered many cases, and from the outcomes, it is evident that women often find themselves at a disadvantage, including those of nobility. Society is inherently harsh on women. Those who strive to support themselves are far superior to the idle and lazy men who possess both hands and feet. If they are indeed trapped, should I mock them further? That would be akin to pouring salt into a wound. Women who step into the spotlight are seldom accepted by society. Yet, nature brings forth all things. Who can claim that brothels are a legitimate existence? At the very least, I can assert one thing. Beyond the constraints of law, the confinement of women at home undoubtedly presents numerous risks. Furthermore, if the issue of brothels is to be addressed, it should be directed towards men, not women. According to your perspective, it is acceptable for women to engage in work and support themselves. Is it not an act that should be shunned? Suppressing his elation, Dao Yi mused on the newfound freedom that might lie ahead. Wang Xuanji concurred, citing the examples of Shishir and Zhao Jun, suggesting that had one remained steadfast in her village, dedicated to her craft, and the other never left her homeland, subsequent events might have unfolded differently. Throughout history, many extraordinary women have defied expectations, seldom confined to the domestic sphere. Disparities in perception between men and women often exist, and listening to their perspectives can yield unexpected insights. Xiao Tong and Xiao Jia felt a sense of pride, recognizing their master's unconventional thinking. Xiao Tong, Xiao Jia, venture inside and investigate, he instructed. Dao Yi and I will provide support from the outside. Their expressions of pride abruptly morphed into disbelief, their faces frozen in astonishment. Not necessarily, he continued. Didn't we deduce that the disappearances occurred near Pingkong Lane? It's possible someone is lurking nearby, or perhaps a regular patron is involved. Xiao Chunxiang is the most suspect. Recall this morning's homicide? He inquired. According to witnesses, the victim's last known location was Xiao Chunxiang's residence. Among the missing persons reported during the previous dynasty, there was no specific mention of any particular brothel, only that the disappearances occurred in the vicinity of Pingkong Lane. However, considering the victim's modest means, the grandest establishment in Xiujiang Lane, Yijiangchun, would likely have been beyond their reach. Xiao Chunxiang, on the other hand, would have been a suitable choice. Together, they positioned themselves on the rooftop opposite Xiao Chunxiang's dwelling. Unaware of their eavesdroppers, the occupants below reveled in merriment, engaging in poetic recitations and lively entertainment. Wang Xuanji shifted uncomfortably. Then, Dao Yi's voice, barely audible, reached his ears. Behold, he followed the direction of her finger. A figure shrouded in darkness lay atop Xia Kungxiang's rooftop. Due to the low angle of the eaves, she remained oblivious to their presence. Such audacity was astounding. Having already exposed 2 corpses, they dared to appear in such a precarious moment. Were it not for their bold cruelty, they would not have committed crimes in quick succession. He moved. Cloaked by the night, the figure in dark attire remained exceedingly cautious. First, he patrolled the area before stealthily following the 2 intoxicated shadows down to a narrow alley in Xiujiang Lane, navigating through several turns. This place, rarely traversed by others, indeed proved to be an ideal location for malfeasance. The individuals being tracked were none other than Xiao Tong and Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia wished to retaliate, but was restrained by Xiao Tong, who, amid their stumbling, uttered, "We haven't received orders. Let us refrain from acting rashly." Xiao Jia heard nothing but a sense of impending doom before plunging into profound darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, the cloaked figure seized both individuals and leaped into the air, executing his lightness skills to the utmost. Sensing someone tracking him, his form suddenly became elusive and strange, vanishing before their eyes in a matter of moments, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary evasion technique for the first time, Wang Xuanji was momentarily stunned, only to realize he had lost track of them, along with 2 trusted subordinates. In frustration, he struck a nearby tree with his fist, and his jade-like right hand was instantly stained crimson. "There is no need for haste, Minister. Tend to your right hand first," one companion advised. "I just cast a tracking talisman. Allow me to concentrate, and I shall discern their whereabouts." Ignoring Wang's reaction, Dao Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly engaged in cultivating his internal energy, impatient and anxious. Wang Xuanji took out a handkerchief and casually wrapped it around his right hand, focusing intently on guarding her. Dao Yi was lost in thought, recalling the familiar aura surrounding that individual, particularly the eyes, which bore a resemblance to those she had seen in the remnants of a deceased soul, albeit lacking the intense heat of the dim chamber. No, she suddenly remembered. Temple Minister, I have found it. Let us go now. Having never utilized a tracking talisman before, Dao Yi recalled the locations she and Wang Xuanji had traversed during their investigation. Jinganfang was not far from here and was indeed their destination. A straight path lay ahead, and she was confident in her ability to navigate it alone. Yet, she pretended to retrieve the compass she had previously procured from the Dali Temple and promptly turned to run in a certain direction. Wang Xuanji immediately followed. Chapter 19. The Rebel Chui Scholar's Residence. Dao Yi, are you certain that individual is here? Wang Xuanji inquired, his skepticism stemming from the other's dubious familiarity with the area. Moreover, having grown up alongside the Chui family, he found it hard to believe that a malevolent being could exist within their midst. Chui referred to the esteemed clan among the 5 surnames and 7 notables. Scholar Chui, holding the rank of a 5th-grade official, was a collateral branch of the Qinghe Chui family, neither too close nor too distant, able to express their stance to the current regime. Our Chui family has produced individuals who have served in the court. Do not say that I, as a member of the Chui family, hold disrespect for the current ruler, for there are always those who wish to trouble our family. The current dynasty had only been in power for a little over 3 years, a time ripe for employing capable individuals, and the Chang'an Academy was indeed in its prime. The academy was responsible for correcting maps, texts, and rectifying errors in records. The evolution of the participation system and the importance of etiquette are paramount, particularly as the head of the institution must possess both high esteem and reputation. The student body, comprising dozens of individuals, is exclusively selected from among the royal family, noble relatives, and the scions of high-ranking officials, all of whom study under esteemed scholars. Delving into the classics, history, and calligraphy, within the confines of the Chang'an Academy, one is surrounded by power and prestige, a realm inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Once one enters the court, maintaining the family's honor becomes imperative. Failing to master even a single book would cast aspersions on the illustrious reputation of the Chui family. The eldest son is also present at the academy, diligently serving as a 9th-rank proofreader. However, in a twist of fate, the second son has chosen a divergent path, forsaking the literary for the martial, which has rendered him a subject of ridicule throughout Chang'an, a stigma that persists to this day. Those familiar with the prominent families of Chang'an are aware that, aside from the Wang family's intentions, the Chui family has long-standing marital ties with them, and the scions of both clans have been friends since childhood. Yet, another thought lingers, one he dares not voice. The eccentric member of the Chui family, Chui Wenyuan. Dao Yi resolutely shook his head, asserting that the truth would be revealed upon inquiry. Just as Wang Xuanji was about to elaborate, the Chui family's steward recognized him, announcing that the young Master Wang had arrived, prompting immediate notification. The steward referred to him as the young master of the Wang family rather than as the Minister of Justice, underscoring the pride inherent in aristocratic lineages. It was night, yet the Chui family's young master, still engaged in nocturnal study, approached, inquiring if Dao had come in search of the innkeeper. Wang Xuanji, standing just outside the main gate, found it difficult to express his purpose directly. Indeed, it is no surprise that a young man immersed in classical texts for years possesses such a refined and gentle demeanor. Chui Dalu's charming smile elicited a sense of fondness in Dao Yi, though he felt a tinge of embarrassment as he recalled the purpose of his visit today. The man he encountered that day bore a striking resemblance to Chui Dalu. Upon entering the grand gates of the Chui residence, they found no sign of Scholar Chui or Wenyuan. Chui Dalu, I have urgent matters to discuss. Dao Yi discreetly revealed his presence behind him. Is this an introduction of a new acquaintance for Wenyuan? I recall he works in your office. His name is Dao Yi. However, Dao Yi bowed respectfully, while Chui Dalu's gaze swept over Dao Yi's slender arms and legs. He deemed Dao Yi an unsuitable companion for his younger brother. Originally, Wang Xianji had not seen Wenyuan in quite some time. Adding an unwelcome guest to the mix would surely stir chaos among the two brothers who had been close since childhood. Chui Dalu, do join us, Wang Xianji urged. He was not merely a friend, but also the Minister of Justice. Dao Yi, who had remained silent throughout the encounter, trailed behind them, his right hand discreetly reaching into the sleeve of his robe, finding solace in a small object that calmed his heart slightly. Soon, they arrived at Wenyuan's courtyard, where a guard stood watch at the entrance. Upon recognizing Chui Dalu, he offered a respectful bow. Young Master Dalu, young Master Air is resting. What? Am I not permitted to see my own brother within his own home? Chui Dalu, perceptive as ever, sensed that Wang Xianji's late-night visit, devoid of pleasantries, was urgent and likely significant to his younger brother. With the younger brother refusing to meet anyone, he instinctively felt that the situation was dire. A cough echoed from within the courtyard. "Let my elder brother and the others in." "Yes, young master heir." 2 guards stood on either side, allowing 3 individuals to pass. "Come in," a voice echoed from the entrance facing the courtyard, where no one else was present. Dao Yi, who had remained silent, suddenly brushed past the guards and hastened to push open the door. The interior was laid bare before him. His gaze fell immediately upon a figure seated at a desk by the window on the right side. Compared to the spirited horseman he had encountered on the street, Cui Wenyuan now appeared exceedingly frail, as though a mere gust of wind could sweep him away. The sons of the Cui family were typically handsome, while Cui Dalong exuded a refined gentleness. Cui Wenyuan possessed a wild, untamed charm, likely a result of the trials faced during his military service. Now, however, he seemed to have succumbed to a grave illness, rendered utterly enfeebled. With a gentle smile tinged with resilience, Cui Wenyuan remarked, "It's merely an old ailment. I won't perish from it." Yet, just a few days prior, when I visited you amid a throng of guests, you did not appear in such a state. As close friends, I was unaware of this affliction. Cui Wenyuan lowered his gaze in silence. A sound of wheels rolling echoed, and the other two, aside from Cui Dalong, looked up to find that he was not seated upon a conventional chair, but rather a specially crafted wheelchair. Both were taken aback. When had Wenyuan injured his leg, Wang Xuanji found it puzzling. Such a significant injury seemed to have gone unnoticed in Chang'an. "You too have a hand injury, do you not?" "It is inevitable to suffer wounds in this life," Cui Wenyuan observed, tightening his grip on his injured right hand. A faint smirk curved his lips as he continued. "Have you ever seen me dismount in Chang'an?" It was as if he were reproaching his companion for his indifference. "Elder brother," Cui Wenyuan's voice, strained and lacking strength, rose in a furious cry. This, it turns out, is the very reason he never dismounts. When Wang Xuanji saw his injured legs, he was momentarily reminded of the 2 legless corpses and the horse he had ridden through Chang'an, which had transformed in his mind into a fragment of a scene where he had ventured outside the city to dispose of bodies, an image that lingered in his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Dao Yi, standing nearby, perceived an entirely different tableau. After her interaction with Wang Rong, she had conducted numerous tests in the dungeons of the Dali Temple. With merely her eyes, she could discern a hazy expanse, revealing that both the deceased and the living harbored their deepest obsessions, whether from before their demise or in the present moment. Wang Rong had, out of her curiosity and ignorance, willingly showcased this to her. Furthermore, if her consciousness actively connected with the essence, she could unveil the truths hidden behind the mist. The sole dilemma was that regardless of whether the connection was active or passive, the expenditure of mental energy necessitated the sustenance of entities to nurture the spirit, and it would be prudent to seek such means, lest she be rendered a fool, left with no recourse to articulate her plight. Upon forcefully penetrating the fog, Dao Yi discovered that the circumstances were markedly different from those she had previously encountered. Indeed, there was something amiss. Chapter 20. The Beast's Call, Souls Within Souls. Dao Yi furrowed her brow. The phenomenon of dual souls could manifest in various forms. For instance, when a pair of twins results in only one surviving in the womb. Unbeknownst to them, their souls may merge within a single body. Having coexisted since childhood, there is no notion of one failing to integrate with the other. When their temperaments align, all is well. However, if their dispositions diverge significantly, outsiders might perceive the individual as possessing an unusual intellect. There are numerous interpretations surrounding twins, many of which are ominous. Hence the tragic narratives continually unfold. Furthermore, in the cultivation world, there circulates the concept of corporeal usurpation, which necessitates the consumption of the original owner's soul. This can be achieved either by extinguishing the original soul and seizing the body, or by swiftly occupying a recently deceased, unoccupied vessel. Some practitioners gain access to memories, while others do not, entirely at the whim of the usurper. However, Dao Yi discerned that this dual-souled existence did not align with any of these scenarios. Her mental energy merely pierced through the layers of dark mist, discerning the presence of 2 souls within. But before she could delve into the intricacies, her sea of consciousness was assailed by a sudden surge of power. Caught unawares, she glimpsed the study she had just seen, leaving her momentarily bewildered. The dark mist was born of deep-seated obsessions, causing the deceased soul to linger in the mortal realm. unable to depart. When a person dies, their life is extinguished like a lamp. Forcibly retaining a soul in this world, without proper nurturing, will cause it to dissipate into the universe over time. This is the rationale behind Wang Rong's willingness to bestow upon her all the power within his soul, to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Yet, this dark mist was formed by a living being, perhaps possessing the capacity to fulfill its obsessions independently. How could a living person readily permit the intrusion into their private thoughts? Her sea of consciousness repelled her, accompanied by a hint of aggression. Caught off guard, Dao Yi recoiled a step, her gaze fixed upon Cui Wenyuan. Even now, she could not claim that this man was ordinary, for he possessed the ability to assault another's sea of consciousness and held the secret of dual souls. Cui Wenyuan, his anger manifest in a hoarse cry, suddenly turned his gaze upon Dao Yi, exclaiming, "You impudent little Taoist." Cui Dalong, perplexed, gently chided, "Xiao heir, these are guests brought by Taoist in, who wish to make your acquaintance. Have them leave, elder brother." Cui Wenyuan's hands, gripping the wheelchair, were taut with bulging veins, as if expressing both anger and suppression. "Leave? Where to? You remain here. How could I possibly turn a blind eye?" Dao Yi shook his head slightly. Having recently endured a minor setback in the realm of consciousness, he felt somewhat disoriented. Now, with his spiritual energy circulating through the upper dantian, he had regained his composure. In that fleeting moment, as Dao Yi stepped back, Wang Xianzhi began to discern certain truths. Perhaps the individual before him was no longer the dear friend he had known in his youth. He pulled the dazed Cui Dalang to the doorway. "Wenyuan, I wonder if it is still appropriate to address you thus. However, if you are still among us, I implore you to cease your actions." Wang Xianzhi's words only deepened Cui Dalang's confusion. "And Dao, the waiter is right here. What are you saying?" Despite his words, an unsettling anxiety gripped his heart, as if he were on the verge of losing this brother. Cui Wenyuan, who had previously bowed his head, suddenly lifted it, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. "What do you think?" The legs that Cui Dalang had claimed were immobile were now comfortably crossed, a cup of tea in hand, as if they were merely a few individuals in a study discussing the frivolities of life. Upon witnessing this, Cui Dalang was first taken aback, then elated. "Waiter, your legs have healed." He moved to examine them, but was halted by Wang Xianzhi. "Do not approach. Let Dao Yi assess the situation first." Cui Wenyuan's pupils constricted sharply, followed by a more audacious laugh. "Is that all the little Taoist can muster? I had expected you had seen much more, yet this is sufficient for you to meet your demise." Once again, I visited Cui Dalong, whose expression seemed to reflect an inner struggle, ultimately settling into a profound stillness. "Elder brother, you ought not to have accompanied me today. I owe you an apology," he said, turning to Wang Xuanzhi, his gaze imbued with fervor. "In my youth, I aided you. Now, I entrust you with these legs of mine. As a form of repayment." "What are you saying, Xiao'er?" Cui Dalong could scarcely believe his ears. His spirited younger brother appeared even more audacious than usual, yet simultaneously exuded an unsettling aura. What were these otherworldly souls? After 2 decades of studying the classics, Cui Dalong found himself profoundly shaken, caught in a dilemma. Encased in a layer of human skin, it was impossible to discern whether the beastly soul had taken control or if this was a manifestation of the brother's own volition. As it was imperceptible to the naked eye, action would serve as the proof. Quickly vanquish the evil. Go. Accompanied by a golden light, a yellow talisman soared forth. Wang Xuanzhi recognized it as something he had inadvertently seen at the Dali Temple, where Dao Yi had mysteriously tinkered with various items. When questioned, he merely claimed to be researching autopsy tools, yet one could not conduct an autopsy with talisman paper. As the yellow talisman neared Cui Wenyuan's face, the latter rose from his wheelchair, moving with such agility that it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as fleet of foot. They waited in silence for a while, with no response. Unfettered by caution, Cui Wenyuan summoned all his soul power, sensing that if he did not eliminate his opponent today, even fleeing would not be a viable option. He was determined to eradicate Dao Yi here and now. With his soul power surging, Cui Wenyuan's entire form underwent a significant transformation. His exquisite boots instantaneously ruptured, revealing a pair of inhuman toes. His entire lower leg became hirsute and engorged to half again its normal size, rending the pant leg and exposing a dense mat of golden fur. Likewise, his once fair hands gradually became furry, sprouting sharp claws. Subsequently, his entire arm, bursting free from the confines of his clothing, underwent a similar transformation. The arms, once honed by military discipline and displaying well-defined musculature, now bulged with straining veins. Wang Xuanji, drawing the utterly speechless Cui Dalong into the courtyard, said, "Brother Cui, Wen Yuan is no longer the man he once was. Once Dao Yi has resolved the matter, I will explain everything in detail. For now, refrain from any rash actions." Indeed, Cui Dalong solemnly assented. Suddenly recalling something, he sought out the guard stationed outside the courtyard gate. "Quickly, find the steward and have him summon my father." Within the study, Cui Wenyuan was entirely covered in golden fur, even his face. Yet, upon closer inspection, vestiges of his former self remained discernible. The furry head hung low, scrutinizing its paws as if in dissatisfaction, before lifting to emit a roar. A cacophony of bestial sounds filled the garden. The hastily roused Cui scholar nearly stumbled. Chapter 21. Entanglement. Father, that is indeed Xiao Heir, Cui Dalong affirmed. What? Cui scholar questioned, wondering if he were hallucinating. Yet, upon beholding the creature, neither man nor beast, adorned with tattered remnants of familiar clothing and a white jade ornament at its waist, undeniably Cui Wenyuan's, he could no longer deny the truth. Unexpectedly, Cui Dalong did not leave. Instead, he summoned someone over, leaving Dai Yi at a loss for words. The ensuing conflict would necessitate consideration for their safety, which was quite troubling indeed. The beastly transformation of Cui Wenyuan retained certain human traits. After a prolonged observation, Dai Yi finally identified him as a creature from the Biao Pu, resembling a monkey, capable of standing and walking like a human, and particularly adept at swift movement, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to pursue. This creature is known as the Xiangxiang, akin to apes and monkeys, distinguished by its white ears and remarkable agility. It resides on Jiuxiao Mountain, located near the West Sea, where numerous osmanthus trees thrive, alongside deposits of gold and jade, and vegetation resembling leeks with blue flowers. Typically, the Xiangxiang sustains itself on the wild fruits found on Jiuxiao Mountain, and logically, it should not descend to confront humans. Dai Yi found it exceedingly perplexing as to why the Xiangxiang had appeared here. Regardless of past circumstances, the fact remained that harm was imminent. With an understanding of the adversary, Dai Yi realized how to respond. According to the 5 elements, the Xiangxiang is categorized under metal, characterized by its fierce disposition, impulsiveness, and quick temper, making it prone to sudden outbursts. This was evident when, after merely a few probing questions, its demeanor shifted dramatically, and a yellow talisman unveiled its true form without any preamble, urgently exorcising the evil. Go. Harnessing fire attributes spiritual energy, Dai Yi propelled a thunder talisman, intricately inscribed with runes, towards Cui Wenyuan. At that moment, the Xiangxiang demonstrated its foremost characteristic. Its legs moved with the swiftness of the wind, making it nearly impossible for the naked eye to discern its movements, as it evaded the thunder talisman, which, despite missing its target, retained its velocity. With a sudden crash against the desk, the entire bookshelf splintered, and many of the books atop it were reduced to tatters. Astonishingly, a hole was created in the wall behind the bookshelf, revealing it to be hollow. Dao Yi hastily shouted towards the outside, "Adults, there is a secret passage in the study." As an amateur in the art of battling monsters, Wang Xuanji hesitated to intervene, fearing that his interference might exacerbate the situation. However, upon hearing of the secret passage, he was unable to act decisively, just as he witnessed Dao Yi and Cui Wenyuan tumbling from the study into the courtyard. Seizing a brief moment, they slipped into the secret passage while the Cui father and son lingered in the sky, soon following them into the study and down the passageway. The conflict had erupted from the confines of the room into the courtyard, which, at present, was devoid of any onlookers. With his worries abated, Dao Yi noted that Cui Wenyuan, despite being told by the elder Cui that his legs could no longer support him, was remarkably swift. The talismans flew one after another, yet none found their mark. The interior had become a chaotic mess, and as the two leapt from the window, it too was shattered. The fire talisman could only take effect if it struck the opponent, but given how rapidly this adversary was fleeing, what would happen once his spiritual energy was depleted? Moreover, the foe was not merely escaping. He was seizing the opportunity to launch sneak attacks, using his sharp teeth to tear at the fabric of Dao Yi's sleeve. Indeed, Dao Yi was in a rather precarious state. While pondering how to deal with Cui Wenyuan, her attacks continued unabated, determined not to grant him the chance to draw near. Suddenly, A spark of inspiration illuminated her eyes, and the method of her binding talisman shifted dramatically from before. Fine, go! Propelled forth, the dingy talisman, imbued with arboreal essence, manifested its tendril-like, coiling potency. While efficacious in immobilizing ordinary individuals, its effect on demons was limited to temporary confinement, during which decisive capture or elimination was imperative. Bestial roars reverberated, and the floorboards of Listening Wind Pavilion trembled. Those stationed outside had long been dismissed by academician Chui, leaving only the individuals within the subterranean passage and the solitary man and beast in the courtyard. Seizing the opportunity of Dao Yi's imbalance, Chui Wenyuan lunged forth with the force of a thunderbolt. Dao Yi smiled, just as well. Having prepared a thunder talisman infused with fiery spiritual energy while crafting the dingy talisman, she advanced without evasion as Chui Wenyuan charged. The thunder talisman struck first, colliding with a resounding crash that unleashed a cataclysmic surge of power. Capitalizing on the distraction, Dao Yi noticed the intensifying miasma. Its increasing density suggested a profound obsession, which she identified as her true objective, the offensive maneuvers serving merely as a diversion. Shielding her sea of consciousness with spiritual energy, she forcibly intruded upon the other's memories. The scenery of Listening Wind Pavilion metamorphosed into a bustling private chamber teeming with guests. Two youths appeared to be engaged in conversation. Remarkably, the voices are audible. Dao Yi mused, resolving to take note of this anomaly. Wenyuan, there is still time to recant your decision, a youth of refined bearing inquired. The 15 or 16-year-old Chui Wenyuan responded with unwavering resolve. Prince Qin, I am willing to accompany the army and shall never harbor regret. Excellent. Such is the caliber of the sons of our great Zhou, Prince Qin exclaimed with evident delight. Chui Wenyuan offered a faint smile, his voice melodious. Wenyuan shall not disappoint Prince Qin, nor shall he fail the great Zhou. As the scene shifts, the two individuals accompanied the valiant soldiers of the great Zhou to a place known as the Eastern Capital. The trials of the battlefield had transformed the once gentle and graceful youth into a sharp sword, his features now imbued with a piercing intensity. Following yet another small victory, the morale of the entire army soared, for these achievements were earned through their blood and flesh. However, during yet another ambush, the young soldier Chui Wenyuan inadvertently fell into the enemy's trap, sustaining injuries to both legs, leaving the army's physician helpless. How could a soldier with incapacitated legs return to combat? Yet, the sounds of mockery echoed relentlessly. The earlier speaker remarked, in my opinion, this person's legs are beyond use. Studying holds little value now, as he can no longer sit for the imperial examinations. What purpose does he serve? The book in his hand was gripped so tightly that it began to warp, and after a considerable time, those battle-scarred hands slowly began to smoothen out. Suddenly, the young man's hand froze. Three prominent characters on the page captured his attention. Chapter 2, The Value of Learning About Jiuxiao Mountain. An accompanying note regarding Jiuxiao Mountain closely resembled what Dao had previously known. Ultimately, his finger lingered over the explanation behind the creature, signifying those who consume it will walk well. A surge of immense delight erupted on Chui Wenyuan's face, regardless of its authenticity. He insisted that his companions take a detour to Jiuxiao Mountain. Following the text in the book, they successfully reached the destination and encountered the legendary creature. There, they found a nearly dying creature, which, upon seeing humans ascend the mountain, was filled with a glimmer of hope. Little did they know that what followed was the shattering of that hope, plunging them into despair. A wave of profound resentment surged within the creature, which left behind a single tear before departing from the mountain it held dear. Chui Wenyuan, having consumed the flesh of the beast, awaited with fervent anticipation the transformation of his legs. After a prolonged moment of stillness, hope within his eyes succumbed to darkness. At that juncture, a voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of his injuries and unstable abilities, necessitating the consumption of fresh, vigorous human limbs to sustain the strength of his own. Chui Wenyuan surveyed the individuals gathered by the illuminated bonfire, his gaze imbued with an abyss that seemed capable of engulfing all. Ha ha! I shall rise once more. He bellowed, bloodied and manic with laughter. Yet, he found himself unable to take a step towards the eastern direction. Those were his comrades with whom he had fought side by side, and he could not bear to harm them. Thus, the occurrences of missing persons in Chang'an's Wanyan County and Chang'an County became increasingly frequent, yet no traces could be found. The selections were determined solely by Chui Wenyuan. all of whom had been captured and confined in the underground chamber of the Listening Wind Academy's study. The subsequent events unfolded much like their prior deductions. The previous corpses had been obliterated, but what of the two recent bodies? Beast, your vengeance is directed solely at him. Why then implicate so many innocent souls? Dao Yi, emerging from the recesses of memory, queried Cui Wenyuan, perhaps more aptly, the beast. Beast, with eyes of flame, retorted, did you not witness it? Why the need for such inquiries? Humanity is indeed a facade. Dao Yi found himself at a loss for words regarding the beast. The tyrannical reign of the former emperor had incited the Li family of Longxi and various noble clans to rise in rebellion. 3 years prior, the Li clan emerged as the ultimate victors amidst the tumultuous battles of those years. Not only had humanity been uprooted, but so too had the animal kingdom. Jiuxiao Mountain exists in isolation from the mundane world, and it is the curious creature, the silly deer, that descended the mountain, straying from its kin to frolic, only to be pursued and slaughtered by the famished populace amidst the chaos of war. At last, it encountered a youth, so radiant and imbued with a benevolent aura, only to meet its demise in the jaws of the suffering, entering the very essence of the boy who instilled hope within it. This, perhaps, is the root of its unfulfilled desires. Indeed, such is fate. Dao Yi, however, did not wish to converse with the deer in such a manner, for it might leap and fiercely engage her in battle once more. This deer was even a level above her. How could she continue to play? It would be most advantageous to conserve her strength, for she is but a humble practitioner of peace. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this world is sparse, and recovery is painfully slow. She must hasten her efforts to enhance her strength. Chang'an is vast, and every chance encounter could prove more formidable than herself. I wish to inquire, if it consumed you, would you refuse to depart from him? Even in death, you still cling to him. Does that not cause you distress? Facing your enemy each day? Dao Yi pondered, still needing to ascertain the strength of the other's will. The deer's visage contorted, seemingly repulsed by the notion. See, do you not also find joy in being with him? Why not take the initiative to part ways? Dao Yi spread her hands, exuding an air of knowing. Humph. Do not think me oblivious. You came to assist this human. Humans are truly cunning. Do not assume I am unaware. These past 2 years have afforded me much learning and knowledge. The deer, adopting an air of scholarly superiority, appeared rather endearing. Dao Yi sat with a nonchalant demeanor, expressing indifference. What can I assist you with? Even if you spare him, those harmed by him are still deserving of the law's retribution. His words rang true. Despite being ensnared by temptation, Cui Wenyuan had initially retained control over his consciousness. However, as he consumed more flesh, the Shang, having regained some abilities, seized dominion over him. Their souls became entwined. Perhaps moved by this sentiment, Shang mirrored Dao Yi, sitting a foot apart, facing each other. Thus, he is inconsequential. What truly matters is you. Do you have any aspirations you wish to fulfill? I am here to assist. Dao Yi squinted, gazing intently into the persistent, dense black mist. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of confusion flickered in Shang's eyes. What was its intention? To slay the young man? Familiar with human laws, it comprehended the truth in the Taoist's words. The youth would face a far graver fate. Dao Yi scratched his head, slightly perplexed. Are you suggesting I reside atop Jiuxiao Mountain, guarding your band of brothers? There isn't a soul up there. I can foresee a life more tranquil than even the 9 Heavens Pavilion. Perhaps within 2 years, he could seamlessly integrate into their kin. Humph. Shang exhaled a puff of white vapor from its nostrils. Who needs you there? Humans harbor ill intentions. Creatures like us are far more beneficial to you Taoists. Sending you there would be akin to unleashing a wolf among sheep. How could I betray them? True Dao Yi, false werewolf. I have yet to act. He replied, somewhat disgruntled. So, how do you wish for me to assist you? In the future, when encountering them, one must certainly lend assistance. After some contemplation, I added, if you find yourself with leisure, perhaps you could arrange a formation for them to prevent humans from discovering their presence. Were it not for my seated position, Dao Yi could leap 3 feet high. Do you truly believe that a person possesses boundless capabilities? Are formations as common as the wild grass by the roadside, appearing at mere whim? Noticing the other's eyes beginning to redden, I hastily interjected, oh, I never said it was impossible. It's just that my current abilities are somewhat lacking. I remain unconvinced of your capacity. Perhaps your present self is only suited to mend the formations that have suffered from the ravages of war over the years. Oh, Among you there are those of unusual talents. Why then do you seek me? Dao Yi inquired, puzzled. Xiang shook his head. This is not our doing. It has been inherent to us since birth, a legacy passed down through generations to protect us. What manner of individual possesses such formidable power? I shall seek an opportunity to visit Jiuxiao Mountain, but how can I avoid being attacked? Dao Yi had no desire to be chased up and down the mountains by a horde of monkey-like creatures. That would be too embarrassing for the Jiuxiao Temple. Is it truly that simple? Surely, these monsters are not so easily appeased, Dao Yi thought, somewhat incredulous. The true vicious beasts. Just as they were about to vanish, Xiang rummaged through Cui Wenyuan's garments and presented, "Here, take this." Dao Yi extended his hand to catch the item tossed his way, choosing not to examine it immediately, but rather stowed it away directly. Before my departure, allow me to share some delightful news. Within the city of Chang'an, there exist formidable beings far surpassing my own cultivation. As for which mountain they hail from, that remains a mystery to me. Young Taoist, devote yourself earnestly to your practice, for the monsters of Chang'an await your arrival. By the way, as a practitioner of the Tao, surely you can find the location of Jiuxiao Mountain on your own. With a hearty laugh, Xiang took his leave. Dao Yi gritted his teeth, reflecting on the profound wisdom contained within his studies. It was merely a jest, yet it transpired with alarming swiftness. Chapter 2. Secrets he has departed. What about you? Dao Yi harbored no kindness towards Cui Wenyuan, as all of this turmoil stemmed from him. It is not wrong for an individual to seek healing for their ailments. The law of survival, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, is an undeniable reality. Yet, when someone reaches out for assistance, one may choose not to help. However, to strike without provocation against an innocent is utterly unconscionable. Devoid of Xiang's spiritual energy, Cui Wenyuan now endured immense suffering. His legs, immobilized, remained crossed as he was struck by a thunderous spell propelled by fire energy, leaving him exceedingly frail, nearly devoid of strength to move. Resigning to his fate, he reclined upon the ground, appearing less as one in agony and more as an individual enjoying a leisurely outing amidst the mountains, relishing the serenity. His pallid visage bore a faint, frosty smile as he mused. I have consumed the essence of those who possess no wisdom. Their demise holds little consequence. Should my legs be healed, I would once again ride into battle alongside the king of Qin, serving the great Zhou kingdom. Scoundrel! Cui Shuesher, emerging from the dim chamber, turned crimson with rage upon hearing these words, lamenting the fact that his family had produced such a callous disregard for human life. Subsequently, it was Cui Dalong, and the last to emerge was Wang Xuanji. Dao Yi glanced over and noted that there was no one behind them. Wang Xuanji shook his head and then nodded, indicating that she should inspect the hidden chamber. It seemed that someone was still inside, but there was no way to extract them. Thus, it was necessary to descend and ascertain what had transpired within. Clutching the object tightly in her hand, Dao Yi seized the opportunity of turning to slip it into her sleeve pocket, then rose to accompany Wang Xuanji, leaving the area to the three members of the Cui family. Do you truly believe you are in the right? With Cui Dalong supporting Scholar Cui, they moved aside and sat upon the last remaining stone seat. Cui Wenyuan's expression remained calm. What wrong has my child committed? Those individuals seldom engage in righteous pursuits. They only know how to bully the weak and cower before the strong. I merely acted in passing. The removal of a few inept individuals will restore my legs to their former state. After nurturing them for so long, sacrificing a pair of legs seems to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. What do you intend to do once you regain your legs? Scholar Cui retorted, incensed yet laughing bitterly. Cui Wenyuan's demeanor appeared somewhat deranged as he gazed at Cui Dalong. Eldest brother will surely follow in our father's footsteps. Thus, I must prepare for myself. Only with my legs restored can I serve in the military and secure a place for myself in the future of the great Zhou. At this juncture, what further arguments could I muster? Cui Wenyuan flicked the dust from his sleeves, not sparing him a glance. This disdainful demeanor only deepened Cui Dalong's sense of anguish, his heart seemingly bleeding. The younger brother who once tugged at his sleeve, sobbing that he wished for sweets, had vanished without a trace. Scholar Cui appeared to have aged a decade overnight, the morning light gently cascading upon his silver strands, rendering them even more resplendent than before. As darkness receded, the faint glow of dawn began to reveal itself. The three men stood in silence, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Dao Yi had arrived at the hidden chamber. Utterly astounded, could it be that Cui Wenyuan, out of sheer boredom, had taken to excavating tunnels within his home, hollowing out the very foundations of the Chui family? Although the entrance led from the study of the listening wind courtyard, the underground layout mirrored the entirety of the Chui estate. The Chui family, all men of letters, had ensured that the chamber's ceiling was exceedingly thick. Thus, even if a nocturnal revelry were to take place below, it would scarcely be heard above. Within lay several prison-like earthen cells, devoid of doors, each containing a simple bed and a table for meals. Xiao Tong and Xiao Jiao were confined within one such cell, their chests rising and falling, still alive. Further ahead was a room with a wooden door securely fastened at the end of the earthen cells. Despite the distance, Dao Yi could detect the pungent scent of blood, suggesting that the two deceased had met their demise within these very walls. Just as Dao Yi was about to push open the door, Wang Xuanji stepped forward, stating, "You, as Taoists, seldom engage with such matters. Allow me to handle this." With that, he exerted force to snap the lock and push the wooden door, yet it remained steadfast. Were it not for the gravity of the situation, Dao Yi would have been inclined to laugh. "Allow me," Dao Yi remarked, surveying the area around the door and discovering a mechanism, a simple 5-element formation. With a resounding crash, the barriers fell away, and light once more flooded the space. The pervasive scent of blood penetrated the air, yet the scene before me diverged significantly from my thoughts. The room was distinct from the outside world, featuring a simple wooden table, each corner secured with a lock. The surface of the table was meticulously cleaned, and the floor was laid with blue stone. A vast stone trough stood nearby, filled with coagulated blood. The table measured approximately 1 foot in length and half a foot in width, ample enough for a corpulent individual to rest comfortably. One side of the table connected to the trough, presumably the end where feet would rest, with blood from severed limbs flowing into the trough through a channel. The blood was thick, indicating more than 2 victims, yet still insufficient for the number of the missing. Dali leaned down, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the table, which persisted even amidst the cloying stench of blood, reminiscent of the wood shavings found beneath the fingernails of the deceased during the examination. This was indeed the crime scene, closely aligned with my findings. The heavy stone door, once closed, likely muffled any sounds from the outside. The offspring of esteemed families truly have particular tastes. Even in the commission of a crime, their possessions differ from those of ordinary folk, Dao Yi mused. Wang Xuanji meticulously examined the wooden table, lingering so long that one might think he had turned to stone before finally speaking. This exquisite rosewood was a birthday gift from the king of Qin. I had previously inquired about its intended use, never expecting. Wang Xuanji fell silent, yet felt compelled to remind her that Xiao Tong and Xiao Jia were still present, as well as a person who seemed to have just been captured. Escape was not an option. All right. Dao Yi, with a sudden impulse, turned away from the room reeking of blood and called out to the motionless figure. He then made his way to the 2 adjacent earthen chambers he had previously encountered, where the occupants remained in slumber, their snores echoing in the stillness. The Dali Temple had been compromised. What on earth? The 2 drooling individuals opened their bleary eyes and, upon seeing Wang Xuanji and his companions, joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Temple Master, you have finally arrived. We were terrified, fearing that we would awaken to find our legs gone." I heard the captor speaking, and the voice was strikingly familiar. If I could hear it once more, I would surely recognize him, Xiao Jia recounted, revealing events leading up to his unconsciousness through the earthen wall. The real culprit has already met justice. Otherwise, how do you think we managed to arrive here? Dao Yi reminded the 2 befuddled individuals, simultaneously understanding why the Chui father and son, alongside Wang Xuanji, had been unable to rescue them earlier. This place was not an ordinary dungeon where one could simply escape with a stolen key. The scale of this operation was immense. "Your good brother seems to have quite a few secrets," he mused, his words flowing incessantly as he located the mechanism for the formation. To the ordinary eye, it appeared as if there was nothing there, yet Dao Yi perceived a white barrier slowly receding. "I understand." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanji appeared contemplative. Chapter 2-4. For your own good. After battling for nearly an entire night and traversing the dark chamber, the 4 emerged just as the dawn bathed Chang'an in a warm hue. However, the atmosphere surrounding the Chui father and son remained untouched by this warmth. Instead, it had inexplicably descended into an icy winter. A head emerged from behind Wang Xuanji, and Dao Yi broke the silence, exclaiming, "This person is on the brink of death. Why has no physician been summoned to attend to him?" Instantly, he captivated the attention of all present, including two bewildered individuals who had just emerged from the shadowy chamber. In posing this query, she seemed to have entirely forgotten the origin of the injuries. Scholar Chui was left gasping, caught in a struggle between his pride and concern. It was not that he was unwilling to call for help, but rather that the child himself was reluctant. With a resigned sigh, he said, "When Yuan awaits your presence, why not let your father wait outside in the courtyard? I wish to speak with Dao alone." Chui Wen Yuan, his voice barely a whisper, bestowed upon the Chui family a smile that mirrored the gentle grace of his elder brother from years past. For a fleeting moment, both father and son seemed entranced, as if they had glimpsed the innocent youth of their past. In their reverie, they had already stepped outside the courtyard, with Xiao Tong and Xiao Jia trailing behind. With great effort, Chui Wen Yuan turned to Dao Yi, who was about to follow them out, and implored, "Little Taoist, do not leave." "Why?" Dao Yi raised an eyebrow, conceding, "Very well, given your precarious state, I shall abide by your request." Wang Xuanji approached and helped the injured individual to lean against a grand tree in the courtyard, then faced him, posing an utterly perplexing question. Wang Xuanji gazed outside the courtyard and remarked, "Wen Yuan, we have grown up together. How could I not fathom your thoughts? You are well aware of what I am inquiring about." Following his gaze, I too beheld Scholar Chui and young Master Chui outside the listening wind courtyard. The loss of a cold-hearted murderer for a son and a brother who would quarrel over inheritance seemed to weigh less heavily than the absence of a son who was both learned and martial, a brother who was obedient, understanding, and cherished his elder sibling. Such sentiments were scarcely audible. Had it not been for my martial prowess, Dao Yi would have nearly missed them. I found it somewhat astonishing that someone so young harbored such profound thoughts. Is it not preferable for a family to be uncomplicated? I truly cannot fathom the musings of you mortals. Perhaps the young Taoist will come to understand in due time. Chui Wenyuan's countenance transformed from its earlier ferocity to a serene expression as he calmly faced the impending fate that awaited him, devoid of any struggle. "Time is of the essence for me, and Dao, there is something I wish to discuss with you alone. Be cautious." Chui Wenyuan was eager to avoid wasting any more moments. Fearing he might not convey all that needed to be said, Wang Xuanji grasped his right hand tightly, imploring, "Do not speak any further," and then turned to Dao Yi, urging, "You must save him." Upon witnessing Dao Yi shake his head, a wave of despair washed over him. "You must help me uncover the truth. I cannot bear for my father and brothers to face a similar fate." "Very well, I promise you, I shall safeguard the Chui family." Thus, it became evident that this was one of the reasons for his unwavering confession, to protect Scholar Chui and his elder brother. "Listen to me," he continued. "In light of the incident at Jiaoyao Mountain, it is possible that there are capable individuals in that man's employ." He cast a meaningful glance at Dao Yi, accompanied by a knowing smile. "Young Taoist, you must diligently protect Dao." Dao Yi was utterly perplexed, even without the presence of the monkey. There was something undeniably amiss about this individual. While he was unaware of many things, the monkey conveyed an intriguing matter to him. Alas, he lamented that there would be no opportunity for another encounter. "And Dao, please summon my family," he requested. Chui Wenyuan gently patted his hand, urging Dao Yi to depart. Dao Yi thought to himself, "This person truly is not right. Just for the sake of ensuring my care for Wang Xuanji, you ought to implore me earnestly." The anxious scholar, Chui Darlang, upon receiving the urgent message, hastened his steps, the jingling of his ornaments resonating as he moved. The demeanor befitting a man of noble lineage seemed to vanish in an instant, even with beads of perspiration adorning his brow. He lifted his gaze to behold an unforgettable scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. Chui Wenyuan, summoning his last vestige of strength, drew forth a dagger gleaming with a silvery sheen and plunged it fiercely into his chest. Blood swiftly stained the earth beneath him, mingling with the yellow leaves in a somber tableau. Chui Darlang rushed forward, desperately pressing his hand against the gaping wound. "Brother, you must hold on. As long as you awaken, not only will the Chui family of Chang'an stand by you, but even the entire Chui clan of Qinghe will support you. Please, do not leave us." Chui Darlang, weeping like a fool, appeared a stark contrast to his usual gentle and courteous self. The scholar arrived shortly after, supporting him as well. "Dear brother, why resort to such folly? If you wish to enlist, you may do so. Father will no longer hinder you. If you do not wish to adhere to the family traditions, that is your choice, and Father will help you navigate these matters. I understand. Yet I cannot bear to see our esteemed father, who has lived a life of honor, become the most despised person in the end. Father, elder brother, I regret it. Regret lingers over that impulsive moment, which inadvertently caused harm to my legs, and, in turn, to the very people of Chang'an I vowed to protect. Although it spiraled beyond my control, it remains a deed I personally committed. I lament the estrangement from my dear friend in Dao, and the path taken. How wondrous it would be if life could be lived anew. Just as the lingering tears of the entire Chui family fall like dew, so too does the sorrow of Chui Wenyuan. Ultimately, he finds solace beneath the parasol tree. The emotions of ordinary folk are indeed elusive, provoking a profound sense of discomfort. You see, Xiqing. Suddenly, Dao Yi is startled. Xiqing, why do you weep? He has found liberation. Are not the emotions of the common people deeply moving? He has found release. Yet it is the living who bear the heavier burden. Nevertheless, I believe that Uncle Chui and elder brother Chui would not take offense. Let us depart. Wang Xianzhi gently brushes away a glistening tear. Do you think that Chui Wenyuan's actions would bring any solace to Uncle Chui? Uncle Chui and elder brother Chui know Wenyuan far better than Dao and I do. For your own good, perhaps? I remain perplexed. Chapter 25. Together after the departure of the officials from the Dali Temple, the Chui family began to arrange for the funeral. Leaving outsiders bewildered and deeply saddened, it all felt surreal. The once vibrant figure who gallantly defended the great Zhou and contributed to its stability. The one who was both a source of exasperation and helplessness in Chang'an, the fiery and astute second young master Chui, has truly vanished. In the process of organizing the files, Dao Yi discovered something intriguing. She crouched beneath the desk, pondering a matter that still eluded her understanding. What is it? She inquired. As Wang Xian, who was in the midst of sketching a portrait, glanced up and casually responded. Standing opposite the desk, Dao Yi stood on her toes, attempting to view the portrait in its entirety. Despite the absence of other missing persons, the presence of two corpses left them perplexed. Wang Xian's hand hesitated. A sizable drop of ink splattered onto the portrait's nose. It was the final sincerity from Wenyuan, a message he wished to convey, yet perhaps due to certain circumstances, he could not speak plainly. In an instant, Dao Yi comprehended the implication, the case of the missing individuals from the previous dynasty. This was likely the reason he entrusted the care of the Chui family to Xiqing, hoping he could uphold the trust placed in him. Dao Yi raised an eyebrow. By the way, how is Xiqing's painting coming along? She found it intolerable that these individuals, having studied for 2 years, could shed tears over the falling leaves of autumn. Why could they not communicate their thoughts clearly, leaving her to guess? It was truly an affront to her intelligence, as if they underestimated her due to her lack of scholarly achievements in the imperial examinations. Especially in this recent autumn. The skies of Chang'an were not shrouded in dark clouds and rain, but were instead permeated with the ink spilled by literati and the tears shed in the melancholy of the season. As she wandered the streets, she felt a weariness enveloping her, a sense of discomfort. She would never admit to being stirred by that creature. If a mere monster could deceive her after 2 years of study, what had she accomplished during her years in the mountains, examining corpses and performing autopsies? A clear, melodious voice interrupted her reverie. So what do you think? Wang Xuanji held great confidence in his artistic prowess. Dao Yi circled around the painting twice, patting his chest and declaring, I assure you, no one will confuse them. A proclamation was affixed to the notice board outside the Dali Temple, and as the proclamation was posted, the proclaimer loudly announced that the leg-slicing murderer had been apprehended and was subsequently shot dead by the temple's chief. The public could rest assured about venturing outside. Once the proclamation was secured, the proclaimer squeezed through the crowd after much effort, his attire disheveled and his hat askew. Those who could read gathered at the front, narrating the content of the proclamation, which conveyed that a serial killer, having shaved off his full beard, bore a striking resemblance to the second son of the Chui family, Chui Wenyuan. He had early on harmed the latter and hidden him in the Tingfeng courtyard, using the victim's identity to commit further atrocities. Due to a mole on his nostril, he often applied powder to his nose, rarely venturing out for fear of being recognized by those who knew him. Accompanying the proclamation was the very portrait painted by Wang Xuanji. The recent discovery of 2 individuals aimed to provoke the authorities. These were confessions made by the leg-slicing madman before his demise. Thus, it became clear. No wonder Chui Erling's temperament had drastically changed over the years. In earlier times, the 3 heroes of Chang'an were renowned far and wide. What a pity, alas. As dusk settled, the crowd gradually dispersed, revealing the visage depicted in the proclamation, a countenance difficult to describe, especially for Dao Yi. Although she had seen it beforehand, its public display left her somewhat unable to accept it. She had not anticipated that the citizens of Chang'an would be so well informed. However, she did not expect those in the know to believe it either. The master stated that as long as the simple folk are not frightened, all is well. The figures on the painting, when in the presence of the beast, did not merely resemble one another, they were remarkably identical. Save for a pockmark that rendered them grotesque and incited the ire of gods and men alike. How could they discern any resemblance to Chui Wenyuan? My master conveyed his gratitude to Lord Wang for attending to the funeral arrangements of Erling Jun, regretting his inability to meet in person, and requested understanding in this matter. The steward of the Chui family convened with Wang Xuanzi at an inn near the Dali Temple. The steward pondered the necessity of such formalities, asserting that Wenyuan is my dear friend, and this inquiry is a personal matter. Wang Xuanzi smiled, a flicker of warmth igniting a shared camaraderie among the group. The steward expressed his thanks once more, leaving a message that after the affairs of Erling Jun are concluded, my lord wishes to engage in a detailed discussion with you. Very well. I have finished my meal. Let us depart, temple minister. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind the minister, while Xiao Tong and Xiao Jiao waited outside. Wang Xuanzi remarked, indeed, Yi is a commendable individual. This was met with Qin Shuguang's skeptical gaze, especially after today's peculiar incident where he insisted on sparring with me, nearly leading to my demise. Brother and Dao, do take a look, he implored, presenting his hands, marked by bruises and welts. Wang Xuanzi found himself at a loss. He could not fathom why Chun Yi took pleasure in tormenting his younger brother. Perhaps because Yi perceived that you have not been diligent of late. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xuanzi decided to address this with Yi upon their meeting. Wang Xuanzi remained puzzled, as Xu Guang had always exhibited a blend of affection and reverence towards his elder brother. I declare he is a person of pure intentions, impervious to malevolence. Above, there was no black and white mist, only a tuft of unruly hair standing on end. Was the little Taoist speaking the truth? A voice, seemingly descending from the heavens, resonated with a clarity akin to the moon hanging in the sky, purifying the heart and banishing all distracting thoughts. The two turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. Beneath the resplendent moonlight stood a figure clad in white, as if descending from the moon itself, draped in silver radiance, emanating a soft silvery glow, and wielding a long spear adorned with red tassels. The newcomer possessed a strikingly handsome visage, as if carved from stone. Ah, such a fine appearance, not unpleasing, Dao Yi mused. Indeed, a splendid portrait of a beauty beneath the moonlight. If only the long spear he held were not directed at them. Was what you just said true? Which statement? Yi, what brings you to seek me? I witnessed everything that transpired during the day. When Yuan has always been the most astute among the three of us. He devises all our plans. Well, and Dao, do not belittle yourself. I have come to assist you. Chun Yi twirled the spear, causing a flash of silver light, before sheathing it behind her. Is what Yi said genuine? By mutual understanding, Wang Xianji refrained from further questioning why he had seen her, yet remained concealed. You cannot recklessly resort to violence. Should I not lend my strength? Otherwise, are you to rely solely on that frail stature? Dao Yi, feeling slighted, could almost see smoke rising from his head in indignation. Ugh, how exasperating. Hadn't she just engaged in a battle during the day? Considering she had just slain two of their good brothers, she opted for silence, allowing these two a moment of private sorrow. Nonetheless, this young man's silver spear is commendable. It should shine brightly in the days to come. Chapter 26. Delectable delights after a night of entanglement, encountering the inexplicable Cheniji, and enduring a day of duty at the Dali Temple. Dao Yi reflected on the aftermath of dealing with Chui Wenyuan's matters. As a newcomer to the Dali Temple, she found herself truly impressed. Perhaps it was time to suggest that the monthly offerings be doubled. The exhaustion was overwhelming. Few could truly withstand it, even with the boundless strength coursing through her veins. Dao Yi felt it was not a viable solution. Forcing open another's memories had only exacerbated the damage to her own consciousness, which still awaited healing. As for the story behind Chui Wenyuan, she would leave that to Wang Xuanji. She was not responsible for investigating cases. By the dim, yellowing light, she scrutinized the object before her. A flower? What on earth was this? If Sang Sang were present, Dao Yi would certainly rush over to scold her. Or perhaps negotiate different terms. Educated demons were truly troublesome. It was imperative to prevent more creatures in Chang'an from acquiring knowledge. She mused about finding an opportunity to expel them. Through the flickering yellow light, the flower appeared cloaked in a dusty hue. Its cool, azure petals exuding a hint of warmth. Perhaps this was the reason Sang Sang had preserved it until now. It bore the scent of her homeland. Indeed, this was the azure flower, Jiuxiao, from the Jiuxiao mountain, which Sang Sang had feasted upon for years. Yet, the exact purpose of Jiuxiao remained a mystery. How could this mischievous creature use it as a bargaining chip? It was quite potent in terms of spiritual energy, after all, and she was not particularly discerning. However, if these flowers were meant for consumption, what significance did that hold for her? Was it, too, intended as sustenance for her? Had it not been plucked for such an extended period, it would still retain its freshness, akin to its time in the soil. However, she could only regard it as mere weeds. Leaning in to inhale its essence, she found Jiuxiao to be rather bland. It is often said that the brighter the hue, the more intense the flavor, yet such things are best left untouched. Since the fox could partake in it, so could she. Just before taking a bite, she contemplated penning a letter, explaining that if she were to truly perish, it would be due to a misstep in her cultivation, never for the sake of a delicious flower that might end her ephemeral life, as fleeting as a blossom. A cacophony of thoughts raced through her mind, only to be replaced by an unsettling blankness in the next moment. As beads of perspiration formed upon Dao Yi's brow, she clenched her teeth, her head throbbing with immense pain, a groan escaping her lips. She couldn't help but wish to summon the elusive fox back, to confront it once more. This matter pertained to her upper dantian, the sanctuary of her soul and spirit, demanding utmost caution. With careful precision, she reached out to connect with the energy sphere, where white and azure lights clashed and intertwined. Jiuxiao, too, possessed a certain pride. If she could not be bested, then this territory was hers to command. Fortunately, Dao Yi's mental fortitude was strong. Otherwise, she would not have been able to witness the vibrant display of others. The sudden surge of Jiuxiao had caught her unprepared, and now she awaited the absorption of its essence as nourishment for her upper dantian. "Oh, Dao Yi, you're here at the office so early. Good morning." Dao Yi greeted her colleagues before heading towards the coroner's office. "Ah, how remarkable is Dao Yi's vitality. After partaking in the elixir, it feels as though I have slumbered for several days and nights, invigorated beyond measure. My stomach still brims with fullness, and my mind is exceptionally clear. Indeed, the crispness of autumn has been vividly experienced. On a leisurely day, I must venture to Jiuxiao Mountain to seek. No, to assist." Coincidentally, Wang Xuanji has also arrived at the entrance of the Dali Temple. Although he is a martial artist and cannot engage in combat, his physical foundation surpasses that of an ordinary person. Yet, observing Dao Yi, he feels a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that the youth truly recovers with remarkable swiftness? Both have toiled late into the night on assignments. Why is it that only he appears so spirited? "Good morning, Minister." Dao Yi has also noticed him, and there is a hint of fatigue in the depths of his eyes. Ah, officials and unsavory characters are entering in succession, while the dawn gradually brightens, heralding another day of busyness. Suddenly, sensing that the light in the coroner's office is dim, Dao Yi lifts his gaze. "Minister, what brings you here?" "Enough. Speak plainly of your purpose in seeking me." Dao Yi interrupts his flattery. Should such praise lead to subsequent demands, what if she is unwilling to intervene? Would that not render his efforts futile? Simultaneously, she contemplates a matter. Wang Xuanji has refrained from involving the personnel of the Dali Temple, opting instead to come directly to her, indicating that this matter is indeed extraordinary, perhaps entwined with the supernatural. This month, the influx of worshippers has doubled. Can Minister accommodate this? Merely increasing from 5 to 10 does not seem to faze Wang Xuanji in the slightest. "Very well, let us discuss as we walk." The two brothers exist in mutual reliance, with the elder brother assuming a fatherly role. This time, it was due to Xiao Yi taking the initiative to speak to him, saying, "Brother, I am to be wed. I shall no longer trouble you, and I intend to achieve something noteworthy for your sake, so that you might be relieved of burdens in the future." At that moment, Xiao Jiao was deeply moved. The Lin family had a younger brother who was maturing, and he no longer feared the day he would find Lin Xiao Yi marked in the death list of the temple official. A brother is like a father. He must meet the family of his future sister-in-law to understand the kind of person who inspired his brother's transformation. "Did you follow Lin Xiao Yi to secretly observe your sister-in-law?" Dao Yi asked with an expression of disdain, as if the other were a morally dubious individual, despite the fact that he was indeed among the morally questionable. Lin Xiaojia responded with a non-committal expression, neither nodding nor shaking his head, unsure how to proceed with the conversation. Fortunately, Xiao Tong, valuing their long-standing camaraderie, intervened, saying, "Brother, do not tease him. He is rather sensitive." "Am I not speaking the truth? Well then, tell me where you encountered your future sister-in-law," Dao Yi remarked, noticing the twitch at the corner of Wang Xian's eye, generously letting the two unfortunate youths off the hook. A layer of fear flickered in Lin Xiaojia's eyes. Had it not been for the experiences of the past few days, which made him realize the events of that evening, he might have thought Xiao Yi was merely bold, failing to grasp the underlying issues entirely. That evening, as I lay in a deep slumber, I was roused by a commotion from the neighboring room. Stealthily, I approached the door and peered outside, only to find Xiao Yi surreptitiously closing the door behind him, seemingly intent on sneaking out. I chose not to disturb him, fearing he might engage in some nefarious act, and thus, I decided to follow him discreetly. "Is this where you ultimately arrived?" Dao Yi gestured towards the expanse of white before us. Although winter had yet to officially commence, the possibility of snow lingered. However, such a heavy snowfall was rare for this time of year. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the ground was littered with bones, haphazardly strewn about. While I had been engrossed in listening to Lin Xiaojia recount tales, I was startled to realize where we had ended up. I inquired, "What does this signify?" The four of us exchanged glances, each of us at a loss for words. From whence did that voice emanate? Ghost. Xiao Tong and Lin Xiaojia instinctively clung to one another, trembling in fear. Dao Yi elegantly rolled her eyes and sauntered over to Wang Xianji, adopting a defensive stance. She recalled that Chun Yi had previously mentioned he was not to act with undue aggression. This reminded her of the time on Chang'an Road when Wang Xianji, in a moment of desperation, had resorted to internal martial arts, resulting in an exceedingly unpleasant expression. Regardless of the circumstances, protection was paramount. However, as the group recognized the newcomer, they collectively sighed in relief, only to be enveloped by a wave of embarrassment. "Yi, what brings you here?" Wang Xianji inquired, curiously moving past Dao Yi. Clad in a fitted black outfit that exuded competence, Chun Yi wielded a silver spear, which he seemed reluctant to part with even in slumber. "I have already submitted a request to the emperor to assist you at the Dali Temple," he stated, a glimmer of silver flashing as he spoke. Wang Xianji replied, "There is no need for such haste. In the midst of rising crises, the unyielding bond between Xiao Tong and Lin Xiaojia seems under threat, as if their livelihoods were at stake." Chun Yi, with a countenance peculiar and eyes askew, approached with an air of uncertainty. Was the young Taoist not welcomed? As Dao Yi surveyed the surroundings, he remarked, "Well, since we find ourselves at the Dali Temple, we are colleagues now. I am Dao Yi, the newly appointed coroner, and this is Chun Yi, regardless of his past endeavors. He currently holds the title of the notorious commander of our esteemed Dali Temple. Hey, I have no notorious deeds to my name, and certainly do not aspire to be a commander of ill repute. You may assign either of these two to that role instead," Chun Yi protested, disinterested in the title, preferring instead to engage in the investigation and pass the lengthy days in Chang'an. "Very well, if you refuse to be the notorious commander, then you shall be a member of the Wang family," Dao Yi suggested, his good humor evident. It seemed that the two had a shared history, reminiscing about the late Cui Wenyuan, with whom they had once been quite close. Chun Yi might have feared being forgotten by them, prompting a smile and a shake of the head as he observed the stark whiteness around them. "Allow me to remind you, it is now the hour for court duties. Esteemed temple chief, can we postpone any flirtatious banter until our tasks are completed?" The mention of flirtatious banter immediately widened the distance between the two men, who recoiled from each other with evident disdain. Chun Yi's reaction was exaggerated. He leapt back abruptly, inadvertently stepping on something that crackled ominously beneath him. Upon looking down, his entire body bristled with alarm. "Do not move," Dao Yi shouted, hastily. "That has been intentionally placed here. Allow me to investigate first." Chun Yi, frozen in place, was uncertain how to shift the foot that had landed on the object, standing rigid as if carved from stone. "My lord, can you discern our location?" Wang Xuanji, having recognized it at first glance, responded, "Having traversed directly for scores of li beyond the Anhua Gate, we find ourselves at Chang'an's most expansive burial ground for the unclaimed. I had merely heard tell of it, yet never before beheld it with my own eyes. Emerging from Chang'an's Anhua Gate and proceeding directly for scores of li, one encounters this, the largest of Chang'an's potter's fields. It is said that from times immemorial, This place was but a desolate expanse. The bodies of those denied interment in proper tombs were abandoned here. With the accumulation of discarded corpses, it gradually evolved into this field of bones. Surely, the abundance of exposed skeletons suggests a lack of diligent burial. A mere gust of wind suffices to dispel the surface soil, and the rains of the coming month will bathe the bones, starkly revealing them to the world, as if a sudden snowfall has blanketed the earth. Your younger brother possesses remarkable audacity, daring to venture into such a place. A potter's field is never wanting for individuals who have met their demise in various manners. Such a locale is replete with. Should one reside here for a protracted period, one's would invariably be deficient, unless, of course, one were innately inclined toward. Dao Yi, with measured cadence, articulated her observations, then, with a grave countenance, inquired of Lin Xiaojia. Did Xiao Yi exchange any words with the woman? Did he acquiesce? Lin Xiaojia swiftly dashed before her, kneeling with a resounding thud. Reverend Dao Yi, I recognize you as an eminent personage. My prior disbelief was my error. I implore you to save my brother. Xiao Tong added her entreaties. Our master has instructed us that we do not extend our aid indiscriminately, and among those we do not assist are those besotted by infatuation. Dao Yi believed himself to be exceedingly clever, temporarily hoisting the banner of his master, suggesting that any matters should be directed towards her. Far away, Ling Shuzi was plagued by incessant sneezing, while Bao Yi expressed concern, wondering if his master was all right. It was undoubtedly the mischief of his junior sister at play. Ah, Chu. Ling Shuzi rose, ready to resume his journey. Haha. My little master, you are truly amusing, making me contemplate sparing that useless one and allowing you to take the lead instead. The voice, both distant and near, resonated in the ears of the crowd, yet its source remained elusive. Dao Yi chuckled. What are you doing treading upon others' heads? I utterly detest you pampered youths. It is one thing to bully others, but to not even spare them in death is abhorrent. Furthermore, I must inform Wang Xuanji that you are not among those I mentioned. Your youthful prowess does not qualify you. Why should I indulge someone who constantly nitpicks upon a rival? Chen Yizhi exclaimed, while the others remained silent. The founder of Jiuxiao Temple must not be casually slandered. Even the young Taoist has an appreciation for beauty. The voice lamented once more. At last, the source of the voice was identified, prompting a collective smirk from the crowd, momentarily overshadowing their fear. Chapter 2. The couch potato. It was precisely the skull that Chen Yizhi had just trodden upon. As if not content to remain in silence, the skull slowly turned until its two dark eye sockets were fixed directly on Dao Yi and the others. Oh dear, it seems we've been discovered. Dao Yi and the others thought. If you remained silent and motionless, no one would know of your presence. It appeared to be a skull reluctant to embrace solitude. Curious, Dao Yi pondered the purpose of keeping a living person, as consuming them was out of the question. After all, what could one do with merely a head? The skull remained silent. The onlookers scrutinized it, contemplating where it would store anything it had consumed. Even after having eaten, the skull felt profoundly uncomfortable. These individuals exhibited no fear, resembling those who frequent shops in search of peculiar trinkets. Those who had previously encountered her had either gone mad from fright or remained forever changed. You, little Taoist, are rather tedious, she remarked with a laugh that sent shivers down spines. Several burly men crossed their arms, rubbing them incessantly. It was perplexing how unsettling the atmosphere felt in broad daylight. Chen Yizhi subtly edged closer to Wang Xuanji, a stark contrast to his earlier intent to draw a definitive boundary. In his mind, the officials of the Dali temple were far more formidable than any specter. They were capable of instilling fear. Wang Xuanji inched nearer to Dao Yi and remarked, Yizhi, you have fought enemies before. Why the hesitation now? The latter retorted, I am not afraid. I merely seek to ensure your safety. With a huff, he continued, allow me to remind this newly appointed rogue leader that your complexion appears ominous. There may be a foreboding of bloodshed today. While he claimed to be observing the complexion, Dao Yi's gaze was fixed on the triumphant skull on the ground. Though Chen Yizhi had witnessed Dao Yi's prowess in combat against humans, he held skepticism towards these arcane matters. Thus, he scoffed in discontent. When it comes to martial skills, it remains uncertain who would prevail between us. Should real danger arise, I assure you, I can flee swifter than you. Is that so? Very well. I hope you will make a vigorous attempt to escape when the time comes. Dao Yi, smiling with a hint of mischief, suddenly turned his gaze towards the solitary broken stone tablet at the heart of the mass grave and bellowed. Do you require my assistance to summon you? As his voice echoed, cracks suddenly appeared on the tablet, and the skeletal remains scattered on the ground began to tremble violently, including the one they had previously believed to be speaking. Dao Yi narrowed his eyes, pondering how much longer they would persist in their charade. If you do not reveal yourself soon, I shall take matters into my own hands. He swiftly began to form intricate symbols, for in such a sinister realm, the combination of fire elemental power and thunderous incantations would prove most effective. It seemed as though there was a response. From beneath the stone tablet, a voice emerged, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Might a distinguished individual lend a hand? The onlookers, including Wang Xuanji, were filled with dread. Could it be that it has been possessed? The entity beneath the stone, incensed, yearned to leap in frustration, yet found itself in an awkward predicament, unable to move. It could only redden in indignation and shout, "Beware, or you shall laugh yourself to death. Hurry and assist me." Wiping away the tears from his eyes, Dao Yi finally leaned forward to offer his help. Reaching into the fissure of the stone, he rummaged about, only to be met with an irate voice exclaiming, "What are you groping my behind for, you lecherous Taoist?" A bit to the left, further forward, to the right. Yes, that's it. Dao Yi tightened his grip on the object he had retrieved from the tablet. As he pulled it out, Wang Xuanji and the others finally discerned what it was, a bird with only one leg. What kind of bird is this? Wang Xuanji approached and playfully adjusted the two azure feathers adorned with crimson patterns, complemented by a white beak. Although it possessed but a single foot, its beauty was undeniably striking. A single foot? The onlookers recalled the earlier plea for assistance, and, upon observing its physique, couldn't help but speculate that it might be too plump to escape its predicament. This notion provoked suppressed laughter among them. Initially, they had found it frightening, but now, the urge to laugh was overwhelming. Ha ha ha. Chen Yizhi could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Even Xiao Jia, who had been worried about his brother, could not resist smiling. The bird lunged towards its nemesis, intending to peck at their face, but due to its considerable girth, it failed to take flight and instead bit the arm of the unfortunate individual, drawing blood. The laughter abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by a more raucous uproar. Merchants passing by on the distant road, aware that they were near a cursed burial ground, were terrified by the commotion and hastily urged their caravan to move along, lest they attract unwanted spirits. After all, even if it were human, such places were best avoided. "Oh, little creature, you are quite endearing. What brings you here?" Chen Yizhi laughed so hard he nearly rolled on the ground, crouching down to poke at its rotund body. The bird covered its head with its feathers, seemingly too embarrassed to face the world. Dao Yi, who happened to witness this scene, couldn't help but smile. It turned out to be a juvenile bifong bird. Its form resembled that of a crane, yet it bore only one leg, with azure feathers speckled with red and a white beak. Its call seemed to echo its own name. Importantly, wherever this creature appeared, it would herald the emergence of vast wildfires. Indeed, that poses quite a dilemma. Dao Yi, disregarding the anxious Lin Xiaojia, posed her inquiry to the sole living creature in this desolate burial ground. Little Bifong slowly unfurled its wings, revealing its luminous eyes, while forcing itself to forget the chaotic hands upon its body. The young Taoist inquired about its purpose. Bifong required fire for its growth, a fire that distinguishes between yin and yang. The ghostly flames of the burial ground represented the yin fire. Observing its plumpness, it seemed evident that it had fared well in recent years. If left for too long, it might have departed in search of yang fire. As long as it posed no threat to humans, it could be considered a friend of mankind. Dao Yi mused, albeit somewhat discontented, for it was yet another day devoid of conflict. Is that so? I wish to inquire further. Has there been a human male frequenting this location for clandestine meetings? Little Bifong scoffed derisively, its disdain palpable. What manner of human is he? Less than a beast in my eyes. Chapter 29. The death of Xinyan. You speak falsely. My brother is merely a bit unruly. He is not the beast you claim him to be. Lin Xiaojia suddenly erupted, unable to tolerate disparagement directed at his sibling. Despite having heard many rumors, Lin Xiao had always been exceedingly well-behaved before him and was recently contemplating marriage to spare him any burden. Little Bifong regarded this maniacal human with indifference, harboring no complex emotions, as it simply did not comprehend. The contempt only deepened. The death of such a person would elicit no desire to even witness their corpse. It was merely a matter of receiving kindness and reluctantly administering a slight reprimand. Dao Yi walked over and grasped its neck. urging it to speak sensibly and refrain from irrelevant chatter. He turned its side face towards Wang Xuanji, who was a high-ranking official among humans, akin to a judge in the underworld. If one were guilty, they could face judgment. If you have any grievances, you may voice them to him. Noticing that the bird's face had turned crimson, Wang Xuanji nodded and said, Dao Yi, let it go. I too wish to understand what has transpired. If the individual you speak of is indeed guilty, I shall not show leniency. The temple official, Lin Xiaojia, who still had something to say, was restrained by Xiao Tong, and only then did he perceive the stormy expression on Wang Xuanji's face, which was colder than the malevolent aura surrounding this necropolis, rendering him hesitant to approach. Before I speak, will you assist in unearthing a corpse? Xiao Baifeng pointed towards the spot from which it had just emerged. Casting a glance at Lin Xiaojia, upon witnessing the sudden pallor of the other's face, the mockery intensified. Yet, with such a bird-like visage, no one seemed to notice. Dao Yi lifted his chin and remarked, Isn't our notorious commander here to protect the temple official? Does such a trivial matter require the temple official's intervention? Shen pointed at Xiao Tong and Lin Xiaojia. There are still 2 idlers present. Why not enlist their help? I see you have a connection with the corpse beneath the stele. Observing her demeanor reminiscent of a venerable monk, Shen, tracing the dried blood on his hands, chose not to engage in further dispute and silently approached the stele. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. So, what exactly should I do, Xiao Baifeng? Shen had lost his temper, fastening the silver spear behind his waist. He bent down to embrace the fragmented stone tablet, gradually shifting it aside. It was indeed heavy. Despite his martial prowess, considerable strength was required. Fortunately, he finally managed to clear it away. At noon, the sun's rays pierced directly into the cave entrance, illuminating long-sealed memories of the past. Beneath the stone tablet lay a skeleton that had been dead for 5 years, the flesh having long since turned to dust, leaving only a grim white frame, shrouded in an enduring mist that lingered overhead. Dao extended her slender, slightly plump fingers to touch it. To the onlookers, it appeared as though she was examining the corpse, perhaps due to having consumed Qinghua the night before. Today, upon seeing this girl, who was perhaps named Mu Shi, she exhibited no signs of fatigue, fully comprehending the girl's final obsession. How long would it be before her elder brother returned? Mu Shi, with reddened eyes, reluctantly grasped the corner of a man who appeared to be around 30. Her elder brother gently stroked her soft hair, reassuring her, Sierra, do not worry. This is your elder brother's final journey. Upon my return, I shall find you a suitable match, ensuring your future is secure. Ultimately, she could not retain her elder brother, nor did she know his whereabouts. A year passed in this manner, with no news. After much inquiry, she finally received word. How much longer until Xiao Along arrives? Mu Shi was wholly absorbed in the joy of possibly seeing her brother again, oblivious to her surroundings. Mu Shi now comprehended that she had been deceived. Overwhelmed by terror, she struggled desperately, and in the ensuing scuffle, their footing faltered. With a startled cry, Mu Shi was violently thrust to the ground, colliding against a fragmented stone tablet. The siblings had lived in solitude atop the mountain, utterly reliant on one another, and as such, no one would notice her disappearance, nor would there be any reports made. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, Mu Shi regained consciousness beneath the stone tablet. Initially, she had merely been winded from the fall, but having sustained injuries and being trapped beneath the massive stone, she found herself utterly immobilized, engulfed by despair. I have yet to find my elder brother, Mu Shi wept bitterly. Offer me your blood, and in return, I shall assist you in locating your brother, a voice suddenly echoed. The touch of the cold stone tablet felt like a glimmer of hope to Mu Shi. Very well, for I cannot escape. I shall offer my flesh and blood, as long as you can help me find my elder brother. Agreed. Mu Shi pressed her already mangled hands against the surface of the stone tablet. After a brief interval, the tablet appeared pristine once more, and a newly hatched bird sprang forth. That suffices, my lady. I require but a single taste, for more would serve no purpose. Once Xiao Baifeng regained consciousness, she remained by Mu Shi's side, who was gradually losing her strength, surviving without water or sustenance for a full week. Upon learning that someone had lured her to this place under the pretense of her brother's safety, Mu Shi was incensed, hopping on one foot in agitation, which elicited laughter from the lady by the stream. Thank you, little bird. In my final days, I am grateful to have you by my side, brother. Thus, Mu Shi departed. The gentle offering of the soul's energy from the maiden was absorbed effortlessly, without any hindrance. The seemingly gentle Dao Yi spoke words that were as cold as ice, freezing everyone in place. The deceased was a woman, merely 20 years old. And based on the skeletal remains, it was determined she had met her end 5 years prior. Her bones differed from those of a typical death. She had fallen into a state of suspended animation, only to be buried alive and subsequently perish from hunger and thirst. The temple official was now poised to apprehend the culprit. How cruel could this murderer be? With such capability, one could engage on the battlefield. Preying on the weak is hardly a show of strength. Chun Yiji, cradling the small bifong, shouted in anger, to let someone die of starvation. Wang Xuanji did not cast another glance at the two kneeling figures on the ground, but immediately made his way to the Lin family. Chapter 30. One must expect gratitude in return. If previously Lin Xiaojia had merely appeared pale, he now teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet he could not find the words to plead for mercy. If his brother had lured someone to the brink of death, then the true perpetrator was indeed him. The mass grave was not far from Lin family village, which was precisely why Lin Xiaoyi had chosen this location. The group quickly arrived at Lin family village, where their target brazenly asserted dominance. "I say, old Zhang, your granddaughter shall serve as my concubine." The elderly Zhang, an outsider to Lin family village, faced neither exclusion nor significant benefit. What audacity to brazenly abduct a maiden in broad daylight. Chun Yiji stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending the man sprawling far away. The villagers of Lin family village cautiously opened their windows and doors, quietly applauding through the cracks. Lamenting why he hadn't been kicked to death, Lin Xiaoyi clutched his chest, struggling to rise. "Who are you? Do you know who my elder brother is? Be careful, or you shall regret it." "Enough with the idle chatter," Yiji commanded. "Take him away." Chun Yiji approached him with a silver spear in hand, while Lin Xiaoyi, lying on the ground, retreated repeatedly, pleading, "Do not come any closer. Brother, save me." To which the reply came, "Your brother is beyond saving. Go to the Dali temple and seek help." The corpse of Mu Shi had already been discovered, and the official had taken charge of the matter. Lin Xiaoyi, the kneeling criminal in the courtroom, was urged to confess truthfully. On the way, Dao Yi had revealed to him the entire truth. Wang Xuanji struck the judge's block and shouted in anger. Lin Xiaoyi, who had hoped for assistance from his brother, was dismayed to see Lin Xiaojia kneeling beside him, intent on further evasion. Just then, he saw Chun Yiji polishing the silver spear, its tip pointed directly at his head. Terrified into silence, he confessed everything. The truth was that Lin Xiaoyi had acted out of lust, ultimately causing a man's death through his reckless actions. He had deceived a woman, disregarding her wishes, and sought to take advantage of her, leading to her unconsciousness and subsequent demise. According to the Great Zhou law, he was condemned to death by beheading after autumn. Lin Xiaojia, having sheltered his brother and burying the deceased alive to conceal the crime, inadvertently caused true death. Although he was unaware, his actions were unforgivable. As a member of the government, he had violated the law, thus his sentence was aggravated, also leading to death by beheading after autumn, per the Great Zhou law. Xiao Tong, as a government official who failed to report knowledge of the crime, was sentenced to 10 years of exile. Esteemed temple minister, since it was my brother who caused the death, I am innocent. You need only punish him. I merely rendered the other party unconscious. Lin Xiaoyi suddenly perceived a glimmer of hope, yet it ignited a fierce rage in Lin Xiaojia's eyes. Perhaps many matters remain unresolved in the moment, yet in retrospect, they are often deemed not worth the trouble. However, no one at that moment considered whether Lin Xiaojia's actions were justified. Within his heart, he possessed his own measure. The esteemed minister of the temple, I, Lin Xiaojia, am willing to accept my sentence. At this moment, he no longer wishes to gaze upon the still despondent Lin Xiaoyi. Xiao Tong is equally willing. She had sensed something amiss at the mass grave upon witnessing the rising corpses. The present situation is merely the settling of dust. He bowed deeply several times, as though to affirm his resolve, while Wang Xianji turned a blind eye. With a wave of his hand, several unsavory individuals approached and escorted the three away. Subsequently, he compiled the events of the day into an official report for Tianting. The next day, the emperor swiftly issued a punishment of reduced salary, so expeditiously that the newly appointed censor had not even had the chance to review the matter. Dao Yi expressed her confusion, inquiring about the identity of the woman Lin Xiao he had seen during the night. In the courtyard of the Dali temple, two individuals encircled Dao Yi, hoping she could elucidate the ambiguities surrounding the incident. In truth, there was little to clarify. It was merely the mischief of this little creature. As she spoke, she lifted the wing of the little Baifeng, who flailed helplessly in the air with one foot, exclaiming, "Let me go. Humans are so wicked." "Is that so? Then why did you willingly assist Lady Shi for 7 days?" The little Baifeng halted its flailing momentarily, but upon realizing, it intensified its struggles. "You, foul Taoist." "No, nothing. That girl awakened me from my slumber. What of it if I guarded her for 7 days? This is but an act of gratitude. Tell me, do you intend to continually feast on human blood, or is it merely the little you require to awaken?" This question caused Chun Yi to clutch the nearly scabbed wound on his hand tightly, instinctively retreating a few steps. Surely, this wretched bird could not possibly have any interest in his blood. Uncertain whether it was the discomfort of being suspended in midair that caused its eyes to roll back, or a mere desire to cast a disdainful glance, the little Bifong bird contemplated pecking at it once more. A single drop of blood, both potent and delicate, would suffice. Consuming more would be beyond my capacity for digestion. "Ah, you mischievous little creature, it is evident you covet my lifeblood," Chen Yizhi exclaimed in dissatisfaction, gesturing towards Wang Xuanji. "Why not feast upon Andao? Does he not possess the integrity befitting a commander? How can one feel justified in this?" Wang Xuanji replied, "Shall I remind you? I am the Minister of Justice." The little Bifong cast a sidelong glance at him, then cautiously at Dao Yi, ultimately choosing to suppress its inner thoughts. It had previously witnessed the little Taoist fiercely guarding its food at the graveyard, which led it to adopt a more yielding stance. Were it not for the inability to prevail in a confrontation, it would have let matters rest, having already partaken in the feast. "Wretched bird, what sort of gaze is that?" Chun Yizhi, insulted, prepared to retaliate, causing the little Bifong to shriek in alarm. "Bifong. Bifong." Wang Xuanji chuckled, pondering aloud. What purpose does Dao Yi have in keeping this Bifong? Dao Yi, taken aback, mused, "The minister indeed possesses a keen intellect. I merely believe that the stream maideness efforts to awaken it have earned her 7 days of guardianship. Thus, I too should be entitled to a repayment spanning 1,000 days, especially considering I aided its savior." The trio, 2 men and a bird, wondered, can gratitude manifest in such a manner? Years have passed, and I am curious as to what remnants remain. The great Zhou dynasty has only endured for 3 brief years and is on the cusp of its 4th. Rebellions still plague various regions, and discussions on military authority are far from being deemed taboo. Yizhi holds memories of these events and suggests to Dao Yi, having served in the military, "I may possess some leads." Replaced was the carefree demeanor with a solemn presence, evidently revealing another facet of his character, honed through military discipline. His countenance bore a weight of gravity, for due to the legacy of our ancestors, the Qin family found itself in a position of diminished favor, or rather, in a state of wariness, fearful that we might, like the currently clan, harbor ambitions of seizing the imperial capital. Hence, despite my foray into the military, the matters I encountered were hardly of significance. Those positions that appeared to be of high regard were, in essence, devoid of real authority, should the sovereign wish it. Such roles could be easily dispensed. It was akin to speaking without substance. Alas, it seems I must seek an opportunity to investigate further. Perhaps someone has taken advantage of the turmoil of war to manipulate events? What manipulations could there be? Uncertain. Wang Xuanji shrugged, departing from the courtyard of the Dali Temple. As he awaited the arrival of documents from various regions for review, the remaining trio, 1 bird and 3 faces, found no harmony among them. Parting ways in discord over the fate of young Bifong. Chapter 3. The trouble caused by the pancake on the 9th day of the 9th month. It is customary to ascend heights, admire chrysanthemums, stroll through the countryside, and insert dogwood. It was also a day of rest in the great Zhou dynasty. Rising early, the 3 set out while the roads were still devoid of pedestrians, carrying provisions prepared the previous day for their ascent. Clad in robust attire, each mounted a steed. Departing from Chang'an, journeying southward, the sky was shrouded in a gray haze as they commenced their travels, truly a hallmark of golden autumn. The breeze carried with it a refreshing essence, imbued with the joy of the bountiful harvest. Trust my words, didn't Dao still deem this journey a waste? The boastful one soon found himself tasting the wind, accompanied by a hint of dust. After enduring arduous studies for a long time, Dao Yi nodded in deep agreement, reflecting on the value of collective motivation and learning. Meanwhile, Chen Shuguang, calling upon friends, suddenly shivered and raised his cup, consuming its contents in one swift motion. Indeed, autumn had turned cooler. With that single drink, warmth returned, dispelling the earlier chill. He pushed this fleeting moment from his mind and resumed his revelry with friends. Unlike him, who had a discerning eye for nurturing the delicate bird he cared for, they had cycled for over an hour, with the morning light leisurely casting its glow upon trees, flowers, and pedestrians alike. Dao Yi, with a beaming smile, expressed his delight in the idea, inquiring what Guiqing thought of it. To know oneself and one's adversaries is the key to enduring success. With that, he and Dao Yi took a step forward, while the lagging Chun Yiji hastened to catch up. Yiji, known for his integrity, was infuriated by their apparent collusion, exclaiming that such a head start was hardly a mark of skill. Hearing the accusation of cheating, the scholars around them bristled with indignation. The great Zhou was stable, and the imperial examinations had yet to commence, yet some were already straying from the righteous path. Just as he was about to investigate the matter, he spotted 3 individuals who appeared to be racing up the mountain and overheard them discussing a wager, instantly losing interest in further inquiry. Seizing the rare opportunity for leisure, the 3 sat atop Taoist Mountain, gazing far and wide, eagerly awaiting the rise of the sun, a symbol of hope, to illuminate the world and banish the shadows. Before Yiji treated them to a meal, I proposed to host today's breakfast. Wang Xuanji, with great ceremony, retrieved a clean cloth bundle from the basket he carried. Upon unveiling it, they discovered an additional layer of oilcloth beneath. As the oiled paper was unfurled layer by layer, the enticing aroma of the steam wafted through the air. The 3 companions, without any formal seating, casually settled atop the mountain, gazing together at the sun, which gradually ascended from the opposite side, enveloping the entirety of Taoist Mountain in its warm embrace. The vibrant greens softened into gentle hues, and the once chaotic colors of Taoist Mountain were rendered harmonious by a touch of crimson light. The Dazhou dynasty continued the tradition of the imperial examination from the previous era, offering scholars the hope of entering the court, unlike their martial counterparts. They awaited the spring examination next year, which was their reason for participating in the first autumn examination, only to remain in Chang'an after their unsuccessful bid. Their attention was fixated on the sesame cake in Wang Xuanji's hand, with their stomachs unrelentingly grumbling in protest. The elder gentleman chuckled knowingly. Who among them had not once been young and hungry? Moreover, that sesame cake was indeed fragrant. As he squinted to scrutinize, upon recognizing 2 of the trio, he lost interest. While others might engage in discourse, these 2 were another matter altogether. Once the infamous trio of Chang'an, they had whimsically styled themselves as the 3 heroes after some tale of wandering knights they had encountered, displaying an absolute lack of shame that rendered them invincible in their own eyes. Even after a decade had passed, observing their current antics, the gentleman found them increasingly difficult to dismiss. He quickly averted his gaze, his hunger becoming quite unbearable. Yet, not everyone possessed such discernment. For instance, those who owned modest properties in Chang'an but could not penetrate the circle of the city's elite, as well as those who remained in Chang'an to participate in the spring examination next year, clung to what little savings they could muster, perhaps the meager inheritance from their forebears, hoping to secure marriages for their children, all while calling upon friends in Chang'an. These individuals, like Wang Xuanji, resided in Chang'an yet had never crossed paths. Their social gatherings were distinct, resulting in a complete lack of interaction. With their meager possessions in hand, they approached the trio with an air of arrogance, proclaiming that the silver they held could purchase all of their pastries. Upon hearing this, Dao Yi, without lifting his head, hastened his pace in consuming the pastries, while Chun Yiji loudly exclaimed, "Hey, save some for me. You are so diminutive and yet consume so much. I am still growing, hence I must eat more." Dao Yi retorted, standing his ground without yielding. A group of individuals, aware of their scholarly achievements and the admiration they garnered at home, could hardly tolerate such indignity even in Chang'an. They felt compelled to confront the situation. Wang Xuanji brushed off his garments and remarked, "It seems today I have encountered the esteemed master of the Showen Pavilion and Mr. Zhao, both present at Taoist Mountain, gazing into the distance. The master of the Showen Pavilion, revered and respected, serves as a beacon of knowledge for the elite studying the classics, while Mr. Zhao embodies the hope of the humble scholars. Though they were close friends embarking on different paths, they shared one commonality. Both were paragons among scholars, figures whom many aspired to know. Their pursuit of scholarly excellence and success in the imperial examinations was one aspect. However, if they were fortunate enough to catch the attention of these 2 esteemed figures, they could transform from mere literates into true scholars. At present, they were little more than those who could read. Yet, what had they just done? They nearly exposed their true selves before these two gentlemen. Before departing, they did not forget to whisper veiled threats, seemingly seeking to preserve their dignity. In jest, they laughed as they exited. When Wang Xuanji returned to claim his pastries, he discovered that not a crumb remained. The elderly gentleman continued his game of chess with his companion, lamenting the decline of societal values in just 3 short years. Another gentleman, stroking his graying beard, observed the deepening lines etched upon his face, seemingly blinded by the passage of time. "Ah, brotherly, what are your thoughts?" I inquired. I had heard whispers of a town named Xiaoshui not far from here, renowned for its picturesque scenery that lingers in the memory long after one has departed. It would be a delight to experience it, should fortune favor me. Li Chongyuan shook his head, elegantly fanning himself with a painted folding fan depicting mountains and rivers. He smiled and remarked, "To my knowledge, Xiaoshui town is located in Yongzhou, approximately an hour's journey from Chang'an, and not much further from Mount Tai." The 3 men exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement passing among them as they began to gather their belongings. They had never heard of this famed Xiaoshui town, yet felt compelled to witness it for themselves. Scholars have an affinity for exploring the beauty of nature, and this adventure was precisely to their liking. "Come, my young assistant. Hurry." The master urged his student to prepare the essentials, fearing they might lag behind and miss the opportunity to behold the legendary Xiaoshui town, described as unparalleled in its splendor. Some eager students stepped forward to lend a hand, though their inexperience only added to the chaos, leaving the assistant feeling increasingly frustrated. Had it not been for the master's intervention, everything would have been in order by now. Even those with ample resources hastily gathered their essentials, generously distributing any excess to others, hoping to gain insight from the students' spirited discussions. Today, they had indeed acquired a wealth of valuable experiences. It is said that everyone is heading to the town of Xiaoshui, and with a firm resolve, I decided to join them. After all, if I forego today's meals, I might gain insights that could enhance my knowledge and allow me to catch up for next year's imperial examination. Nearby, several attentive scholars hurriedly arranged their seats, choosing to overlook their slight breathlessness. This aligns with the teachings of our predecessors, who advocated for students to master the 6 arts and participate in archery classes. Look, isn't that evident? Observe those 2 esteemed gentlemen who, without even a single attendant to carry their belongings, followed closely behind the trio, moving gracefully with a rosy complexion and unlabored breath. A grand procession made its way towards Xiaoshui town. As for the later climbers, upon reaching the deserted and somewhat disheveled mountaintop, they could only lament, "Who can we blame for not rising early?" In chapter 32, as subtle as chrysanthemum, the scholarly pointed to the boundary marker of Xiaoshui town, declaring, "Beyond this monument lies Xiaoshui town, far superior to this place." Yet, upon observing the 2 distinguished gentlemen, their identities apparent yet unspoken, I found myself hesitating, unable to take another step. Someone dispatched a servant to inquire, discovering that the stalls offered mutton for sale. With the prevalence of cattle and sheep in the frontier regions, mutton is indeed one of the staple foods of the nomadic tribes. Historical records indicate that eating mutton has long been established as a delicacy, with fish and mutton regarded as a gourmet combination, evoking envy and salivation. During the Jin dynasty, there was a man named Luo Yu from Xiangyang, known for his insatiable appetite since childhood, which earned him the reputation of being foolish. One time, in his eagerness to enjoy a meal of mutton, he waited outside the host's door long before it opened. The host was quite astonished upon seeing him when the door finally opened. The guest list for the day's banquet did not include this individual, prompting the host to inquire about his presence at the doorstep. He conveyed that Huan Wan, his superior, had matters to impart, yet upon arrival, he candidly admitted his intent was merely to partake in a meal, proceeding to devour it with refined voracity, departing without a trace of embarrassment. Along the thoroughfares of Xiaoshui town, succulent skewers of mutton roasted to a golden hue. Having abstained from breakfast, and imbued with the sensibilities of a scholar, the mutton before him appeared as the most exquisite vista. In the present imperial harem, women of Xinbei descent serve as consorts, and the Prince of Qin himself bears Xinbei blood, abounds with merchants from the northern tribes. Consequently, individuals of origin hold a position of esteem within the great Zhou dynasty. The region of Yong province, situated in the northwest, shares certain customs with the people. Furthermore, due to its historical role as the capital for successive emperors, It attracts scholars from across the realm, fostering an atmosphere of prosperity. Thus, many regions within the Great Zhou have adopted customs. Even in the modest Xiaoshui town, echoes of southern culture intertwine with the boundless poetic essence of Jiangbei. Perhaps due to the pangs of hunger, even a humble stall, far removed from the opulent restaurants of Chang'an, appeared remarkably appealing to them. At Li Chongyuan's discretion, the group paused to refresh themselves and partake in sustenance. After a brief respite, they regained their vigor, ready to savor the exquisite beauty of the mortal realm. Pray tell, what are the two of you engaged in? We have arrived at our destination. Partake in some mutton to replenish your strength, for labor awaits us. Chen Yiji bit into a succulent piece of mutton with gusto. Dao Yi was unaware that his eyes could perceive in such a manner. The writhing mutton utterly repulsed his appetite. What a pity, he lamented. I divined before departing that today is auspicious for vegetarianism, a propitious omen. Chen Yiji feasted with great enthusiasm, relishing the exquisite flavors that tantalized his palate. The meat possessing an irresistible springiness, almost as if it were still alive. Upon hearing this, Dao Yi smacked his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "Ah, I nearly forgot about you. Come, come, you shall undoubtedly enjoy these." The small Bifong, who was compelled to ride instead of soaring through the skies, felt an urge to weep. Observing the remarkable prowess of the young Taoist, it found itself nearly unseated from the horse, fearing it might expel its hard-earned sustenance. The dizzy Bifong, upon hearing the mention of food, turned its round eyes in search of its favorite delicacies, puzzled by the absence of any delightful aromas. With a gentle nudge of its tiny head, it pointed toward the lamb skewers before Chen Yiji, prompting Dao Yi to respond with mild exasperation. "Isn't this your favorite? What nonsense are you speaking?" The little Bifong squirmed uneasily, wishing to distance itself from this eccentric Taoist. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Don't birds like to eat these?" Dao Yi seemed genuinely curious. The small creature regarded her with skepticism. Having encountered countless beings in the mass graveyard, it hesitantly decided to trust her for the moment. "What are you babbling about? Calling me a little bird all day long. I am a Bifong bird, and you should address me as the divine beast. Such trivial fare is beneath our kind, as we were born to disdain it. But, esteemed little bird, could you enlighten me about these lamb skewers?" With a hand extended toward the small Bifong, Wang Xuanji pointed at the abundant bamboo skewers, while the individuals still engrossed in their meal wore an innocent smile. The three engaged in hushed conversation, while the other remained focused on their feast. The phenomenon of birds conversing did not elicit curiosity from the companions, nor did it seem to intrigue the townsfolk of Xiaoshui, who appeared rather accustomed to it, a rather peculiar occurrence, indeed. As for the insects, the living ones, while I could surmise their nature, confirming it truly cracked Wang Xuanji's smile. His oblivious friends continued to indulge heartily. Dao Yi hastily restrained him, advising caution, as I had yet to discern the purpose of these insects. Their robust physique was rather fitting. "What are your impressions of this town?" I inquired. An inexplicable sensation stirred within me, yet the townspeople exuded a remarkable harmony, devoid of any apparent malevolence. Despite this thought, an unsettling feeling lingered. What could it possibly be? Wang Xuanji gently tapped the little head of the Bifong with his fingertips, eliciting a blissful squint from the creature, utterly delightful. "Look over there," he pointed. Moments earlier, I had witnessed an incident where one individual had knocked over another's belongings without so much as an apology. The one on the ground, collecting vegetables, not only refrained from confronting the offender, but did not even utter a word of reproach. Dao Yi recounted what she had observed. Wang Xuanji, equally perplexed, noted their age was one of vigorous youth, yet they exhibited no trace of anger, as if nothing mattered at all. I finally grasped what felt amiss. The townsfolk we had encountered in Xiaoshui bore a striking resemblance to those two individuals. Were it not for their differing appearances, I might have mistaken them for the same person, their aura of desirelessness nearly rivaling that of Mr. Zhao, whose demeanor was as unassuming as a chrysanthemum. Mr. Zhao?" Wang Xuanji observed Mr. Zhao, who appeared as delicate as a chrysanthemum, joyfully dining with the owner of Shouan Pavilion, their spirits seemingly lighter than usual. "This is troubling. Does Dao Yi possess a method to resolve this expeditiously?" Wang Xuanji inquired with concern. Dao Yi nodded. "Indeed, I do have a solution, but I require a stroll around the town to ascertain a few matters. As for him," he circled around Chen Yiji, "let us employ him to pave our way. Hang in there, my good brother." Wang Xuanji offered an encouraging glance, while the latter remained engrossed in his pursuit of the lamb skewer enterprise. Chapter 3. We are different, leaving the savoring group behind. Dao Yi guided Wang Xuanji through the peculiar lower water town. Prior to this, she had confirmed that the creature posed no threat to human beings, allowing her to leave the others without worry as they sought the source of the anomaly. The scenic beauty of lower water town was long forgotten by the group, with only 2 individuals remaining alert to their surroundings, though they lacked the leisure to appreciate the sights. As anticipated, they encountered no remarkable individuals along their path. Each distinct face bore an eerily identical expression, an unsettling phenomenon that sent shivers down their spines. Today marked the Double Ninth Festival, a time when locals typically honored their ancestors. Their party, far removed in Chang'an, could only yearn from afar, yet Lower Water Town exhibited no signs of ancestral veneration, instead continuing its monotonous daily routine, which felt both normal and strangely abnormal. To unravel the enigma of Lower Water Town, it was imperative to first comprehend the situation within the town itself. Dao Yi and another individual made their way towards the largest residence in the town, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, belonged to the mayor of Jiuxiao Town. At the entrance of the mayor's courtyard stood a leisurely chair, where the elderly mayor, a man in his 60s, reclined with an air of contentment, his eyes partially closed, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight and cherishing this splendid moment. It was evident that he was relishing his time. The two exchanged glances. This was the first encounter that felt distinct from the others. "Are you the mayor of Jiuxiao Town?" Dao Yi inquired, her charming and sweet smile captivating, disarming all who beheld it. Previously, upon descending the mountain, she had inquired from Jiuxiao Temple to Puyang, with unerring success. Upon hearing the question, the old man's smile remained unchanged, yet his entire demeanor suddenly shifted, blending seamlessly with the villagers of Jiuxiao Town, rendering him indistinguishable from the common folk. Had it not been for their simultaneous observation of his peculiarity moments earlier, they might have believed themselves to be imagining things. That slight deviation perhaps held the key. The elderly man lazily opened his eyes, seemingly lacking energy, and with a half-lifted eyelid uttered, "Oh, I am the mayor, surnamed Ding. What brings you two here?" "No, wait, your matters are of no concern to me. Please step aside, you are blocking my sunlight." If the charming lady could not assist, then perhaps they should seek another approach, Dao Yi decisively suggested. The two stepped aside to allow the sunlight to pour in, taking the opportunity to survey the mayor's courtyard. The mayor, with a nonchalant nod, replied, "Feel free to find an empty room for yourselves," gesturing towards the end of the town. "There is an unoccupied residence there. You may clean it and take up residence." As they walked and inspected, they ultimately discovered a vacant house that had been left unattended. At the entrance, a spider's web hung ominously, and one of the doors was in a state of decay, leaning resolutely against the other. As Dao stepped forward and kicked it down, even the townsfolk, usually as tranquil as still water, felt their hearts flutter at the sight. The mayor, in particular, reacted sharply, his brows knitting together. Ahem. The door's collapse stirred up a cloud of dust, choking the two men. They quickly raised their hands to shield their mouths and noses, and once the thick dust settled, they lowered their hands, stepping over the fallen door to reveal a minuscule courtyard. Aside from the rampant weeds, the remnants of former belongings were arranged in an orderly fashion, suggesting that this household once maintained a meticulous home. To one side of the entrance stood the door to the main room, while a window revealed the bedroom beyond. To the right was a makeshift kitchen. Inside the main room, a simple set of table and chairs was present, crafted with a certain roughness, smoothed over to prevent injury to users. Directly opposite the entrance was an altar honoring heaven, earth, the emperor, parents, teachers, and ancestors, adorned with incense offerings and a plaque. The entire hall was draped in cobwebs, and the roof tiles, some shattered, lay strewn across the ground in countless fragments. As they tread upon the broken shards, the silence of the long-abandoned space was invigorated by their presence. The former occupant, a member of the Young family, bore the elegant name of Yunjin. Wang Xin's brow furrowed, as if he had seen this name somewhere before, yet upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. After all, in this vast world, sharing names and surnames was hardly extraordinary. The engraver of the plaque seemed to have limited literacy. Notice how the character for cloud is missing a dot in the rain character, and the letters appear somewhat askew. Nonetheless, it is evident that the engraving was done with care, was it not? Indeed, it is so. From the moment they discovered the plaque, the two began to exchange their observations, and then they both performed a bow, offering their apologies, before lifting the plaque and pointing at the inscription. Look, temple keeper. This lady has been gone for a decade. Wang Xuanji hesitated, realizing that while there was no issue here, the real concern lay with the students who had accompanied them that evening. Along with the two gentlemen, how should they be accommodated? Dao Yi gazed at him in astonishment, still contemplating a good rest, wondering whether they would venture out later. Wang Xuanji shook his head in resignation, fully aware that she intended to find a suitable place for the guests to settle so she could discreetly investigate the matter at hand. Yet, her words came out as utterly perplexing. With a thought, he drew the long flute that had been tucked at his waist, twirled it in his hand, and playfully jabbed her with it. Enough of your nonsense. Let us hasten to explore the other rooms. Dao Yi made a face and darted off, declaring he would check the kitchen, while the temple keeper, being a gentleman, would inspect the bedroom. A gentleman, indeed? One who would venture to the bedroom without first visiting the kitchen? Yet he chose not to voice such trivialities, merely smiling as he proceeded to examine the bedroom. Hoping there might be space for the two gentlemen, considering their age, it would be better to afford them some comfort rather than keeping them up with the students. However, upon opening the door, the smile vanished from his face in an instant. Dao Yi, meanwhile, was searching for something edible, startled by the sudden exclamation. It seemed this bedroom would not be suitable for guests after all, and the two elders would have to be inconvenienced. Two gentlemen, no grievances, thank you. As Wang Xuanji surveyed the conditions of the inner chamber, Dao Yi circumvented him and approached the skeletal remains, which were cloaked in a considerable layer of dust. The remains were still adorned with a pristine garment, which, despite later accumulating dirt and bearing numerous insect bites, remained undeniably clean. He meticulously examined the bones, turning them over and feeling them inch by inch, puzzled. What was peculiar? Wang Xuanji, already well acquainted with the circumstances of the inner chamber, stood nearby, his heart sinking at the words, sensing an ominous premonition. Chapters 3 and 4. A return to one's maternal home. The deceased was male, approximately 30 years of age, standing over 8 feet tall, with no apparent ailments or external injuries, and devoid of any signs of external force or poisoning that could have caused excruciating pain, ultimately contorting him into such a state. The color of the bones was consistent with that of a typical deceased individual, indicating he had not succumbed to poison. Moreover, the robustness of the skeleton, particularly the strength in the arms, suggested that he had possessed a bow and arrows at home, likely indicating he was a hunter. The various signs on the bones suggested that the deceased had met a natural death. Yet, the bones were twisted like the braids atop a barbarian's head. Do you discern what could be the cause? Wang Xuanji articulated his doubts, adding, Dao Yi, I am aware that you possess the ability to perceive what is beyond our comprehension. Otherwise, you could not have so confidently asserted that a beastly spirit resided within when you on. Dao Yi was initially taken aback, but soon relaxed. Upon encountering the chief minister of the Dali Temple, she regarded him as a revered master from the 9 heavens, acting without concealment. If he could not accept this, then she would have to confront the demons alone. If the other party were to accept her extraordinary abilities, undoubtedly, with the endorsement of the authorities, her endeavors would be significantly facilitated. Take, for instance, the matter concerning Cui Wenyuan. It could be described as a triple gain. However, it was unexpected that this individual would offer assistance so early on, which brought a small sense of joy to Dao Yi. She realized she was not alone. The temple elder had spoken the truth. Yet, she could only perceive one person's obsession, unable to comprehend the entirety of a person's life, nor directly observe the perpetrator. As for souls, they possess their own consciousness and do not easily succumb to intrusion. Clinging to the obsessions that define their lives, they resist departure even in death, only leaving once their obsessions have dissipated. However, if we were to forcibly examine the entirety of a soul's memories, the outcome would merely result in mutual destruction. Of course, should the day arrive when my own soul gains the strength to overlook such trivial wounds, perhaps it would be worth attempting. For then a mere glance could reveal whether the perpetrator is human or ghostly. This is why I am inclined to conduct an autopsy, to ascertain whether the matter pertains to an ordinary individual or a creature of the supernatural. The incident involving the creature, which utilized Cui Wenyuan's body, led me to find the scent on the deceased rather peculiar, initially attributing it to the Zetan table. I later discovered it was the demon borrowing a human form to mask its own scent. You discern between humans and demons by scent. Does this imply that the death of this individual could indeed be linked to a demon? Wang Xuanji could not forget the writhing lamb skewers. Believing everything to be connected to the supernatural, He thought he might never wish to eat them again. Scent is effective against those lesser demons who cannot conceal themselves. Middle-tier demons can hide, requiring an open heavenly eye, while higher-tier ones depend on the circumstances. If they can fight, they will, but if not, they must swiftly flee and call for assistance. Otherwise, sacrifice becomes inevitable. With a nonchalant shrug, Dao Yi faced the challenges posed by both the mediocre and the formidable. Merely possessing the ability to open the heavenly eye allowed one to traverse vast distances, far beyond the need to engage in confrontation. Suddenly, a mischievous grin graced her lips. However, I believe I can distinguish between humans and demons, a task simpler than theirs. Of course, the verification of good and evil is left to you. How do you discern between humans and demons? Inquired Wang Xuanji, his curiosity insatiable. Dao Yi pointed towards the empty skull above, indicating that Wang Rong's crown was pure white, as was that of those who had fallen victim to Cui Wenyuan. Yet, the latter himself bore both black and white hues, and the mist hovering above this person's head was also a pristine white, embodying their obsessions. Though the black and white mist was imperceptible, the distinction was clear. Humans were white, while demons were black. Yet, if obsessions are mere fantasies, how could they possess color? That is the result of their soul's protection. She explained. Ah, I see. So, are you suggesting that this skeleton also harbors its own obsession? The intact wooden door swung open, revealing a courtyard that was spotless, devoid of even a single blade of grass, save for a small vegetable garden set apart. Not even a spider's web could be found, nor any filth in the poultry shed of the backyard. It was indeed a household that knew how to live well. The woman, appearing to be well-educated, moved with an elegance that resonated with the same aura as Wang Xuanji and his companions, yet her femininity imbued it with a gentler grace. Observing the silent exchange between the two, Dao Yi felt a shiver run through her. Wang Xuanji regarded her as if she were frozen in place, for autumn had arrived, bringing with it the chill of the season. In haste, he draped the cloak he had prepared for today's ascent around her shoulders. Then, the man whispered something in her ear, and the woman lifted her fair hand to gently strike his chest, only to have him grasp it firmly. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she leaned closer, asking, "Ding Lang, do you think my parents miss me?" Initially, the young woman felt a surge of joy, but it quickly dimmed. Perhaps they do not wish to see me again. Otherwise, how could I have encountered you? Ah, what is the esteemed Sir Dao Yi doing? Upon finishing his fixation, he noticed the oversized robe draped over him. I thought you were shivering from the cold, Wang Xianji candidly remarked. What have you gained? Acknowledging that he might not directly confront the culprit, Wang Xianji shifted his approach. Under normal circumstances, he would have gathered the entire lower water town for questioning. But that was no longer feasible. These individuals were struggling even to dine. Oh, missed the chance? You don't wish to cook, do you? Well, if you choose not to eat, it matters not. One meal is inconsequential. An air of indifference pervaded lower water town. Even the fields surrounding it paled in comparison to those of Ping'an County. The failure to bury the deceased within this dwelling might be attributed to such a lackadaisical attitude. The deceased bore the surname Ding. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was he who had erected the memorial tablet, and he was dearly beloved by his wife, with whom he shared a profound affection for their home. Dao Yi sighed in resignation, having initially believed that such a strong fixation pointed to significant matters, only to realize it was merely the entanglements of human emotions. Oh, and the deceased whispered a few words into her ear, leaving his wife blushing furiously. Does that count? As if he were listening to those words, Dao Yi appeared to embody the speaker, and Wang Xianji's ears subtly flushed with crimson. Unlike Dao Yi, who had spent his formative years in the mountains, Wang Xianji had dwelled in the secular world for 20 years and served in the Dali Temple, thus possessing a broader perspective. He pondered that perhaps this was the essence of his obsession, to ensure that his wife lived a life free from worries and filled with joy, leaving no regrets behind. Let us hasten to retrieve the disreputable commanders, he urged. The house is as it is. There is no need to tidy up. Dao Yi waved his hand dismissively, which made Wang Xianji hesitate. You haven't been influenced by the negativity of the town, have you? It's rather disheartening. Dao Yi, no longer inclined to offer him a pleasant demeanor, retorted, Your superior is indeed remarkable. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us settle everyone in. We still have to go out shortly, so let us not squander time. The fact that he could still feel anger indicated that all was well. Wang Xianji exhaled with relief. Dao Yi, you have changed. In the 3rd and 5th chapters, little Bai Fong had grown thinner. The two of them quickly tidied the room and arranged for everyone's comfort before preparing their luggage in disguise. Just before stepping out, they exchanged glances. And Dao Yi couldn't contain his amusement at their absurd attire. In this attire, one might as well be a gentleman of the eaves, but it would be better to be a flower picker leaving behind the fragrance of the moonlight. His words were cut short by the piercing glare from Wang Xianzhi, prompting him to fall silent. The art of Dao could not be easily employed against ordinary individuals. In terms of martial prowess, it was uncertain who would triumph. She had no inclination to bully the ailing, and certainly did not harbor any intent to intimidate with her piercing gaze. Wang Xuanzhi had grown weary of reminding the other party. The narrow path adorned in green was not particularly better, yet it seemed to hold a slight advantage when compared to his own white attire. Their excursion was merely intended for the lofty purpose of gazing at the rising sun. Their presence here was purely serendipitous. It was evident that there were numerous necessities to prepare for future outings. The mansion they had encountered during the day basked in the radiant sunlight, and there was yet another frail old man meandering in the sunshine. The world appeared tranquil, and the passage of time felt serene, evoking a reluctance to intrude. Perhaps the elderly gentleman retired early, for the mansion only displayed 2 grand red lanterns at its entrance, while the interior remained shrouded in darkness, as impenetrable as night itself. Guided by the scant moonlight, the two of them eventually reached the threshold of Mayor Ding's inner chamber, where they were met with the thunderous sound of snoring that resonated from within. They tiptoed away, unaware that Mayor Ding, at that very moment, had opened his misty eyes. It was indeed peculiar. The mayor was evidently different during the day, yet why was he so silent this evening? Had he perhaps discerned their movements? The absence of any stirring from the mayor only deepened their suspicions. Dao Yi chuckled softly, suggesting that the temple minister might be feeling lonely. After all, in Chang'an, many pursued and cherished him, yet now, in Jiuxiao town, no one paid him any heed. Was this lack of attention causing discomfort in his heart? This reminder made Wang Xuanzhi feel quite uneasy, as the fear of being pursued by the young women of Chang'an resurfaced in his mind. For a fleeting moment, he found the people of Jiuxiao town rather endearing, yet if someone or something were to act with intent, the situation would be altogether different. Conducting their business took precedence. Wang Xuanzhi feigned seriousness and whispered, "What is it?" As Dao Yi took 2 steps and then paused, the little chubby creature began to stir once more. He reached into the pouch hanging at his waist and pulled out the little fellow. Oh no, it was no longer appropriate to refer to it as chubby, for it had slimmed down considerably. "What has caused your weight loss, little one? Is it that the meals of late have not suited your palate? I told you to trust my advice on those lamb skewers, yet you refused. Just look at you, with hardly a couple of ounces of meat left. Even if captured by a hunter, you would surely be among those released back into the wild," Dao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Before Xiao Bifang could revel in its previous pride, this remark rendered it momentarily speechless, its avian visage flushing crimson. "I have stated clearly that I do not consume such things. This is not mere weight loss. Rather, I have successfully absorbed the essence of those infernal flames. Humph. What purpose does your absorption serve?" Dao Yi, cloaked in the sparse starlight, ensured that the creature did not catch sight of his revealing expression. Xiao Bifang held its head high with an air of arrogance. "What do we possess? Surely you are aware, so take your time to guess. Let us depart, Sir Qing. We have located it, over there." Following her pointed direction, Wang Xuanzhi led the way, anxious that this esteemed guest might lose his way within the estate. Dao Yi, not contemplating further, knew that had he understood the situation, he would have been leaping with frustration. The trio, 2 individuals and 1 bird, arrived at a foreboding courtyard, where the moonlight and starlight cascaded down but were largely obstructed by an ancient tree. The venerable locust tree, much like the town mayor, bore mottled patterns upon its bark. Yet its life still stretched far into the future, while the old mayor's days were numbered. As they passed by the ancient locust tree, Dao Yi suddenly recalled the countenance he had observed in the daylight. The preceding passage reveals information regarding the imminent demise of the mayor. However, she refrains from disclosing this to him. Whether through principles or otherwise, one must not casually declare the end of life. This is firstly due to the unpredictable nature of fate, and secondly, because humanity itself is an elusive existence. Perhaps a miracle may yet unfold. If she were to carelessly utter a prediction that condemns an undeserving person to death, it would be an act of defying heaven and altering destiny, leaving the future shrouded in uncertainty. This is also why many enlightened beings, upon unveiling the mysteries of the heavens, encounter various unforeseen calamities or continuous misfortunes throughout their lives. It appears as though the heavens are issuing a warning. Those who endeavor to pry into the celestial secrets and attempt to alter their fate may enjoy temporary success, but not enduring triumph. Of course, the heavens also provide a means of survival. Otherwise, how could a bridge for communication with them exist? Understanding their intentional or unintentional guidance is akin to a covert exchange of heavenly insights. By following the natural course, the heavens may choose to turn a blind eye. With a creak, the door adorned with longevity flowers swung open. Dao Yi hastily followed, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld the scene within. Both individuals halted mid-step. The open door revealed an aromatic altar, upon which lay a faded portrait, accompanied by several ancestral tablets, all bearing the surname Ding. It became evident that this was the ancestral hall of Mayor Ding. "Shall we enter?" Dao Yi inquired. "Can you be certain there is no issue regarding this mayor?" Wang Xuanji pondered, feeling an unease. "You may proceed, although it may disturb the ancestors of the Ding family. If it is within reason, they would likely not take offense. Just focus on uncovering the cause of the troubles in Xiaoshui town. I shall handle the rest." "Understood." Dao Yi reverently approached the ancestral tablets of the Ding family, acknowledging the esteemed ancestors with a humble apology for any inadvertent transgressions. With determined strides, he made his way to the portrait of the Ding family's forebear, demanding, "Will you not emerge?" The portrait remained impervious. Each invocation seemed to diminish his resources. Previously, in a bid to conserve energy, he had resorted to employing yellow talismans against the fierce creature. Yet now he found himself depleted of the precious yellow and white offerings he had amassed through his recent endeavors as a coroner. Clenching his teeth in frustration at the wastefulness of his resources, he declared, "By the force of decree, exorcise the malevolent spirits." As the yellow talisman made contact with the ancestral portrait, the ethereal entity, resembling a mist-laden white jade, swiftly recoiled, seemingly avoiding confrontation with the talisman, perhaps out of uncertainty regarding its adversary's prowess. The white jade apparition detached from the portrait and, in the blink of an eye, darted to the rooftop, as if fleeing from its confines. "By the force of decree, exorcise the malevolent spirits," he urged, pursuing it with a talisman of wood spirit energy designed to repel evil. In that fleeting moment when the white jade form had emerged, Dao Yi discerned its shape and origin, adeptly employing the counteractive energies and talismans at his disposal, successfully slowing its movements. However, just then, an unforeseen twist of fate transpired. Chapter 36. Radiance having sustained an injury, the white jade entity ceased its flight, opting instead to absorb the energies emanating from all directions within the ancestral hall. These energies varied in intensity, converging from disparate sources. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the air, momentarily startling the night crows above, who then hastily flapped their wings, fleeing the perilous town below with even greater urgency. Wang Xuanji was taken aback. It was Yishi. And something had gone awry. The little bifong, its feathers in disarray, stood in the courtyard, disheveled by the wind. Who was it? Where was it? What was its intention? The little bifong felt immensely aggrieved, patting its barely settled belly, knowing that after today, hunger awaited once more. Alas, grievances aside, duties must be fulfilled. After all, it was the benefactor of a benefactor, and gratitude must be repaid. A breath of dark flame surged toward the white jade dumpling. Yet it merely slowed the latter's absorption rate. It called out, "Little Taoist, hurry up. I cannot hold on much longer." Before long, they brought Chiniji over, who was now cradling his head and groaning in agony. Having been on the battlefield, he had not felt such pain in a long time. Physical torment could be endured without a blink, but the turmoil in his mind was unbearable. The little bifong was on the verge of losing its breath. Dao Yi, however, did not rush to assist immediately. If the absorption were to be forcibly interrupted, most of those being drained by the white jade dumpling would end up as fools, and the severe cases could lead to loss of life. She rummaged through her satchel and produced a book. The title Fushi Ju flashed briefly before her. Dao Yi smiled awkwardly, realizing she had taken the wrong one. Without explaining why it was unsuitable, she retrieved another tome, Fengming Ju, which she handed to him. Wang Xuanji was momentarily stunned as he accepted the book. Before he could inquire, Dao Yi hastily instructed, "The abbot has turned to the first page of Fengming Ju. You must play this melody." By the time he grasped the situation, his hands were already poised on the bone flute at his waist. A melody titled Illusory Dream resonated. awakening the town of underwater, which had long been devoid of desires and aspirations. It seemed as though the town had suddenly achieved enlightenment, no longer willing to be at the mercy of whims. The townsfolk possessed their own thoughts. Those dreams that had been consumed now emerged anew. Dao Yi lifted the small Baifeng and placed it beside Cheniji, then turned his full attention to Wang Xuanji. To his astonishment, he noticed that the bone flute was emitting a pearly glow. It remained uncertain whether this phenomenon was a result of the phoenix's echo technique, the flute itself, or the essence of the individual. He felt compelled to discover the origin of the flute's material. Leaning against a locust tree, Cheniji displayed the most pronounced reaction. Although the ache in his head had subsided, he was far from well. The ordeal of entering and exiting had thoroughly exhausted him, and his eyes rolled back before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The white jade orb, if it had a face, would surely be filled with terror upon witnessing Wang Xuanji's frightful expression, prompting it to cease its consumption. Simultaneously, the illusory dream came to a halt, revealing that the white jade orb had transformed, giving rise to a spectral figure. This figure bore a resemblance to the patriarch of the Ding family, perhaps having dwelled within the painting for an extended period, acquiring some of his likeness. The apparition exuded a similar aura to that of the white jade orb, an ethereal young man, appearing pitiable, helpless, and innocent. With his large, watery eyes, he implored, "Do not harm me. I am innocent." Wang Xuanji inquired, "Who are you? Why do you seek to harm the citizens of underwater?" She understood. With tear-filled eyes, he turned to Dao Yi. Dao Yi pointed at the apparition and declared, "According to the Compendium of monsters, this entity is known as the Dream Eater, born from the consumption of human dreams, which are essentially their desires. This explains the reason behind the townsfolk of underwater being devoid of desires and aspirations. The entity resembles a minuscule insect, yet upon awakening, it is enveloped in a halo of white light. Lacking any offensive capability, those who fall prey to its insatiable appetite become utterly devoid of the will to resist. However, when their very lives are at stake, they hasten their feeding speed. Human vitality, sustained by the essence of one's blood, risks exceeding its limits when excessively drained, leading to potential peril." The final remark was discreetly uttered to Wang Xian. "Why are you both unscathed?" The man, filled with a sense of grievance, was on the verge of tears. "Are you referring to those lamb skewers outside? It appears you are aware of your own unappealing appearance, necessitating some adornment to entice consumption. Yet, alas, it is indeed a pity. I had consulted the oracle prior to my departure, and today is deemed auspicious for a vegetarian diet. Are you implying that those lamb skewers serve as a medium for it to feast upon the dreams of humanity?" Wang Xian felt fortunate for his discernment. Having evaded the toxic grasp of the dream-devouring insect, and not having his dreams snatched away, humanity truly exhibits a malevolent nature. It is humans who summon these entities and who also seek to have them departed. After enduring the arduous awakening, one would rather not succumb to slumber again. The dream-devouring insect, struggling to maintain its ethereal semblance, yearned to escape, but unexpectedly grew uncontrollably colossal. Dao Yi pondered the consequences of pricking it with a needle when a harsh voice resounded, declaring that none shall depart from this place today. The trio, 2 individuals and 1 insect, turned their gaze towards the source, as Mayor Ding approached with a disoriented gait. As the dream devourer approached him, his consciousness gradually became obscured, even tinged with pain. "Little Taoist, if you do not assist me." Before the words could fully escape, its form surged to a height comparable to a human, continuing to expand. Such abrupt growth was not favorable for the dream devourer, and Dao Yi's head tilted precariously. Indeed, for us, it was also an ominous sign. Should it become excessively powerful, it could pose a threat. "Temple Qing, what troubles you?" Dao Yi inquired, waving a hand in front of him, only to find the other standing motionless. Wang Xianji found this peculiar. He glanced down at his attire, an elegant crimson silk robe, distinct from the usual garments he donned, which were of a similar hue but lacked today's vibrancy, seemingly heralding the joy of its wearer. Ah, joy indeed. Today marked a momentous occasion for him, his wedding day. Who was he to wed? Was it the match arranged by his father and mother, or perhaps the betrothal he had been promised since childhood? Lost in thought, he was suddenly reminded by a voice nearby, filled with exuberance. Crossing the fire basin, he entered the main hall. Guests called out joyfully, "Bow to heaven and earth." Wang Xianji, in a daze, bent forward. In that fleeting moment of lowering his head, The bone flute that hung from his waist captured his attention, prompting him to reach out instinctively. He recalled playing a melody titled Illusory Dream on that very flute, but for what purpose? A throbbing headache engulfed him as the grand hall around him seemed to warp, and beside him, the bride appeared altered. Instinctively, he tugged at her veil. "Temple Keeper, are you well?" Dao Yi's visage replaced the fleeting expression beneath the veil, and a hand waved incessantly before him. Wang Xianzhi was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, involuntarily retreating a step, his demeanor awkward, his heartbeat drumming fiercely, his ears subtly tinged with crimson in the night. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Mayor Ding, in a state of confusion, was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Even in his slumber, Chun Yizhi could emit cries of anguish. It was truly tragic. Xiao Baifeng crouched nearby, terrified, clutching his head with his wings. Wang Xianzhi stepped closer. He had witnessed the entire scene unfold. This individual had called out to him repeatedly, yet he remained unresponsive, lost in thought. Dao Yi was equally stunned. She then resumed her demeanor as if nothing had transpired. "Temple Keeper, are you all right? I was hesitant to interrupt you earlier." For the dream-eating bug to craft dreams for others, it must either be interrupted or the dreamer must awaken on their own. Otherwise, they would perish within their slumber. What kind of dream did he create for you? You appeared so joyous just moments ago. If you were so happy, why did you awaken so swiftly? Wang Xianzhi felt a touch of embarrassment. Should he reveal to these individuals that he yearned for marriage? He could only awkwardly shift the focus, questioning what the dream-eating bug had done. It was likely that the entire Jiuxiao town was now ensnared in slumber. Not everyone could awaken as you did. The only course of action was to halt the dream-eating bug's capabilities. "Temple Keeper, continue to play Illusory Dream to disrupt the dream-eating bug while I address the source." Before her words had fully faded, she charged towards the dazed Mayor Ding, not bothering with pleasantries. With a swift kick aimed at his abdomen, she followed up with a relentless barrage of blows. The little creature, Baifeng, slightly unfurled its wings, yet clung tightly to its now slender form, choosing to remain by the side of this foolish individual. Wang Xuanji's flute melody faltered momentarily, almost overtaken by the Dream Eater, compelling him to gather his focus and resume playing. In a manner that bordered on brutality, Dao Yi forcefully expelled the lamb's skewers from Mayor Ding's belly. There were certainly more gentle methods available, yet she relished this approach as a means of venting her frustrations. Once the old man awakens, they could engage in conversation. At that moment, Mayor Ding was engulfed in pain, devoid of any visible injuries. He found himself in a predicament where sitting or lying down provided no comfort. When he attempted to speak, even the slightest movement of his mouth sent sharp pangs coursing through him. His ire was directed solely at Dao Yi, his thoughts seething with resentment towards the meddlesome Taoist who had thwarted his plans. He reflected bitterly on his intentions to take what they deemed unnecessary, questioning why he should assist them. To him, their wretched lives were inconsequential. To die for him would be their honor. If one is devoid of dreams, how do they differ from the living dead? Moreover, the rights to life rest firmly in their own hands, even if they cannot dictate their fortunes. Consider the laws of the court, which merely ensure that the majority live their lives in peace and stability, rather than sanctioning the eradication of others' existence. Previously threatened with existential peril and spurred by the provocations of the creature, Dao Yi had thoroughly fortified her resolve. Moreover, the inevitability of aging, illness, and death is a decree of fate. Your delusions have led to the harm of innocence. Today it is I, but tomorrow others will surely intervene. With the dawn, one ought to awaken from their dreams. Is it not so, Mayor Ding? The mayor has never been one to accept fate. Otherwise, he would not have committed such numerous deeds. Mayor Ding has coerced the dream-eating insect to grow, forcing it to ascend from the 4th to the 7th level of the yellow tier. Although it surpasses her by 2 levels, it possesses little offensive capability, merely the power to manifest dreams, allowing those trapped within to perish in their slumber. The lives extinguished are claimed by the sacrificer, Mayor Ding, who nourishes it with his own essence, reaping the benefits. This is indeed the secret behind your continued existence when you ought to have perished, Dao Yi expressed, revealing a disdain for this abhorrent method among their kind. Even if one defies heaven to alter fate, they may still be hailed as a hero. Little did he expect that Dao Yi had already discerned the truth of his overdue demise. Initially flustered, the mayor soon erupted into a maniacal laughter, proclaiming that the people of Jiuxiao town rely on my wealth to survive. As their mayor, They ought to live and die for me, for this is their obligation. Am I due? Though the land may belong to you, it is rented with their hard-earned gold, and yet they must also surrender a portion of their harvest as rent, leaving them little for themselves, just enough to stave off starvation in winter. This is the mutual dependence between you and the townsfolk. You desire their dreams. Why not share your own with them? You covet their lives. Have you ever inquired if they are willing? By exploiting the treasures that lie within everyone's reach, they have deceitfully robbed them of their precious lives. Mayor Ding, the longevity flowers adorning your ancestral hall are quite splendid. Alas, you have sullied their existence. Indeed, how can one who fails to comprehend the value of life grasp such matters? Wang Xian's countenance grew somewhat somber as memories of Cui Wenyuan resurfaced. They ought to pay with their lives for taking what belongs to me. I possess an immense estate, while they dwell in endless poverty. Thus, offering their lives is only fitting. Mayor Ding, deprived of that delectable lamb skewer, since his vitality ebbing away, he has succumbed to madness. Now, I shall inquire, from whence did you procure this dream-eating insect? To converse about the preciousness of life with those who lack understanding is akin to playing a lute to a cow while they remain conscious. It is prudent to extract the information first. Ha. You wish to know? I shall deliberately withhold it from you. Investigate at your leisure. Mayor Ding's smile twisted into something grotesque. What you imply is that someone indeed informed you, or perhaps even gifted it to you. Upon Wang Xian's utterance, Mayor Ding's triumphant grin abruptly faltered. Awakened, are we? Then let us bind this old man, you rogue. Dao Yi kicked the motionless figure sprawled on the ground. Chun Yiji remained enraptured by the lamb skewer. Upon regaining clarity, Wang Xian felt distinctly alert, yet his body ached intensely. And he was utterly repulsed by the lamb skewer. Fearing he would become a burden to the others, he lay still, unaware that he had already been discovered. I feel unwell and wish to remain still. Chun Yiji spoke the truth. However, if it came to binding an old man, rising was certainly within his capabilities. Dao Yi murmured, perhaps there are still dream-eating insects within you. Would you like me to assist you in expelling them? Chun Yiji sprang up with a swift motion, hastily replying, no need. I am completely recovered. See, there isn't a single issue. His head shook vigorously like a waving drum, and he gestured emphatically to demonstrate his well-being. As Ding Town Chief endured his punishment, Chun Yiji covertly cast a glance at him, noting his woeful and miserable state. In an effort to avoid a similar fate, Chun Yiji nimbly obstructed Ding Town Chief's legs with a handkerchief he always carried, the scent unmistakably reminiscent of military life. Ding Town Chief was overwhelmed by the aroma, coughing. Wang Xuanji pretended not to notice and turned to inquire, are there any individuals from Downwater Town accompanying us? Dao Yi, do you have a plan? Well, there is indeed a strategy, Dao Yi replied. You two must remember to cooperate with me and not reveal our intentions. Dao Yi's gaze finally settled on the roof, where the dream-eating insect had been feigning death since awakening, a sinister smile playing on its features. The small green caterpillar within the white light shivered involuntarily. Dream-eating insect, is it still possible to fall into a deep slumber? A dense black mist began to form atop Ding Town Chief's head, filled with thoughts of immortality, devoid of any useful information. Dao Yi merely remarked, I cannot see. Chapter 38. A beautiful scenery, Master Han, Mr. Zhao, awaken, Wang Xuanji softly called to the two gentlemen. Chun Yiji, typically as swift as a startled rabbit, now stood quietly and demurely, as still as a maiden. Dao Yi opened his eyes wide, filled with curiosity. Could it be that these two old men possess unparalleled martial arts? It would indeed be prudent to inquire further. As Han Guanju and Mr. Zhao awakened, two familiar faces, along with a charmingly delicate little head, were gathered at the foot of the bed. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The question remained, why had they both fallen asleep? Where exactly was I? And Dao? The two men inquired in unison. Wang Xuanji maintained a gentle smile, remarking, have the esteemed gentlemen forgotten? Yesterday, after arriving in Xiaoshui Town and indulging in lamb skewers, we ventured into the town to admire its scenic beauty. What the others had consumed, perhaps some peculiar insects, was beyond his purview. After all, he was merely an ordinary minister of justice, not one to ridicule others. Oh. And Dao, now that you mention it, I recall. Indeed, my memory falters with age. It was just a visit to a town. Yet I found myself utterly exhausted and retired early. However, the landscapes of Xiaoshui Town are truly splendid, Mr. Zhao mused, stroking his long white beard with a sense of lingering satisfaction. Han Guanzhu nodded in agreement. As the conversation unfolded, an uproar could be heard from outside, growing increasingly boisterous. What was the commotion about? One individual assisted another gentleman as they made their way outdoors, arriving at the yard of the hunter Ding. There lay a meticulously cleaned skeleton on the ground, and beside it, a man lay unconscious. "Isn't this Ding, the town head?" one of them exclaimed. "Indeed. He greeted us with such warmth upon our arrival yesterday. How did he come to be bound here?" Li Chongyuan's complexion paled. It was merely a matter of encountering a corpse, which had startled him. "Oh, Han Guanzhu, Mr. Zhao," a keen-eyed individual suddenly exclaimed, questioning the senseless act of taking a life. Mayor Ding, who had long suffered the loss of both his wife and child, harbored jealousy towards Ding the hunter for having taken a beautiful bride. At that moment, the previously unconscious man stirred awake, glaring furiously at Wang Xuanji. Yet his mouth was muffled by a foul sweat cloth, rendering him capable only of incoherent murmurs. Do not heed his words. He is merely spouting nonsense. No one dared approach a murderer, let alone remove that repugnant cloth from his mouth. Even those lacking discernment began to recall certain matters. This was dire. Under the emperor's reign, the few encounters they had could scarcely be termed as meetings. They had merely caught distant glimpses of one another through the auspices of their fathers. The details of each other's appearances remained hazy, yet one memory lingered vividly in his mind. The enchanting grace of that fleeting glance, capable of transcending the mundane. At that moment, he was finally able to merge the image of the person before him with the figure he had often heard his father extol, someone he was meant to emulate. Regrettably, he had squandered his studies, preferring the company of others, and now, without even realizing it, had inadvertently offended that very person. He felt doomed, instinctively reaching to rub his rear, as a vague discomfort had begun to manifest. The temple minister jested, remarking that everyone had come merely for pleasure, to compose a few whimsical verses. Indeed, the minister had even apprehended a murderer, a feat beyond their own capabilities. Once a narrative was initiated, the remainder would flow easily. The two gentlemen shook their heads, feeling that the town of Shui was rather peculiar. They found it almost acceptable to do nothing at all. And the prospect of neglecting their studies was utterly intolerable, as to forego their education felt akin to forfeiting their very lives. All listened to the esteemed gentleman. Before the two venerable gentlemen boarded the carriage, they cast several puzzled glances, while the three stood tall and confident, inviting their scrutiny. Dao Yi's eyes shimmered with the hope of being deemed worthy as a disciple, causing the corners of the gentlemen's mouths to twitch in bemusement, leading them to dismiss her entirely. Dao Yi felt a profound disappointment. Was her innate talent not astonishing enough? Did the two gentlemen think so little of her? The return journey lacked the urgency of their arrival. Thus, the group opted to hire separate carriages. Those who sought to curry favor with the two gentlemen were met with refusal, their gaze fixated intently on Wang Xianji. The crowd simmered with resentment. Yet they had no recourse, for he had already ascended into the bureaucracy and would not cross paths with them in the examination hall. Dao Yi retrieved an object from her bag, cradling it in her hands. It was born from the dreams of humankind, existing in this state due to a lack of sustenance. Yet, it was immortal. Wherever dreams thrived, it would come alive. Although it would not recall its past upon awakening, it could endure indefinitely. This was precisely the eternal life that Mayor Ding yearned for. No wonder it had not been slain, Wang Xianji comprehended. Moreover, it had atoned for its sins, had it not? Both the gentlemen and the scholars enjoyed a fulfilling journey to the water town, indeed woven from the dreams it created. Furthermore, having this entity in her possession meant others were denied the opportunity to offer sacrifices. It could even provoke Chen Yiji into a fit, truly. It was advantageous, a single act yielding multiple benefits. A momentary silence enveloped the carriage, rendering the sound of exasperation particularly pronounced. Yiji, what troubles you? The dream conjured by the dream-eating insect had rendered his complexion ashen. He was determined to seize an opportunity to consume it, to eradicate it. Dao Yi spread her hands in playful reproach. You have consumed it, and yet you wish to pave the way for it? What a waste of the noble cause of the malevolent duke. As the tension escalated and a confrontation seemed imminent, the little phoenix, Xiaobi Fong, darted into the fray, exclaiming with a soft whimper, "Ah, dear bird, how comforting you are, steadfast in my moment of distress." Just as Xiaobi Fong emerged to catch its breath, it found itself constricted, nearly gasping for air. Were the inhabitants of the water town truly unscathed? Perhaps the temple official could enlist assistance to ascertain the whereabouts of the Yang family. known for their exquisite brocade. Amidst the cacophony of flapping wings and anguished cries from within the carriage, Dao Yi pondered, how is it that after merely a day's absence from Chang'an, I feel as if several years have elapsed? Do not flee, Xiao Fong, be obedient. The confined space of the carriage seemed insufficient for the little creature's restlessness. Chang'an, undeterred by superstition, sprang up abruptly, only to exclaim in dismay as he felt a significant bump forming on his head. With laughter echoing, the two resumed their conversation after addressing the matter at hand. The little green caterpillar remained as still as a mountain, embodying the essence of a serene, handsome man. Chapter 39, A Meal Without Rice Sigh. After a visit to Watertown, I found myself even more fatigued post-rest. As dawn broke softly, Dao Yi rose from her bed, stretching languidly to commence her daily lessons, with plans to attend court thereafter. The burdens of life weigh heavily. Upon arriving at the Dali Temple for duty, she discovered that many were indulging in leisure, suggesting that her colleagues had enjoyed their day yesterday, perhaps even desiring another day of respite, far from having their fill of merriment. Observing the dark circles under their eyes, she mused quietly to herself. Yet, not all were ensnared in this lethargy. Approaching her were two individuals, a refreshing presence amidst the Dali Temple's usual atmosphere. Albeit one of them bore a rather sour expression. Chang'an initially believed that the other party was greeting him, and he inquired, "Little Taoist, why are you up so early? Why haven't you accompanied in Dao to the Yamen?" Dao Yi was feeling somewhat hesitant to speak, as he intended to discuss matters with the temple steward. Although residing in the Wang family's guest house was quite comfortable, he wished to find a separate place to rent, providing accommodation for his master and others upon their arrival in Chang'an. The prospect of purchasing a house in Chang'an could wait until he had accrued more wealth. This reasoning was indeed sound, and Wang Xuanzi refrained from making any attempts to persuade him to stay, as the justification for residing with the Wang family had already been settled. However, he posed a question, "Dao Yi, do you have the funds to rent a place?" This was precisely the other matter Dao Yi wished to discuss with the temple steward. By the time the three had reached the back courtyard of the Dali Temple, it became evident that for talismans to yield optimal results, the vermilion ink would undoubtedly be quite costly, along with other materials, and each use would necessitate a fresh preparation. With a sigh reminiscent of a sorrowful concubine in a deep palace, Wang Xuanzi and the others instinctively rubbed their arms, while Chang'an jumped back in surprise, exclaiming, "What is this young master mimicking the demeanor of a young lady? If this continues, I shall summon someone to exorcise demons." His financial situation was rather dire, already depleted, and he lamented that next time he would lack the means to purchase talisman papers and the like. Dao Yi, lacking any substantial wealth, felt a pang of sorrow within, as the entirety of his earnings over the past 2 months had been expended on yellow paper, vermilion, and other necessary items. "You make a valid point," he remarked. "In the future, when the official in charge of the Dali Temple requests funding from the Ministry of Revenue, I shall ensure there is no malfeasance." Dao Yi quietly stuck out his tongue. Chang'an listened intently, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Hey, and Dao, this hardly seems fair. When will I receive funding from the Ministry of Revenue?" He continued, "You might as well go to the waterside town to enjoy some lamb skewers." Wang Xuanji brushed off the hand resting on his shoulder, his expression indifferent as he replied, "Indeed, indeed." Dao Yi nodded in agreement, prompting an immediate outburst from Chang'an. "Wang on Dao, we are far from finished." The onlookers shook their heads. Ever since Chang'an had joined the Dali Temple, the daily commotion had been unceasing. It seemed he had once again been bullied by the temple's chief today. Chang'an felt utterly dejected, standing alone in the wind, disheveled. Dao Yi caught up with Wang Xuanji and awkwardly said, "Temple chief, might I borrow some silver? I wish to move out for the time being. After all, I publicly serve as a coroner, which does not reflect well on the Wang family. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to inform me." Wang Xuanji replied without checking the amount in his green bamboo pouch, handing her the silver directly. As he watched her depart, Chang'an approached, his playful demeanor vanishing. "It seems the Yin family is also experiencing unrest. Evidently, someone has been whispering things in her ear." A few days later, the Wang family sold off several servants. A few families shattered their porcelain, but only they were aware of it. Residents of Chang'an spoke of the winter bringing even more people, envisioning the pleasure of warming themselves by a blazing stove with strong liquor while savoring lamb in the frigid snow. Dao Yi eagerly anticipated the snowfall. The Jiuxiao Temple had also witnessed heavy snow. Though the scenery was splendid, he lacked a lamb hot pot to enjoy. After 2 months of disdainful glances, she realized that coroners were, in fact, not well regarded. How many would willingly associate with someone who dealt with corpses daily? Literati are often seen as refined scholars, adept at the art of writing and composition. However, she lacks such talents and is more suited to the realms of the supernatural and the macabre. The martial generals remain indifferent to these matters, for they have likely slain more than she has ever examined. Yet, at present, they are stationed at the border, guarding their territory, with some embroiled in warfare. It would be unreasonable to seek their companionship. Should she be mistaken for a spy and slain, it would indeed be a grave injustice. Common folk are predominantly fearful. They may enjoy the spectacle, yet if she were to transport a corpse to their homes, there is no doubt that she would be met with violent reprisal. Wang Xuanji, a scion of the Wang family and the magistrate of the Dali Temple, is typically greeted with respect, and while one might exchange pleasantries in public, the dynamics shift entirely in private, revealing a less favorable scene unfit for public discourse. Dao Yi deems such considerations trivial. What truly matters is her ability to fulfill the deceased's last wishes and capture the elusive creatures her master speaks of. Moreover, the temple magistrate has been rather kind to her. It would be a disservice to bring him any ill repute. She cannot imagine a future where, while reciting poetry, Wang Xuanji would inform others of hidden corpses in the snow, suggesting that they might glean some insight from the splatters of blood. While she extols the beauty of snowflakes, he would speak of the ominous signs of blood, rendering their camaraderie utterly unenjoyable. As the carriage navigates the streets of Chang'an, Dao Yi lifts the curtain, taking in the sight of this simultaneously familiar and foreign thoroughfare, an experience that invokes both affection and resentment. She cherishes the abundance of exquisite delicacies found in the marketplaces, yet despises the effort it takes to venture out alone in pursuit of her desires. Soon, they arrive at their destination, the West Market. Within the city of Chang'an, there exist 2 markets, with the Western Market being the one closer to the Dali Temple. She pondered why they had come to the Western Market. Was the temple minister seeking to purchase something? The latter merely smiled and remained silent, guiding her to knock on a door of a nearby establishment. The door swiftly opened to reveal a lean, sallow, middle-aged man. He was dark-skinned yet appeared quite robust, his eyes glinting with calculation. Evidently, one of those who thrived in the Western Market. "This is Yalong. Please feel free to express any needs you may have," he said. Dao Yi understood that they were here to inquire about renting a place. "Gentlemen, do not hesitate. I can procure whatever you desire," Wu Laolu proclaimed with great confidence. Dao Yi was delighted and asked, "Could you assist me in finding a serene abode, preferably secluded from the hustle and bustle?" Wu Laolu's enthusiasm waned slightly, responding, "Such a venture yields little profit. There are indeed places like that, but I fear, young sir, you may not dare to reside there." He seemed to recall something, adding, "However, given your profession, you should not be fearful." Dao Yi was unfazed by the disdainful demeanor, yet Wang Xuanji felt a twinge of discontent. Before he could voice his thoughts, a cacophony of wailing abruptly interrupted the rather tense atmosphere among the 3. On the main street of the Western Market, Wu Laolu momentarily closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he was relieved to find no bloodshed as he had imagined. The young gentleman who had been at his side had already rescued the woman, and he had no idea what had transpired. At this moment, the owner of the carriage brought it to a halt. The individual, clad in short sleeves, a narrow-sleeved blouse, and a long skirt, adorned with high boots and a floral headpiece, gracefully approached the woman in the arms of Dao Yi. "This lady is my kin. I hope she hasn't frightened you," he said, producing a pouch of coins from his attendant and placing a silver ingot upon the woman. "I extend my gratitude to this young gentleman today." He then expressed his thanks to Dao Yi, adding, "When you return, remember to seek out Shiyue. I merely wish to purchase some items for the young lady," he continued. "But I prefer to wait until the matter concerning this lady is resolved before departing. Otherwise, my heart remains restless." Xianran, upon witnessing the sorrowful expressions of the men nearby, felt as though their hearts were shattered, and even Dao Yi found it difficult to bear. Protectively, he positioned himself before Dao Yi and the woman, addressing the group of pursuers. "Who are you, and why do you pursue this lady?" Chapter 40. "The madwoman, what business is it of yours?" barked one of the burly men, his ferocity evident, as if this display could intimidate the handsome stranger. Meanwhile, the nearby lackey, Wu Laolu, discreetly retreated a few steps, halting only near the entrance of his own abode. He had no desire to become entangled with these reckless brutes. The trio of men, unaccustomed to such a confrontation, had previously relied on their numbers, but upon encountering officials, their bravado swiftly dissipated. After a moment, a timid-looking man stepped forth from their midst. Had he not spoken, one might not have discerned their association. Nervously, he stammered, "The temple steward has misunderstood. This is my wife. She suffers from a mental affliction and often wanders away." The expression on the witness's face suddenly stiffened, and he dryly explained, "My young son passed away due to illness several years ago, and as a result, my wife has suffered from madness, always believing that our child is still by her side. I apologize for the laughter this may have caused among you, esteemed officials. Matters of life and death cannot be trivialized with laughter." There was no trace of amusement on Wang Xuanji's face as he replied, "Very well. I shall pay your establishment a visit." He then inquired, "Is there anyone willing to run an errand for me to notify the ill-fated commander? By the way, where is your residence located?" Lantian County was renamed in the 3rd year of the Wuda era of the Great Zhou, originally established as Bailu County at the dawn of the dynasty. This change was part of a broader administrative reform, spearheaded by the Ministry of Rights, which sought to realign the previous dynasty's nomenclature with the will of the sage. Due to the unresolved case of the disappearance, he had reviewed all available records from both the old and new dynasties, hoping to uncover useful information. Interestingly, Ningming County was formerly known as Lantian County, a name with historical significance dating back to the Qin dynasty. The Bamboo Annals records that King Hui of Liang designated his son as the Lord of Lantian, where beautiful jade was produced. The Rites of Zhou also notes that the finest jade is round, followed by blue. The records of Qin states that the county was named for its exquisite jade. In the 2nd year of the reign of Emperor one of the later Zhou, Yushan and Bailu were established, leading to the formation of Lantian Commandery. In the 2nd year of Emperor Wu's Jianda era, the commandery was dissolved, and Yushan and Bailu were amalgamated into Lantian, with the former county of Daijing relocated 10 ancient miles west of the county. The recently issued decree regarding the name change was not far from Chang'an and was disseminated promptly. However, observing their demeanor, it seemed they had yet to acclimate to the new county name. Wang Xuanji took note of this matter, intending to address it further upon his arrival in Ningming County. Yet, what of the newly appointed ill-fated commander, Cheniji? Snowy Moon's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Ah Shu, please assist the magistrate with this matter," she instructed. Ah Shu promptly took off running, and by the time the others realized what had transpired, they could only lament their missed opportunity to serve the magistrate of Dali. They silently acknowledged the astuteness of Xia Kongxiang, whose perceptive skills were unmatched by them. Dao Yi and Wang Xuanji exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar about Snowy Moon, as if she held a particular interest in the three of them. However, with the pressing matter of the woman at hand, they could only suppress their curiosity for the time being. The timid man cast a glance at the two, seeing their impassive expressions as they supported his wife, and he felt too intimidated to approach them for assistance. Instead, he led the way alongside 3 sturdy men, while Dao Yi and his companion flanked the woman, guiding her forward in the dappled light of the setting sun. Many who wished to follow and witness the commotion reconsidered as the day grew late. Ultimately, the only ones trailing behind were the ever-enthusiastic Snowy Moon and her attendant, Axie, who maintained a careful distance. Ningming County stretches 80 li from east to west and 100 li from north to south, with each region governed by 4 li. Yushan Village lies 10 li to the east of the county, under the jurisdiction of Yanzhou Li. Snowy Moon, trailing behind, fixated her gaze ahead, her disdain growing for the oversized bead in her decorative case, which seemed merely to serve as a source of light. It would be a hassle to locate a silver ingot if it fell to the ground at night. She pondered the significance of the bead, uncertain of its existence, and if one were to be found, it could serve as a captivating novelty for her guests. Lost in thought, her expression soured momentarily before she suppressed her musings and continued to follow the group ahead. The young attendant, Axie, supported her as they traversed through the dark and foreboding woods, trembling slightly. There was truly no need for Xuan Yangzi to exert herself so. Indeed, neither Si Qing nor that young gentleman appeared to be individuals inclined towards frivolous pursuits. Dao Yi, assisting the woman they had rescued, noted her silence since her salvation. Her head perpetually bowed. She was dressed impeccably, embodying the essence of a refined young lady. Si Qing, Dao Yi called softly. Wang Xuanji, understanding the cue, gently patted the woman's hand and glanced at the 4 figures ahead, sensing an air of secrecy about them. He reassured her, "Do not worry, madam. We are here to assist you. Soon, you may confidently share the truth with us." A faint, almost inaudible response escaped the woman's lips, yet Dao Yi perceived it. Her eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, and her voice held a peculiar quality, seemingly belied by her appearance, suggesting a youthful spirit within. Behind them, Yue observed the closely huddled trio ahead and hastily caught up, navigating the treacherous mountain path, especially perilous at night. Despite her initial hesitations, she felt compelled to witness the scene for herself. Their group, stumbling and swaying, finally glimpsed a faint flicker of firelight. From a distance, it appeared singular, yet when approached, it revealed itself to be rather sparse. They had arrived. Chapter 4. The deity of the shrine. Upon lifting her gaze, it became clear that this was not the idyllic village one might expect from the name Yushan Village. At first mention, the name conjured images of a place resplendent with jade and mountains, a locale that one would instinctively imagine to be particularly radiant. However, the reality was far from such bright imaginings. Yushan Village comprised merely 18 households. As Dao Yi gazed into the distance, she noticed that every eave was adorned with several strips of fabric, fluttering in the night breeze, rendering their purpose unclear at first glance. The sight added a sense of desolation to the already chilly mountain wind. However, upon approaching, she discerned that these were materials used for crafting mourning garments. Being accustomed to such fabric from her years spent in the temple, Dao Yi felt a chill deeper than the mere ambience of the night. Moreover, whether it was the hour or not, she and her companions perceived that Yushan Village appeared even more desolate than the windswept woods they had just traversed. It exuded an eerie atmosphere of habitation, yet felt like an abandoned village, sending shivers down her spine. Wang Xuanji shared her disquiet. The village was sparsely illuminated, devoid of the warmth of human presence, and not a single sound of life could be heard, instilling within him an unsettling premonition. Meanwhile, Yue and Axie had huddled together for solace against the penetrating cold and the village's uncanny aura, finding some comfort in their embrace as they cautiously ventured further. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were still met with nothing but the whispering wind. Utilizing the scant light, they soon realized that not a single animal could be found in the village. Typically, a village would announce the arrival of strangers with the barking of dogs. "Please summon your village chief," Wang Xuanji instructed one of the men, then turned to a nearby woman, asking gently, "Madam, might you tell me where your home is?" The timid man, despite his apparent weakness, directed them with clarity toward a certain direction. Yet, Dao Yi refrained from following in search of the village chief, as an unsettling sensation enveloped her in this place. After the departure of that stalwart man, Dao Yi inquired, "My lord, now that Afu has been dispatched to summon aid, why is the chief constable so belated in his arrival? As it stands, Chen Yiji is hale and hearty, possessing martial skills, which render him far more useful than yourself." "My lord." As though their innermost secrets had been laid bare, the two burly men were startled, beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. Conversely, the timid man remained as before, his form flickering in the dim light, easily overlooked were it not for their constant companionship. The 18 households were closely situated, and even the woman at the village's edge arrived with haste. The couple appeared to be native denizens of Jade Mountain Village, so it seemed peculiar that they would squander a plot of land on such frivolous adornments. Wang Xuanji, upon observing the courtyard's arrangement, also found it peculiar. The small yard was planted with various floral species, the most common of the valuable varieties, and there was also a vat containing lotuses. A perfectly good vat, instead of being used for water storage, was employed to cultivate lotuses. It was not that he looked down upon people, but rather that one should act in accordance with one's means, which was most fitting. The diminutive courtyard seemed to cram all the accoutrements of noble households into its confines. The village houses were all of similar design. Passing through the courtyard, one encountered the main hall, a bedroom, and a kitchen. The woman's belongings were arranged in a somewhat incongruous manner. There was a high seat of honor, but due to the room's limited width, a dining table was squeezed in, surrounded by several tall-legged stools. In the very center of the bedroom, a writing desk was barely accommodated, separated from the bed by a cheap rush screen. The kitchen was even more peculiar, with a surprising variety of provisions, despite their scarcity. The variety of dishes consumed by this household daily nearly rivals that of a wealthy family's meal. Should the prices of these provisions rise further, they could easily be mistaken for one another. The house, though modest, was soon thoroughly explored. The three men dared not wander in the courtyard, and the timid man remained unchanged. Yet, upon seeing the two, The woman suddenly fell to her knees, pleading with the temple minister to save her poor children. At this moment, a crowd had begun to gather outside the courtyard, comprised entirely of villagers due to the considerable distance from the neighboring village. Among them were some dressed neatly, while others hastily donned cloaks to rush over. Upon witnessing the woman kneeling, a man of approximately 50 years emerged with great surprise. "Lian Yang, has your madness been cured?" "Uncle, I was never mad," Lian Yang replied, her gaze resolute as she brushed aside his outstretched hand, her words laced with scorn. "Was it not you who drove me to madness? If I were truly mad, would you have allowed me to roam freely?" With reddened eyes, she seemed to be filled with sorrow, yet Wang Xuanji discerned the depths of her anguish, brimming with resentment and helplessness, devoid of tears. Perhaps she had wept them all dry, thus emanating a desire to obliterate the village. Lian Yang was prepared to gamble everything for revenge against the entire community. "What nonsense are you spouting? Lian Yang, do you not realize how much we all worry about you? Everyone in Yushan village is somehow related. Why would we harm our own kin?" Her uncle appeared profoundly distressed. Cough. Dao Yi sincerely wished to remain silent and not disturb, for this old man was indeed rather unlikable. Though he clearly saw the two of them, he acted as if he were oblivious, attempting to deceive whom with such clumsy words. In comparison, Master seems rather amiable. "Achu, Master, I urge you to be frugal. Are you unwell?" Gazing at the one who used the heavens as a blanket and the earth as a mat, a wave of indignation surged within. It seemed quite unjust for him to be so concerned, for was this not a case of chaos arising from care? With a belly full of pent-up frustration, he lay down beside Ling Shuzi, occasionally reaching out to touch him, pondering the grim possibility of his demise, which would leave him with no choice but to adorn his head with grass and sell himself to bury his master. "That second uncle, might I kindly request that you step aside? Do you not see the magistrate inquiring?" Dao Yi endeavored to maintain a stern expression, hoping to appear somewhat fearsome. Alas, her overly cheerful appearance rendered it ineffective. "May I inquire as to the identity of this young gentleman?" "I am Dao Yi, an officer from the Dali court." "Ah!" Someone gasped in horror. "A mortuary worker." The crowd instinctively recoiled from her, as though she were some monstrous calamity. Had she known that revealing her identity would frighten them off, she would have done so from the outset. Dao Yi pondered. Those who have not been questioned by this official remain quiet and obedient. Wang Xuanji maintained his usual countenance, yet his words instilled genuine fear in the hearts of all present. "Lian Yang, please continue." "Magistrate, do you know that the people in this village lack humanity? They sacrifice children as offerings in exchange for—" Lian Yang wept inconsolably. "Cough, cough. Magistrate, do not heed her fabrications." The village elder arrived tardily, appearing to be a man of approximately 60 years. Upon his emergence, he interjected, halting Lian Yang's lamentations and preventing her from continuing. The 18 households gathered constituted a considerable number of people, projecting an image of invincibility through their sheer numbers. Dao Yi and his companions observed the absence of children among them, causing their hearts to sink. Despite the villagers' seemingly wretched existence, they found themselves struggling to muster sympathy. The matter at hand originated several years prior, though it was initially presented as inconsequential, with the village elder asserting that even the imperial court would find no fault with them. Had Lian Yang not previously mentioned the children being used as sacrifices, they might have been deceived by the elder's words. He seemed to regard human life as trivial, a sentiment seemingly shared by the others present. Wang Xuanji was determined to discern the true nature of these individuals' hearts. However, the revelations that followed exceeded even his most pessimistic expectations of human depravity. Chapter 42. The Shrine God Part 2. Several years ago, Yushan village was a place of prosperity, but a devastating flood plunged them into hardship. Supported by his fellow villagers, the elderly village chief trembled as he took a few steps forward, adding that they would have swiftly recovered had that been the only misfortune. Of course, had the weather been favorable, subsequent events would not have transpired. As predicted, the elder then mentioned that the ongoing war had conscripted their able-bodied men. Finding a stable place to survive amidst the ravages of war is an arduous task, and being forced to leave one's homeland makes it even more challenging. Nevertheless, despite their sorrow, the inhabitants of Yushan village are reluctant to abandon their home, for at least they are free from the harassment of mountain bandits. Aside from the able-bodied men conscripted away, all they need to do is avoid the floods to continue their existence. However, the notion expressed by Lian Yang, that the children of Yushan village might be offered as sacrifices, is alarming. observing Dao Yi seated with great authority on a chair brought forth by his command. One could almost envision Wang Xuanji standing in the Dali Temple. The old village chief closed his eyes and solemnly nodded his graying head, while around him arose the sound of muffled sobs, rendering Yushan village akin to a ghostly settlement. The night could still silence the cries of children, yet sadly, the village's little ones can no longer be heard. In this manner, the last individual in the crowd was revealed. Dao Yi had contemplated various possibilities, but was taken aback to discover that the man before him was none other than the timid figure he had encountered in the West Market, Lian Yang's husband, Jia Sanlang. Yushan village is devoid of outsiders. All its residents bear the surname Jia. Now exposed by the villagers, he huddled in on himself, as if seeking a place to hide. Truly a coward at heart. Jia Sanlang, why do you remain lying there? A villager urged him forward, positioning him not far from Lian Yang and the village chief, Jia. The others chimed in, Jia Sanlang, what are you pretending for? It was your idea from the outset. Indeed. They were quick to push the one who had suggested the plan into the spotlight, fearing the presence of authority and eager to distance themselves from any semblance of wrongdoing. Jia Dalong, did you presume you were somehow superior? You were, after all, the first to assent. Having cast out one, it is only logical that another would follow. Even before Wang Xuanji has commenced his inquiry, the villagers have already begun to turn on one another. Jia Sanlang, step forward. With alacrity, a sharp-eyed villager deftly pulled the village headman, Jia, to the side, clearing a space before Wang Xuanji. Despite Jia Sanlang's seemingly timid nature, Wang Xuanji sensed an unusual aura about him, as if he were reluctant to kneel. This brought to mind the incongruous atmosphere of the farmhouse. Once he was kneeling, Wang Xuanji inquired, Jia Sanlang, elucidate your reasoning for this notion. Jia Sanlang, though attempting to shrink into himself, spoke deliberately and with clarity, without a stutter. Yushan village has suffered from incessant flooding for years. Should we not seek a resolution to this issue? Must the entire village perish before the court is satisfied? Preposterous. Wang Xuanji retorted, incensed by the villagers' expressions of approval. There are myriad solutions, yet you have singularly chosen the most reprehensible course. This does not justify your harming of the innocent. Though startled by the sternness, Su Yu and X remained steadfast, finding these two more trustworthy than the man-eating villagers. The court is so incorruptible, Jia Sanlang remarked cryptically, with a profound air. It is a pity, he then uttered a disjointed yet meaningful statement. As the court has witnessed, Yushan village is abundant in mountains, and where mountains abound, spirits naturally dwell. A mountain god has emerged in these hills. The deities, in their benevolence towards humanity, naturally require sustenance for mortals. It is through mutual support that a lasting harmony is achieved. If only this year's deluge had spared our land, as Jia Sanlang elucidated. Do not inquire about the visage of the mountain god. I have never beheld it myself. Like everyone else, I have merely heard the mountain god's lamentations. What manner of sound is that? Dao Yi pressed eagerly. At that moment, Wang Xuanji experienced a sudden epiphany, recalling certain notions. Jia Sanlang appeared somewhat displeased. After all, a minister of the Dali court should not be subjected to such inquiries from a coroner. Thus, he refrained from responding. What manner of sound is that? Wang Xuanji's voice was as frigid as ice. Let us go and behold for ourselves, so they may comprehend whom they are truly nourishing, beings of flesh or spirits of the netherworld. Dao Yi, feeling the reassuring weight of his robust cloth pocket, resolved, you shall remain here. Not a soul is permitted to depart. I shall accompany you. In pondering whether to take him along or leave him behind, fearing the villagers, driven by desperation, might resort to violence, Dao Yi was also conscious of the presence of the delicate maidens, Shui and Yu, who could not possibly venture with her to the mountain's rear. Before Shui and Yu could articulate their thoughts, they felt a tremor beneath their feet. A synchronized rhythm of footsteps approached the home of Lian Yang, and a wave of alarm surged through her. Could it be that the mountain god had been provoked? The mountain god is enraged. The mountain god is enraged. The mountain god is enraged. The villagers of Yushan fled in every direction, pouring out of the gates in a panicked exodus, only to retreat moments later, standing much more orderly than before. The owner of the footsteps soon revealed himself. Leading the way was a young man wielding a silver spear, accompanied by a middle-aged man, drenched in sweat. Indeed, it was Zheng, the county magistrate of Ningming County. While the officials from the capital seemed lofty and distant, they held little tangible effect on the locals. However, Magistrate Zheng was deeply intertwined with their lives. Village Chief Jia could not help but gasp in apprehension, casting a glance at the Minister of Justice, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread toward the young man. Yi, your arrival is most timely. You and Magistrate Zheng must keep a watchful eye on everyone here, Wang Xuanji stated, bowing respectfully. He then turned to Xu, requesting, I kindly ask you, Miss Xu, to inform Yi of the recent occurrences. Dao Yi, let us proceed. We shall ascertain whether it is man or specter, whether it be a mountain deity or a ghostly apparition. As he observed the two figures swiftly vanish, Chen Yi was left in a state of confusion. Pondering what had transpired, he then recalled the words of his companion Ashu and approached the three burly men directly. Are you the ones who brazenly abducted a maiden in broad daylight? The hulking men responded with disbelief, while the villagers of Jia looked on in stunned silence. Chapter 43. The deity of the shrine minister, be cautious. She has already caught the unmistakable scent of something non-human, Dao Yi remarked, producing a compass typically used for navigation, which practitioners of the Dao could also employ for tracking. This creature, having taken a life, has dwelled here for several years and is likely more formidable than the lynx that coexists with Cui Erlang. As Dao Yi spoke, he seemed to recall something. Retrieving a talisman from his person. Minister, hold this. It shall offer you temporary protection. Understood. Wang Xuanji extended his hand to take it. Tightening his grip on the white bone flute at his waist, his resolve solidifying further. As they ventured deeper, the grass reached his waist, and Dao Yi, leading the way, suppressed her nausea, having discarded several limp, icy creatures along the path. At this moment, even the chance to touch a rabbit would bring her immense solace. The deeper they delved into the mountains, the more formidable their surroundings became. Dao Yi waved her hand, signaling that there was nothing to concern themselves with. It was merely the hoof print of an animal, and they should continue their search. The forest teemed with various fauna. Just moments prior, they had startled many small birds into flight. Fortunately, the little Bifong had accompanied them, ensuring that the birds remained quiet and did not disturb the sovereigns of the mountain. Aside from the cold, venomous creatures that would bite at the slightest provocation, Dao Yi paid no mind to the harmless entities, as this approach saved them considerable trouble. Suddenly, a fluffy creature darted past. Dao Yi reached out and caught it, lifting it by its long ears. The little creature struggled in her grasp, and such a plump rabbit seemed a pity to waste. Were it not for the pressing time, it would surely have been a delightful dish. Nevertheless, today was not meant to be. She would let it go. In her heart lingered a deep resentment toward that divinity, which had caused her to miss out on so many delectable meals, an unforgivable sin indeed. Watching the rabbit scamper away in fright, disappearing in an instant, Wang Xuanji could only sigh in resignation, contemplating the peculiar experience of having a meat-loving Taoist companion. That so-called divinity appeared quite terrifying, evidenced by the rabbit's frantic escape. Dao Yi murmured as they pressed onward, "We have arrived, master." Unbeknownst to the two, they had ventured deep into the heart of the rear mountains. Upon reaching this core, the creatures that once brushed past them had mysteriously vanished. The light-hearted banter that had characterized their earlier exchanges was replaced by a solemnity that enveloped them both, an entity that instilled fear in all other beings resided here. Every realm possesses its sovereign. For instance, in the realm of humans, emperors may not command absolute submission. The fall of dynasties is often intertwined with insurrection. However, the sovereigns of the deep sea and the rulers of the forest demand complete fealty, an oppression that runs through one's very blood. Wang Xuanji had already removed the bone flute from her waist, cautiously trailing behind her companion. Where is the divine being? She mused. Dao Yi gestured towards the heart of the forest, where a dense fog obscured the surroundings, yet a towering black mist loomed within, more formidable than anything she had previously encountered, indicating that this creature was indeed extraordinary. As they continued onward, Dao Yi sensed something amiss. "Where are you, Xiqing?" The fog in the forest was so thick that visibility scarcely extended beyond half a foot. Even Dao Yi, skilled in martial arts, struggled to see far. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept over her. Moments ago, they had been merely inches apart, and now she could not discern Xiqing's presence. Nevertheless, the talisman she had provided offered some solace. It was a protective charm she had recently mastered, capable of repelling ordinary malevolent spirits, rendering them unable to approach or harm her, unless the forest's sovereign chose to intervene. Yet she had already pinpointed the entity's aura, leading her to believe that Wang Xuanji remained unharmed. Upon entering the mountain, she had sensed the presence of some kind of magical formation, Could it be a misty array? Or was there someone assisting the ruler of the woods from the shadows? Surely, this person must be an evil cultivator. As Dao Yi cautiously proceeded, a sudden burst of laughter resembling the tinkling of silver bells enveloped her from all directions. It was not just one, but several children's voices resonating in the air. Ha ha ha, come chase me. Come on, hurry up. Xiao Qi, wait for me. Xiao Qi, be quicker, you're so clumsy. The laughter echoed as she did not need to search deliberately. The children, engaged in a playful pursuit, transformed from a small point into ethereal sprites of the mountains. Appearing before her, "Are you a fairy sister?" A little girl with sparkling eyes inquired, causing Dao Yi's heart to soften in that very moment. Unconsciously, she lowered her voice, infusing it with more warmth than her usual clarity. Dao Yi, feeling somewhat foolish, asked in a daze, "How did you know, little girl?" The girl giggled, "Sister, your question is truly amusing. Just look at your own attire." In the depths of those crystalline, innocent eyes, Dao Yi clearly saw her own reflection, a 14-year-old girl. When had she changed her clothes? For a fleeting moment, she felt bewildered. Then, it struck her. As long as she was within the sea of consciousness, regardless of whether she was human or a demon, she retained her original identity. Fortunately, she had merely dressed for convenience and had not intended to conceal anything, so there was no need for alarm. The sea of consciousness. Yes, this must be within the sea of consciousness. Then she was startled once more, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 in total, 10 children. With only one boy among them, the rest were girls. They must all be the children from Yushan village, offered as sacrifices. Dao Yi felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, yet he managed to smile as he crouched down to the level of the children. "May I pose a question to you?" he inquired. "What brings you to this place?" A girl spoke first. "My mother told me she buried some candy in the mountains and instructed me to dig it up myself. However, upon entering the mountains, I found no candy but encountered all of you." The little girl, missing a few teeth, smiled, her laughter airy, still thinking about those elusive sweets. "I came because my father said there are lovely big white rabbits in the mountains, and he encouraged me to catch them. Yet, after searching for quite some time, I found none. My younger siblings must surely be hungry, as our home is nearly devoid of food." The girl lowered her head shyly, having failed to capture the rabbits. Each child shared their reason for being in the mountains, even the eldest among them, who spoke of seeking herbs to exchange for money to better their family circumstances. Only the little boy remained shrouded in a shadowy demeanor. In Chapter 4, The Deity of the Shrine, the youngest girl cried out, "Oh no, Brother Jia, you are bullying us again." Her sobs filled the air, creating quite the commotion. Influenced by her distress, the others began to weep as well. Dao Yi felt a slight headache, but was more troubled by the heaviness in his chest. To prevent further fright, he produced a piece of yellow paper, inscribing a talisman upon it, and infusing it with spiritual energy. The talisman transformed into an adorable little bird, fluttering its wings and taking flight. Though it was a mere illusion, the children delighted in the sight, chasing after the yellow paper bird with glee. During this time, Dao Yi recalled the resemblance of the boy to someone he knew, the husband of the foolish and playful Lian Yang, Jia Sanling. But what of Lian Yang? Jia Xiaolang's visage contorted, and for a fleeting moment, Dao Yi perceived the surrounding mist as distorted. "You must have seen those fools. They were deceived by their own kin under various pretexts to ascend Yushan and meet their demise. The architect of all this is none other than my benevolent father." Jia Xiaolangjian nearly shattered a tooth in indignation, harboring no doubt that had Jia Sanling been present, he would have lunged forth to devour the perpetrators alive. Casting a glance at the few children frolicking with abandon, Dao Yi inquired further, "How did your father propose this to the villagers?" Upon hearing this, the villagers were thrown into a state of disarray, incessantly questioning what offerings were necessary to appease the mountain deity and prevent its wrath. Dao Yi feigned contemplation for a while before revealing, "The mountain deity has conveyed that it requires boys and girls. Nothing else will suffice." The villagers were incensed, wondering what sort of mountain deity would demand the lives of children. Many contemplated fleeing. Yet my well-meaning father, do you know what he said? He remarked that even if we abandon Yushan village, where could we possibly go? The world is rife with conflict, in a village devoid of able-bodied men. Venturing forth would only invite marauders to seize our meager sustenance and the women who carry on our lineage. Upon hearing this, the villagers hesitated once more. Ultimately, leaving the decision to the village chief, they resolved to remain, initially fixating on the eldest lady among them, glancing in her direction as they spoke. After listening for a considerable time, Dao Yi finally discerned the unsettling nature of it all. How could you, at such a tender age then, now possess such clarity of understanding? Even the pretentious Jia Sanlang is aware of the significant issues at hand. Has the Jade Mountain also made its presence felt here? When did it arrive? Dao Yi inquired. It was during my 7th year, when he declared his intention to personally craft a gift for me, venturing up the mountain in search of suitable wood. And what transpired thereafter? This year, in my village, there were no suitable children left. So everyone set their sights on me and my younger sister, the smallest one here. As Jia Shaoling spoke, a curious frown appeared on his face. My mother sometimes shows a peculiar fondness for my sister, yet at other times, she seems rather indifferent. How strange. That little girl, merely 3 years old, even in death, remains the most innocent of all. Dao Yi sighed, feeling an increasing heaviness in his heart. My good father, I know not when, procured some sleeping draught, and while I lay asleep, he covered my mouth and nose. I struggled for a brief moment, but my strength was no match for his, and ultimately, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon hearing that Lian Yang was searching for him, Jia Xiaolong's eyes sparkled for an instant before dimming once more. My mother can no longer see us. Please tell her that we have long since reincarnated, if you would be so kind. Why? In the past, the world was populated solely by pilgrims, masters, and senior brothers. And Dao Yi found it difficult to comprehend. Even if one is merely a spirit, the mere notion of being found, though unseen, offers a certain solace. Yet Jia Shaoling refrained from elaborating, as he too was but a child, instinctively believing that such words would be more comforting to his mother. I shall assist you in fulfilling your wishes. A group of children, ephemeral as smoke and mist, vanished into thin air upon her utterance. As Dao Yi gazed at the spot where they had vanished, her expression darkened. That was the very place where she had recently discovered the so-called mountain deity's abode. Let's proceed, she said to Wang Xuanji, who had been vigilantly guarding her side. She couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate she was to have such a commendable superior. It was undoubtedly one of the best occurrences of the day. In the depths of the Yu Mountain, Wang Xuanji inquired, "Did you see those children earlier?" He sensed that Dao Yi appeared quite displeased and even enraged. Her experiences in the town of Shashui hinted to him that perhaps those children harbored some deep-seated obsessions. Upon reaching the heart of Yu Mountain, they encountered a dark, foreboding cave entrance. There was no breeze emanating from within, only a pungent stench that assaulted their senses, reminiscent of decaying flesh, coupled with a strong metallic scent of blood. A sense of dread enveloped them, and Dao Yi's complexion paled. Before entering the cave, she halted Wang Xuanji and soared to the cave's apex, surveying the entire geographical layout. Finally, she descended before the cave entrance and mockingly remarked, "What a splendid mountain deity, what a remarkable Jia Sanlang, and what exceptional villagers of Yu Mountain. What is it?" Wang Xuanji asked, noticing the unusual expression on her face. Dao Yi replied, "This cave possesses a natural formation, yet it has been tampered with, transformed into a dragon-lock array capable of ensnaring even dragons, let alone humans, animals, or monsters. No wonder I sensed the presence of a formation upon entering the mountains. I never expected it to serve this purpose. Are you suggesting someone deliberately trapped the monsters within this cave?" Wang Xuanji paced thoughtfully, his expression grave, yet he found himself at a loss. How could that individual be so certain that the inhabitants of Yushan village would comply with his wishes, unless he had an accomplice? A feeble man vividly emerged in his mind. "Be cautious, Xiqing. We are nearing the mountain deity." As the stench of decay intensified, they ventured deeper into the cavern. The scent of the mountain deity intertwining with the putrid odor, even surpassing it. This made her nose recoil in discomfort. With a sudden crack, Dao Yi was completely absorbed in the noxious aromas, neglecting the brittle twigs beneath his feet. The muscles of both individuals tensed, ready to confront any impending threat. When they were suddenly met with an eerie sound, it resembled a hushed lament, akin to the groans of someone in agony. Neither could decipher the tune, for it was the lamentation of a beast. Dao Yi, attuned to musical rhythms, discerned the profound sorrow and anguish in the creature's lament. Yet it seemed trapped in its torment. A hoarse, piercing cry resonated, and they beheld a pair of blood-red eyes, followed by a towering black figure lunging toward them. In an instant, they darted to either side of the cave, narrowly evading the shadow's grasp. The cavern was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint light seeping through the entrance, yet the figure navigated the confines of the cave with an uncanny familiarity. Undeterred by its initial failure, it launched a second assault, its movements agile as it darted through the cavern with ease. The unexpected turn of events left both individuals in a state of disarray, and curiously, the creature seemed to recognize Dao Yi as a formidable opponent, relentlessly pursuing Wang Xuanji with an unwavering determination. Wang Xuanji was unable to employ martial arts. However, he possessed a remarkable lightness skill known as surprising swan, which he executed with considerable finesse. Two figures pursued each other, at times revealing a white silhouette within the cave, while at other moments, a shadowy black form emerged. Dao Yi found herself momentarily idle, caught in a trance. She retrieved the dream-devouring insect, illuminating the cavern to a significant extent, yet she seemed dissatisfied with the brightness and summoned the slumbering little Baifeng. Quickly, you little rascal, breathe forth some fire. The dormant dream-devouring insect pondered, shall I awaken? Meanwhile, the ever-drowsy little Baifeng murmured, what has transpired? Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? Mechanically following the directive, it exhaled a burst of flame. The black shadow pursuing Wang Xuanji halted, evidently intimidated by the fire. It appeared that this creature had never ventured beyond the cave and was unaware of how long it had been confined, harboring a profound fear of light. Within the cave, the flames from the dream-devouring insect illuminated the surroundings, allowing Dao Yi to discern the visage of the mountain deity. As she swiftly formed hand seals, she remarked, its appearance resembles that of the Long Yu from the Compendium of Monsters, akin to a me monkey with 4 ears, emitting sounds reminiscent of human moans. Pausing momentarily, she continued, should it manifest in any county, a great deluge would ensue. A deluge. Wang Xuanji continued to evade the Long Yu, now accustomed to the light. Realizing the illumination posed no threat, the Long Yu shed its fear, while the flickering flames only exacerbated its agitation, clearly indicating that it had entirely lost its sense of reason. Urgent as a decree. Sever the malevolent. Dao Yi had already completed the seal, and with the water attribute of Chang'an, it required earth to counteract it. A massive earthen wall surged forward, propelled by a thunderous incantation, striking directly at Chang'an. Instantly, a pungent aroma filled the cavern. For the first time, Chang'an emitted a shrill cry, and upon the disappearance of the spell, it appeared even more alert than before. Realizing its rage, Dao Yi felt the fluctuation of its aura and quickly discovered that its level surpassed hers, reaching the 9th rank. No wonder the earth-based lightning spells were absorbed, effectively granting Chang'an additional spiritual energy. Several times, the scorching Baifeng fire nearly singed it, only serving to intensify its anger and fury. Dao Yi gritted her teeth, regretting not consulting the almanac before venturing out. These monkeys were exceedingly swift, with the langur being the most elusive. Wang Xuanji had narrowly escaped capture on several occasions, and had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would now be in dire straits. She retrieved talismans from her possession. While they lacked sufficient spiritual power, they could at least slow down their adversary. Observing Chang'an fiercely pounding its chest, Dao Yi silently prayed for it to knock itself unconscious. Si Qing, on the count of 3, let us flee. Wang Xuanji, who had been lurking nearby, seizing opportunities to create mischief for Chang'an, felt a bead of sweat form on his brow as he witnessed Dao Yi provoke the creature into a rage with a single lightning spell. He had overestimated his own capabilities. If he continued to hold them back, it would not bode well. 1, 2, 3. He then hurled a talisman, which erupted in front of Chang'an, momentarily halting its advance. As the dust settled, Dao Yi was left dumbfounded. Si Qing, why are you still here? Wang Xuanji smiled, his lips curling slightly. You have not left? As your superior, I must remain. How could I escape alone and become a coward? Moreover, this monster has caused the demise of so many. As the Minister of Justice, I have no reason to retreat. However, as he spoke, the mirth faded from his eyes. This creature was not only a threat to others, but also reminded him of Cui Wenyuan. The crux of the matter was that he was currently unable to overpower it, so he thought it prudent to let you flee first, allowing him a better chance to escape. After all, Chang'an could not exit. She could devise a plan outside, perhaps through a hidden passage. Then, she witnessed Wang Xuanji performing an act that left her utterly speechless and perplexed. His flute playing was surprisingly adept, but the bone flute was swiftly absorbing his blood. Under the flickering light of the dream-eating insect and the occasional flames from the small Baifeng, the white bone flute glowed with a faint red hue, reminiscent of the human meridian system. Due to the influence of the clear heart melody, Huang Jiuji's Chang'an oscillated between moments of lucidity and frenzied agitation. His pallor was more pronounced than the fabric of his clothing, a testament to his blood being drained. Dao Yi realized this was not a sustainable approach. Suddenly, she noticed a fleeting glimmer on Chang'an's body. It was a single tear. She concentrated her energy from the upper dantians into her consciousness, channeling her mental force. At the precise moment when Chang'an regained clarity, she forcefully connected with his obscured consciousness, attempting to breach the veil of his mind. Yet, the disparity in their levels was too great. Her mental energy was rapidly depleting, and soon blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xuanji discreetly channeled his inner strength, accelerating the flow of his blood. The bone flute he had absorbed seemed to resonate with renewed joy, producing melodies that alleviated Dao Yi's throbbing headache, granting him a moment of clarity. As this cycle continued, their blood nearly depleted, Dao Yi finally traversed into the depths of his opponent's consciousness. A solitary long-armed creature transformed into a multitude of its kind. Frolicking joyfully upon Chang'an Mountain, you toss me a stone, and I shall hurl a clod of earth at you. The female long-armed creatures, nurturing their young, would scratch about to find sustenance for their hungry offspring. However, should a male long-armed creature behave similarly, it would surely face the wrath of the females. Though this mountain bore no verdant grass nor towering trees, a community thrived, leading a simple existence, consuming the water from Chang'an Mountain and feasting on the fish within it. Day after day, the long-armed inhabitants of Yushan village were among them. One day, the waters of Chang'an Mountain unexpectedly overflowed, devastating their homes and separating them from one another. This particular long-armed creature descended the mountain in search of companionship. At its first utterance, it was met with panic from the villagers, who pursued it relentlessly, nearly costing it its life. From that moment, it dared not reveal itself, wandering in search of others. Along the way, it encountered, a monster catcher. Upon noticing its faint demonic aura, they dismissed it as a mere inconspicuous little monkey, choosing to ignore it. Thus, it ventured southeast. Arriving at a place known as Yushan Village, you should head to the back mountain. There is a cave within where you will naturally find your companions. Echoed a voice as chilling as a viper, yet the long-armed creature saw no one. It did not ponder how this voice knew it could comprehend human speech or that it was in search of its kin. The joy of finding companions transcended all else. Chang'an joyfully rushed towards the path illuminated by that alluring voice. Ultimately, it found itself trapped within a cavern, yearning for its companions, and would occasionally emit mournful sounds. To its bewilderment, after each lamentation, a pair of little children would miraculously appear in the mountains, somehow making their way to the cave. Starved and ensnared in the mountain's depths, without a second thought, it bit through the neck of one of the children. Warm blood gushing into its throat and coursing through its veins, invigorating it immensely. As time passed, even the dullest of minds began to sense the change. Its body mutated, growing 3 or 4 times larger than before. Yet, it became increasingly ravenous for blood, the very essence of its survival. The more blood it consumed, the shorter its moments of clarity became. It feared that one day, its companions might no longer recognize it. Just as it sought to observe again, a peculiar and chilling scream interrupted its thoughts. Struggling to maintain control, Chang'an transformed its forelimbs into lethal blades, lunging towards her. Dao Yi, clutching its painfully throbbing head, rolled on the ground, narrowly evading Chang'an's grasp, which continued its relentless pursuit. Witnessing this, Wang Xian drew a blade across his hand, letting blood flow freely, each drop eagerly absorbed by the bone flute. The tone of Chang'an deepened and expanded, its range growing broader. Chang'an halted, relinquishing its defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Dao Yi commanded with urgency, "Sever evil." Harnessing Earth Attribute's spiritual energy, it unleashed a barrage of thunderous strikes upon Chang'an, relentless and unyielding. Chang'an's eyes once more ignited with crimson fury, yet its body proved resistant to swift recovery. Seizing the opportunity presented by its affliction, it aimed to extinguish its life. The mystical power of the thunderous curse seemed inexhaustible, while simultaneously depleting the protection offered by the spleen. The conscious Chang'an approached death with composure, while the frenzied Chang'an yearned to retaliate, their conflicting thoughts tearing at its very essence. Wang Xuanji's flute music persisted, and as its strength waned, the moments of lucidity lengthened. "Thank you, my lady. In the future, when we meet again in the afterlife, my companions shall surely recognize me." Chang'an forever closed its eyes and collapsed with a thunderous crash, landing squarely upon the unsuspecting Dream Eater bug. The innocent Dream Eater bug mused. How fortunate it would have been had Chang'an been completely unconscious at that moment. With Chang'an's demise, both individuals exhaled in relief, releasing the tension that had enveloped them. After a brief respite, they approached to move Chang'an aside, for they had no choice. The Dream Eater bug was needed for illumination, and they had yet to inspect the cave before engaging in battle. Wang Xuanji, his face as pale as snow, stood silently to one side, cradling the small Bai Fong and the Dream Eater bug. He feared that if they drew closer, they might be engulfed by the illusion that it was their own entrails that had been torn asunder. The cave was modest in size, unlike the dwellings of humans, featuring a stone bed for repose and a stone table for meals. Within, not a single straw could be found. Upon entering, to the right lay a smooth patch of earth, evidently where it often reclined. Numerous claw marks adorned various areas, likely remnants of its frenzied episodes, alongside traces of attempts to unlock a magical formation. To the left of the cave, a heap of bones in varying degrees of decay lay scattered, judging by their size. They belonged to children. Among them were two corpses that, though decomposed, still bore recognizable features, none other than young Master Jia and his sister. Wang Xuanji assisted in gathering the scattered bones, and after Dao Yi ascended to assemble the 10 skeletal remains, she arose to tap upon the summit of the cavern in sequence. Thus, the dragon-binding array, which had confined Chang'an for many years, was shattered, and the souls of the children imprisoned near Chang'an were liberated. This is Chang'an's domain. We shall not encounter any overlords akin to those of Jade Mountain again. The pair descended the mountain, no longer treading cautiously, yet their pace remained unhurried as they supported each other. Pray, what is that? A figure resembling an ape flitted past, darting from their vicinity, and a fiend resembling a hawk circled in the heavens, then soared afar. Soon, both vanished from sight. Yet she could still perceive the subtle undulations of spiritual energy. The purity of the spiritual energy emanating from these two demons evoked a sense of regret in the famished Dao Yi, and her grip slackened somewhat. Upon hearing her inquiry, Wang Xuanji also turned his gaze. A bout of dizziness assailed Wang Xuanji, and as he turned, he inadvertently tripped upon a vine, precipitating a dizzying tumble. Dao Yi remained in a stooping posture, supporting him, as Wang Xuanji was propelled forth, rolling several times amidst the verdant foliage of the mountainside. Thereafter, he met the gaze of a pair of abyssal orbs. Instinctively, Wang Xuanji emitted a cry of alarm. Attempting to rise, Wang Xuanji inhaled sharply, for his hand had plunged into a thicket of thorns, which now pierced his flesh. Drawing in a breath, he gestured for Dao Yi to observe for herself. Behold, what is that? As Dao Yi parted the dense underbrush, illuminated by the faint rays of dawn, he could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at the unfortunate soul. What ill fate! Concealed so deeply yet discovered, truly emblematic of the esteemed Minister of Justice. Wherever there is a corpse, there he shall be. Lying within was an aged skeleton, remarkably intact, though shrouded in layers of grass and foliage, with only a solitary skull exposed amidst the verdant chaos, its long hair intermingling with the wild undergrowth. Had it not been for Wang Xuanji's sideward gaze, the skeletal remains might have remained unnoticed. Dao Yi meticulously examined the condition of the bones and remarked, "The deceased suffered a sudden fracture of the neck." What is this? Finally extricating himself from the thorny thicket, Wang Xuanji lifted his gaze and observed the sandalwood nearby. Though it paled in comparison to the piece belonging to Wei Yuan, it was still commendable. "We must hasten our descent," he urged, seemingly struck by a realization. The two exchanged a knowing glance and spoke in unison. Chapter 47. The False Bandit Chief, Not to be Trusted. Zheng County Magistrate had lost count of how many times he had called out, feeling parched, weary, and his hands fatigued. One could not loosen their grip, while the other could not inflict harm, resulting in a stalemate. Outside the gates of Lian Yang's home lay several broken stools. The villagers of Yushan were desperate to relocate, yearning to escape the ravages of war and the menace of bandits. They believed the most fearsome threat had already descended upon Yushan, wishing fervently to be swallowed whole by it. After Shiyue recounted the actions of Yushan village, Chen Yiji repeatedly kicked over several stools that had been moved from the village. Following his beating of the timid Jia Sanlang, County Magistrate Zheng could only shout warnings about not causing fatality while occasionally loosening his grip on him. Once Chen Yiji ceased his activities, the somewhat weary Zheng, in his 40s, leaned against his waist, lamenting how his old bones were on the verge of wearing out. The villagers of Yushan, with a gleam in their eyes and flushed faces, remarked sarcastically, questioning whether they should believe him, as if it were a matter of faith in his words at 30 years of age. In the brief moments when Zheng rested his hands on his waist, he cast a glance at the villagers, a group of ignorant and obstinate folk. Despite his strenuous efforts being for their mere survival, they failed to recognize his genuine concern for their well-being. Who was this man? He was one of the 3 formidable heroes of Chang'an, unafraid to confront any challenge. In recent years, he had even seen the battlefield, having truly witnessed bloodshed. If he were to kill them, and by some chance, the sage of their realm was in a good mood and chose not to hurt the Qin family's feelings. He might eliminate a few lawbreakers and count it as a military achievement, thus rendering the villagers' demise entirely futile. His gaze then fell upon the village chief Jia, who sought to assert himself but was restrained by the villagers. Zheng had little desire to be present, with 2 of the 3 heroes of Chang'an converging. The uncertainties of the day loomed large. He had no wish to dwell on past grievances, with such a significant incident occurring in Yushan village. It would be easy for him to feign ignorance. However, under his jurisdiction, Ningming County, he could not evade responsibility. Should he claim knowledge of the events? He was certain that amongst those assaulted today, he bore some culpability. It was best to handle the current situation adeptly and await the edicts from the Jiuxiao prefecture. Zheng, resigned to his fate, prepared to face the consequences. He truly considered Chun Yiji's situation. The villagers, despite their transgressions, were not deserving of death according to the Great Zhou Code. Looking at the village head, who was of considerable age, it seemed unwise for him to suffer such a fate. The villagers of Yushan harbored an immense hope for the arrival of Wang Xuanji. Although the Minister of Justice wielded authority, he was far more respectable than those who held positions yet displayed no integrity. Zheng County Magistrate, why do you cling to me? If you do not release your grip, at your age, you might injure your back, and I shall not be held accountable for my lack of leniency, he admonished. Zheng County Magistrate, previously humble about his frail back, now found himself engulfed in profound skepticism. He gestured towards the unfortunate figure, battered and unrecognizable, alongside a group of tightly bound Yushan villagers. What more could he desire? Even he began to yearn for Wang Xuanji, who at the very least, engaged in rational discourse. What was the harm in delivering a couple of blows? The man would not perish from it. Those with such audacity, who dared to encourage others to offer their children as sacrifices, should not feign cowardice now. He demanded that they rise. Unable to genuinely harm Zheng County Magistrate, Chun Yiji could only shout, his feet flailing in agitation. Lying on the ground, akin to Jia Sanlang, who seemed to be drawing in less air than he was exhaling, were 2 figures, supported by each other in the morning light. Both were caked in mud, with remnants of dry twigs and leaves clinging to their garments, their clothes tattered. They had just descended from the mountain, and upon encountering Yushan village, they were met with such a scene. Chun Yiji, flushed with anger, genuinely wished to end the life of the man on the ground. Who was that? He wondered, recognizing the familiar attire. Ah, Jia Sanlang. Perhaps it is best to end him, Dao Yi thought to himself. Although Wang Xuanji felt a tinge of regret, he knew he could neither voice it nor act upon it. If he were to conduct himself improperly, how could he ever uphold the dignity of the Grand Secretary of the Dali Temple and earn the respect of the common people? While he could not simply take the life of another, certain actions fell within his purview. Approaching Jia Sanlang, he inquired, should I address you as Jia Sanlang? Or do you prefer another name? Earlier, when Dao Yi and his companion appeared, Magistrate Zheng had already released the individual and quietly stepped aside. At this moment, Wang Xuanji's question elicited an unmistakable surprise, not just from him, but also from Chun Yiji, Shi Yue, and the villagers of Wangshan, all of whom exchanged glances between the 2. Dao Yi, when we descended the mountain, we discovered a corpse. That must have been the true Jia Sanlang. Jia Sanlang had perished 5 years ago, his neck snapped cleanly by a single blow from the murderer. It was also suggested that the villagers of Yushan offer a child as a sacrifice. In those days, surely you were not so cowardly, were you? The assailant, Dao Yi, advanced towards the man curled on the ground. Yet, before she could close the distance, he suddenly sprang up, attempting to strike her. Dao Yi, caught off guard, hesitated for a moment. The force of Jia Sanlang's palm was already upon her, but then it abruptly halted. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking down in shock as a bloodied silver spear emerged from Dao Yi's slightly tilted side, piercing through his chest. His gaze remained fixed upon her, terrified that she might utter the most dreadful of truths. Wang Xuanji nodded in acknowledgement. The elder of Jia village wept bitterly. Heavens, Jia Sanlang is an impostor. What could he possibly gain by bringing such harm to our Yushan village? The other villagers, reflecting on their own children, began to weep softly. Although they mourned the loss of daughters, those girls could still provide support to their families. A person may act with ignorance, yet one should possess an understanding of principles. Those who trample upon the sanctity of life without restraint must ultimately face the consequences of their actions. While these individuals may not deserve death, their consciences will be plagued by unease and regret. Dao Yi and the others felt no sympathy for these people. Their pity was reserved solely for the 10 children. I have left markers along the way. You remember, don't you? Wang Xuanji added. Chen Yizhi nodded in acknowledgement and turned to lead the unruly members of the Dali temple up the mountain. Additionally, Wang Xuanji approached the eerily calm Lian Yang. Upon discovering that Jia Sanling had perished, he felt no joy in vengeance. Rather, a profound sorrow enveloped him. He couldn't help but sigh, for Jia Xiaonyang's father was indeed Jia Sanling. Lian Yang's eyes flickered, and she parted her parched lips to confirm, yes. Could you share how you recognized him? She inquired. In truth, I recognized him on the very first day he came to my home, Lian Yang replied, her gaze vacant as it drifted into the distance, whether looking at Jia Sanling, or perhaps at the 2 half-siblings. Chapter 48, True Love. At that time, he returned home, cloaked in frost and stained with blood. I initially thought he had encountered a ferocious beast in the back mountains. Lian Yang grasped the wooden bracelet on her left wrist tightly, speaking in a fragmented manner. Yet, when I inquired about his belongings, he countered my question, asking, what belongings? As I was about to speak, Jungu returned home and seized me, rendering the words Junji's birthday gift unutterable. He wasted no time with idle chatter, directly threatening me that if I dared to speak out, he would kill Sanlang. For the sake of Sanlang, I held my tongue. Yet, to my dismay, he later took Yao Jia as his own. I had no desire for her. But she and Jungu both emerged from my womb. However, as she grew, she bore no resemblance to me or Sanlang, serving as undeniable evidence of my infidelity. Lian Yang wept openly, for this was the conundrum that Jia Xiaolang could not comprehend, the reason why mother sometimes favored her sister and at other times despised her. Thus, my reluctance to rebel only deepened, especially as I observed him causing no further disturbances in the village. It was not until he proposed that each year, the village children should be offered as sacrifices, that I felt the stirrings of defiance. However, he warned that should I disobey, he would take my Jungu away. Once more, I was compelled to endure. At this juncture, Lian Yang's parched eyes brimmed with tears, tinged with a hint of blood. Wang Xianji inquired why he was so certain it was the mountain god. Lian Yang's lips curled into a semblance of a smile. Yet the fissures in her mouth brought her discomfort, prompting her to abandon the effort. Oh, where is there any mountain god? He once declared at home that it was all a ruse. Thus, you were aware from the outset that there was no mountain god in the mountains? A chill coursed through Wang Xianji's heart, his fists clenched tightly. Considering that her entire family had perished, he chose to remember this for the time being. Undoubtedly, Lian Yang is pitiable. However, what of the innocent souls who were unknowingly deceived and sent forth? Had they been privy to the truth, would they have willingly consigned their progeny to a certain demise upon that mountain? It is scarcely conceivable that every parent would be so willing to part with their child, particularly given Lian Yang's prior knowledge. Wang Xuanji, his voice strained, inquired, what motive drove this individual to such actions? A flicker of bewilderment momentarily disrupted the vacuity in Lian Yang's gaze. In his cups, he once babbled incoherently, lamenting, they have relegated me to this godforsaken place. If I am to suffer, then so shall everyone else. Once this matter concludes, I shall. But then he succumbed to slumber. Do you know how he conveyed young Master Jia to Jade Mountain? Dao Yi pressed on, not awaiting her response. Under the cloak of night, he rendered young Master Jia unconscious and furtively carried him up the mountain. Lian Yang's heart ached with an intensity surpassing any she had previously known. Merely a wall's breadth away, her child had met his end practically within her sight. Summoning every ounce of strength, she staggered to her feet, declaring, I must retrieve them. Your Honor, never could I have fathomed that the demise of those children stemmed from Jia Sanling seeking retribution. He harbored resentment and sought vengeance. Yet, why did he not seek redress from those who precipitated his downfall? Dao Yi genuinely struggled to comprehend. Wang Xuanji extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, gently rested it upon her head, offering a comforting pat. Some individuals are devoid of empathy, possessing no sense of moral boundaries. They feel no compunction to consider others, fixated solely on achieving their own objectives. In order to safeguard those individuals, a multitude of laws has been established, and our existence is merely to protect them. With a heavy nasal tone, Dao Yi responded, albeit somewhat listlessly, lacking in energy. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. Yue, why are you still here? She presented a clear demeanor of wanting to usher someone away. Yue replied, haven't I always been here? So now that the matter is concluded, are we to dismantle the bridge? Ahem, the young coroner, Yue hesitated to speak further, only to be interrupted by the team from Xiaoyu Mountain. Indeed, they were unscrupulous individuals, yet well-trained, as they constructed a makeshift stretcher to carry the 11 skeletons down the mountain. Lian Yang also arrived at the entrance of the cave where the young Lord Jia and his companions had met their demise. At this moment, she felt a flicker of awakening. The child's bones had already been brought down from the mountain. What was her purpose for coming here? Junge, are you in there? Your mother knows you are inside. Just listen to what your mother has to say. Tears of blood welled in Lian Yang's eyes. Your father has never given up on you. Do you remember your birthday? The fortune teller foretold a great calamity for you this year. That day, he ascended the mountain to find suitable wood to carve a statue of a bodhisattva to help you through your tribulations. However, while on the mountain, he was harmed by someone. That person looked exactly like the father of Yao Jia, whom you later encountered. Lian Yang spoke in a fragmented manner, expressing a torrent of words, when suddenly a gentle breeze enveloped her, swirling away towards the mountains below. In a place hidden from her sight, Jia Jun was also in tears, rushing into her embrace. He wept unabashedly, realizing that the one who had abandoned him was not his father. His father had always remembered him. Now, he sought to find his father, gently embracing Lian Yang before joyfully making his way down the mountain. Lian Yang wiped away her blood tears, summoning her last ounce of strength to stumble down the mountain after him. Her 2 children remained below, unburied, and she could not succumb to despair at that moment. Approaching noon, the villagers emerged from Yushan village. The stones at the mountain's mouth weighed heavily upon them, making it difficult to breathe. As they walked along the path leading out of the village, Chen Yiji could not refrain from speaking, questioning why County Magistrate Zheng intended to take them all away. Those who shared the same fate as village chief Jia faced exile, while others were sent to the neighboring county for flood control. They had not committed crimes deserving of death, yet that did not imply their innocence. Wang Xuanji further elucidated, hoping to instill understanding that the earth would cover the water, not with human lives, and that their remaining days would be spent atoning for their sins. However, why had he sent someone to covertly take charge of this village? The elusive Chen Yiji seemed to have been involved throughout, yet appeared utterly oblivious. He felt a sense of relief that Shui Wenyuan was not present. He found it even more perplexing to comprehend the actions of that individual. Yet simultaneously, he found himself longing for that very enigma. I suspect that there is something in the mountains that he desires or wishes to conceal. Otherwise, he would not have disguised himself in Yushan village, remaining disconnected from the outside world for so many years. I would like you to investigate thoroughly the reasons behind the actions of the one who murdered Jia Sanlang, what brought him here, and how he has arranged the incongruous furnishings and food in Lian Yang's home. This could provide a lead for us. The item that person secretly played with, which Lian Yang discovered and presented to us, may prove to be a significant clue. When Chen Yiji took it in hand, he found it to be a uniquely shaped iron plate. He pondered over Jia Sanlang's obsession, only to realize that he was deceased, his very soul extinguished, let alone any lingering attachment for protection. Thus, they could only search the Yushan mountain. To avoid alarming the perpetrator, they decided to let Magistrate Zheng handle the matter under the pretense of their crimes. I understand, Chen Yiji agreed. Xuanyangzi, if you have something to say, now is the time. Due to the light shining upon her, she squinted her eyes, causing Shiyue, who had been hesitant, to bite her lip and finally step forward. Chapter 49. Shiyue's speculations. As Shiyue approached, she caught sight of the delicate and charming coroner, whose brows were furrowed in discontent, as if displeased with her proximity. She hesitated to advance, for having been raised in a place of shadows, she had encountered such scrutinizing gazes far too frequently. This made her feel somewhat awkward, as her background was not of her choosing. The young coroner possessed striking features, remaining unfazed even in the presence of corpses. Yet she too harbored her own biases shaped by the world. As the snow maiden approached, I noticed a pallor on her face, suggesting she had not rested well during the night. Dao Yi, Upon catching sight of Shiyue from a distance, refrained from advancing further. Behind him, Axi and Ashu stood at a respectful distance by the carriage, wary of intruding upon someone of noble status. The melancholy etched on Shiyue's features was palpable. After all, Xia Kungxiang had to toil through the night to earn a living, rather than indulge in nightly revelries. Come a little closer, I urged, eager to examine her condition more closely. As she appeared to be suffering significantly, observing her peculiar demeanor, I felt compelled to encourage her further. Noticing the curiosity of the others, Shiyue, seemingly timid and apprehensive, offered a gentle explanation. My knowledge of medicine is not an unusual thing. It is a fundamental aspect of cultivating one's path, allowing for a deeper understanding of the human body, which is greatly beneficial in the pursuit of immortality. Thus, the practice of observation, inquiry, and examination is not challenging for me. Rather, conducting autopsies falls outside the realm of my cultivation. However, with the art of healing as my foundation, I need not reacquaint myself with the intricacies of the human body, as I can readily discern common causes of death. Further investigation into the more obscure reasons can be pursued as needed. In the Nine Heavens Temple, I had no opportunity to apply my skills, for the three of them were as robust as oxen, leaving me uncertain of my medical prowess. Upon descending the mountain, I treated a few common folk, addressing only minor ailments. For instance, those afflicted by wind cold were easily remedied by channeling their internal energy to clear their meridians. It was not that I was reluctant to utilize my spiritual power. Rather, for ordinary people, recklessly invoking spiritual energy could lead to unfortunate consequences. It is akin to waking in the night only to find a figure, visible only to you, standing at the foot of your bed. Over time, such occurrences could indeed become a source of great misfortune. Some were startled by nightmares, and they drew calming symbols beneath their beds, allowing their fears to be suppressed, thus enabling a tranquil slumber. With restorative sleep, one's well-being naturally flourished. A healthy body finds comfort in rest, and typically, ailments dissipate. Wang Xuanji, seated nearby, fidgeted with his fingers, yet remained in place. Shiyue accompanied them throughout their journey and even assisted in Yushan village, clearly harboring a purpose for her visit, yet hesitating to articulate it until now. Chun Yiji, on the other hand, was indifferent, having served in the military. He had encountered a myriad of individuals and heard countless tales. He was, however, taken aback by the youthful Dao Yi's adeptness in charming young ladies, surpassing even his so-called seasoned experience. He stroked his chin, pondering if contemporary young women were drawn to those skilled in medicine. Looks were of little consequence, as long as one possessed a certain grace. With his own visage, could he not procure several suitable sisters-in-law for Shiguang? The more he contemplated, the more appealing the notion became, envisioning the splendid scene should he reveal such a talent. Noticing the absence of disdain in her gaze, and devoid of any irrelevant thoughts, Shiyue finally approached, maintaining a respectful distance of about half a foot, standing upright for Dao Yi to observe. Dao Yi's brow furrowed more deeply, his previously delicate brows nearly converging as he inquired, "Miss Xue, may I take your pulse?" Shiyue extended a wrist as smooth as congealed fat, lifting her sleeve as she did so. Wang Xuanji cast a sidelong glance, surveying the vast expanse around him. At the foot of Yushan village, a winding mountain path meandered towards the official road. On either side of the path, fertile fields had been cultivated, showcasing the harvests of autumn, interspersed with the remnants of withered crops and the marks left by the recent flooding. Beneath the autumn afternoon sun, the scene was one of desolation. He was reminded of Huaiyang, where calamities rendered all as insignificant as ants. Chen Yiji's eyes widened in astonishment, internally scoffing at the absurdity of his former comrades in arms, who spoke nonsense with their eyes wide open. Even when offered money, the local maidens paid them no heed, clearly preferring a different type altogether. Observing the young Taoist, who adeptly felt pulses, he noted how the maiden Shiyue blushed, surpassing even those seasoned in the ways of romance. Chen Yiji's eyes sparkled with ambition. He yearned to master such techniques himself, dreaming of becoming unparalleled in the city of Chang'an. The divergence of intentions between the two friends did not affect their interactions. Shiyue was beyond his reach, while Dao Yi was entirely absorbed in the pulse reading. "Madam Xue, your health is severely depleted. You are still young and unaware of the hardships that come with age. If you do not cherish your body now, you will be the one to suffer later," Dao Yi remarked. With each word, the flush on Shiyue's face diminished, leaving her pallid and on the verge of collapse. Yet, this was not her purpose for coming today. Before she could elucidate her intentions, Dao Yi continued, however, with proper care, your condition can improve, but if you persist in this lifestyle, recovery will remain elusive. Xue Yue, disregarding etiquette, eagerly grasped her hand. Little Yi, your medical skills are remarkable. Could you assist me? A beam of light illuminated Xu Yue's delicate wrist as she asked, somewhat impatiently. How long will it take? Dao Yi provided a conservative estimate, at least 2 years. In truth, a year would suffice. But 2 years would allow for the restoration of her depleted essence. A heavy weight crashed in Xu Yue's heart. As for the father and son who gambled with her fate, they ceased to be family the moment they sold her. In the future, she could purchase a modest courtyard and employ a few servants, even without a worthy companion. She could still enjoy a tranquil old age. Lady Xue, may I inquire if there have been any peculiar occurrences recently regarding Xiao Chunxiang? The depletion of Xu Yue's essence was particularly grave, and if this continued, her bodily balance would soon be disrupted. Only then did Xu Yue awaken from her reverie. Little Yi, this is the very reason I sought you out, she said, lifting her exquisite wrist to touch her face. You must have seen me at the West Market last night. I truly intended only to purchase some items for a young lady, to better adorn myself. As she spoke, she dabbed her face with a handkerchief, revealing a plain visage, devoid of vitality. Ah, how dutiful she is. Pinkangfang is under the jurisdiction of Wanyan County. For matters of importance, one should first consult the county magistrate. To bypass the local magistrate and approach the Court of Judicial Review directly is indeed rather illogical. Furthermore, if Xiao Chunxiang had met with misfortune, the court would have already taken action, and there would be no need for Xue Yue to seek them out. In the realm of the temple, with its unsavory figures and the young coroner, I must confess that I am not alone in my predicament. Initially, we all regarded the situation as merely the musings of the young coroner. Yet the relentless cycle of day and night has taken a toll on our health over the years. We sought the counsel of a physician who prescribed the finest tonics. Yet, the depletion of our vitality far exceeds any restoration we could hope for, though it is preferable to having nothing at all. Eventually, some of my companions began to inquire about divine intervention, but to no avail. The matron of the establishment, anxious and distressed, lamented the illness of the young women, for her business could not flourish under such circumstances. Suddenly, however, Snow Moon shifted the conversation, revealing that there remained a frequent patron among us. After last night's experience, I grew suspicious of this individual, suspecting he might be an agent sent from another establishment to undermine us, yet I lacked the evidence to substantiate my claims. Lady Snow, I implored, the hour is still early. Let us investigate tonight, and I kindly ask for your assistance in providing cover. Alas, throughout the ages, it has been forbidden for officials to consort with courtesans. Despite their public duties, they possess neither the perpetrator nor the victim, rendering the situation a veritable deadlock. Why should the Dali Temple concern itself with matters that do not pertain to it? If captured, none would escape unscathed. Snow Moon took note of my words, bowed once more, and bid farewell to the assembly. Yet, halfway through her departure, she turned back, her face, as pure as lotus water, blushed with a hint of crimson. Oh, the expenses incurred by the young coroner will all be accounted to Snow Moon, she declared, and with that, she swiftly fled, leaving 2 astonished individuals gazing at Dao Yi, who appeared deep in thought. Chun Yiji shed tears of envy. Although Xiao Chunxiang was not the finest in Pinkangfang, he was aware of a certain lady in the establishment whose grace was unparalleled, and her dance was nothing short of exquisite. To behold her perform was an extravagant delight. Alas, his impoverished state hindered him from indulging in such pleasures, especially while supporting the unambitious Chen Shuguang. Chen Shuguang interjected, Dear brother, might you allow us to witness who is presently fulfilling their duties? Chapter 50. Alas, lately, I have been assigned to the night shifts, which is exceedingly detrimental to my health. Could we perhaps receive some form of compensation? Dao Yi was not inclined to follow the path of Xu Yue and her peers, who, despite their youth, appeared worn and exhausted. If not addressed promptly, their condition could become perilous. Upon reaching Chang'an, I shall submit a request on your behalf. Recalling the depleting resources in the cave and the pristine burden she had in Puyang, she felt a twinge of shame. However, she had a splendid proposal regarding the matter of renting a room. She gestured for him to look nearby. Upon noticing 2 pairs of sinister gazes, Chun Yiji crossed his silver spear over his chest, stepped back, and pressed against the carriage wall, fearfully inquiring, What are your intentions? Yiji, is there not a house adjacent to yours? Since you and Xu Guang are unwilling to sell, why not lease it to Dao Yi? Upon hearing this, Dao Yi's spirits lifted, and she gazed intently at Chen Yiji. The Chun family resided in close proximity to the Wang family in Yonglifang, where they could daily ride Wang Xuanji's carriage to Changxingfang. A truly delightful arrangement. Unable to withstand the weight of their stares, he nodded and murmured, "However, I must forewarn you that it is not a matter of my reluctance to part with the house, but rather that it harbors certain issues. Once you take residence, do not blame me for not having forewarned you. This is of little importance." Dao Yi dismissed it with a wave of her hand, redirecting the conversation to her discoveries. "Do you still recall the Longyu? According to the Bai Yao Pu, the great flood in Yushan village must have originated from it. As we descended the mountain, I encountered two peculiar apparitions along the way." "Apparitions? Why not eradicate them?" inquired Chen Yiji. Dao Yi replied, "They bear no karmic debts. The focus lies on those two creatures documented in the Bai Yao Pu. One, resembling a monkey, is called Li Li, residing in Gui Mountain. It resembles a pig, with four limbs akin to chicken claws. Wherever it appears, that county will witness rampant construction." She continued, "The other, resembling a hawk, also inhabits Gui Mountain and is known as Wei. Its cry," she patted the pouch at her waist, "is reminiscent of its own name. Wherever it manifests, many individuals will face exile." Wang Xian pondered for a moment before asking, "They dwell in Chang'an and Gui Mountain. Why, then, do they appear in Gui Mountain?" Suddenly, he recalled a significant matter. The incidents corresponding to the three apparitions had already transpired. These two must have inadvertently wandered into this mountain, while the Longyu was lured here under false pretenses. Its purpose is to unleash floods. Could it be that someone intends to submerge Yushan village? Chen Yiji's smile faded as he grasped the gravity of the situation. The deceitful Jia Sanlang had indeed committed malevolent acts, yet, through a twist of fate, he had inadvertently averted the impending deluge. Although he had spared Yushan village from inundation, he had indirectly saved the 18 households residing there. Chen Yiji initially harbored similar thoughts, yet upon witnessing Wang Xuanji's weary demeanor, he restrained himself. The creature was far more translucent than an octopus, its shell considerably sturdier, and its internal spiritual energy abundant. He was tempted to consume it whole. However, capturing demons and acquiring demon crystals was quite satisfactory for her as an investigator. Both of them were aware of her ability to capture demons and her need for demon crystals, rendering certain matters unnecessary to conceal. She preferred to avoid future complications that would arise from fabricating countless lies. Thus, she unabashedly began to absorb the demon crystal in front of them. Although Zhang Yu's cultivation surpassed hers, she felt an urgent need to grow stronger. A foreboding sense loomed over her. The demons she might encounter in the future could very well possess comparable powers to Zhang Yu's. As she absorbed the energy from a being with a higher cultivation for the first time, she dared not hasten the process, proceeding with caution. The continuous influx of spiritual energy coursed through her meridians, ultimately converging in her lower dantian. As the energy increased, her lower dantian initially resembled a famished beggar, expanding to the point of discomfort, yet persistently drawing in more. Upon introspection, she noticed faint cracks forming in her lower dantian, sending her into a panic. This could not be allowed, for without the dantian, she would lose her cultivation. By the time she realized her predicament, Wang Xuanji and his companion had already concluded their conversation and instructed the carriage driver to slow down. The carriage of Xu Yue followed closely behind, maintaining a steady pace regardless of theirs. In a moment of crisis, regrettably, Dao Yi could not endure any longer. With a sharp crack, her lower dantian shattered, scattering into a myriad of starlight. The pain contorted Dao Yi's face, yet she emitted not a single sound. Yu Xian and her companion dared not approach her, merely standing by in anxious anticipation. Once the agony subsided, Dao Yi believed her path to cultivation was forever lost. However, she soon realized that the shattered dantian had not dissipated. It remained within her, still connected to her being, twinkling faintly like fireflies, with specks of milky white brilliance. If this were not her shattered lower dantian, she would have exclaimed, "How exquisite!" The spiritual energy of the Huangshe crystal continued to flow, and upon attempting to interact with the fragmented dantian, she was met with a response. Joy surged within her as she observed those tiny fragments of dantian, each one absorbing the spiritual essence of the demon crystal. Once the energy was fully absorbed, relying on that connection, She found the shattered dantian to be even more solid and cohesive than before. If her previous lower dantian had resembled fine porcelain, it now resembled an infinite expanse of starry skies, unyielding and profoundly deep. When scattered, they resembled countless stars. When united, they formed the moon at its zenith. She then endeavored to intertwine these fragmented dantians, one by one. The act of separation brought pain, yet the fusion inflicted an even more excruciating torment, leaving her no chance to express her frustration. Fortunately, though the process was arduous, the outcome was splendid. Although she remained uncertain of what this transformation signified for her lower dantian, she felt assured that future absorption of demon crystals would not subject her to the same suffering as today. As she neared the city of Chang'an, Dao Yi opened her radiant eyes. Wow, the demon crystal is truly remarkable. She had broken through. She had reached the first level of the earth realm. What a joyous occasion. An unexpected boon has emerged. Compared to the octopus's binding abilities, the newfound mastery over water control brings her immense satisfaction. She contemplates finding someone, perhaps a demon, to experiment with this power. If time permits, a celebratory feast awaits this evening. Master Shi, allow me to tend to your ailments. Without further ado, she presses her palm against his back, a torrent of formidable energy surging into Wang Xian's body, cleansing his meridians with an intensity that causes his handsome visage to flinch. Chen Yizhi nearly thrust his silver spear at her, but upon noticing Wang Xian's gesture, he quietly set it aside, the polished weapon glistening as he awaited in silence. Time flowed by, and the meridians mended. Wang Xian endured the pain, emerging once more as a refined gentleman. He felt invigorated despite the lack of blood replenishment. Upon hearing Dao Yi's words, he smiled and nodded, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. After a long day in the carriage, Dao Yi felt a bit stifled. Hearing the familiar clamor of voices, she lifted the curtain, only to be met with a wave of headache and disappointment. Alas, she had missed the splendid scenery along the way, rendering her journey to Chang'an a wasted opportunity. How swiftly they had arrived. She wished the carriage would move more slowly. The charming, yet vexing Dali Temple awaited them. Chapter 5. Disguised the lanterns of the small spring fragrance illuminated the room, the aroma of wine wafting through the air, and the sound of song and dance was incessant, with guests arriving in droves. Yet inside the chamber, Shuiyu felt quite out of sorts. The once melodious sounds of strings and bamboo now struck her as cacophonous. She casually greeted the guests, pouring glass after glass, as if intent on inebriating them at the table. Occasionally, she glanced towards the door, her eyes brightening at the sight of newcomers, only to dim again upon failing to recognize a familiar figure. Tonight's guest possessed an appearance most pleasing to the eye, yet he was devoid of hands. His arms roamed restlessly, caressing his delicate wrists, and occasionally pinching at his waist, revealing a self-satisfied grin that marred an otherwise agreeable visage. As he swayed with a graceful gait, Shuiyu filled his cup once more, urging, "My dear, do not be in such a haste. There is still time for another round." The inebriatedly Lang, oblivious to the delicate act, failed to notice as Shuyue's hand, holding the wine glass, seemed to shed a grain of white powder that mingled with the liquor in a swirling dance. Ma Siming's gaze remained fixated on her enchanting face, his smile broadening as he declared, "Shuyue, you hold the reins. You are truly a vision of beauty." The creamy skin and naturally crimson lips ignited a fervor in his heart, compelling him to hastily consume the wine she offered. He then pulled her into his embrace, eager to disrobe them both, only to find his hand suddenly stiffen. With a resounding thud, Ma Siming collapsed to the ground. Shuyue knelt beside him. Concern etched across her features as she called out, "My dear, are you all right?" The man lay motionless, even producing soft snores. Observing this, she rose to her feet and delivered a couple of sharp kicks, yet he remained unresponsive. Soon, a rustling noise echoed through the room. "Humph. Were it not for my promise to Xiao Yi, I would have long since taken my leave and sold my contract," she muttered, struggling to drag him but unwilling to spare her breath, continuing her tirade. "From this day forth, I, Shuyue, shall no longer be the Shuyue of yesteryear. I will heed Xiao Yi's words and become a Shuyue who cherishes health, living long to witness the world with a smile. At last, I have managed to drag you to the edge of the bed. How can I allow you, these wretched men, to further disrupt my path to wellness?" With a resounding thud, I cast you onto the bed. "As for the cost of your libations today, my dear Sir Ma, I shall forego it. Consider this a celebratory feast, a toast to bidding farewell to the past. Madam Shueyue, are you unscathed? Axiho, standing outside the door, grew increasingly concerned upon hearing the series of thuds. Might this Ma Siming possess some peculiar predilection, such as a penchant for wrestling within the confines of the chamber, or perhaps being wrestled himself? While the latter might not be entirely objectionable, I do hope he does not harm my dear lady. Who could ever bear to inflict harm upon such a delicate flower? Today, my lady has already promised to take me and Ashu away from this little spring fragrance. In the heart of Chang'an, we shall acquire a quaint courtyard to lead a simple life. What a splendid future awaits us. The envious glances from the other attendants nearly rendered me breathless. Fear not, Axi, Sir Ma is merely engaging in playful antics with me. Upon hearing Shueyue's calm and cheerful voice, Axi's spirits lifted. All that remains is to await the arrival of the officials from the Dali Temple, who will uncover the cause of my lady's ailment. What are you doing? Axi interjected, blocking the path of three rather enigmatic individuals. It was evident that the entire hall's attention was fixated on my lady, yet these three chose to intrude upon her quarters. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. My discontent grew. This Madame Xiang's demeanor is truly disgraceful. Knowing that my lady is about to depart from this spring fragrance, her usual cheerful countenance has vanished, and she dares to allow just anyone to enter. First, there was Ma Siming, and now these three shadowy figures. Besmirching the reputation of those young women is utterly reprehensible. Fortunately, the maiden possessed keen discernment, recognizing the urgency to distance herself from this establishment known as Little Chuanxiang. The trio, thus impeded, momentarily froze. The shortest among them approached Axi with trepidation, causing Axi to recoil against the door, her back throbbing with pain. She stammered, her voice laced with a sob. What do you intend? I am not one of the courtesans. The procuress, Xiang Mama, was indeed excessively malevolent. As Dao Yi drew near, Axi's frame stiffened. She could only murmur, "Fear not, Axi, it is merely us." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Axi's apprehension only intensified. What was the purpose of their visit? To investigate surreptitiously. While under the scrutiny of the entire Little Chuanxiang establishment, how could they possibly conduct a discreet inquiry? Welcoming them inside was untenable, yet denying them entry was equally problematic. Tears welled in Axi's eyes as she trembled, uttering, "Mistress, the living specimens you requested have arrived." Those observing the trio in the main hall shuddered involuntarily. Rumors had circulated that the courtesans of Little Chuanxiang had been experiencing a decline in vitality. Could it be that they sought sustenance by consuming the living? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines, yet they quickly reassured themselves, shaking their heads in denial. After all, they were the more formidable figures within these walls. Shueyu, however, was elated. This was a prearranged signal she had devised with Axi, upon the arrival of Dao Yi and his companions. Axi was to utter those very words. The inspiration, ironically, stemmed from Dao Yi himself, as he routinely examined cadavers. The few living individuals he encountered were none other than his own associates. Truly, she considered herself exceptionally astute. Upon this realization, Shiyue beamed with joy. Drawing the bed curtains to conceal Ma Siming, she then turned to the bronze mirror to tidy her slightly disheveled attire and meticulously arranged her cloud-like tresses. Content at last to rise, as if to greet an old friend after many years, her heart brimming with delight as she swung open the door. Simultaneously, she cursed the hand that had hastily opened the door, wishing to sever it, for she was nearly frightened to death. Before her stood three peculiar figures. Apparitions of the mountains, perhaps. Their faces, painted a ghastly white, bore dark, exaggerated circles around their eyes, rendering their true identities unrecognizable. Yet, Shiyue recognized one of them, a man resembling a celestial being, Wang Xuanji, the Minister of Justice. Supporting him was none other than a formerly handsome youth, now bearing a visage akin to a charred pot, save for the strikingly white teeth that stirred a faint recollection within her. It was indeed the one who, when smiling, could warm the heart, yet provoke a sense of unease, Dao Yi. The third individual, do not presume that by wielding a wooden stick, thickly wrapped in coarse cloth, I would fail to identify you. The multitude of freckles upon your face is forgivable, yet the three exaggerated whiskers nearly reaching your ears are not. Kindly return your fierce countenance to the world, I implore you. What manner of ruckus were these three intending? Were they here to investigate, or to stir trouble? Shiyue harbored deep suspicions. This was hardly an investigation. Rather, it resembled the antics of one afflicted with an odd ailment, nearly at death's door, yet still being propped up by an astonishingly ugly apprentice to seek out frivolities, accompanied by a brawler ready to strike anyone deemed unsatisfactory, prepared to wield that cat demon stick at a moment's notice. With a mind swirling in chaos, Shuyu bit her lip, tears streaming down her face in an instant. She fixed her gaze upon Chang'an and lunged forward, seizing the long spear, its original form obscured. "I recognize this," she exclaimed. "Cousin, it is you. Have you finally remembered to seek me out in the capital? I have so much to share with you. Come in quickly and have a cup of tea." After her earth-shattering cries, the three of them numbly followed her into the room, effectively cutting off all external gazes. As soon as they seated themselves, Dao Yi inquired with astonishment, "Madame Shuyu, have you captured the mastermind?" Shuyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to respond to such a question, and instead turned her gaze to Chang'an, who appeared the most seasoned among them. With his evenly trimmed mustache, Chang'an wore a perplexed expression. "Madame Shuyu, what do you see in me?" Shuyu sighed, realizing that among the three, not one was particularly astute. She abandoned the explanation, reflecting that if these three could make themselves look unappealing at a brothel, she ought not to harbor any expectations. Yet, she remained curious about their makeup, which seemed to have been inspired by her own. "Indeed, I saw Madame Shuyu remove her powder in broad daylight, and after giving it a try, I was pleasantly surprised by my own skills. I learned it so quickly and managed to create such a beautiful and impressive look that no one could recognize us." Dao Yi said proudly, "Look at us. We've lingered in the main hall for quite some time, and none of your people have come to find us," he continued. Shuyu, unable to utter the words about the unreliable middleman, suppressed her emotions, smiling as she complimented, "You truly are remarkable, little mortician." Dao Yi beamed with pride at the praise, and the other two nodded in agreement. A twinge of doubt crept into her mind. Could it be that her sense of aesthetics was amiss? Yet, upon a second glance at the faces of the three, she resolutely shook her head. She must not stray from the path. However, after a prolonged gaze, she surprisingly found them rather pleasing to behold, which was quite perplexing. Chapter 52. The illusion of deception. A gust of wind swept through, and in the blink of an eye, the once lively round table was left with only Shuyu. The three had already pressed themselves against the crack of the door, with Chang'an sprinting ahead, followed closely by the other two. Dao Yi, the shortest, perched atop the others. The remainder of Shuyu's words lodged firmly in her throat. She yearned to join the fray, yet she was wary that some matters were best approached with caution. The trio engaged in a spirited scuffle. Having lingered in the lobby for half the night, they had memorized the features of both the guests and the young women. Thus, when a newcomer entered, their gazes immediately converged upon him. Wang Xuanji and his companion scrutinized the figure for quite some time, but to no avail, ultimately turning their attention to Dao Yi. The newcomer was indeed rather unremarkable. Mingling among the crowd, he would be difficult to distinguish. Yet, after Axi's confirmation, it became clear that he was the exceptionally generous regular. As they contemplated approaching him, they momentarily forgot about the individual perched atop the pile. Draped in a black, fine wool coat, he appeared too early for such attire, even in the relatively chilly Chang'an. However, his slightly bluish thin lips did suggest he might be feeling the cold. His pair of sinister eyes, though seemingly smiling, radiated an icy chill. Unlike the typical patrons who sought the company of flowers, he resembled a hunter from the mountains. His gaze akin to that of a predator who had just spotted its prey. Walking appeared somewhat peculiar, as if his legs were mere decorations. As he moved, a faint wisp of black mist emanated from behind him. Upon encountering that familiar haze, Dao Yi immediately comprehended the reason behind the creature's oddity. With such an unusual appearance and no attempt to disguise it, he certainly attracted attention. And that face, what a sight! It was uncertain whether the young women in the vicinity were gazing at him or he at them. Enigmatic? The two exchanged glances, as if to say, "Are you serious?" Having continuously observed their expressions, had their discernment not improved even a fraction? Or perhaps the perspective of Taoists is inherently unique, as they belong to a rather unappealing cohort? That face, so utterly ordinary, should have met the selection criteria for dark sentinels. Among a crowd, it would undoubtedly go unnoticed. Yet, seeing Dao Yi speak with such earnestness, they began to doubt their own perceptions. Looking again at the man, it was still that unremarkable visage. To us, Dao Yi's face was exceedingly commonplace. Wang Xin's expression grew serious. With two faces, no one would trust the claim of having no issues. Was this truly a form of your sorcery? Dao Yi nodded slightly, then shook his head. This type of sorcery is collectively referred to as illusionary veil, intended to deceive the gaze of the world. Typically, it is employed by individuals of my master's generation who have lived long yet continue to exist, thus indulging the delusions of some. In essence, as long as this sorcery is in play, even standing before you, you would perceive me as merely an ordinary passerby. However, to fellow practitioners, these are mere illusions. Nonetheless, if there is a significant disparity in cultivation, it would not suffice. This principle is universally understood. Otherwise, how could they fail to see what lies beneath the depths of the earth or what is hidden behind the clouds? You too should cease staring at him. Such an unremarkable visage should not draw attention, lest he be discovered. The origins of that mysterious creature remain unclear, yet it has somehow attained a human form. Its cultivation level comparable to hers, currently at the earth level. As the Minister of Justice, I shall claim the crystal stones for myself. Chang'an, fearful of what the man might intend, caught sight of him presenting a string of jewels to Xiang Mama, which struck her as somewhat familiar, as if she had seen or heard of it before, though she could not recall the specifics. This distraction severed the connection entirely. Shuiyue was already in a state of shock. What were these three discussing? Each word had passed through her ears, yet her mind could not retain any comprehension, rendering her incapable of analysis. Upon further reflection, a profound sense of dread enveloped her. Crystal stones, are you certain? Upon her nod. Both understood her implication. Only a creature of the supernatural would possess crystal stones. Yet, her caution raised questions, especially in comparison to the monkey from yesterday. Wang Xuanji sought to ascertain the opponent's cultivation level, as she had indicated that it was on par with his own. However, we cannot allow that creature to wreak havoc on the innocent girl's eye Kongxiang right under our noses. This applies to others as well. As the Minister of Justice, Wang Xuanji would never permit such an occurrence. Ahem, I have a plan, while casting an assessing glance at Chun Yiji, reminiscent of a butcher weighing pork at the market. However, I require your command. Otherwise, I fear there may be dissent. Dao Yi smiled with an air of triumph, her teeth, contrasting against her dark complexion, appeared even wider than usual. Chun Yiji's eyes nearly blinded by the brilliance. He thought to himself, what mischievous scheme is this rascal concocting again? I will not partake. Moreover, he chided her for her pettiness. You remember such trivial matters for so long, like a sulking maiden. However, Dao Yi took the insinuation of being girlish as a compliment, feeling rather pleased. After all, she was indeed a charming little maiden, her true nature cleverly concealed. This only proved that she had not deviated from the right path. She remained an adorable little Taoist priestess. As for a woman's vengeance, it is never too late. One merely needs the opportunity, and if one can trample, why not stamp twice? Presently, a splendid opportunity arose, but how could she admit it? Dao Yi's expression grew serious. You heartless scoundrel. How can you be so indifferent to the plight of so many young ladies in Shaochuanxiang? Receiving a skeptical glance from Shuiyue, Chun Yiji felt a surge of indignation bubbling within him. Just as he was about to explode, Wang Xuanji interjected with feigned amiability. If Yiji is unwilling to go, then I shall take his place. What needs to be done? I possess certain skills and should not encounter any peril. Absolutely not. Two voices protested in unison. Dao Yi chuckled, unperturbed. Let us see if you can even get past what lies ahead. The modestly accomplished Wang Xuanji could be seen rubbing his arms in trepidation. The three heads huddled together, chattering animatedly, culminating in Chun Yiji's protests falling on deaf ears. As Shuiyue stood agape, questioning her existence, the trio strode boldly towards Chun Yinon. Chapter 53. Compensation. Changxing reclined languidly on the couch, her supple waist as soft as silk, inviting scrutiny. As the young ladies braced themselves, dawn broke upon them. Before they could inquire, the diminutive figure began to recount the events with clarity, like pouring beans. Chun Yiji lay on the ground, devoid of any hope, contemplating that enduring such beatings was indeed bearable. Not only did he endure the blows, but he also relinquished his surname. This fellow harbored an unforgiving grudge. The pain in his abdomen was so acute that it left him gasping, for he was quite serious about this matter. A memory flashed in his mind of the moment he had kicked outside, uttering the words, I apologize. But if one does not act earnestly, they will not be believed. In the midst of his guarded demeanor, he suddenly noticed a foot soaring towards him from the heavens. And before he knew it, he found himself sprawled in the center of the room. Looking up, he realized he was at the feet of a monster. What to do? Was he destined to be devoured? Chun Yiji tightly shut his eyes, pondering whether he had indeed missed kicking the head of the esteemed gentleman. lamenting how his own wits had seemingly vanished. Dao Yi tilted his head, observing the man on the ground with curiosity, and bent down to pick up a broken stick. Prodding his abdomen, the flippant name had become intolerable to Chang'an, who sat up from his couch. What grievances you have with me are of no concern. You have disrupted my enjoyment. Rising from his seat and brushing off non-existent dust, he stepped into the vibrant spring, feeling quite vexed. After all, he had selected a significant day, only to be interrupted at such a crucial moment. It seemed he would have to find a different locale. Dao Yi, ever considerate, assisted Wang Xuanji, circumventing the prostrate figure, and took a seat beside him. In a swift motion, he dashed forward to grasp Chang'an's arm, saying, "My lord, please wait. We have disturbed your enjoyment. It is entirely our fault. Our esteemed lord is willing to compensate for your losses." The frail Wang Xuanji nodded weakly, coughing intermittently. It was Qin's servant who had mishandled the situation, and he humbly requested understanding, though he remained oblivious to the nature of this compensation, ultimately agreeing with a forced smile. However, it seemed that half of the funds would be deducted from her share. Dao, blissfully unaware of the financial loss, rummaged through the bag at her side. A small, slumbering bird was taken out and then returned, causing Chang'an to pause in his departure, deciding to wait for the compensation. Upon seeing her extract a glowing orb, Chang'an's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The spirited young lady had already dashed away, calling for Xiang Mama, just as two groups of guests, having finalized the compensation discussions, approached. Yet, how should her home's entrance be accounted for? Dao arrogantly pointed to the individual on the ground, asserting that he was the one who had damaged the door. Thus, he should be liable for the compensation. It mattered not who it was, as long as someone could be held accountable. Chen Yiji, leaning on his silver spear, stood up upon hearing this news, his body faltering slightly, but a good-natured brother discreetly supported him. As he extracted the silver, his heart ached, knowing that yet another potential sister-in-law was slipping away from his brother. Chang'an's expression shifted, his pale, slender fingers taking the demon crystal. "Where did you acquire this, you rascal?" Dao, bewildered, looked up. "I found it when I picked him up, right by the roadside in the outskirts of the southern city." Chang'an clasped his hands, declaring, "This compensation will suffice. I have pressing matters to attend to. Farewell." Holding the enchanted crystal, he hurriedly departed, leaving the onlookers to ponder how shrewd the young attendant was to have traded a mere piece of stone for such an advantage. Humph. The feline-faced man soon followed suit, leaving Xiao Chuanxiang behind. Dao Yi offered an awkward smile, remarking that her beloved was unwell, and they would not partake in further festivities today, hoping to meet again under better circumstances. Ahem, Wang Xuanji nearly coughed up a lung, subtly urging him to leave quickly, as the situation was becoming increasingly absurd. And even the patrons were losing patience. As the curfew passed, three shadowy figures seemed to be embroiled in a dispute. "You little rascal, I warn you. Should you pull such a stunt again, I shall certainly make you pay," one voiced, while another retorted, "And do remember to repay me my money." Wang Xuanji grasped the agitated individual, feeling a headache coming on. "Yiji, cease your antics. It would be ill-advised to attract attention. And Dao, you have changed. You are no longer the good brother I once knew." Chen Yiji lamented, his painted feline visage reflecting his dismay, nearly provoking laughter from the other two. "Enough with the banter. At worst, when we confront the monster, I shall let you take the lead to vent your frustrations, if you wish. I do not exorcise demons." He replied. "Then what purpose do you serve?" Dao Yi scoffed, scrutinizing his painted face. "Unruly gentleman, I sense fortune smiles upon you today. Why not seize that silver and consider it settled?" Chen Yiji, momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalled that this individual was a minor Taoist priest. Earlier, he had warned him of impending calamities, which had indeed come to pass. Now, with the promise of wealth, it seemed to indicate prosperity was on the horizon. "Very well. I shall overlook your previous transgressions." Chen Yiji feigned nonchalance with a dismissive wave of his hand, embodying a sentiment of reconciliation. He walked away, yet Wang Xuanji, ever the vigilant, reminded him of the two individuals, one who deceives and the other who is deceived. "Come forth. How long do you intend to linger in the shadows?" When they finally acquired the demon crystal, Chang'an felt a surge of urgency. However, as they continued on their path, he sensed an underlying absurdity and became aware of three distinct presences that were far from concealed. The realization dawned upon him. These three were indeed pursuing him. "This is your fault for revealing our whereabouts," he mused. As Chen Yiji emerged from the corner, he let out a disgruntled snort. Dao Yi rolled his eyes, remarking that with such meager skills, it was undoubtedly his loud breathing that disturbed those traversing the night. Wang Xuanji, exasperated, grasped one individual in each hand, warning that if they did not commence their tasks properly, they would each receive 100 lashes. Chang'an pondered, perhaps I have misjudged the situation? These are merely 3 debauched scions seeking mischief. Chapter 54, Chang'an. The thought of retreat flickered momentarily. He initially believed he could provoke the trio, only to discover they regarded him as a fool. Anger welled within him. He extended his slender tongue, gazing greedily at the 3, as if they were a sumptuous feast before him. With a hiss, he declared, "Today, fortune smiles upon me. Since you have thwarted my endeavors, you shall repay the debt with your own lives." Dao Yi remained on high alert, prepared to charge at any moment. Without uttering a word, Chang'an unleashed his internal energy, shattering the cloth encasing his silver spear, sending fragments flying. There was no time for idle chatter. The demon would pay with its life. Gripping his spear tightly, he charged forward, fearful that someone might obstruct him from taking action. He recalled Dao Yi's assertion that she was of comparable cultivation. Even if they were demons, they were decidedly inferior, and it was best to incapacitate them first. Chang'an wielded his silver spear with a vigor that stirred the air like a roaring tiger. Those with keen eyesight even caught glimpses of the spear's dazzling flashes. His martial prowess was characterized by bold and sweeping movements, a testament to his noble lineage as a warrior. When he dispatched Jiuxiao yesterday, he scorned the notion of ambush, confronting his foe head-on. The ferocity with which he maneuvered his long spear suggested an invincible barrier, strong enough to withstand an army. Dao Yi and his companion harbored no doubts. Should they attempt to assist him now, they would likely be treated as mere obstacles, unceremoniously cast aside. The long spear traced a silver circle around Chang'an, rendering it impossible for Chang'an to approach him. Remaining cautious, Chen was aware of the 2 individuals nearby, one of whom appeared to possess considerable skill. In the face of uncertainty, he chose to evade confrontation, circling around Chang'an like a wary predator. On the street between Chang Lufang and Yongning Fang, 1 man and 1 demon engaged in a playful chase, one fleeing, the other pursuing, a spectacle of amusement. However, Chang'an was far from entertained. He infused his inner strength into the silver spear, and with a powerful stomp, he leaped into the air, causing the ground beneath him to crumble. With a commanding roar, he declared, "Demon, do not escape." The spear lunged directly at Chang'an, sending a chill down his spine as the illusion cloaking him dissipated, revealing his true form. The 2 observers, having been vigilant, also prepared for what was to come. In close proximity, Chang'an discerned the man's features with greater clarity, confirming Dao Yi's earlier description. The man exuded an otherworldly allure, his skin as pale as jade, adorned in dark garments, with hair and fur that matched. His lips bore a bluish hue, and as Chang'an's gaze ascended, his pupils constricted in shock, the man's eyes transformed into slitted pupils, reminiscent of a predator. "Human, you have incited my ire. Your movements are akin to those of a being without legs, gliding effortlessly to evade that stunning shot. Although your skills are commendable, they are insufficient in my eyes. Is it not true that if you possess the capability, you should refrain from revealing your true form?" He possesses a remarkable talent for inciting anger with a mere phrase. Gazing upon the imminent fury of the serpent demon, one fears that another brother of Wang Xuanji may meet his demise here. It is not his fate to perish in this manner, for subduing demons is the duty of her kind. Observing these occurrences has been adequate, previously concealed. Her chilling spiritual energy now manifests, complete with vertical pupils and flickering tongue, as well as legs that resemble those of a legless entity. Dao Yi, in a moment of uncharacteristic reflection, mused that legs could be bestowed upon those in need, yet the individual deserving such a gift has already succumbed to death. With urgency akin to a command, he declared an incantation to vanquish evil. Recognizing the opponent's origins, a wave of fire-infused spiritual energy surged forth, propelling a spell to exorcise malevolence, creating an impassable barrier between the man and the demon, rendering Chang'an immobile, completely ensnared by the adversary's gaze. Chang'an felt a chilling sensation envelop him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned the specter of impermanence beckoning his soul. Yet upon reopening his eyes, he found Wang Xuanji at his side, offering support. "Am I truly so ineffectual, unable to contend with a mere demon?" Yi lamented, pondering his worth when deprived of martial prowess. lamenting that he could not safeguard even one of his dear brothers. Wang Xuanji, steadying him, stepped back slightly before responding. Each individual possesses their own unique talents. Today, compelling your adversary to reveal their true form is a testament to your capabilities. However, neither of us possesses the ability to capture demons. What we can do is refrain from complicating matters for others due to our own shortcomings. When those capable of such feats require our assistance, it is our duty to provide what they need. Chun Yiji lifted his gaze, only to find that the other had already turned away. The struggle in the distance had reached a stalemate. Even back in Jiuxiao, I discerned your uniqueness. That unfortunate octopus was indeed your doing. I did not anticipate your spiritual power to be so pure. The black-haired Chang'an, now marred with numerous charred holes from lightning curses, seemed unfazed at that moment, flicking his serpent-like tongue with an unwavering determination in his eyes. If he could consume you, perhaps that would further fuel their battle. Both were evenly matched in cultivation, unable to intimidate each other with mere prowess. The contest would be decided by their techniques. Chang'an shouted, "Black mist," and exhaled a plume of black fog, enveloping his opponent completely. Chang'an felt a sense of pride. This was his signature skill. The mist contained his poison, potent enough to incapacitate, though not as immediate as a direct bite. He had once used it to repel the forest's overlord, the lion. Yet, how could a mere human withstand it? He overlooked one crucial detail. Suddenly, flames erupted within the black mist, swiftly incinerating it. In that instant, Dao Yi had cast a protective spell, shielding himself and rousing the drowsy Bibao from slumber. With a single strike, he had reduced Chang'an's black mist to ashes. The mythical creature, the Bifang bird, encountered what could be deemed its natural enemy. It seemed that Jiuxiao had not misjudged the situation, prompting its desire to flee. After a brief encounter, the bird was forgotten, a lapse in vigilance indeed. Dao Yi, having not retracted her protective barrier, tilted her head and inquired, "Are you acquainted with this chubby fellow?" Chang'an's lips twitched slightly. Although it seemed somewhat inappropriate, he felt compelled to express his thoughts. As an ancient divine bird, it was rather unbecoming to associate with humans. Not only did you disgrace the demons, but you also tarnished the reputation of ancient divine beasts. In the end, a tinge of jealousy crept into his mind towards those born as divine creatures, who nonetheless exhibited such a lack of self-respect by mingling with humans. To his surprise, this little Taoist showed some skill, compelling him to relinquish his secrecy. Furthermore, regarding the Bifang bird, he resolved to cleanse the realm of demons. Chang'an's eyes began to transform. His golden vertical pupils morphed into complete serpentine eyes. The changes extended to his head, neck, and ultimately, his limbs fused into one. A proud black serpent's head emerged, its tail coiling upon the ground, the body rising to approximately 3 zhang in height. The serpent's head lunged towards Dao Yi, who retaliated by casting a lightning spell upon it. The violet bolts of lightning struck its form, yet not a single blemish marred its scales. The serpent's head, failing to seize its target, let out a deafening roar, akin to a watchman striking a gong. Coincidentally, a nearby watchman approached, curious to discern which rival sought to usurp his livelihood, yet he was unable to identify the source. Drawn by the similarity of the situation, the watchman encountered the icy, bloodthirsty gaze of the serpent's eyes, causing him to faint from shock. Wang Xuanji swiftly dragged him aside to conceal him. As the echo of the long howl faded, the serpent's tail lashed violently, propelling Dao Yi into the air as she deftly sprang from the tip of its tail, soaring a foot away. The serpent's tail crashed down with tremendous force, causing a residence in Yongla Lane to collapse with a resounding thud. Nearby, several households inhabited the vicinity, and the commotion raised concerns about potential casualties. Dao Yi's expression darkened considerably. This serpent measured over 10 zhang in length, its body robust. A single sweep of its tail could devastate extensive stretches of street and the adjacent buildings. Moreover, the serpent's formidable appearance and piercing howl revealed its identity to her. The Bai Yao Pu documented the creature. The long serpent, originating from the Great Xian Mountain, possesses bristles like that of a wild boar, and its sound resembles the beating of a drum. This long serpent, now having attained a human form, bore no comparison to the octopus that had once harmed others while assuming a different guise. It had cultivated its powers through the infusion of celestial energy and the long-term consumption of human essence. Ordinary spells were now ineffective against it. Nevertheless, as the serpent lashed its lengthy tail once more, Dao Yi managed to cast a thunder spell to disrupt its movements. At this juncture, the spell's efficacy was diminished. Having previously endured a thunder strike, it was akin to a mere tickle for the serpent. Dao Yi leaped again, suspended in the air without a firm landing. The serpent prepared to swallow her whole, but it hesitated momentarily. Chapter 55. A beautiful thought. Dao Yi had no time to ponder its intentions. Spotting Bai Fong, her eyes lit up. She hurled a fire attribute thunder spell directly into the serpent's mouth and swiftly evaded, racing after the location where the little Bai Fong had fallen. The thunder spell detonated within its maw. The serpent's skin was thick, yet its mouth was flesh and blood, resulting in a violent explosion that sent blood spraying everywhere. The serpent writhed in agony, its mouth streaming with blood as it thrashed about wildly. Its head flailed chaotically, and blood splattered in all directions, while its tail swung erratically. It seemed as though someone was brandishing a colossal black whip beneath the night sky. The once ravaged thoroughfare was undergoing yet another transformation. The solitary fallen residents had been utterly obliterated, leaving not even the grand doors intact. Despite the commotion, not a soul emerged, and one could only speculate on the number of casualties within. Dao Yi chased after Bai Fong, urgently exclaiming, "Little fatty, unleash your fire. Let forth as much as you can." Obediently, the young Bai Fong expelled flames, only to realize that this fire was unlike before. It lacked a foundation and dissipated into the ether. Instead, it was drawn by an unseen force, converging into a singular point. Dao Yi's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. This fire control technique was a derivative of Chang'an's water manipulation skills, as the forms of water and fire bore striking similarities. Yet, regardless of the method, she had yet to find the opportunity to employ it. The flames of Bai Fong rivaled the true fire of the cultivation realm, and any misstep could lead to self-immolation. Resorting to Bai Fong's fire was a last-ditch effort, for the long serpent seemed instinctively wary of Bai Fong. Even though it was but a fledgling, the serpent had matured, and the inherent hierarchy was an insurmountable chasm. The fire attribute's spiritual energy surged forth relentlessly, yet Dao Yi felt discomfort in her chest. Nevertheless, she could neither afford nor dare to cease. As the serpent recovered from its pain and lunged once more, she had no time to ponder. Continuing to channel her fire's spiritual energy into Bai Fong's thunderous incantation, Wang Xuanji and his companion beheld a brilliant golden light propelling a massive purple character of thunder, adorned with flowing flames, taking on a square shape, embellished with patterns reminiscent of talismans commonly seen in Taoist temples, hurtling towards the immense black serpent charging at them. The collision of black, purple, and gold resonated with the sound of thunder. When the lightning struck the serpent, it disintegrated in an instant, enveloping the creature. This method was inspired by the insights gleaned from his black veil. The fiery creature, known as Bai Fong, could not be extinguished by ordinary means, bolstered by talismans. It confined the serpent within its grasp. To prevent the serpent from thrashing about and rolling down the long street, Dao Yi unleashed the wood-attributed binding talisman, ensnaring it with ethereal green vines. The trapped serpent emitted a mournful hiss, remaining still under the thunder's command. In the city of Chang'an, many, disturbed from their slumber, grumbled about the oddity of the night watchman, questioning the bizarre sounds that had awakened them several times before dawn. As time passed, the serpent's outer skin became charred, and its hissing began to wane. Dao Yi, with a faltering voice, called out for more fire. The diminutive Bai Fong, seemingly unable to utter a word, instinctively exhaled a small flame, followed by a puff of black smoke. This meager spark was drawn toward the still-burning thunderous curse, which suddenly resonated with a high-pitched cry. It was not yet winter, yet the sounds of the night carried a sense of desolation. Someone turned in their sleep, mumbling a few words, rubbing their arms for warmth. Those with partners embraced, while the solitary curled up tighter against the chill. The spiritual energy supporting the thunderous curse waned, and the fire of Bai Fong diminished. The serpent, trapped within, lost its last semblance of consciousness, and the curse dissipated into the vast sky. Dao Yi, her face pale, approached and gently closed its opened eyes. The serpent's past unfurled before her, a haunting vision. Residing in the majestic Deceive mountain, the Long Snake clan thrives by consuming the precious jade stones found within the mountains, drawing upon the ethereal energies to enhance their cultivation. Among them lies a particular Long Snake, whose abilities are rather mediocre, yet he harbors an insatiable desire to surpass his kin. In a fit of frustration, he stealthily departs from Deceive mountain in search of superior spiritual essence, convinced that upon his return, he will no longer be ostracized by his fellow serpents. Unbeknownst to him, He encounters a ragged figure atop an unknown peak, seemingly a fugitive. The long snake is entranced by a delightful aroma wafting from the stranger and cautiously approaches, careful to remain vigilant. The individual, gnawing on tree roots, appears oblivious to the presence of the long snake. Upon inhaling deeply at the Dao Yi acupoint of the stranger, a continuous flow of spiritual energy surges toward him, filling the long snake with elation as he voraciously consumes it. However, the man, perhaps already weakened by his circumstances, succumbs after only a few sips. Thus, the long snake discovers a swift method for cultivation. His initial foray into human society ends in rejection as he lacks monetary means. Realizing that companionship comes at a cost, he stealthily infiltrates a mansion by night, pilfering the treasures of its owner and stashing them in his lair. With no remorse for what is not his own, he relocates the spoils multiple times, resulting in several human lives lost in the process. The coroner eventually uncovers that the deceased were frail young women from the establishment, leading to an inconclusive investigation. Upon arriving in Chang'an, the long snake has absorbed considerable amounts of human essence, significantly augmenting his cultivation and lifespan. In a fit of pride, he adopts the alias Chang'an, relishing in his newfound power. However, as he continues his nefarious exploits, a voice of disdain echoes in his mind, questioning the morality of his actions. How many lives must be sacrificed for your ambition? It taunts. What now, a worthy one? Upon completing the task, she noticed the chaotic scene around her. She was devoid of funds. Wang Xuanji walked with composure, declaring, "Tomorrow, I shall present this matter to the sage and observe how he chooses to address it. Should he speak the truth?" Chen Yizhi had also arrived, pondering whether those elderly gentlemen would believe him. Indeed, concealing the truth from the populace was merely to prevent inciting terror. Those within the court must be informed. Wang Xuanji felt no trepidation, and Dao Yi even less so, as his master had advised that as long as ordinary folk were not frightened, all would be well. As for those in power, they were anything but ordinary and could undoubtedly withstand the trials posed by malevolent spirits. And what of this long snake? Dao Yi pointed at the cooling corpse of the serpent. Wang Xuanji contemplated seriously, wondering if it was edible. Dao Yi, with a smile, nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. But this serpent's nature is depraved. Should you consume it, I shall not bear the consequences." What ruckus is happening there? Chapters 5 and 6. Prosperity awaits. A glimmering armor of scales heralded the arrival of the patrolling imperial guards, who marched in unison along the ravaged thoroughfare, showing not a hint of disarray. Each soldier wielded a long spear, aimed steadily at them as they advanced step by step. Seizing the cover provided by the two in front, Dao Yi hastily quickened his movements. As the leader of the guards approached, Chen Shuguang's voice trembled in fear. "Bibi, brother, what brings you here?" Had he known it was his elder brother, he would have certainly turned to flee at once. "Pray tell, has this long street become your family domain?" Some individuals, when ruthless, spare not even themselves. Chen Shuguang felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known that tonight would unfold differently, he would have declined the request to swap shifts. The exchange was merely to accommodate the other party's impending marriage, allowing them time to prepare a dowry. Furthermore, even if he had agreed to the shift change, he shouldn't have taken this path. Nevertheless, he had to acknowledge his own brother, even if it meant kneeling. After all, what would happen if he were to be beaten to death? Oh, it was indeed Shuguang. Wang Xuanji chuckled softly. Chen Shuguang lamented once more about his ill-fated shift change. "Ah, brother, you are here as well," he said, casting a glance at the little coroner who had been scolded repeatedly by his own brother, receiving nothing but harsh words. The coroner was now waving at him with a smile. A chill ran through his heart. Was there a homicide? His gaze fell upon the ravaged ground. Indeed, it appeared they had apprehended the murderer on the spot. Otherwise, how could the scene be so chaotic? Then, he noticed the body of the porter lying there. "Brother, this person must be the culprit you captured." Even the accompanying imperial guards could scarcely bear to look. Was this fellow their small squad leader? The snake on the ground was as dark as the night, yet numerous lanterns from nearby homes still cast their glow. The snake's head was long and thick, surpassing even their waists in girth, a truly terrifying sight. Despite the horror of such a creature, Dao Yi found himself rather fond of it. The arrival of this being had afforded Xiao Bifeng a moment to absorb the serpentine's soul energy, which had been so depleted that it could hardly emit fire. Its size had now grown from that of a sparrow to that of a hen. Once it had fully absorbed the energy, it would be able to maintain its graceful form. A tall figure descended from the heavens, seemingly without effort. Shu Guang, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Might I trouble you to assist with a task? Wang Xuanji pointed towards the other side of the night watchman, specifically at the feet of Qin Shuguang. With a jovial smile, he patted his chest, saying, Brethren, you are being too courteous. Just instruct me on what needs to be done. He then requested a few individuals to assist in transporting the serpent's remains to the Dali Temple. It was no wonder he had failed to notice. Following the direction of his finger, not far from his feet lay a serpent that appeared endless, peacefully slumbering at his side. At the fourth watch, an early riser, startled, tumbled from his bed, resulting in a significant bump on his forehead. In a fit of anger, he bellowed outside, Where is everyone? Have they all perished? Why is no one attending to my morning ablutions? How disgraceful! Chun Yiji delivered another slap to silence him, admonishing, Hurry and get to work. The serpent is dead. What are you afraid of? Move quickly. Qin Shuguang summoned several individuals to aid in the removal of the serpent's carcass. As for the night watchman, he was to be sent to the Dali Temple, where inquiries would be made come dawn before his release. Brothers, I assure you, I will report tonight's events to the Emperor and ensure you are not put in a difficult position. Finally, the last of the Imperial Guards departed. Alas, cried Dao Yi suddenly, raising the demon crystal. With my tracking technique, I can locate its lair. Chun Yiji followed closely behind her, eager to seek the serpent's den. Wang Xuanji hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Do you know the way? Dao Yi retorted, I take you for a capable superior. Yet you regard me as a mere novice. Truly, my sincere intentions have been wasted. She lamented with annoyance. As for the temple steward, my lack of knowledge of the route does not imply that I cannot follow others. As the conversation progressed, frustration was palpable. After all, it was merely a single instance of misplacement, yet these individuals seemed intent on holding on to it indefinitely. Such remarkable memories. And as if she could capture spirits. Was she not proud? Humph. Dao Yi turned on her heel and walked away, indifferent to whether anyone followed. Qin Yiji was utterly perplexed. Grappling with the nonsensical nature of the situation, Wang Xuanji, meeting the gaze of his close companion, cleared his throat and decided to follow suit. They traversed the long street until they reached the Qixia Gate, walking for nearly 2 hours before Dao Yi abruptly halted. On one side of the official road lay a dense forest, the direction pointed out by the long snake demon crystal, and she plunged into its depths. Wang Xuanji hesitated for a moment before following her. Such coincidence could hardly be deemed fortuitous. The long snake had an uncanny ability to select its lairs. It was evident that it sought immortality. The sky had begun to dim with a grayish hue. Even within the woods, they could not lose sight of one another. Shortly after entering the forest, the duo discovered that the long snake indeed resided there. Numerous tracks in the earth matched its serpentine form. It could also serve as a formidable defense against attacks. Quite impressive. Dao Yi gathered the shed skin of the long snake, rolling it up, a size sufficient for a person to embrace. She fashioned a grass rope and secured it around her body. Observing someone with their head covered, Wang Xuanji quietly approached and took it upon himself to carry it. Little Taoist, were we not here to eradicate the roots of the problem? Why the delay? Wouldn't it suffice to collect the spoils after the battle? Qin Yiji expressed his growing impatience. Dao Yi replied, Oh, I was simply overjoyed to find something and nearly forgot. Let us proceed. It lies just ahead. Indeed, it wasn't long before they stumbled upon a cave nestled in the mountains, significantly larger than where the long snake resided. And it was adorned with a certain charm. Qin Yiji assumed a defensive posture, only to see the two individuals bypass him and stride confidently into the cave. He hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering the winding cavern, he was taken aback by the sight before him. After a moment, an exuberant laugh erupted from him. I am rich. I have struck it rich. With glee, Qin Yiji envisioned a future where marrying multiple young brides was no longer a mere fantasy. Dao Yi, ever enthusiastic, graciously stepped aside. Observing the impending disappointment of the man, Wang Xuanji cast a knowing smile, recognizing the jewelry as oddly familiar. Had he spotted them with the Longxi? Whose treasures were these? Chapter 57. The Rise and Fall of Days. Dao Yi's eyes sparkled, invigorated by the revelation. Truly, she was a commendable leader who cared for her subordinates. For her cries of distress had not been in vain. Rest assured, this matter will be handled with utmost care, she proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Wang Xuanji waited until her silhouette vanished from the cave entrance before turning his attention back to his brother. What a sight it was! With just one glance, his eyes nearly faltered. Qin Yiji was no longer the same man he had been moments ago. Holding up the lantern, He illuminated his figure adorned in glimmering jewels. Resembling a fish emerging from water, scales shimmering brilliantly, almost blinding Wang Xuanji. He could no longer bear to witness such foolishness. If he did not awaken him now, Chen Yizhi would soon succumb to dreams of grandeur, oblivious to the possibility of colleagues from the Dali Temple arriving to claim the treasures. What if he inadvertently speared one of them with his spear? Was he truly a captor or merely caught in a frenzy? After all, he cherished this last remaining brother dearly. Good heavens, he has forsaken all familial ties. Wang Xuanji reminded him, what of Shuguan? Chen Yizhi touched here and there, speaking without a thought. Who is this? As he spoke, he adorned his neck with a string of black pearls, each the size of a thumb. And several jade hairpins adorned his head. Oh, where is Dao Yi? Finally, Chen Yizhi allowed his mind to wander and searched for him. Wang Xuanji began to worry. If this continued, the pain of gaining and losing would surpass the agony of never having possessed anything at all. Would a bloodbath occur at the Dali Temple tomorrow? When the court convened, one hand would hold a rogue leader, and the other, a demon catcher corner. The Dali Temple would undoubtedly attract attention in Chang'an. For the sake of anonymity and his dear brother, he was willing to risk it all. Wang Xuanji jested. Oh, so you do notice when someone is missing? What do you mean, in Dao? Chen Yizhi paused in his handling of the jewels, glancing around cautiously. He stuffed the treasures into his bosom and retreated a step, declaring, let me warn you, do not entertain any malicious thoughts. If it comes to worst, the three of us shall share. Just as Wang Xuanji was about to inform him that these riches had an owner, their conversation was interrupted by a chorus of shouts. There are markings here. Brothers, hurry. It's just ahead. The familiar voices arrived with astonishing swiftness. Whoever accidentally stumbled upon a treasure trove in a cave, believing themselves to have struck it rich, would soon face the rightful owner, brandishing a list and declaring those were treasures from his family's storeroom. Anyone in that situation would surely go mad. Had it not been for the temple steward's intervention when they first entered the cave, each of them would have faced a beating. Ah, wealth is indeed a tempting allure. Who among us is not swayed by it? Although there is a pang of sympathy, the rogue individuals are most concerned about the sudden rise of the notorious leader. The proximity to the jewels sends shivers down their spines, leading them to believe that winter has arrived prematurely, especially since they are dressed lightly today. The Dali Temple is bustling with activity. Before dawn, the Imperial Guards have captured a massive serpent, charred and unrecognizable to its own parents. It is said to be under the orders of the Dali Temple's minister, with strict instructions not to disturb it. The serpent still lingers in the backyard, encircled multiple times by the attentive guards. In their eagerness to glimpse the serpent, the usually diligent guards, who would otherwise refrain from changing attire for an entire day, have changed outfits several times today. The changing area leads through the backyard, and they take every opportunity to steal a glance at the lengthy creature, which occupies nearly half of the courtyard. The onlookers remark, the immobile serpent is surprisingly endearing. The serpent retorts, are you not courteous? As dawn breaks, the rogues return with several boxes of jewels, causing an uproar at the Dali Temple. They had submitted their reports in advance, allowing them to avoid the rush of morning court. The trio departed the city at dawn and, upon encountering a small river, took a moment to freshen up, fearing that their makeup might reveal their visit to the fragrant establishment of Xiao, followed by their journey to Taiyi Valley, where they discovered a cave at the foot of Taiyi Mountain. They checked their appearance in a bronze mirror, ensuring their headgear was neatly arranged, their round-collared purple robes free of wrinkles, and their boots devoid of mud. Satisfied with their presentation, they shook their heads with a smile and tucked their tablets under their arms as they exited the inner chamber. Their official attire, newly issued this year, differed significantly from the previous ensemble. The former attire, consisting of an official cap, black headband, white silk inner garment, leather belt, tablet, and various other components, was long buried beneath the contents of a chest. When the Emperor of the Great Zhou marched from Longxi to the gates of Chang'an, his father, still serving as the governor of Jiuxiao, personally opened the grand gates of the city to welcome the new sovereign. From that moment onward, when the new emperor sought to bestow additional titles upon his father, the latter chose to tender his resignation. The sage emperor, perceiving his father's refusal, displayed a hint of displeasure, yet, unwilling to dishearten the populace, he hesitated to act against his loyal subjects so soon after entering Chang'an, fearing instability upon his throne. Especially considering his father's noble lineage, which was of the royal family, he opted to attribute the accomplishments to his father, who held a position in the Ministry of Justice. Many officials from the previous dynasty, having followed the path of their inept emperor, found themselves overshadowed. However, Wang Xuanji did not decline the opportunity presented to him. Before dismounting from his carriage, Wang Xuanji meticulously adjusted his attire and then proceeded with measured steps through the Shuntian Gate into the imperial city. The three characters of Shuntian Gate struck him with a sense of disorientation. It was only upon seeing these names that belonged to the great Zhou dynasty that he truly felt the weight of a new era. In the second year of the Wuda era of the great Zhou, the Chang'an Gate was renamed Shuntian Gate. 3 swift years had passed, and the personnel within the imperial city had changed, with many palace names differing from the past. What remained impossible? The essence of life lies in navigating the present and future. Lingering in reflection would only lead to losses at both ends. Wang Xuanji made his final adjustments to his attire before entering the Taiji Hall, where a formidable challenge awaited him. Chapter 58. Reporting the facts, Your Majesty. It has been quite some time. Surely, we must have some resolution. The Minister of Rites inquired anxiously, his thinning white hair lending him a rather pitiful appearance. After a lifetime of savings vanished, he found himself bereft even of the funds required for burial. If he were not anxious, who could be? As the Minister of Rites concluded his lament, each of the 6 ministries had a vice minister who followed suit, bemoaning their lost fortunes. The cold glint in the sage's eyes flickered momentarily before he resumed his benevolent demeanor, patiently listening to the weeping of the elderly officials. He felt somewhat overwhelmed. Although the words of the left minister were unpalatable, he did highlight a significant issue. Since the inception of the great Zhou dynasty, numerous ministers had reported thefts within their households, yet after nearly 4 years of investigation, no progress had been made. The county magistrates had been replaced, and now the magistrates of the 2 counties in Chang'an were unable to sleep or eat well. The previous magistrates from the former dynasty had already languished in prison for over 3 years, held accountable for their negligence during their tenure. Now it was their turn to investigate, yet they remained devoid of leads. The treasures seemed to have sprouted legs and vanished into thin air. Should they report this, they would undoubtedly find themselves packing their belongings come morning. The already aged faces of the 2 officials appeared even more haggard. If this continued, they too would have to submit their resignations. And this included their superior, the governor of Jiuxiao. Today, they were once again summoned to court for questioning. In times past, such an opportunity to attend court would have brought smiles to their faces, yet in this predicament, they would gladly relinquish the chance to another, who would wish to step forward. The governor's hair had shifted from gray to a crown of white. The magistrates of the 2 counties were at least spared the daily encounters with those in power, but he was not so fortunate. Each court session brought inquiries regarding the whereabouts of household valuables and the status of the investigation. The governor exchanged a glance with the sovereign, both sharing a sense of mutual lamentation for their plight. The resurgence of the new dynasty is inseparable from certain individuals. As long as they do not violate the grand laws of the Zhou, incidents akin to slaughtering the donkey after its use shall not transpire. Therefore, these assets must be pursued. The drool of those old men must be endured. The minister of the capital, trembling, stepped forward. Feeling the piercing gazes of the officials and county magistrates regarding the missing treasures, he managed to stammer, "Your Majesty, this old minister is incompetent. Your Majesty, the chief of the Dali temple has arrived. Announce him." The sage could hardly contain his anticipation. The minister of the capital felt a sense of relief. He truly did not wish to lose face within the Taiji Hall. In the future, should Wang Xuanji encounter any matters, he could afford to be less stringent. In a court, mutual assistance is essential for better service to the dynasty. Upon entering the Taiji Hall, Wang Xuanji noticed that the usually critical minister of the capital had wrinkles on his face that nearly obscured his eyes. He deeply suspected that were it not for the presence within the hall, this old man would leap forward to plant a kiss on him. Could it be that the mischief of the young ladies of Chang'an had also infected this old man? Wang Xuanji endeavored to maintain his gaze straight ahead as he proceeded into the hall. Chief of the Dali Temple pays his respects to Your Majesty. Quickly rise, quickly please. The sage urged. The ministers remarked, truly, one who has facilitated the entry of His Majesty into Chang'an deserves such favor. They too yearn for a share. Wang Xuanji, having expressed his gratitude and risen, continued, I beseech Your Majesty's forgiveness. My late arrival today has its reasons. At this moment, the court officials began to realize that something felt amiss during today's audience. Upon closer inspection, they discerned an assembly of gray and white-haired heads. Oh, the sage is neither old nor young, and the crown prince could ascend the throne at any moment. Once, the unique individual is no longer present. The Minister of Rights chuckled, remarking that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court has always been distinct, and such affairs of court attendance are naturally different for him. A common occurrence indeed. His gaze eventually settled upon the Minister of Rights, a smile gracing his lips that held a hint of ambiguity. The subordinate indeed bore guilt. This morning, alongside the notorious bandit Chen Yiji from the Supreme Court, we stumbled upon a cave at Tai Mountain, which housed an abundance of jewels. One particular item caught my eye, appearing rather familiar. Wang Xuanji produced a jade ring of a striking green hue, and if my memory serves me correctly, it ought to belong to Minister Li. The countenance of Minister Li shifted dramatically, instinctively reaching for his right thumb, where a jade ring he had worn for many years once resided. 3 years prior, after awakening from a slumber, he discovered the precious item had vanished. For several days, his spirits remained low, and despite a thorough search, it eluded him. Ultimately, he resorted to the storeroom to procure a replacement. Yet he could never quite adapt to the new ring, which lacked the care and sentiment of the original. What a heartless thief! To abscond with even that which adorned his hand. Ah, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, a discerning individual indeed, Your Majesty. Truly, a blessing for our great Zhou. Minister Li swallowed hard, savoring the fragrant air, only managing to exhale a couple of breaths. The assembled ministers murmured their discontent, lamenting the shamelessness of the Minister of Rights and harboring concerns for the future of the great Zhou. The sage, however, was elated, nodding in agreement, proclaiming that Wang, my esteemed minister, is indeed a capable asset to our realm. But where are those jewels now? In the Supreme Court. Has the Chief Justice apprehended the thief? The Jiuxiao was indeed the most lucid among them, recalling the years he had spent in search, while the officials in the Yamen were nearly driven to despair. Yet no significant progress had been made. How could it be that the Minister of Justice found something so swiftly upon ascending the mountain? Wang Xuanji bowed deeply, saying, Your Majesty, this is another matter I wish to address. Proceed. The situation was rather enigmatic. Thus, he urged the ministers to move to the Dali Temple, to which the emperor exclaimed, I shall accompany you. A sage, who had acquired his dominion from the back of a steed, would not let slip the opportunity to venture out of the palace. He would not allow Wang Xuanji to continue. After all, how perplexing could it be? Besides, with the individuals already captured within the Dali Temple, what issues could possibly arise? The sovereign and his ministers made their way out of the imperial palace with utmost vigilance. At that moment, the Dali Temple was abuzz with activity. A throng of people gathered in the courtyard, causing the day's official duties to be delayed. The sage frowned upon witnessing such laxity in the Dali Temple, yet his attention was drawn to the thieves and jewels, and thus he did not immediately pursue the matter. At his signal, Zhang Di approached the cluster of officials from the Dali Temple. Hey, why are you pulling me? Someone protested. Stay away from me. Another added. Don't cut in line. Coughing to clear his throat, Zhang Di bellowed. The sage has arrived. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The officials of the Dali Temple, who had just been jostling and exchanging comments, suddenly found their knees rendered useless as they swiftly dropped to the ground. With their lowering, the full extent of what had been obstructed was revealed. Upon the first glance, the courtiers thought it was a peculiar jest of the Dali Temple. Why are such items placed in the back courtyard of the Dali Temple? Upon a second glance, a chill ran down their spines. Goodness! A lengthy serpent, charred and grotesque, lay sprawled upon the ground, its skin rent and flesh exposed. Surrounding it were numerous crates, leaving but a narrow space in the courtyard. Were today a grand assembly, this patch of land would scarcely suffice for their standing. My dear Minister Wang, what is the meaning of this? The sage mused, adjusting the crown upon his head, neatly suppressing the unruly strands of hair. Indeed, the magistrates of Chang'an and Wanyin could not help but covertly applaud, acknowledging the youthful audacity and commendable courage of one who dared to voice what they had long desired yet feared to express. A true warrior, indeed. Minister Wang, cease this frivolity. If you cannot apprehend a culprit, must you resort to substituting a beast? Is this the method employed by the Dali Temple in its investigations? An elderly statesman could no longer contain his disapproval. What has befallen the youth of today? In their pursuit of fame and fortune, they will stoop to any depths. The Jiuxiao had encountered many peculiar cases, yet this was unlike any he had previously witnessed. He contemplated refuting the claims, but, recalling the events in the Taiji Hall, chose instead to extricate his counterpart from the predicament. Minister Wang, do you possess any evidence for such assertions? Remember to exclude traces solely accessible to the personnel of the Dali Temple. In Tai Mountain, only the serpent's presence remains. Pray tell, esteemed colleagues, who possesses the capability to extract treasures from the cave without disturbing the serpent? Wang Xuanji queried, gesturing towards the serpent's head, which was as thick as a man's waist. All of us are seasoned veterans. Those capable of engaging in battle across the realms are not so foolish as to provoke death by wrestling with a serpent, however diminutive it may be in comparison. Minister Wang's argument holds merit. The serpent, by nature, is lustful, and it is not unusual for it to be drawn to sweet fragrances. Li Shangshu, wearing a genial smile, spoke as if he himself had witnessed the spectacle, though inwardly skeptical. Yet, the riches lay there, chests open, displaying objects he recognized. Wang Xuanji mused that these seasoned officials were true enigmas, wondering when he might enlist Dao Yi to deal with them. Is not a coroner meant to examine corpses? How has this become entangled with demons? The chief official of the capital district felt the tale was becoming increasingly far-fetched. The sage, however, was drawn to another detail. Was this coroner the Taoist you mentioned earlier? Indeed. Zhang De summoned the individual at once. The eunuchs swiftly returned, and courtiers had already taken the place of the officers of the Court of Judicial Review, gathered around the long serpent, deep in discussion. Among the newcomers were detectives who, seizing a moment of inattention, furtively briefed her. It seemed the sage, disbelieving in demons and spirits, sought proof. Dao Yi, en route, pondered how to provide such evidence. Her master had cautioned against revealing such truths to common folk, lest it incite panic. Dao Yi had been hesitant, but faced with a sea of scarlet, purple, crimson, green, and azure robes, her scruples vanished. And there, at the very center, stood the sage, wreathed in a faint, ethereal violet light. Those who held such high positions should bear the burden of the storms above. It was their due. Dao Yi retrieved the Baifeng bird from her pouch. Little fatty, breathe fire. The semi-conscious Baifeng opened its beak and unleashed a miniature dragon of flame, aimed directly at the sage. Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor. The imperial guards, lances raised, surged forward, but the space was too confined. The sage narrowly dodged the fire and waved back the guards. He said, Wang Aiqing, many animals possess their unique abilities, and that is nothing remarkable. You, however, are the true animal here. I am a divine beast of ancient lineage. The little Baifeng opened its eyes momentarily, cursed, and then closed them once more. Dao, with an expression of serene composure, pinched its mouth, perfectly embodying the demeanor of an otherworldly sage. Yet inwardly, she cursed the Baifeng, thinking that if the sage were to be enraged, they would all meet a grim fate. She spoke indifferently, Your Majesty, please observe closely. With a gentle pat on the little Baifeng's head, she urged it to breathe fire. Then, utilizing a small amount of earth spirit energy, she conjured a moderately powerful lightning spell, deconstructing it with water manipulation to replicate the magic of the previous night, which struck the long serpent with a resounding crash. The serpent bore wounds similar to those nearby. Such extraordinary and miraculous magic captivated the attention of both the sovereign and his ministers. Your Majesty, did you witness that? This is how we vanquished it last night. The Xiuxian Gate suffered several breaches, which were caused by its rampage. Wang Xuanji reflected for a moment and added, This matter is for the court's benefit. I implore Your Majesty to allocate funds for repairs. Several elder ministers glared at him with dark circles under their eyes, realizing that their restless night was due to this group causing a commotion. Uncertain of the extent of the damage, they were pleased to recover their lost treasures. The left minister initiated the discussion, agreeing with Minister Lu's suggestion, and Minister Li and others nodded in concurrence. Your Majesty, there are still other monsters within Chang'an City. I request that the Dali Temple act with discretion. Having resolved the compensation issue, Wang Xuanji also sought to preemptively address the consequences of capturing the monsters, ensuring that they would not be hindered should they encounter a similar situation as last night. The revelation of Dao Yi astounded the crowd, yet skepticism lingered. The ascetic monks on the mountain practiced what resembled celestial arts, which they accepted as truth, but the notion that mere beasts could attain enlightenment was met with disbelief. How could those more intelligent than animals not have achieved such a state? This was evidently abnormal. Despite their doubts, the term monster had taken root in their hearts, awaiting the day it would blossom into a formidable tree. The sage pondered more deeply and spoke of a man-eating octopus that transformed into a woman to ambush travelers. Initially, he dismissed this as merely another exaggeration stemming from the floods in Puyang. There were also tales of monkeys in Ningmin County preying upon humans. In the case of Cui Erlang, who differed from the edicts of the Dali Temple, Wang Xuanji had privately informed him that Cui Erlang was possessed by a monster, which acted under his name. What was evident from today's observations was that the world teemed with bizarre creatures. Furthermore, the long serpent had taken the form of an ordinary man visiting a brothel. Its original form was strikingly peculiar, hardly resembling a proper serpent. If indeed monsters existed in the world, how could ordinary people possibly contend with them? What measures would the great Zhou take in such a scenario? If all monsters could assume human guise and roam freely throughout Chang'an and beyond, how could the court or its citizens discern who among them was a monster? The sage's gaze fell upon the court officials, suffused with suspicion. On any given day, what if he were to call out, "Minister Li," only for a pig capable of walking upright to emerge? Or summon Minister Lu, only to be met with a donkey that could rear up? It would be akin to an entire animal husbandry operation within the great Zhou. The sage found himself at a loss, reluctant to engage in constant discourse with beasts, fearing that he might, in a moment of weakness, be compelled to drag these creatures, not creatures, but venerable ministers, out for execution. Even if they were to vanish entirely, what if others remained? It is prudent to be prepared. Having secured the realm, the Li family must safeguard the citizens and the territory of the great Zhou. The sage regarded his ministers with a piercing gaze, finally speaking, "Minister Wang, your words resonate with wisdom. In all matters, it is better to err on the side of caution. It is preferable to believe the improbable than to dismiss the possible. As we govern the great Zhou, we must not hastily reject what we do not comprehend, but confront it instead. Regarding the matter of monsters in Chang'an, I have reached a conclusion. Your Majesty is indeed enlightened." The roar of approval surged like a tidal wave until the sage departed from the Dali Temple. The venerable minister Mingjing, known for his unwavering stance against deceit, hesitated to speak before leaving, ultimately saying nothing. A throng of officials dispersed, only to be replaced swiftly by another group, who collected funds allocated for the repairs of Jiuxiao Gate and took away the possessions belonging to various families. Upon receiving the inventory, the heads of households were dismayed to find that, after compensation, their remaining assets amounted to less than half, nearly causing them to faint from despair. Chapter 59. Imperial Edict. The steward departed with a swiftness akin to the wind, and it was high time for Erlang Jun to administer discipline. The elder brother recalled, "It has been ages since the two of us gathered at home. Today, I have taken leave from the court to accompany you. Are you not moved?" Not daring to move, not daring to stir, utterly paralyzed. It was evident they had recently convened. Chen Shuguang's heart bled at the thought of this rare reprieve. Amidst Chen Shuguang's lamentations, Chen Yiji's splendid morning began anew. Once again, Chen Shuguang found himself in a state of utter disarray, grappling with his thoughts as he savored a serene afternoon. Weary from his tribulations, he lamented the day's misfortunes, while Chen Yiji drifted peacefully into a sweet slumber. The following day, Chen Yiji arrived at the Dali Temple, brimming with vitality. Indeed, nothing invigorates the spirit quite like the opportunity to educate one's younger sibling. Upon seeing the temple's head, he mused that it was preferable to have a superior who shared in one's burdens. Clearing his throat, the official addressed Yiji, stating, "I have matters to discuss with you." Wang Xuanji halted Yiji, who was about to venture into the courtyard, and inquired, "Do you recall the events of the previous night?" He gestured toward a remaining chest of jewels, saying, "Yiji, that chest belongs to you." The chest measured a foot in length and half a foot in width, containing an array of precious treasures ample enough for him to acquire a residence in Chang'an. Faced with such wealth, Yiji's heart ached, the sight of these riches, particularly the black pearls he had worn in the cave just the day before, felt unsettling. What was in Dao's intention? Suddenly, it dawned on him that his brother had referred to himself as an official, indicating a matter of public concern. Wang Xuanji recounted the previous day's events in broad strokes and added, "These are your compensation for the loss of your residence in Yonglifang." After a brief pause, he clarified, "The one rented by Dao Yi." No wonder it had seemed familiar at the time. Dao Yi, lost in her own thoughts, was initially startled but then elated. This was indeed fortuitous news, as it signified a substantial financial gain for him. She was inclined to express that the demolition of the house was indeed a fortuitous event, for it would allow her to rearrange certain elements according to her own vision once she moved in. The previous residence had not been hers to alter, as it was not purchased. Yet, in the presence of the owner, her intuition advised her that discretion was the better part of valor. especially upon witnessing Chun Yiji's eyes brimming with emotion. The audacious Taoist was charging at her with a fervor reminiscent of madness. Dao Yi, quick to react, evaded and took refuge behind Wang Xian. After a couple of frantic laps, Chun Yiji was nearly out of breath, clearly aggrieved by the substantial financial losses incurred. The money lost by Xiao Chunxiang was, in fact, his own hard-earned wealth. Seeing an opportune moment, Dao Yi engaged Chun Yiji in combat, and they tussled from the ground to the trees and back again. With a final decisive kick, he sent Chun Yiji sprawling on the ground. "Calm down, you rogue," he exclaimed, finally finding a sense of satisfaction in having subdued him. Wang Xian bent down, intending to assist him, when a flustered rogue rushed in, exclaiming, "Temple Minister! Temple Minister, eunuch Zhang has arrived with a decree." The rogue swallowed hard, observing the large tree in the courtyard, its leaves having been ravaged by autumn, now reduced to bare branches. Dao Yi descended gracefully, asking, "Are we still fighting? What are we fighting for?" "The imperial edict has arrived. Who dares to delay?" The decree stated, appointing Wang Xian as the Grand Minister of the Dali Temple to conduct inspections and maintain order along Huai Road, with strict enforcement. The rogue Chun Yiji and the coroner Dao Yi were to assist him. The officials of the Dali Temple listened intently, prepared to act accordingly. Vowing to eradicate the inequities of the Great Zhou and eliminate all malevolent creatures, Wang Xian received the decree with utmost respect from Zhang De. This decree is particularly intriguing, as it addresses both the matter of the royal family's opening of the city gates and the extermination of demons by Dao Yi, all without explicit mention. The wisdom of the sage is profound. Wang Xuanji and the others exchanged glances, filled with delight. Where else could they uncover unresolved injustices? They could indeed rectify the grievances of the world. Even the misdeeds of demons could be addressed. As the group prepared to rise, Zhang De gently cleared his throat, urging everyone to pause, for the emperor had yet another oral edict. The officials of the Dali Temple promptly knelt in unison, eager to hear the decree. Wang Xuanji's expression darkened. These individuals were too accustomed to leniency. After dismissing Zhang De, Wang Xuanji, with a scowl, announced that in addition to the emperor's decree of a month's salary deduction, the snowfall in Chang'an this winter would be cleared by each of them in rotation. This matter was non-negotiable. Dao Yi remained captivated by the bright yellow edict. Finding it quite remarkable, the sage of the Great Zhou truly understood human sentiments. She had been anxious about not having an opportunity to venture out of Chang'an, but now she could do so openly without risking her position. What a splendid turn of events. Nodding in agreement, she recognized the simplicity of the task ahead. A sincere apology accompanied by gifts was far more agreeable than tales of demons or tales of humans consuming demons. The group proceeded along a thoroughfare near Jiuxiao Gate, apologizing door to door, finally witnessing what it meant to encounter the duality of human nature. Their interactions were filled with a peculiar and enigmatic tone, surpassing the well-known simplicity of Zhu Jie's demeanor. Thankfully, they had only one household left. Exhausted, they approached the final door. As they knocked, a carriage happened to pass by. The steward stood by with his men, his posture more erect than ever, while a servant nearby tended to the flowers, meticulously polishing each leaf. Even the shadow wall, which greeted visitors upon entry, appeared to awaken, its carvings seemingly coming to life. Minister Li nodded in satisfaction, a visage he had encountered numerous times today. Wang Xuanji and his companions had long grown numb to it. He performed a courteous bow and jested, "Minister Li, have you perhaps forgotten? Today, the Dali Temple has come to extend their apologies and deliver the funds for the repairs." The group followed him into the minister's residence, where the ruffians adeptly carried the valuables inside to negotiate with the officials. While the ruffians busied themselves with the goods, Wang Xuanji maintained a good-natured smile. Chun Yiji, wielding a silver spear, instilled a sense of dread among several households, making them feel that refusal would result in the spear being turned against them. Thus, they readily accepted, eager for the group to depart swiftly. One could not help but notice the coroner. Oh no, the young Taoist already at work. Whom would he burn today? That enormous snake had wreaked havoc on the long street of Jiuxiao Gate, now charred to a crisp in her hands. Should they reject the offered reparations and apologies? This estate would surely be consigned to infamy in the Great Zhou. Most importantly, this group was now on an imperial mission of subduing demons and vanquishing evildoers, a task that none could withstand. As a cup of brewed tea warmed his throat, Minister Li felt assured. having heard that His Majesty had issued a decree to Wang Xiqing today. Congratulations were in order. How utterly hypocritical. It was I who was absent yesterday. Yet here I am, pretending as if nothing happened. Dao Yi tilted her head, while Chen Yiji murmured to herself. With a calm demeanor, she extended one of her feet, lightly placing it down. Wang Xuanji's smile faltered momentarily. Dao Yi smiled and shook her head, simultaneously restraining the eager silver spear. Chen Yiji pondered. As someone from the Dali Temple, she could hardly be bullied by a mere official from the Ministry of Rites. Li Shangshu's tone softened considerably, yet his demeanor remained resolute. The display of skill was astonishing. How could such a trivial request be denied by Dao Yi, the official? He muttered in bewilderment. How strange. Wang Xuanji found it amusing. This individual was indeed clever. In the event of any trouble, no one would dare to implicate her master. With a sidelong glance at Chen Yiji, he mused that since Yiji was astute, Shu Guang would not be able to linger under his watchful eye for long, yet still managed to accumulate a multitude of friends. Chen Yiji felt perplexed by the scrutiny, realizing the focus was not on him. Lying on the ground, he stammered, "Hello, Lord?" Li Shangshu was equally bewildered. This young official had summoned the steward, and surely she did not intend to set fire to him in her presence. Such audacity was beyond belief. If she dared to act thus, neither the imperial edict nor the Dali Temple's magistrate could save her. "Bold official, what do you intend to do to my steward?" Li Shangshu bellowed. The steward trembled, knocking his head twice on the ground. "Forgive me, noble one. When you arrived for your visit, I first attended to my lord. It was my fault." Dao Yi's brows furrowed, though she had not partaken in tea. She suddenly felt as if she had. Concentrating her spiritual energy at her fingertips, Dao Yi's round face grew stern. "If you do not behave, I shall take action." Li Shangshu was both astonished and furious. "Wan Anda, is this how you discipline your people? They dared to come to my residence and inflict harm. Such audacity shall not go unpunished. I will certainly report you tomorrow." Wang Xuanji took a sip of brewed tea, setting down the cup before he spoke. "Li Shangshu, do not be so agitated. Take another look." Had it not been for the prior hint, Chen Yiji would surely have thrust his silver spear at the doorman, leaving him lifeless. The doorman remains the same individual, yet his ears have transformed, no longer resembling those of a human. At his temples, a pair of furry ears sprouted, akin to those of a cat, soft and fluffy, glimmering enticingly, evoking an irresistible urge to touch and discern their authenticity. With a crash, Li Shangshu's teacup fell to the ground. Trembling, he extended a finger and stammered, What exactly are you? Who sent you to my residence? Is there someone plotting to take my life?" The doorman's eyes sparkled with clarity, brimming with brilliance and transparency. "My lord, I merely seek to earn a meager living at the Shangshu residence. Do not fear. I have heard tales of your exquisite cuisine, rich and sumptuous, which compel me to take up the position of doorman here." Dao Yi and the others exchanged glances, realizing, this creature is here merely to earn a meal. He was but a laborer, not so different in essence from themselves, merely differing in rank. The pressing question remained. From whom had he heard such tales? Chapter 61. The multifaceted utility of the doorman. The transformation of the doorman continued unabated. In addition to a pair of fluffy ears, he had sprouted a set of horns atop his head. While the ears could be attributed to the impending winter, with the household preparing warm garments, the horns, were they perhaps intended for performing tricks before the gates of the Minister of Rites? Li, the minister, had ceased his search for a solution. Were it not for the decorum befitting a scholar, he would have been prostrate, clinging to the leg of the Taoist priest. Even in this state, tears streamed down his face as he implored, "Esteemed Taoist, please help me capture him. I shall burn him as I see fit." The parsimonious superior, Wang Xuanji, stood by, while Chen Yiji stifled laughter at the sight of his good brother being falsely accused, his face flushed with suppressed mirth. To his surprise, the spectacle was indeed quite entertaining. As he gripped the silver spear tightly, should every day unfold in such a manner, he would find peace at last. Li, the minister, concealed himself behind her, gritting his teeth in agony, unwilling to speak. This audacious Taoist was seizing the opportunity amid chaos come dawn. He would certainly report this matter to the Court of Judicial Review. As if possessing eyes on his back, Dao Yi shifted aside, allowing Li to confront the doorman directly. Startled, the doorman instinctively jumped back, turning away, eyes shut tight, his small hands flailing behind him. "Take away all the silver you brought today. But only if you immediately capture this monster." Wang Xuanji set down his teacup, fearing that the old man would once again approach the emperor to lament on the morrow. "There is a matter, Minister Li, of which you may be unaware. Dao Yi currently lacks the strength to identify all the monsters. Yet she remains the sole individual capable of capturing these malevolent beings. I have provided the finest offerings from the Dali Temple, hoping that her abilities will advance, enabling her to unearth all those who masquerade as humans, thereby restoring clarity to the Great Zhou. Swiftly, Dao Yi formed a seal, urgently invoking a binding spell. A verdant glow emanated from her wooden spirit energy, securely restraining the doorkeeper. Minister Li, we shall take our leave, she stated. To avoid disturbing you further, I shall relocate to capture the monsters. The three of them bid farewell to Minister Li and rose to depart. Upon opening the grand hall's door, they beheld a group of servants whispering amongst themselves, as if they had been awaiting summons outside. Among them was a gardener, whose relentless watering seemed excessive. Dao Yi observed him several times, pondering whether he believed that by overwatering, he could flood the minister's hall. Could it be that he harbored a grudge against Minister Li, seeking vengeance in a manner akin to the mythical Jingwei filling the sea? Minister Li emerged, visibly startled. Dao Yi, is this person also? Dao Yi quickly shook her head, determined not to unjustly accuse an innocent. No, I merely noted his exceptional gardening skills. Everyone regarded her with disbelief, exclaiming in shock. The gardener, caught slacking on duty, appeared utterly terrified. Minister Li, equally alarmed, wondered whether this individual was indeed a monster. If he were to expel the gardener, would a vengeful creature emerge in retaliation? He pondered whether he had mistreated the individual, or perhaps the creature. Song Ming, from now on, you shall serve in the study. Li Shangshu gestured towards the person watering the plants, believing that this might placate the creature and ensure its safety until Dao Yi, the young master, significantly enhanced his skills. After all, he was nearing the age of wisdom. Forgetting a few matters was hardly a crime. Song Ming garnered a multitude of envious glances. Could it be that the master simply enjoyed watching someone tend to the flowers? Otherwise, why were those cleaning and polishing the windows overlooked? This was indeed a coveted position. The watering endeavor at the Shangshu residence had entered a phase of intense competition. On the way back to the Dali Temple, Chen Yizhi curiously inquired, Dao Yi, is that individual who waters the plants truly a creature? Dao Yi cast him a perplexed glance. Absolutely not. What are you imagining? Have you ever encountered a creature without some form of acknowledgement? Really? As colleagues, can we not extend a measure of trust? Besides, when have I ever lied? Dao Yi felt that Chen Yizhi was excessively cautious. Moreover, there was no animosity between them. Was suspicion truly warranted? Indeed, you possess remarkable skills. You have taken someone else's possessions and frightened old Li Yi to the point where he dares not report us. Chen Yizhi gave a thumbs up. In addition to medicine, he had now acquired a new skill in Taoism, a true tool of intimidation. Wang Xuanji shook his head with a chuckle. Yizhi, keep your silver spear close. We Wu and Ti want to startle the creature. The doorman interjected, you are the true creatures here. Li Shangshu retorted, arriving uninvited at night. Is this your notion of courtesy? The doorman, once able to move freely within the confines of the carriage, endeavored to diminish his presence, narrowly escaping the point of a silver spear on several occasions. He harbored suspicions that the warrior was intentionally seeking to bully the creature. The carriage was scarcely spacious, and he had retreated into a corner, leaving no further avenue of escape. Within the carriage sat a monster, an undeniable presence that could not be overlooked, even during their previous conversation. The gazes of the three individuals had been firmly fixed upon him. As the dialogue concluded, Wang Xuanji fell into contemplation while Chen Yizhi meticulously polished his weapon. Dao Yi inched closer, recalling the tome by Yao Pu, which detailed, in the mountains of Qianlaizi, there exists a beast resembling a sheep, but with a horse's tail, known as the Qianyang. Its fat can be utilized for rendering. Typically, Qianyangs are found in herds. Before the gates of the minister's residence, she discerned the doorman's true identity and inquired. Ah, a Qianyang, indeed a fine creature, both edible and utilitarian. Seizing the opportunity to intimidate the Qianyang further, she pressed, Little lamb, what is your intent in visiting the residence of Minister Li, and where are your accomplices? As Dao Yi pronounced each word, the doorman, now referred to as the Qianyang, paled further. The Qianyang clenched its lips, resolute in its silence regarding its companions. The intent behind the words was palpable, with an eagerness to consume the creature evident in their tone. Was Qianyang meat akin to mutton, suitable for roasting or grilling? If that were not feasible, boiling or frying would suffice. When had Dao Yi begun to kindle a fire for cooking? Wang Xuanji seemed increasingly tempted as the conversation unfolded. Dao Yi felt a sense of embarrassment. Were she not one of the parties involved, She might almost believe in her own culinary prowess. Convinced that she could master any dish, as if born to the art of cooking, a true culinary maestro. The ram had already been frightened into a half-transformed state. Sporting a head resembling that of a sheep, its eyes welling with tears, its hands having morphed into hooves, desperately attempting to embrace its own ungraspable form, pleading, "Do not eat me, I beg of you. I am but a mere lamb." Inhaling the pure, white essence of the ram, Dao Yi endeavored to uphold her persona as a fierce and formidable Taoist, one who harbors a deep-seated enmity towards demons. She reassured, "Little lamb, do not worry. I am exceedingly experienced in slaying demons. I assure you, you shall feel not a trace of discomfort." The ram was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that what it desired was not a painless demise, but rather the preservation of its life. "Oh, great one, I have never harmed a soul. I implore you, spare me. I am still quite young, my flesh is hardly delectable." Chen Yiji's eyes sparkled with greed. He could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "Dao Yi, when will you slay this sheep? Young sheep possess the most exquisite meat. If we let them grow old, their flesh becomes too tough and unpalatable." The ram regretted its earlier decision to claim age, wishing it had instead professed that it was as aged as withered wood. Was it too late to retract its statement? Dao Yi and Wang Xuanji nodded in agreement with his words, rubbing their hands together, inching towards the ram with a particularly lecherous demeanor. While nearby stood another eager individual awaiting their meal. The ram retained only its legs in human form. The sheep bleated in distress, unable to articulate its predicament, as it frantically cried out in the carriage. The startled coachman nearly lost control, narrowly avoiding a collision with an oncoming vehicle, his steady hand saving the day. Clutching its delicate hooves, the sheep, eyes shut tight, trembled as it implored, "Oh, esteemed one, I know where the most succulent lamb can be found. I beseech you, grant me mercy and spare my life." The anticipated pain was delayed, prompting the creature to cautiously open its eyes, only to find the gluttonous individual still wearing that foolish countenance, while the others appeared equally eager for a feast. Enraged, the sheep bit down on its foreleg, lamenting the wickedness of humanity, convinced that not a single one was virtuous. It then elaborated on the tender lamb's whereabouts, detailing the quality and appearance of the wool to the trio. Wang Xuanji discreetly glanced at the insatiable one, recognizing the familiar tactic. She had once employed the same strategy to lure her master and senior brother from the mountains, brandishing their portraits near the Jiuxiao Temple and receiving precise information in return. Dao Yi continued to wield her esteemed identity, instilling such fear in the sheep that it was on the verge of fainting. The carriage rolled on, oblivious to the trio's merriment at the expense of the sheep. Upon disembarking, they led the sheep down the path, pursued by a band of ne'er-do-wells laden with treasures bestowed by Minister Li, their hearts racing with trepidation, terrified of potential robbers, yet equally anxious about the absence of threats. Fearing their vigilance would be in vain, the carriage halted at a well-chosen location, the Annal Square. One of the ruffians knocked on the door of a residence known as the Qian Mansion, and soon, someone answered the summons, opening the door. The person who opened the door displayed a cautious demeanor, scrutinizing the unsavory characters outside without inviting them in. Instead, he inquired about the purpose of their visit. The rogue stepped aside, allowing a procession of individuals to enter. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a garden filled with sheep, all orderly queuing to graze on the lush green grass. It was indeed unusual for such a vast courtyard to lack renowned flora and fauna. The sheep, undeterred by the presence of strangers, curiously observed the newcomers. Wang Xuanji exuded an affable charm that even the flock found appealing, while Dao Yi noticed that the sheep seemed both eager to approach, yet apprehensive. However, Chen Yiji, with his striking features, was consumed by an insatiable craving for mutton, his eyes glistening with desire as if he were ready to pounce upon them, which sent the flock scattering in fright. As they entered the grand hall, the sheep soon ventured back to the garden, relieved to find no one around. Once inside, the group was welcomed in the main hall, where a figure, presumably the steward, quickly departed and returned, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Judging by his youthful demeanor, he appeared to be of an age rarely seen, adorned with a bushy white beard and clad in a woolen garment. With winter approaching, his attire seemed quite reasonable. Dao Yi couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. These creatures, both serpent and sheep alike, seemed fond of donning their own pelts. The mere thought of humanity ever shedding a layer of skin to wear it again was unsettling, reminiscent of a painted skin or garments fashioned from human hides. The thoughts were too overwhelming for Dao Yi, who found himself startled by his own imagination. Uncertain of the purpose behind the visit from the temple elder, he observed the old man approach with a slow, somewhat ungraceful bow. The young goat was taken aback, disbelief evident in its eyes. "How do you know?" "I am the grandson of Awing," it exclaimed. The elder exchanged a glance with the steward, silently pondering. "Surely, such a foolish goat cannot be my grandson." The steward replied, "If you say he is, then he is. If you say he is not, then he is not. However, I must inquire what misdeed my wayward grandson has committed, and I implore the temple elder to enlighten us." The old goat, uncertain of how much was known, asked with palpable anxiety, casting a fierce glare at the inept goat among them. Chang'an was astonished to discover an actual flock of goats. They had indeed entered a goat's den. He interjected cheerfully, "Your grandson is indeed a good soul. Your family possesses a flock, and we have come to enjoy roasted goat meat." Not just the few goats in the hall, but every single one in the entire Qian residence felt the tension rise, their hides taut with realization. Their identities had been laid bare, and they had captured the grandson of the clan leader. "Humans are truly despicable," was the collective sentiment of the goats. "My life is forfeit." The elder's expression oscillated between doubt and terror. Dao Yi, a figure of renown, pleaded, "We are truly innocent goats. Ever since our arrival in Chang'an, we have never erred nor harmed anyone. I beseech you, spare us." The elder's authoritative demeanor faltered as he cast aside his staff and rushed to embrace Dao Yi's leg. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The little lamb was utterly bewildered. This could not possibly be my dear grandfather. Surely, he had been boiled into soup by shameless humans and replaced. The lamb grasped its slightly curled locks, appearing quite ruffled. Dao Yi pulled with all his might, yet found himself unable to extricate his leg, left to be embraced by the old goat. "Release me first, and we shall converse properly. You truly won't eat us?" he inquired. "No," she replied. "Do I resemble a glutton?" Dao Yi scoffed. Chapter 6. Section 3. A fierce tiger in the southwest. "The sheep are quite aged. Your flesh is tough and unpalatable," Chang'an remarked with piercing intensity. Wang Xuanji sighed in resignation. "Easy enough. You are frightening them." At that moment, the three little lambs regarded him as the most ferocious creature in the forest, retreating several paces away. Dao Yi, too, stared at him in astonishment, never expecting that the notorious villain would be so savage. "Look, they can transform into human form. They are our kin. Can you truly consume them?" Wang Xuanji queried, equally puzzled. "When did we ever say such a thing? Was it not you two who mentioned it on the carriage?" Chang'an retorted, clearly displeased, for it was indeed their own words. The little lamb nodded in agreement. "Exactly. How ruthless. You just denied what you said moments ago. Humans are utterly shameless. I had thought you were all like Minister Li, simple-hearted and kind." Minister Li interjected, "I thank you. That octopus also possesses a human form." Chang'an was then restrained by the two, one on each side, covering his mouth and dragging him aside, while Wang Xuanji thoughtfully secured his silver spear. "Surely, you must have misunderstood, for how could we possibly consume such adorable lambs?" Dao Yi's smile was exceptionally sweet, her eyes radiating intoxicating warmth. In that fleeting moment, Wang Xian's gaze was entirely captivated by her smile. He nodded like a wooden figure. Chang'an, filled with skepticism, asked, "Really?" The two nodded vigorously, fearing he might doubt their words. How profound his obsession with food must be. Today, he seemed to have lost his wits. "Very well. I shall temporarily place my trust in you." Chang'an huffed, struggling slightly to signal them to release him. Dao Yi and the others eased their grip, while the elderly ram approached to assess his grandson. "Ah, he seems perfectly fine." The adept's words ring true. There is no intention to devour him. Yet, this grandson's courage leaves much to be desired, he mused, lamenting the poor display of bravery that embarrassed their lineage. "Tell me, esteemed one, has my grandson committed some grave misdeed?" The old ram playfully patted the curls of the young lamb, urging him to apologize. The young lamb, feeling aggrieved, protested, "Grandfather, why must I apologize? It is they who caused me to lose my livelihood. If I do not venture out to work, what shall you eat or drink?" Had he not felt outmatched, he would not have yielded so swiftly. He ought to have held his ground a little longer. Dao Yi silently inquired of the two, "Do you truly believe she is the type to dissect humans and creatures alike?" Chang'an retorted, "Do you not have any awareness of your own actions?" Wang Xian smiled warmly, "Just be yourself. You are remarkable." Enough of this affectionate grandfather-grandson banter. Let us discuss your purpose in Chang'an. Dao Yi interjected, breaking the sentimental moment. The elderly ram offered an awkward smile, as the wise man jested, "What intentions do we harbor? We merely seek to establish a peaceful existence in the bustling city of Chang'an. Having attained a semblance of humanity, we are naturally capable of coexisting with humankind." Dao Yi then gestured towards the herd outside the hall, now entangled in a fray with unsavory characters, remarking on the casualties they had incurred along the way. The old ram's expression shifted dramatically, hastily rising to glance outside. His demeanor transformed from lethargy to urgency. He peered about at the entrance, even casting a wary eye at the rooftop. "Why choose Chang'an?" Wang Xian asked at an opportune moment. "This place is populous and thus relatively safe. Moreover, with a human sage present, the inhabitants are unlikely to stir trouble. Much like my standing within the clan, none dare defy my commands." The old ram felt a swell of pride for having preserved his kin. Suddenly, the three who had transformed into sheep interjected. "Are you withholding information from me out of concern that I might be incapable of resolving your issues, thereby endangering your lives?" Dao Yi stroked his chin, pondering the implication. Dao Yi, looking bewildered, replied, "What would I want with your lives?" The old ram, feeling embarrassed, cast a sidelong glance, prompting her to turn as well. "What does the unscrupulous commander desire? He is only interested in charming maidens and intends to wed many, leaving your kind out of consideration." "Chen Yiji." "Old ram." Wang Xian cleared his throat. "Yiji, please take a seat." Dao Yi, seemingly indifferent, clapped her hands and intended to depart from the Qian residence. She had no intention of entertaining the sheep's obsession, observing the faint, insipid black aura and the other party's meager spiritual energy. It was evident that they were a harmless flock. Look at them. Having entered Chang'an, they still knew to emulate humans and seeking livelihoods for their kin. This was far superior to being crippled, resembling humans with severed limbs. Consider the plight of the second son of the Chui family. Ensnared by the cunning schemes of the wolf, the harm inflicted was upon such innocuous beings, revealing the malevolence of those who were not purely wicked. With the imminent departure of a group of individuals, the old ram's heart swelled with joy. Cohabiting with humans was fraught with discomfort, especially when his grandson's life was still in their hands. Moreover, the chair they sat upon was causing them discomfort. Wouldn't lying on the verdant grass be far more pleasant? Silently wiping the perspiration from his brow, he prepared to rise and bid farewell. However, Wang Xuanji's words froze him in place. Xian, clan leader. If I am not mistaken, this residence is a property that belonged to an official who has heired, and it remains under the court's name. In an instant, Chen Yi's silver spear was poised. The old ram found himself but a hair's breadth from the silver spear, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He hadn't forgotten to restrain his grandson and the steward from advancing. These individuals were serious in their intentions. Their return would merely serve to deliver a sheep's head. Preserving his life was paramount. Surrounded by the three, the old ram finally trembled and revealed the truth. Chapter 64. The sheep struggles. Calm your anger, esteemed one. The matter is as follows. Upon hearing this, the trio could not help but burst into laughter. The old ram found himself unable to contend with his adversary and sought to frighten them away by revealing his true form. To his astonishment, he transformed into a plump and succulent sheep, and at that moment, even with a knife at his throat, he refused to flee, insisting on roasting the sheep first. The old ram, frustrated by this turn of events, felt an overwhelming urge to silence the taunter, whose incessant mockery was unbearable. Were it not for his inability to prevail, he would have surely marred that insufferable face, rendering it unfit to be seen in public. Many members of the flock struggled to maintain their human guise throughout the day, and now they dare not venture out for fear of either terrifying onlookers or being brutally attacked. Who among the sane could endure such a fate? Witnessing companions transform into sheep in the blink of an eye, my daughter-in-law met her tragic end in such a manner, while washing clothes by the stream. She inexplicably morphed into a sheep. The village women, engrossed in their task, failed to notice her disappearance until only the sheep remained. In their shock, they clutched their sticks tightly and inadvertently beat the girl's mother to death. The old ram pointed to the young sheep with bloodshot eyes and recounted the tale of the child's uncle, who had boasted of friendships with several talented poets. One winter's day, he ventured out to drink with these companions and returned home late, unable to maintain his human form. He was promptly cooked by a group of revelers, emboldened by their liquor, who showed no regard for the fact that they were feasting upon a friend. They merely reveled in the warmth of winter's hearth, enjoying their mutton feast, oblivious to the tragedy that had unfolded. The companions eventually searched for him, only to conclude that he had been taken by a wild beast. The elderly ram recounted the tragic events of recent years, though their hearts ached. The three could not help but inquire how it was that all the misfortunes involved his sons, grandsons, and daughters-in-law. Just how prolific could this old ram be? They journeyed to the Anlifang in Chang'an, seeking to avoid detection by humans. To ensure no one resided nearby, they devised a scheme, spreading rumors of ferocious tigers to deter potential inhabitants from purchasing homes in the vicinity. The young ram was taken aback. But, esteemed elder, this differs from what you initially conveyed to me. You mentioned that we should display our might to make humans aware of the inviolable dignity of rams, which is why we impersonated tigers to frighten them away. The elderly ram appeared embarrassed. Oh, dear grandson, I merely jest. Why would you take my words to heart? Otherwise, how could they masquerade as tigers rather than revealing their true forms? And why would you be sent to toil in human households to provide for the family? Dao cast a sympathetic glance at him. The elderly ram was even less reliable than her master, who, despite his formidable strength, would not be easily bullied by those with malicious intent and could adequately teach them a lesson. The plight of Master Qian was indeed pitiable, evoking a sense of compassion. However, this did not justify their unlawful occupation of another's dwelling or their frightful masquerade. You must understand, Wang Xian said, that you have transgressed the laws of the Great Zhou. As long as you remain on Zhou territory, I am empowered to impose penalties upon you. As he spoke, he lifted a cup of freshly brewed tea prepared by the steward, inhaling its aroma, a peculiar flavor that only a creature of the supernatural could possess. The old ram sought to employ his old tricks once more, rushing forward to embrace the thigh of a man, only to be met by a silver spear that timely interposed itself between the two. Shen Yizhi, of course, could not allow him passage, aside from his innate cleanliness. This elderly figure, despite his frailty, remained a creature of the supernatural, whereas they were merely mortals. A simple embrace might suffice. But what if they were to fall victim to a hidden scheme? My friend, we are now homeless, he lamented. Anlifang is the most suitable refuge. Upon his words, the young ram and the steward nodded vigorously, while the flock outside frolicked with unsavory individuals, bleeding simultaneously. If a group of rams were to be utilized effectively, akin to displaced persons amid turmoil or beggars in times of peace, scattered throughout various trades, they may appear inconspicuous. Yet it is precisely this unremarkable multitude that upholds the world, while true leaders remain few and far between. Indeed, Dao Yi remarked, extending a hand to gently tug at the fleeces of 3 rams, successfully ruffling their fur. Releasing her grip, she continued, it would be a pity to discard such splendid coats. To bury this fine layer of fat would be a gross waste. Let us strike a bargain. You wish for us to deliver your companions to you on schedule? No, that won't do. The heads of the 3 rams shook in unison like rattling drums. I merely seek your assistance in labor, Dao Yi huffed. What could possibly lead you to think I am so fond of eating? The old ram's eyes sparkled with recognition. My grandson is quite industrious. He can tackle any task, readily at the disposal of esteemed individuals. The young ram trembled as he was pushed forward, standing amidst the throng of people and sheep. I desire for your entire clan to undertake tasks for me. Are you willing? Dao Yi, with a smile that exuded amiability, appeared remarkably agreeable. However, the old ram shuddered at the thought. Humans could still muster a fight, but what could a Taoist do? Would he resort to filling the void with blood? He timidly nodded and inquired, what exactly do we need to accomplish? Chapter 65. The Murderer Chen Shuguang. Surely, you do not intend for us to engage in any unlawful activities, the old ram remarked, casting furtive glances at Wang Xuanji. His insinuating gaze was executed with a theatrical flair, as if to highlight the absurdity of a coroner inciting a sheep to commit crimes. Shouldn't the Minister of Justice ensure proper conduct? Dao Yi rolled her eyes dismissively and retorted, I say, old Master Qian, if I truly intended to engage in illegal activities, would I bring along a Minister of Justice, an unruly commander, and a cadre of miscreants? That would be akin to stepping into prison right after committing a crime. Do I appear to resemble you in any way? Dao Yi questioned with skepticism. Do you possess the intellect to manage my affairs? Wang Xuanji casually interjected. Matters concerning demons fall under her purview. The old ram, undeterred by the rebuke, thought to himself that as long as his life remained intact, he could endure anything. If a master wished for their assistance, he would undoubtedly serve with utmost dedication until his last breath. Dao Yi chuckled lightly and gestured for him to cease. No one present would believe such words. A creature so timid, fearing human interaction and reluctant to engage in even a simple brawl, suddenly reminded her of a pressing concern. She pointed at the young ram and asked, might he not reveal his true form among the crowd? I placed his father's inner elixir within his body. His father was formidable, yet he sacrificed his life solely to safeguard our escape from Qianlai Mountain. The old ram remarked with a hint of melancholy. I will not press you regarding the affairs of Qianlai Mountain, but you must inform us of any creatures in Chang'an who share your plight. Coexistence between humans and monsters inevitably leads to calamity, and I trust you do not wish for your kin to suffer. Furthermore, I require you to blend into the populace and observe what other creatures in Chang'an may be causing distress among the citizens. Exercise caution. Intelligent beings will not harm you. Merely relay your findings to us. Should any unusual occurrences arise in Chang'an, report them to the Dali Temple. This is the task I entrust to you. Upon concluding his words, Dao Yi gently caressed their fur, expressing a thought. I have one more request. Your pelts are truly remarkable. Please do not discard the ones you shed. Instead, gather them for the Dali Temple. When you depart from this world, please remove the fatty pelts and present them to the unprincipled leader. At this, Wang Xuanji's lips curved slightly. The old ram pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. By the way, what prompted your journey to Chang'an? Who informed you? The old ram, taken aback, opened his mouth. I do not know. By the time we realized, the entire ram clan was already in Chang'an. On their return journey, Chen Yiji, perplexed, inquired of Dao Yi, what do you intend to do with that fat you mentioned? Before Dao Yi could speak, Wang Xianji retorted, when you mentioned the record of the ram in the 100 Demons Chronicle, were you not envisioning roasted lamb in your mind? Its fat could be preserved, yet can you truly remain in the Dali Temple for eternity? Thank you. Chen Yiji remained silent for a considerable time, his voice laden with gravity and a hint of emotion. Why bother with such talk? We are all colleagues in the Dali Temple. He then expressed concern about the peculiar behavior of his brother Gong, inquiring whether Chen Erlang had exhibited any unusual tendencies lately. Dao Yi, in turn, commented on Chen Yiji's demeanor, prompting Wang Xianji to regard him with curiosity. A pair of awkward coughs broke the tension. Initially, they had merely made a casual remark, not anticipating Chen Yiji would take it to heart. Poor Chen Shuguang. Has he engaged in any anomalous actions? Wang Xianji queried, equally anxious for Chen Shuguang's well-being. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yiji pondered deeply, ultimately concluding that there were no irregular behaviors. He had merely been socializing with friends, dining and drinking as usual, though he had not ventured into brothels or gambling houses. Given that he had avoided the most notorious venues prone to peculiarities and demons, where could Chen Shuguang possibly be that would lead to changes in his brother's disposition? Where is Shuguang at this moment? Wang Xianji inquired. He abruptly lifted the front curtain of the carriage, startling the young sheep pulling the cart, nearly causing it to stumble. The creature thought it had mismanaged its driving and would incur punishment, instinctively shrinking back. He then called out to the individuals outside, asking, does anyone know if there has been a wedding banquet arranged among the Imperial Guards recently? A few individuals were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his question. With a grin, Jiangqi expressed his surprise that Si Qin would accompany him to the wedding banquet. He resolved to request an increase in his remuneration from Captain Hu, insisting that the wedding gift be doubled. Captain Hu resided in Changle Fong, and soon, the little lamb drove the cart from Anil Fong, swiftly arriving at their destination. The celebration at the commander of the Imperial Guard's residence was far more boisterous than that of an ordinary household, with guests mingling in a lively atmosphere. Male guests playfully teased the groom, while female guests similarly embarrassed the bride. However, upon their arrival, the atmosphere seemed amiss. It was not the wedding feast they had envisioned. The male guests were in a frenzy, dashing about, while the female guests screamed and followed suit in a chaotic rush. The usual decorum entirely vanished. One side of the Hu family's grand entrance had been smashed, lying on the ground, marked by numerous shallow footprints. Inside the estate, the guests were preoccupied with fleeing, and the hosts did not appear to intervene. A grave situation had undoubtedly arisen. Jiangqi stood bewildered, holding the invitation in his hand, contemplating to whom he should present it. Chen Yiji dashed ahead, swiftly entering the Hu household, followed closely by Dao Yi. Wang Xuanji took a few steps forward and stood before the Hu family's entrance, calling out, I am the Minister of Justice. May I ask what transpired here? The panicked crowd fell silent, only to erupt once more with cries of murder. Murder. Wang Xuanji furrowed his brow. The steward of the Hu family, an elderly man, came rushing over, panting heavily. He fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Please, Minister, seek justice. Captain Qin Shuguang of the Imperial Guards has slain our lord before all." "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Yiji was frantically searching the courtyard, a statement that nearly twisted his nose in disbelief. His brother may have been somewhat foolish, but he was certainly not a ruthless individual. Indeed, it was him. Yes, I witnessed it too. Chapter 6, Motive. The crowd gradually quieted down, eagerly discussing the events surrounding the Hu family. "I saw it as well." "I too." "Who in the Grand Hall did not see it?" "You all claim to have witnessed it. Was it Qin Erlang who acted?" Wang Xuanji furrowed his brow and gazed into the hall. The hall was relatively spacious, devoid of any obstructions. Under the watchful eyes of all, a normal person would never commit such an act, unless they were an assassin. In the hall lay the groom, dressed in wedding attire, a gaping wound in his chest, blood staining his ceremonial garments. Captain Hu's eyes were wide open, forever unclosed. Dao Yi knelt down to examine the body. "Dao Yi, what is your assessment of Captain Hu's corpse?" Dao Yi nodded, noting that the body had not been moved since death, retaining the expression of its last moments. Based on the wound on the chest and the distribution of the blood, it was apparent that the sword had been thrust in from behind. She stated, "A single thrust, no suspicion." As she spoke, she scanned the hall, saying, "Temple Minister, I wish to investigate other areas." "Very well." A young man from the crowd stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "I have met the Temple Minister. I am Lu Yi of the Imperial Guard." Today's events were witnessed by all. When Captain Hu was leading the wedding ceremony, Qin Erlang drew his sword from his waist and rushed forward. Before we could react, the longsword pierced Commander Hu's back. Wang Xuanji's gaze swept over the crowd. The incident was so sudden that everyone was still shaken, but they all remembered very clearly and nodded affirmatively. Thus, Qin Shuguang's act of murder was irrefutable. Why would he do such a thing? Had he been bullied too much by his elder brother at home, causing his heart to become twisted? Everyone was silent, exchanging glances. There was no enmity between them. "Your Honor, quickly find someone to help." Dao Yi rushed into the courtyard and disappeared. At this moment, she suddenly shouted. Chen Yiji took off running, and Wang Xuanji led the others to follow. The group arrived at the backyard of the second courtyard, in front of the bridal chamber. The door was wide open, and two people lay inside. Between the two of them on the floor was a blood-stained porcelain pillow. Chen Shuguang lay disheveled at the foot of the bed, while the bride was on the bed, her bridal clothes similarly torn and in disarray. Anyone who saw this would assume that Qin Shuguang had intended to violate the bride, who resisted desperately, ultimately causing both of them to fall unconscious. The people who followed pointed and whispered. Who would have thought that Qin II harbored affections for Commander Hu's wife? That must be the reason he killed Commander Hu. Dao Yi, unaware of what had happened in the front yard, had searched the bridal chamber thoroughly. "Your Honor, judging from the marks in the bridal chamber." During the struggle between Qin II and the bride resisted fiercely and struck him in the back of the head with the porcelain pillow, causing him to lose consciousness. The bride, exhausted, also fell unconscious. Wang Xuanji asked Louis, "Did Qin II consume any alcohol?" Before Louis could answer, Dali knew that neither of them in the room had consumed any alcohol. Chen Yiji intended to bend down and embrace his younger brother, but instead resorted to kicking him. "Qin Shuguang, get up." Qin Shuguang felt an excruciating headache. He had come to attend a joyous banquet and had barely offered a ceremonial drink before hearing a voice reminiscent of his elder brother's. He furrowed his brow, unable to open his eyes. The voice continued, "If you don't rise, I shall break your legs." Surrounding the new house were Lu Yi and others, their lips twitching in disbelief. Qin Yiji truly wasted his handsome face, for his words could ruin everything. Struggling, Qin Shuguang managed to open his eyes. And the first sight to greet him was his elder brother's extraordinarily handsome face standing not far from him. Rubbing his throbbing head, he thought, "I must be dreaming." Turning his head, he noticed Wang Xuanji and Dao Yi beside him. He felt increasingly dizzy and, in a daze, questioned, "Wasn't I at Captain Hu's place drinking to celebrate? How come I see my elder brothers here? I must have drunk too much." As he spoke, he shook his head, inadvertently aggravating the injury at the back of his skull, inhaling sharply. "Ouch! Qin Erlang, how did you end up in the bride's chamber?" Wang Xuanji led him out of the newlywed's abode and, once outside, inquired. The others felt it inappropriate to linger near the bride's door, leaving only a couple of maids from the Hu family to attend. Once outside, Qin Shuguang finally regained some clarity. He slapped his forehead, which only exacerbated his wound, causing him to wince. Right. How did I end up here? Wasn't I in the main hall witnessing the couple's vows? Who brought me here? Oh dear. Elder brother. What are you doing? Chen Shuguang was unexpectedly kicked to the ground. While the fall onto his backside was tolerable, the pain in his abdomen was genuine. This was the first time his elder brother had struck him with such ferocity. Surely, you do not harbor resentment against me simply because Commander who is wed and I did not bring you along for a drink? Dao Yi and others inquired. Wang Xuanji sought a question within the discourse. Chen Erlang, you mentioned witnessing the newlyweds bowing, and then you found yourself here? Chen Shuguang, in a daze, nodded. It was rather daunting that his brother no longer addressed him as Shuguang, but rather as Chen Erlang. Dao Yi's gaze fell upon the prostrate Chen Shuguang, particularly fixating on the long sword at his waist. Upon examining the wounds on the deceased in the main hall, it became evident that the dimensions and characteristics of this long sword closely matched those of the murder weapon. What deceased? What are you all discussing? Chen Shuguang was utterly oblivious to their conversation. Wang Xuanji stated, Chen Erlang, commander who was slain in the main hall, and everyone witnessed your actions. Reflect carefully on what you did before losing consciousness. Why would you commit murder? Chen Shuguang lifted his gaze, his mouth opening and closing in silence, seeking help from Chun Yiji, who, in a moment of frustration, nearly struck him on the forehead, but ultimately patted him on the back instead, admonishing him to speak truthfully lest he be served a fatal meal. Chen Shuguang, deep in thought, felt a severe ache in his head. I only recall hearing the rites of heaven and earth, followed by a fragrant scent, and then it seemed I heard someone scream. After that, my consciousness faded, and when I awoke, you were all before me. Chen Shuguang grimaced as he clutched his head while rising to his feet. How could you have no recollection of entering the bridal chamber? Wang Xuanji pressed further. Chen Shuguang shook his head. It was indeed my elder brother who roused me. He had not mentioned that he was nearly petrified with fear, his heart almost ceasing to beat. The corpse of Commander who remained in place, the gaping wound no longer bleeding. Chen Shuguang leaped 3 feet into the air, exclaiming, Who has dared to harm my brother who? The crowd murmured. Realizing that this individual had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, he himself was the murderer. Stop feigning ignorance. It was you. Chapters 6 and 7. Evidence. The bride, supported by her maidservants, made her way to the wedding hall. With a look of disdain, she pointed accusingly. It was you. I remember you vividly. Amidst the chaos, you dragged me to the bridal chamber, intent on violating me. Thankfully, I managed to escape. She tightened the new garments she had hastily donned, likely due to time constraints, leaving her makeup unrefined. Her face, as radiant as the blossoms of spring, was laid bare before the assembly. Though her words were laden with pity, there was an undeniable air of arrogance surrounding her. While others may have held their own opinions, Dao Yi could not shake off this impression. The steward of the Hu family trailed behind the bride, his gaze fixed on Chen Shuguang with a fierce hatred, as if he longed to end his life on the spot. Chen Shuguang waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, How could that be? My relationship with brother Hu is, if not excellent, certainly amicable. Why would I wish to kill him? You harbored ill intentions towards the bride. But little did you know that her fiery nature would ensnare you within the bridal chamber, the steward interjected, as if recounting a tale he had witnessed firsthand. That's impossible. I have never even laid eyes on the bride, Chen Shuguang protested. Lu Yi then chimed in. Yet, Shuguang, you have been clamoring to see the bride all day. If you went to steal a glance, we would have been none the wiser. The bride quietly knelt beside the lifeless body of the groom, attempting to close his unblinking eyes, yet her efforts proved futile. Nevertheless, she persisted, uttering words that condemned Chen Shuguang to eternal oblivion. Who could fathom the thoughts of these wealthy scions, who squander their days in frivolity? She gently caressed a strand of her disheveled black hair, convinced of her own beauty. Her words provided an opportunity for the onlookers to scrutinize her, and the air was filled with the sounds of suppressed sobs. Was this truly all? If she was merely not unattractive, what then could be said of their own kin? A multitude of men present shared the same thought. Chen Yiji, who constantly boasted of marrying multiple concubines, did not spare her a single glance. Clutching his silver spear, his hand trembled with rage, veins bulging, and those nearby could hear the ominous cracking sound. He yearned to eliminate this brother of his immediately, of all things to emulate. Why choose the act of murder? Especially under the watchful eyes of so many? Under the weight of such murderous glares, Chen Shuguang trembled incessantly, instead of fleeing after committing such a heinous act. He audaciously attempted to drag the bride away, as if it were his right to seize her. How could he presume that none among the gathered guests would dare to intervene? Wang Xuanji perceived an oddity within this heinous crime. He then inquired of steward why they had not apprehended the assailant, choosing instead to witness his escape while he seized the bride. Furthermore, Chun Erling's prowess had long been regarded as the lowest in Chang'an. With so many colleagues present today, any one of them could have subdued him. Chun Shuguang's abilities were widely acknowledged as subpar, much like his character, though he did possess a commendable ancestry and an admirable elder brother. Lu Yi and others initially derided his martial prowess, only to later envy his esteemed background. With such a privileged lineage at one's disposal, who would aspire to labor diligently? It is akin to standing upon the shoulders of giants, thereby achieving even greater heights through one's own efforts. But Hu Guanjia furrowed his pale brows. I recall that during the ceremony of heaven and earth, my master was positioned with his back to Chun Erling. In an instant, Chun Erling dashed forth, traversing merely 2 strides to reach my master's rear, swiftly drawing his sword and piercing through his back. However, a question arises. Wang Xuanji inquired about Hu Tongling's martial skills. Wang Xuanji nodded and further asked, given this, how could someone so lacking in skill approach him from behind and draw a sword, only to receive no reaction whatsoever? This is evidently amiss. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed upon the back of his head, and upon seeing the assailant, he felt a sense of injustice he dared not express. Chun Shuguang surmised that his lack of acuity, devoid of both literary and martial finesse, must be attributed to his elder brother's influence. The temple official's reasoning held merit. Yet regardless of circumstances, the fact remains that Chun Erlang committed murder in plain sight, an undeniable truth. Furthermore, his intentions towards Jiunyang were indeed inappropriate. Should his familial ties to the perpetrator render such transgressions excusable? At this moment, Jiunyang was genuinely heartbroken, suppressing her tears, which evoked sympathy from many. The bride's assertions were quite reasonable. Indeed, it is one thing to rely on one's brother in ordinary matters, but to seek refuge in familial connections after committing such grave offenses? The crowd erupted in an uproar. Chun Yiji approached with a silver spear in hand, step by step. And Dao, cease your interference. Allow me to take charge of this matter. Since it is my offspring's transgression, it is my duty to rectify it and bring justice to Hu Tongling. Chun Shuguang shook his head repeatedly, his eyes brimming with tears. Elder brother, I truly did not commit murder. I know nothing. Despite his fear, he did not retreat, lifting his chin defiantly to meet Chun Yiji's gaze. Calmly, Chun Yiji uttered words that signified death, causing those present to instinctively take a step back. If a brother decreed death, then what were they to contest? Wang Xuanji interjected. Yiji, maintain your composure. There remain enigmas yet to unravel. He refrained from hastily declaring the accused innocent, his gaze shifting to another individual. She bent down to retrieve a plant from the ground, scrutinizing it with utmost focus. Chun Yiji tightened his grip on the silver spear, resolute in his decision. What significance did the truth hold for him? Xiao Er had been murdered before their very eyes. What did the revelation of truth matter? His tragedy, stemming from my failure to guide him, would be concluded by my own hand. The 2 brothers simultaneously closed their eyes. Wait. The spear halted at his chest. And Chun Yiji turned to him. Wang Xuanji urged, just a moment longer, it will soon be over. The crowd craned their necks. As Hu Guanjia lamented the narrow margin that prevented him from avenging his lord, Jiunyang finally closed her eyes, rising to shake off her garments. Regardless of how Si Qing delayed, the act of murder ultimately demanded retribution. She implored Si Qing to take responsibility for Jiunyang's husband. I possess evidence to demonstrate that Chun Erlang is innocent. Dao Yi approached, holding the sprig of grass. Chapter 68. The culprit is you. Dao Yi emerged, grasping the flower. Jiunyang cast a glance, and then turned her head away, her gaze falling upon the silent commander who. She appeared to be enduring her agony with great restraint. The loss of a husband shortly after marriage must be an excruciating ordeal. As Dao Yi approached the assembly, her eyes met Chun Shuguang's, overflowing with compassion, akin to an unrelenting cascade of water. She shook her head helplessly and sighed, both exasperated and amused. Chun Erlang's selection might indeed be tied to his simplicity. As she gazed at the approaching figure, Chun Shuguang's eyes brimmed with tears. Apart from brother and Dao, he was the only one she could truly believe in her innocence. His eyes shimmered with emotion, momentarily rendering him speechless, as he even began to doubt his own ears. Are you truly here today to assist me, along with brother and Dao? Temple minister, please smell this sprig of grass. Ignoring the fool, Dao Yi handed the plant to Wang Xuanji. Though referred to as grass, it was, in fact, a flower, delicate, resembling a small yellow flower with a short stem adorned with tiny bracts, linear in shape, featuring 5 petal-like segments, and possessing 8 to 10 ovules, light in body and supple in texture. Wang Xuanji extended his hand, inhaling its fragrance before contemplating its significance. Suddenly, a hand reached in from the side and seized the small yellow flower. Chen Yiji brought it to his nose and took a deep breath. A faint herbal aroma wafting into his senses, invigorating even a martial artist like him, reminiscent of the revitalizing effects of morning training. His eyes shone with a terrifying brightness. "What kind of herb is this?" he exclaimed. "The effects are truly remarkable. I must stock up at home. If the young lad can no longer rise from his bed, I shall place it by his bedside, ensuring he remains perpetually awake." Chen Shuguang interjected, "Brother, I truly erred. I beg for your mercy. Thanks to the foolish one, it is evident to everyone that this herb harbors issues." Wang Xuanji pointed at the small plant in his hand, pondering. "I feel as though I have encountered this herb before." As he contemplated, he glanced around, and those he met gazed at him, compelled to step forward, eager to learn of the herb's purpose. After a moment, he inquired, "Dao Yi, is this herb not the mercurial flower?" "Indeed, you are correct," replied Xiqing. "The mercurial flower is known to cure. When the heart is clouded and forgetful, it can clear the mind, even in dreams if taken at night." Upon hearing this, someone asked her, "If the coroner speaks thus, then surely the mercurial flower is beneficial. What harm could it cause?" Lu the guard concurred, "True, but this flower blooms from July to August. Given the hue of this mercurial flower, it must have been harvested this year. It requires time to either sun-dry or air-dry. If that is the case," he continued, "then someone must have begun preparing this mercurial flower months ago, awaiting the opportune moment for its use today. Thus, the assassination of Captain Hu was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a premeditated act." Dao Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiqing's astuteness. She had uncovered a lead that allowed her to deduce the outcome. The mercurial flower also grows in Chang'an. It is not a rare specimen, accessible to anyone. Therefore, there is no need for Xiqing to dispatch anyone to investigate, as the origins of this flower would yield no further information. Wang Xuanji understood completely. The crowd nodded in agreement, pondering how one could leave such conspicuous evidence if their intent was to commit murder. Chen Yiji, feeling anxious, remarked, "Are you suggesting that uncovering this information is futile? In recent months, Shu Guang had been with us every day, except when on duty. I had never seen him venture out alone to procure flowers. He claimed that the unworthy commander had been at home, avoiding you, and had spun numerous tales just to prove he was still on duty and could return late." Wang Xuanji sighed, surprised by Shu Guang's current recklessness. However, today's revelations would expose him. Even if he cleared his name, a significant challenge awaited him at home. Dao Yi was taken aback. The young master from Chang'an had already begun frequenting brothels. Was he not concerned for his well-being? He quickly shook his head, realizing he had worried for nothing. After all, one cannot indulge in such establishments without funds. Moreover, his family owned multiple properties in Chang'an. How enviable. Suddenly, he felt disheartened and thought it best to divert his attention to the tale of brotherly betrayal. Chen Shuguang implored him with a shake of his head to cease the discussion, yet Lu Yi, engrossed in his narrative, remained oblivious. Chen Yiji's expression darkened considerably. He grasped a wooden stick, likely in frustration. This rascal had recently borrowed a considerable sum from him, claiming it was to foster relationships with colleagues, when in truth, it was for visiting renowned brothels in Pinkangfang. "Very well, Chen Shuguang, your fate is sealed." Chen Yiji let out a chilling smile, choosing to restrain his anger for the moment. "Housekeeper Hu, what seems to trouble you?" Dao Yi's inquiry redirected the attention of the group. The aged face of Butler Hu turned ashen in an instant, and he shook his head, seemingly grappling with an inconceivable thought. "It is impossible, it cannot be true. Perhaps I am mistaken." The entire search of the Hu household replayed in his mind. Wang Xuanji had formed a hypothesis that the missing evidence lay with Shang Luhua. "Butler Hu, speak your mind if you have something to say. Even if you remain silent, I shall uncover the truth in due time. Though it may take a bit longer." Butler Hu merely gazed into the distance, silent. Curiously, why was Madame Hu not speaking? Wang Xuanji moved to the other side of Commander Hu's lifeless body, crouching down to brush his hand across his nose, struck by the lingering fragrance emanating from Madame Hu. The entire Hu family seemed as if struck by lightning. Wang Xuanji would not stoop to base desires. Nor would he dare to make a mockery of Madame Hu in such dire circumstances, especially with her husband's corpse lying among them. Chun Yizhi tightened his grip on the silver spear, feeling an itch in his hands. A faint smile tugged at Dao's lips. Earlier, while discussing Shang Luhua, she had casually mentioned the peculiar fragrance surrounding Madame Hu. Who would have thought the temple official would be so astute? The true culprit is you, Madame Hu. Chapter 69. I have seen it all. Ninth daughter lifted her head, her eyes, once devoid of life, now ablaze with seething hatred. Her face, as radiant as spring blossoms, was now as frigid as ice, as if she could bring about the destruction of the heavens. With a swift motion, she struck towards Wang Xuanji. Startled, he instinctively prepared to retreat. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth from the side, forcefully shoving him aside and taking the brunt of Jiuxiao's strike, causing him to stagger back several paces before finally stopping against a chair by the wall. At that moment, Chen Yizhi felt an overwhelming urge to curse. He had intended to rush over and confront his good brother, yet here was another fool entranced by beauty. In the courtyard, another individual knelt, and he aimed to rouse Wang Xuanji, but to his surprise, the enchanting maid Dao Yi turned out to be a fierce vixen, rushing forth to deliver a blow. What nonsense are you spouting? My husband has yet to be buried, and the temple minister accuses Jiuxiao of wrongdoing before his corpse. Jiuxiao, filled with indignation, retaliated against him. The hatred in her eyes seemed to dissipate, as if the hand that had just struck was not her own. The onlookers instinctively retreated, maintaining a respectful distance from Jiuxiao, creating a significant expanse of space around her. Among them, Chen Yizhi possessed the finest martial skills. If he could be repelled by Jiuxiao's single strike, what fate awaited the others? They would surely meet their end if they dared to approach her. Regardless of whether Jiuxiao was truly the culprit, her martial prowess was undeniably formidable. Wang Xuanji reiterated, Madame Hu, no need to deny it. I possess evidence that proves you are indeed the true murderer. Temple minister, cease your deceit. If you had evidence, you would have presented it long ago. Jiuxiao replied with remarkable composure. Wang Xuanji nodded, admitting, indeed, initially I had no proof. However, there are too many ambiguities in this case. Even if Chun Erlang had intended to commit a crime, he would not do so in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of the public. Even a saint would not shield him, let alone his elder brother. Do you recall the mercurial flower discovered by Dali Yi? It is a herb renowned for its ability to invigorate the spirit and sharpen the mind, capable of awakening one from slumber merely by its scent, even in the dead of night. This speaks volumes. Housekeeper Hu, in a state of profound sorrow and indignation, exclaimed, Madam, it is indeed you. How could you betray our master, who holds such affection for you? Jiuxiao's laughter held a tinge of desolation as she replied, What are you insinuating, housekeeper? Merely because of this solitary mercurial flower, attributed to the Minister of Rites, do you hastily conclude that I am the perpetrator? She gazed at housekeeper Hu with sorrow, as if lamenting his lack of faith in her. Tears glimmered in the old man's eyes as he lamented, But that mercurial flower, I personally obtained for you, madam. Jiuxiao chuckled, her laughter transforming the joyous hall into a macabre scene, evoking a sense of unease. The Minister of Rites himself claimed that this flower is meant to invigorate the spirit. On this day of celebration, I wished for our esteemed guests to revel in joy, merely providing them a gentle reminder, harmless to anyone. Wang Xuanji nodded in agreement, acknowledging its innocuous nature. Yet, as Jiuxiao continued to chuckle, he shifted the conversation, stating, however, it serves to awaken those ensnared in delusion. Jiuxiao, the fragrance that clings to you cannot be easily masked. Her expression darkened, and she retorted angrily. What difference does the minister's conduct bear to that of a wandering rogue? Being publicly accused stirred her ire. Wang Xuanji remained unperturbed, responding. When Chun Erlang regained consciousness, he uttered a particularly intriguing remark. He recounted that upon awakening in the joyous hall, he first caught a whiff of a fragrance, followed by a scream, after which he lost consciousness, only to awaken when we arrived. Dali Yi, during the examination in the bridal chamber, also detected the scent upon you. Should we commend your cunning or lament your oversight? However, I am particularly fond of the phrase, the heaven's net is vast and wide, yet nothing escapes its grasp. Do you still claim this matter does not concern you, Madame Hu? As Chen Yizhi regained his composure, he heard this news, and his eyes blazed with fury. What treachery is this, you enchantress, that you would ensnare my brother? Dao Yi, standing nearby, remarked quietly, "Who would seek to pin the blame on someone clever?" Chen Shuguang knelt upon the ground, feeling a sharper pain in his knees, as though pierced by an arrow. Just as it seemed a brawl was about to ensue, Wang Xuanji interjected, "You entranced the guests in the bridal chamber with the fragrance emanating from your person. Upon witnessing the death of Commander Hu, they were further beguiled by the scent, remaining oblivious until Chun Erlang arrived at the new house. You left behind the petals of the merchant's flower, and gradually, the crowd began to awaken. The only one who followed you, Chun Erlang, lies unconscious within the bridal chamber." Upon discovering the groom's lifeless body, chaos erupted in the wedding hall, and no one thought to search for the bride or Chun Erlang. Lu Yi and the others concluded. So it was not mere jest at the bride, but rather that the fragrance was toxic. Had we known sooner, we would have presumed that the temple official had transformed. With a clap of her hands, Junyang exclaimed, "What a splendid tale. It is inevitable for a woman to possess a fragrance. Should the temple official truly use this to condemn the young lady? Is this how the Dali temple conducts its affairs?" Jiunyang genuinely questioned whether past cases had similarly wronged the innocent. Chen Yiji was nearly beside himself with rage. This enchantress spoke so eloquently. All the blame lay with Chen Xiar, for had he not attended that ridiculous banquet, his dear brother would not have encountered such an audacious enchantress. Wang Xuanji remained unfazed, asserting, "In my conduct, I adhere to the laws of the great Zhou and remain accountable to the people." He remarked, "It is impossible to prove a man's guilt solely based on fragrance. However, if that scent is unique and possesses an entrancing effect, what then?" Raising his gaze, he noticed Junyang winking and smiling at him from a short distance, her lips moving in a manner that suggested, "The temple steward is truly remarkable." Clearing his throat, he strolled over to face Junyang, adding, "If I am not mistaken, Madam who also bears traces of the poisonous plant, euphorbia. If the aroma you carry is prolonged in the company of others, it can easily cloud their minds. Should unfortunate events occur frequently, it will jeopardize your murderous intentions." As his words fell, a space cleared around the wedding hall. Should anyone have lingering doubts, they may dispatch a maid to search Madame Hu. She undoubtedly still harbors remnants of the euphorbia. Wang Xuanji pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What grievances do you hold against Commander Hu? To harbor such hatred that you would take his life on this day?" In Junyang's calm yet unyielding eyes, there was no trace of matrimonial joy, only a well of resentment. "I too wish for him to experience the torment of dying with unclosed eyes, to relieve the hatred that weighs upon my heart." She stepped back, deliberately distancing herself from the crowd. "What initially was merely the matter of 2 deaths has now become an affair of all of you meddling. If that is the case, none of you shall leave." Her words struck like thunder, awakening the onlookers more effectively than any euphorbia. Once Junyang had spoken, she sprang into action, using her hand as a blade, charging towards the throng with lethal intent, aiming directly for one man's throat, startling him into closing his eyes. The bride now sought to claim a life, and the absurdity of the situation was palpable, especially since he lacked any skill in combat. In an instant, she was upon him. Caught off guard, he could only stand foolishly, awaiting his demise. He even envisioned himself seated in the heavens alongside Commander Hu, witnessing his comrades lift their chopsticks to partake in the feast. The anticipated pain had yet to arrive. With great effort, he swallowed hard and collapsed to the ground. "Junyang, I see you." Chapter 70. The Fox Spirit. What? Junyang, suspended in midair, momentarily froze. "I have grasped your tail," Dao Yi declared, having seized one of her feet. Junyang's expression shifted dramatically as she barked angrily, "You foul coroner, what nonsense are you spouting?" Dao Yi sulkily pouted, musing to herself that she was indeed alluring. She had not forgotten to deceive her. "The reason you chose the merchant's flower is because it is also found in your birthplace, where you are well acquainted with its medicinal properties. How impressive, Jiunyang, that you can conceal your true identity. However, there is one thing you cannot hide from me." Dao Yi gazed at the swirling black mist above her head, which seemed capable of consuming a person whole. From the very beginning, she had discerned that the bride was a creature of the supernatural, as no traces of karmic debt were discernible upon her, nor were there any fluctuations of spiritual energy. This eliminated her as the primary suspect. She was merely perceived as a weak demon seeking companionship with humans, which had led to her obsession. Initially, the fragrance emanating from her was thought to be a mere enchantment aimed at deceiving Commander Hu, a typical ruse employed for the sake of love. She had encountered many such instances during her descent from the mountain, including those involving certain plump, pale, and repulsive insects that could induce nausea when implanted in another's body. However, after hearing Qin Shuguang's words, she began to entertain new notions, realizing that the two matters were likely interconnected. Thus, the subsequent deductions of Wang Xuanji came to be. Assuming Nine Yang was attempting to deceive her, she was taken aback when the human demonstrated genuine knowledge, even knowing that the Shanglu flower originated from her hometown. This individual also possessed spiritual energy. Youngster, who exactly are you? With an air of profound sagacity, Dao Yi nonchalantly waved his hand, proclaiming, I hail from the Nine Heavens Temple. Were Ling Shuzi present, he would undoubtedly be incensed. This unfilial disciple had adopted his mannerisms when lecturing on Taoist principles, including the affected flourish of the duster. The resemblance was uncanny. What they said is true. Nine Yang regarded her warily. Dao Yi, inwardly startled, inquired with composure, they? Nine Yang retorted with a disdainful snort, while Taoist. Cease attempting to extract information from me. I shall reveal nothing. Seek the answers yourself. Her icy demeanor captivated onlookers, eliciting admiration for such an exquisite tableau of an icy beauty. Wang Xuanji, already standing beside her, whispered, What manner of demon is she? I cannot discern her cultivation level. Wang Xuanji nodded and addressed the assembly. The Court of Judicial Review is conducting an investigation. We request your cooperation. Louis glanced at the prone form of Commander Hu and cupped his fist. Your Honor, Commander Hu. I shall personally explain the matter to His Majesty tomorrow. Wang Xuanji assumed full responsibility. Thank you, Your Honor. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Consuming celebratory wine had resulted in the demise of his direct superior, leaving him at a loss. You intend to leave? Not a chance. I declared that none shall depart today. Nine Yang was acutely aware of their intentions. Her affairs must remain confidential. Consequently, she preemptively launched an attack. A luminous glow manifested upon Junyang's hands. A beam of light surged towards the entrance of the Hu family, entwining around the grand door as though an invisible entity were lifting it. The two doors converged, imprisoning all within the courtyard. Louis and the others were astonished. Such extraordinary prowess existed in the world. Dao Yi stood opposite her, declaring, Junyang, I am your adversary. Junyang erupted into maniacal laughter. Fear not. Once you perish, I shall send them down to accompany you. With swift motions, Dao Yi formed the evil thunder seal, leaving only an afterimage for the onlookers. Ling Shuzi had once remarked that only a fool would engage in conversation during a confrontation, akin to willingly offering their life to the opponent. As the law commands, sever the evil. Junyang bore no karmic debts, having borrowed the hand of Qin Shuguang. Thus Dao Yi showed no mercy, unleashing the thunder seal to reveal the true nature and abilities of this fiend. The thunder seal advanced rapidly, prompting Junyang to abandon the throng of humans and focus solely on Dao Yi. Chun Yiji scratched his head and kicked Qin Shuguang, exclaiming, It's all this wretched brat's fault that I've become so confused. Qin Shuguang replied, Elder brother, you may kick me, but what is it you are discussing? The more I listen, the more it seems amiss. The others echoed his sentiments. Suddenly, Louis appeared to recall something. Have you heard? His Majesty visited the Dali Temple yesterday and encountered an exceptionally long serpent, rumored to have attained sentience and capable of assuming human form. The Emperor has issued a decree for the Dali Temple to investigate the monsters of Chang'an. Those who had received the news gathered together, trembling in trepidation. Well, they truly just wished to partake in a joyous celebration. However, if life is not at stake, it is not entirely out of the question to capture the demon. Wang Xian's lips twitched slightly. These individuals held official positions or were related to those in power. Thus, they were not mere commoners. According to Dao Yi's principles, as long as he ensured their survival, that sufficed. Madam, I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Nine Yang was genuinely furious. Dao Yi's spiritual power seemed unyielding as he unleashed a continuous volley of thunderous spells, crackling incessantly. Wherever the violet lightning struck, it left a charred mark, and her body bore countless darkened patches. In a sudden moment, a bolt of lightning struck her visage, rendering it entirely blackened, the beauty now lost. Dao Yi chuckled. Indeed. Women possess a love for beauty. Even female demons are no exception. This is merely the beginning. Why the haste, Madam Hu? I am Nine Yang. Not the ghostly Madam Hu, she retorted. Ah, so you dislike being addressed as Madam Hu? He taunted, mercilessly repeating the name. Nine Yang erupted in indignation. Her complexion, once as smooth as cream and her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms, now revealed tufts of white fur beneath her skin. Her ears, adorably furry, surpassed even those of a lamb. Dao Yi imagined that touching them would be incredibly delightful. Her once vibrant red lips and prominent nose had transformed into a muzzle akin to that of a canine, and her dark irises had shifted to a pair of azure eyes, deep and glistening, undeniably exquisite. Gasps of surprise erupted from the onlookers. It turned out she was a fox spirit. Chapter 71. Come, let us count. Chen Yiji, wielding a silver spear, moved alongside the combatants, poised to offer assistance at any moment. As Jiuxiao transformed, she remained vigilant against Dao Yi. Once again, a purple talisman shot towards her, yet she did not flinch or evade. Suddenly, an ethereal appendage resembling a white ridge emerged from her back, effectively blocking Dao Yi's assault. Dao Yi's sparkling eyes widened in surprise. It was a tail. Its white fur distinct and gracefully swaying, creating a mesmerizing dance as the wind tousled through its softness, evoking a desire to touch it. Jiuxiao's demonic identity was concealed so skillfully that it was only now apparent she was a fox, her cultivation level surpassing Dao Yi's. Many of her spells momentarily eluded her grasp, leaving her to probe the situation with a lightning strike. You wretched Taoist, this is all you can muster. Today, you shall rue your meddling. Jiuxiao's tail shielded her, absorbing the purple lightning that struck it without inflicting any harm. Dao Yi's heart sank. Jiuxiao's cultivation was at least 2 levels above hers. The flesh of serpents was far denser than that of foxes, and while she could leave marks on a serpent, her strikes against Jiuxiao felt as futile as throwing mud into the ocean. With little time to ponder, Dao shouted, "Stabilize. Go." Green spiritual energy spiraled like vines around the yellow talisman, intertwining in a vibrant display as it shot forth. Jiuxiao raised her tail to defend, but found herself ensnared as if bound by iron chains, the yellow and green markings swirling upon her. Dao Yi commanded loudly, "Everyone, retreat." Jiuxiao let out a piercing howl, and her tail multiplied behind her. Dao Yi's heart sank, and the speed at which she formed seals quickened. If her thoughts were accurate, the trouble would indeed be monumental. Observing the strength of the situation, it was evident that few recognized the capabilities of the sovereign. The void resonated with thunderous lightning. Go! The vibrant green spiritual light enveloped Jiuxiao entirely. Yet, upon seeing Dao Yi's yellow talisman approaching, her instinct to evade danger compelled her to swiftly dodge aside. The stone talisman struck with a resounding crash, shattering not only the gates of the Hu family, but also collapsing the walls nearby. A massive tree, capable of being embraced by 2, fell in response. The debris stirred up clouds of dust, coating those nearby, causing them to cough violently. Their colorful attire turned to shades of earth, and their once dark hair transformed to ashen hues, with their brows turning a shade whiter. The male guests were awestruck by this display of skill, tears of envy glistening at the corners of their mouths. The female guests, with eyes shimmering like crystal and cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, recognized the true essence of masculinity, contrasting sharply with the idle crowd around them. At that moment, everyone had forgotten that Dao Yi was merely a coroner. Frustrated, Dao Yi seethed. A group of fools, having purposely opened the door for their escape, remained rooted in place. Why didn't they flee? Yes, indeed. Chen Yiji held a gun in his left hand while grasping his brother with the right, vowing to defend their position to the death. Wang Xuanji, carrying her, inquired about matters with Butler Hu, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. Jiuxiao's tail finally elongated, swirling and swaying in the air, transforming from a figure graceful as a peach blossom and willowy as a reed into a pure white fox. Her azure eyes deep and captivating. Fools, clear the way. A thunderous shout halted the crowd, rebuking them for their recklessness. Had they not noticed the tails behind her? She was the most formidable of fox spirits. To advance further would be a suicidal endeavor. The crowd averted their gaze from the eyes of the ninth sister. Fools, was the unspoken sentiment of everyone present, including the ninth sister herself. She had revealed her true form. Only then did Dao Yi ascertain her identity, a 9-tailed fox from Qingqiu. The Compendium of 100 Demons describes it thus. On Mount Qingqiu dwells a beast resembling a fox with 9 tails, its voice like that of an infant. It devours humans, and those it consumes are spared from. This was a genuine man-eating monster. They could feast upon each other's flesh, depending on who prevailed. Dao Yi sighed inwardly. There were enough people present to sate the ninth sister for quite some time. The 9-tailed fox ascended into the air, her body enveloped in a verdant spiritual energy that intertwined with her white fur. Dao Yi involuntarily swallowed. She recalled the gathering of heroes dish she had once eaten on the mountain, one of the few delicacies that Bao Yi could prepare. Suddenly, she felt a pang of longing for it. The crowd's gazes followed the ascent of the nine-tailed fox, and they beheld stardust like pink lights scattering from the green spiritual energy descending upon them. In an instant, a layer of frost veiled their once clear eyes. They raised their hands mechanically, encircling Dao Yi. The steward, formerly in service of Wang Xuanji, lunged towards his heart. He dodged, and behind him, fragmented cries for help arose. Chen Shuguang, his breath constricted by Chun Yiji's grip, cried out with difficulty, "Brother, it is I. Brother and Dao, save me." Dao Yi frantically beat at Chen Yiji's left hand. He felt a twinge of envy towards Chen Yiji's silver spear, which he still held with unwavering affection. The brother was an unexpected occurrence, while the silver spear represented true love. Dao Yi found herself encircled by a throng of ordinary individuals, unable to inflict harm upon them, as they possessed formidable skills. Thus, she was momentarily ensnared. Wang Xuanji stepped forth, deftly swatting away an intruding hand, while Chen Yiji brandished his silver spear wildly. Consumed by a frenzied shout of vengeance, "Kill! Kill! I shall avenge when you on. Brothers, eradicate them, and we shall live to see another day." Chen Yiji, seemingly possessed, inflicted wounds upon several individuals in quick succession. Dao Yi glanced upward, her gaze meeting the lofty form of the nine-tailed fox, whose visage was etched with pride and madness. Suddenly, her hand brushed against an object within her pouch. Upon retrieving it, she discovered the untouched long snake crystal. Chapter 72. The intricate labyrinth. Chen Yiji pursued Wang Xuanji in a fervent attack, while others slowly closed in around her. Dao Yi had no time to leisurely absorb the energy. She swiftly extracted the long snake crystal, hastily drawing upon its spiritual power, quickly replenishing the energy expended in her recent use of lightning spells. Upon sighting the black demon crystal, the white fur on the nine-tailed fox's tails bristled as if struck by lightning. Though foxes and snakes were typically adversaries, they were of a kind, while humans were the true outsiders. Having traversed Chang'an, she had previously encountered the long snake and was aware of its demise. However, due to the need to orchestrate today's events, she had refrained from investigation, only to find, upon their reunion, that only a demon crystal remained. Longsheng has actually perished at your hands. Zhu Nyang discerned Dao Yi's cultivation level, yet within her heart, an unrecognized twinge of trepidation took root. If even the long snake, ranked higher, had perished, what hope did her third-level earth realm hold? Dao Yi, momentarily taken aback, soon regained composure, shaking the demon crystal of the long snake, remarking that it was merely a worm foolishly yearning for immortality. Yet, even in this dire situation, she did not forget to absorb the spiritual energy from the long snake's crystal. Suddenly, the nine tails of the nine-tailed fox elongated, one whipping towards Dao Yi. As she deftly evaded, another tail lunged forward. The nine tails transformed into blades, shattering the courtyard's blue stone slabs with each sweep. Those gathered, intent on capturing Dao Yi, were swept aside as if rendered impervious to pain. Even those who bled and whose limbs were stiffened managed to rise and regroup. Dao Yi could only flee amidst the throng. With the infusion of the long snake's crystal energy, her internal power surged rapidly. Her lower dantian radiated intense heat, as if it yearned to burst forth. The inexhaustible spiritual energy continued to flow into her lower dantian, just as it seemed on the verge of overwhelming her. It transformed into a cascade of meteors. Each meteoric drop voraciously absorbed the energy from the demon crystal, akin to a parched soul quenching its thirst. In an instant, the celestial bodies consumed the crystal. Dao Yi sensed that each star, upon separate absorption and subsequent fusion, rendered her lower dantian ever more solid. As she gazed inwardly at her lower dantian, a tail swept towards her from behind. With no time to evade, she was struck against the ceiling of the hall, creating a gaping hole and landing directly beside the corpse of Commander Hu. Promptly, Dao Yi straightened her posture, the area on her back that had been struck throbbing with fiery pain, causing her to grimace. Disregarding her injuries, she swiftly formed a hand seal. "By the laws of heaven, banish evil," she cried. Golden spiritual energy, laced with violet lightning incantations, surged towards her adversary. The nine-tailed fox countered with verdant spiritual energy, bellowing. Obscuring mist. A dense, white fog promptly filled the hall, concealing her form. Dao Yi found herself unable to see her own hand before her face. This technique bore a resemblance to Chang'an's. With this in mind, she roared, "Umbral Shroud." Enveloping the white fog in a heavy, impenetrable darkness, preventing any entry. The nine-tailed fox, concealed within the dense fog, which was as nothing to her, found her escape plan thwarted by the additional layer of Chang'an's skill. Forced to confront the situation head-on, she began to chant 9 twists of exquisite beauty. First movement, a twisting beauty, descent of the winter plum. One of her tails danced in the air, causing winter plum blossoms to fill the space. Dao Yi hastily summoned her spiritual energy to protect herself. The falling blossoms landed on her spiritual energy shield, gradually corroding it, slipping through the cracks. They caused Dao Yi to shiver uncontrollably. She retrieved a fire spirit talisman from her waist, igniting it with spiritual energy to ward off the chill. Second movement, experiencing the seasons. The nine-tailed fox's second tail swayed once more. Third movement, ballads and odes. The third tail followed suit. Luminous melodies resonated in the air, conjuring an image of Wang Xuanji playing the zither. An irresistible urge to listen washed over her, followed by visions of him teaching her to paint and crafting beautiful calligraphy. The two often played chess, where she invariably suffered defeat. Dao Yi, in a daze, touched a warm jade pendant around her neck. What was this? Ling Shuzi once informed her that this was something she possessed when she was found. Indeed, Ling Shuzi is her master, who instructed her to descend the mountain for the purpose of exorcising demons. With a heart as tranquil as water, pure water reflects the mind. The gentle breeze stirs not, and the waves remain undisturbed. Alone amidst the dense bamboo, she sits in solitude, letting out a long sigh while playing the zither. Zen envelopes her in stillness, as the poisonous dragon conceals itself. My heart, devoid of openings, reveals that heaven rewards diligence. With unwavering righteousness, I instill fear in spirits and apparitions alike. My emotions overflow, drawing the universe back to its center. My aspirations soar high, stirring the waters and awakening the winds. The sky is vast, and the earth expansive, as flowing waters dance among drifting clouds. Purity is the foundation of healing, and the righteous path guides one's life. True essence and supreme goodness lead to the natural unfolding of the great way. Dao Yi recited the heart purification mantra thrice, then shouted, "Obstacles, be gone." Wang Xuanji's figure vanished into thin air. The nine-tailed fox raised its four tails once more, having stepped out of the illusion. Dao Yi attempted to form a seal to break the stalemate, only to find her hands transforming. The 14-year-old girl, with fingers like tender shoots and skin as pale as snow, now saw her hands becoming increasingly white and delicate, almost reminiscent of her 6-year-old self. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself near the mountain forest of the Nine Heavens Temple, a place filled with homeless souls, the very source of her childhood nightmares. The dream of returning to youth is yearned for by many, yet the youthful Dao Yi finds it unremarkable. Anger swells within her. The nine-tailed fox is doomed. Water control. Dark veil converge. Water embraces all things. Dao Yi employed her water manipulation technique to command the dark veil, consuming the concealing white mist. Gradually, the mist dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the joyous hall, strewn with remnants of wooden beams. The nine-tailed fox observed Dao Yi's disheveled state, her fury intensifying. How audacious of that wretched Taoist to employ my kin against me. Humanity is truly despicable, she exclaimed. With a swift flick of her fifth tail, she intoned, "Wuching Linglong, 10,000 bones wither." Just as Dao Yi was about to be bitten by the skeleton, she chanted, urgent as the law commands, "Dispel the evil." A pale purple flame spirit manifested a talisman for exorcism. Noticing the inscriptions on the talisman, Kwai, Tue, Bai, Piao, the pale purple talisman radiated outward, cascading over the surrounding skulls with a sizzle, reducing them to mere vapor. With the remaining four tails, the nine-tailed fox gracefully waved 3, scattering emerald light. Dao Yi tilted his head, pondering the purpose of the arrival of this individual. Chapter 73. The 9 Linglong 2. With each step the woman took, Dao Yi's gaze became fixed. She wore a light green veil and a flowing green gown, her form enchanting and ethereal, exuding an allure that was impossible to overlook. Her striking azure eyes peeked out from beneath the veil, captivating in their beauty. Dao Yi furrowed his brow, questioning the reason for her presence. The woman's swaying figure froze momentarily, her lips quivering beneath the veil. "As I, a vision of beauty, pass by, should you not be moved and heed my call?" Though she detected a spark of infatuation in his eyes, there was no trace of enchantment. Indeed, he was a true Taoist, unperturbed by mere beauty. Then let us change our approach, she mused, having heard many intriguing tales from humans. The enchanting maiden swayed her form with a flourish. Chen Shuguang approached with a cheerful smile. At just over 15, he possessed a fair complexion and innocent eyes, akin to precious gems. His appearance was commendable. A strikingly handsome youth whose only necessity was the passage of time to fully mature. Dao Yi looked at him, somewhat perplexed, and gestured around. Chen Erlang, what brings me to this place? Dao Yi's gaze grew even more peculiar. If her memory served her correctly, she was still in the guise of a male. Hence, this younger brother of Chen Yizhi was indeed a peculiar character, making his incessant proclamations about marriage all the more perplexing. If his elder brother did not strive diligently, the Chen family might face extinction. She had no intention of pursuing such matters. Given this, she could not acquiesce, and thus shook her head. Everyone has their own aspirations. To hinder another's affections was not within her nature. Disappointed, Chen Shuguang departed. Moments later, the crowd left in discontent. Chen Yizhi hurried over, eager to take her hand and run. Dao Yi sidestepped, observing him with curiosity. Why are you running so swiftly? What has happened? Dao Yi shivered slightly, wrapping her arms around herself. If there is something to discuss, do so calmly. Your demeanor is rather alarming. What is it? Dao Yi pondered, suspecting she might have lost her memory. Chen Yizhi flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of immaculate white teeth, his handsome face radiating a mix of foolishness and charm. You promised to become Shuguang's sister-in-law, and today is the day to visit my family and pay your respects. Dao Yi let out a chuckle, remarking, Is your Chen family doomed to extinction? Both brothers have taken a liking to Longyang. He continued, My apologies, unruly commander. Though I too may have a penchant for male beauty, one like you truly instills no sense of security. Chen Yizhi's expression distorted in anger as he turned abruptly, his form twisting before vanishing from sight. Today, Wang Xuanji donned a robe of azure, exuding an air of refined elegance that concealed his ethereal charm. His cerulean eyes sparkled with mirth as he approached, asking, Qingqing, would you care to join me in defying the mundane world together? Dao Yi tilted his head in confusion and inquired, Why has the temple minister returned? Wang Xuanji paused momentarily, retrieving a bone flute as white as jade from his waist. With a smile gracing his lips and warmth radiating from his eyes, he replied, What words are these, Qingqing? To see you is a desire that fills every moment of my existence. Would you allow me the honor of playing a melody for you? Dao Yi nodded in agreement, but suddenly seemed to recall something. Minister, wait a moment, he said, rummaging through a pouch at his side, muttering anxiously. How could it not be here? I distinctly placed it right here. Wang Xuanji waited patiently, though his smile began to wane. What are you searching for? Do you require my assistance? After searching for quite some time, Dao Yi nodded at Wang Xuanji's inquiry. Yes, please. Wang Xuanji's smile deepened, his blue eyes becoming even more enchanting. He hurried over, but before he could extend a hand, a booming voice echoed, Illusion, shatter. Swiftly, as commanded, vanquish the evil. Golden light swirled within the thunder curse, striking towards the stunned nine-tailed fox, who was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, its 9 tails erupted, absorbing the spiritual energy of the long snake crystal. Although Dao Yi's level did not ascend, the potency of his spells was undeniably enhanced. This invocation of the thunder curse, imbued with golden spiritual energy, differed vastly from its previous manifestation. With the 9 tails shielding its front, the golden-hued thunderbolt surged forth with a resounding crash. The 9-tailed fox was struck by this blow, sustaining grave injuries, and coughed forth a mouthful of green blood, exclaiming, How could you see through my 9 curves of Linglong? Dao Yi, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, The first 8 curves were somewhat acceptable, but what exactly is the 9th curve? Noticing the fox's confusion, he continued, And you, with your lack of diligence, ought to realize that everyone possesses the same pair of eyes. Anyone who gazes upon it would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. It would be one thing if her appearance were unremarkable, but she had transformed that nefarious commander into a national calamity. He couldn't help but lament, yet. The temple keeper possesses a dignified beauty that, with a pair of enchanting eyes, can completely subdue. Meanwhile, Chen Yizhi pursued her relentlessly throughout the courtyard, causing Wang Xuanji to nearly stumble. What trials had Dao Yi endured while capturing a demon? The 9-tailed fox, infuriated, spat another mouthful of green blood, lamenting, This little Taoist is so obstinate, yet blames me for not crafting a beauty with care. Little Taoist, consider yourself fortunate. Had it been another, My 9 curves of linglong wood have proven exceedingly formidable. Like him, Dao Yi pointed at the figure on the ground. The 9-tailed fox turned to look. The individual on the ground had begun to stiffen, and her azure eyes brimmed with malice. He deserves to die, Dao Yi softly murmured in approval. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity while the 9-tailed fox was weakened, Dao Yi intruded upon her consciousness. Their meeting within the realm of awareness was tinged with an inexplicable awkwardness. The 9-tailed fox thought to herself, so this practitioner is but a young lady. Her earlier display of 9 curves and exquisite beauty was merely a flirtation aimed at the blind. Except for the first woman, the subsequent figures were mere illusions, transformed by her enchantments, neglecting to conceal their eyes. This line of thought only fueled the 9-tailed fox's ire further. Dao Yi cleared her throat lightly, circumventing the frail consciousness of the 9-tailed fox, and ventured into her obsessions. Amidst clusters of vibrant red, yellow, green, purple, and blue mountain flowers, there stood a girl. The girl, perhaps 14 or 15 years of age, crouched among the blossoms, gently nodding as she meticulously gathered the fresh blooms at her feet, selecting one of each color. Soon, she had assembled a bouquet, still glistening with morning dew. With joy in her heart, the girl stood, cradling the flowers and smiling at the world. The sun rose behind her, illuminating the colorful bouquet, and the dew upon each petal reflected the girl's innocence. At 15, she was lively and spirited, radiant as the springtime sun. The girl, shaped by the 9-tailed fox's cultivation, possessed an innate allure. Not only did the young men stand entranced, but Dao Yi was also captivated by the scene. Chapter 74. The Death of Jiuxiao. Jiuxiao, the young lady, called out joyfully, addressing the newcomer. The youth was a human named Jiuxiao. He boasted a handsome and gentle appearance, dressed in the simple and tidy garb of a scholar, evoking immediate fondness. Tongla Township lay within the jurisdiction of Chang'an County, approximately 40 li southwest of the county, under the governance of a Ning. As two individuals spend an extended period together, time inevitably cultivates affection between them. The talented young man and the beautiful maiden naturally develop feelings for one another. The young man harbors sincere emotions, and the maiden reciprocates. The youth, vibrant and sunny, and the maiden, as radiant as blooming flowers, eventually unite in matrimony. Dear maiden, shall we have a daughter, one who resembles you? The young man inquires, his eyes brimming with youthful exuberance, fixated solely on her. The maiden, blushing and bashful, nods in agreement, willing to follow his wishes. However, such bliss is fleeting. With both hands laden with various items, she steps onto the path leading into Tongla village, her heart leaping with joy. As the sun sets, she encounters a shepherd boy riding a cow, adorned with 2 playful tufts atop his head. She finds him utterly charming, entirely devoid of the disdain she usually harbors for the mundane. Approaching the village, her heart races like a drum, her cheeks flushed with a hue more vibrant than the evening sky. A familiar aunt approaches, one known for her incessant chatter, capable of turning the smallest incident, a mere fallen feather, into a grand tale. Today, however, the aunt appears particularly amiable, for this is to be her future home, and the villagers seem exceptionally lively. In a hurried manner, the aunt exclaims, "Your beloved is waiting for you at home," and without allowing for a response, she takes the maiden's hand and guides her into the village. Perplexed, the maiden finds herself led to the abode of Jiuxiao, a humble farmhouse bustling with villagers both inside and out. A brief scan reveals that nearly everyone from the village has gathered. In the innermost part of the space lies Jian, who is frail and nearly lifeless on the bed. Jiuxiao, what has transpired? What is the matter? The items she had been carrying clatter to the ground in disarray. The individual swiftly rushed to the bedside, kneeling on the footboard, clasping his right hand against one cheek. Tears cascaded forth in an unrelenting stream, dampening the hands that were intertwined. Jiuxiao, with their hands still joined, yearned to move, but found it an arduous task. He parted his lips. "Jiunyang, you must take care of yourself. I am to blame for not being able to accompany you in this lifetime. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the next." Jiunyang could no longer discern Jiuxiao's visage. His body bore a multitude of ghastly scars, a tapestry of suffering. One particularly gruesome mark extended from his neck down to his thigh, near his waist. Jiuxiao was the scholar of the village, known for his kindness, always greeting others with a gentle smile, and the people of Tongla village held him in great affection. It was unthinkable that he would harbor enmity. Had it not been for her arrival, a union could have been possible. Such brutality could not stem from a mere foe. Who else could it be? Why was no one there to tend to your wounds? Jiunyang forced herself to remain composed. Jiuxiao struggled to turn his neck, addressing his fellow villagers. I wish to be alone with Jiunyang. The villagers of Tongla gradually exited the main house. Jiunyang sought to use her spiritual energy to heal him. Yet, Jiuxiao shook his head. Jiunyang, you have never shied away from me, which is why you are aware of your uniqueness. However, I cannot permit you to take such a perilous risk. It would be intolerable for both your family and the nation. He slowly raised his hand to caress Jiunyang's face, a visage as radiant as blooming peach blossoms, now weeping like a rain-soaked pear flower. With profound reluctance, he implored, Jiunyang, heed my words. After I depart, you must live well on your own. He closed his eyes briefly before reopening them, resigning himself to the fate of meeting a destined companion in the future. As for me, I desire only you in this lifetime. Jiunyang wept more fiercely. The villagers outside, hearing her sorrow, shook their heads in lamentation. How could such a fine couple encounter such misfortune? Ignoring the objections, Jiunyang insisted on using her spiritual power. Zhu Sun smiled faintly, observing Jiunyang's fervent attempts to save him. After much effort, it appeared almost comical. Jiunyang's hand paused, yet her spiritual energy did not cease, continuing until the energy entered his body and manifested in harmony with the natural world. Only then did she relent, clutching the increasingly cold body, unwilling to let go. After a considerable time had passed, Jiunyang opened the door to the main room, her face devoid of tears, her delicate features as frigid as frost. The villagers who had been waiting outside could not help but swallow hard, sensing an eerie aura about Jiunyang. She parted her crimson lips and inquired about what had transpired. The old village chief took a deep drag from his hand-rolled cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke before speaking. 3 days ago, that lad Zhu Sun mentioned he was heading to the back mountain to find some decent wood or perhaps jade to craft a gift for you. Although the mountain is home to wild beasts, it seems unlikely that they were responsible for his injuries. They resemble knife wounds. Why is that? A few hunters from the village discovered him in the mountains, barely clinging to life. Thankfully, the villagers pooled some silver to buy ginseng to sustain him until you arrived. Jiunyang appreciated the goodwill of her fellow villagers. Did you witness anything unusual while you were in the mountains? The hunter, visibly embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and admitted, I did notice a person appearing in the back hills. Who was it? Her eyes, pools of autumn water, seemed to boil with intensity. He identified himself as Commander Hu from Chang'an, claiming to be pursuing thieves and urging us to keep the matter quiet. Chapter 75. The real culprit. Have you had your fill of staring? Resignation washed over her, but she would not tolerate such disrespect. Her husband's funeral was not a spectacle for their eyes. The mention of Commander Hu's name illuminated the origin of the day's tragedy for Dao Yi, though doubts lingered. Enough games, temple minister. Understanding immediately, Wang Xuanji produced the pokeweed flower, and with a swift movement, he dispersed its essence among the crowd, who were like walking corpses. And they quickly regained their senses. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, completely disoriented. It was only when they saw the nine-tailed fox sprawled on the ground that their memories returned. The fox raged, You've been toying with me all along. Dao Yi shrugged. Whose fault is it that they're so gullible? You wouldn't let them leave. And only by temporarily making them your accomplices could we ensure you wouldn't harm them. The group of onlookers remained silent. Now is not the time for recriminations. There is something I need to clarify. Chen Erling, do you recall if Commander Hu left Chang'an around the 6th day of the year? If so, what was his purpose? When we tried to stop him, several of us were injured. Look, Lu Yi's wound is proof. He spoke as he tugged at Lu Yi's sleeve, revealing a deep scar that bore witness to the passage of time, indicating it had been there for over half a year. We arrived just in time. The woman had only suffered a severe fright. However, after inflicting harm, the assailant fled with astonishing speed, leaving Commander Hu no time to utter a single word before he pursued him. He recounted that he chased the villain to Tongla Township outside the city, where he encountered a peculiar scholar. This scholar, in search of some gift from the mountain, warned him that there were bandits lurking within and advised him to descend hastily. After a thorough search, he found no sign of the robbers, but instead met several villagers who echoed the same warning. You speak nonsense. Jiunyang nearly lost her mind, believing that today she would finally avenge her grievances. Yet, according to Chen Shuguang's account, she had not even grasped what her enemy looked like. Dao Yi crouched down before her, gently smoothing her fur, not merely to comfort her, but to reassure her with kindness. Jiunyang, your obsession is known to you and to me alone. There are no others privy to it. What of those hunters? Why did they leave such a survivor? Dao Yi inquired. In anguish, Jiuxiao extended her forelimbs, wishing to cradle her own head, tormented by the realization that she had wrongfully taken a life. Dao Yi sighed, lifting her and tenderly stroking her fur. Jiuxiao, a life must be paid for a life. I vow to find the one responsible for you. Jiuxiao's azure eyes glanced at her, then fixed upon the now rigid form of Commander Hu on the ground. Jiuxiao, this jade hairpin suits you beautifully. Lowering her head, Jiuxiao's face bore a faint blush of peach pink, undeniably harmonious with the jade adornment. The young man, upon witnessing this, broke into a broad smile. His joy palpable. Jiuxiao, Jiuxiao, soon we shall be wed. Is there anything you desire? I want your life. The youth's eyes, once filled with sincerity, now bore a grotesque demeanor. Jiuxiao's gentle gaze shimmered with unshed tears, yet her heart brimmed with resentment. A single green tear trickled from the nine-tailed fox's eye. Zhu Sun, I believe I have found the beloved you spoke of, but I have lost him, even to the point of causing his demise myself. She wiped away the final tear of her fox's existence. The nine-tailed fox fixed her gaze upon Dao Yi and stated, Little Taoist, a life must be paid for a life. I am the one who killed Commander Hu, but you must help me identify the one who took Zhu Sun's life. Dao Yi nodded earnestly. The nine-tailed fox then turned her attention to Wang Xianji, glancing at the one who held her, and could not help but exclaim, Cherish those before you. Both individuals looked on with confusion. She shook her head. The man wielding the gun harbors a heavy heart. You must keep a watchful eye on him. At that moment, Chen Yiji returned to his normal state, yet upon seeing the wound on Wang Xianji's arm, his anger flared anew. He pursued Chen Shu Guang, weaving through the Hu family's sprawling, wall-less estate. The two exchanged solemn nods. As the Minister of Justice, I hope you will eradicate all injustices from this world, ensuring that no criminals remain. Thus, two souls who truly love me will not depart one after another, leaving me to endure this heart-wrenching agony repeatedly. Wang Xianji nodded gravely once more. I have no desire to enter the prison of humanity. The nine-tailed fox remarked with a hint of detachment. Dao Yi sensed the vitality in his hands seemed to ebb away rapidly. Do you not wish to behold the face of your adversary with your own eyes? She exclaimed urgently. The nine-tailed fox stiffened, retorting with a grimace. What incantation do you cast upon me, vile Taoist? I pledged to Zhu Sun to cherish my life, yet having extinguished Xiyang, I must offer recompense. This I bequeath to you, young Taoist, the fox uttered, expelling a verdant crystal, its very essence, akin to a human's core, containing its cultivation and abilities. Even as Dao Yi stood in astonishment, the fox relinquished its power, transforming into an ordinary creature, nestling contentedly in Dao Yi's arms. In its vulpine form, it mused. This young lady's embrace is not unpleasant. Esteemed officials, Dao Yi inquired, does any among you desire fox broth or roasted meat? Before she could complete her query, the fox's fur bristled, and it struck her with a forepaw. Wang Xuanji demurred. Jiuxiao has atoned. The fox is yours to command. He added, I shall personally apprise His Majesty of today's events. The assembly nodded in understanding. Jiuxiao had paid the price for their leader. Were they to assail a fox so frail it could be crushed in one hand? Yi, let us depart, Wang Xuanji called, approaching his boisterous kin. Standing at the threshold where the gate once stood, the innkeeper bid farewell through tear-filled eyes. The old steward nodded, weeping. His sole desire was to care for his young master, hoping the elder would endure, and to look after the young master's brethren. Their arrival had been joyous, yet their departure was steeped in sorrow. Master C, why did the one who killed Zhu Zhuxian, the husband of Jiuxiao, commit such an act? The nine-tailed fox nestled in her arms stirred restlessly, perking up its ears. Dao Yi gently stroked its fur. Wang Xianji pondered. We must locate the woman that Shu Guang mentioned. Chapter 76. Reciprocity now stripped of its former powers, it had become nothing more than an ordinary fox. The path to cultivation lay ahead, yet it would take many years to regain its former glory. Dao Yi placed the fox upon the bed, cradling it through the night, providing warmth akin to that of the little Bai Feng, who sat dejectedly by the bedside. It contemplated climbing up to peck at Dao Yi's feet in frustration, yet ultimately abstained. A man, a fox, and a bird awaited early at the gates of the Wang residence. Wang Xianji soon emerged, and the two boarded a carriage to the Qin family. Let us proceed to the Qin family, he declared. The little sheep, ever obedient, guided the carriage. After having dispatched another monster, a nine-tailed fox, the little sheep dared not disobey. It constantly questioned whether its father truly desired it, left amidst such a fearsome crowd. Ah, how splendid it would be with Minister Li. The little sheep sighed, then flicked the reins. The death of a commander from the Imperial Guards was no trivial matter. The sage was indeed enraged, commanding a thorough investigation into the fugitive. The Chun family resided in Yonglifang of Chang'an, directly facing the Wang family across the alley of Changxingfang. The Wang family was a prestigious lineage. Like the blooming flowers in their garden, they adhered to a fixed orientation. Such instances were countless. The servants in the household moved with an air of propriety, each gesture reflecting a certain standard. The masters of the estate carried themselves as though measuring their steps with a ruler, moving with grace and measured composure. Her waist adorned with jingling ornaments. She moved with a composed grace. The sound of the jade was a soothing melody. When her pace slowed, the force diminished, and the jade made no clattering noise. Conversely, if she hurried, the clamor of the jade would become a chaotic din. This adornment served the purpose of self-cultivation. Dao Yi had once observed Wang Xian, who, when pursued by Chang'an, produced a melodious sound from his jade that remained harmonious. With every gesture and movement, Wang Xian seemed to be accompanied by ethereal music. Cui Wenyuan now wore jade pendants at his waist as well. The Chen brothers, though following different paths, also bore their own jade. Their ancestry traced back to a renowned general of the southern Liang, the famed white-robed General Qin Qingji, who commanded respect from thousands of soldiers. The two families, Wang and Chun, resided in close proximity. Upon reaching Yonglifang, Dao Yi turned to see a stretch of ruins, where workers busily moved about, seemingly preparing for renovations. She inquired of Wang Xian, temple minister, was that residence originally intended for my lease? Wang Xian raised his gaze and nodded affirmatively. Understanding, Dao Yi remarked, temple minister, let us seek out Lord Chen Erlang. The steward of the Qin family rushed to welcome them, wiping his brow that bore no sweat. Lord Wang Erlang has arrived. And so has the coroner. Our esteemed Lord Daliang instructed us yesterday. Please, do come in. The interior of the Chun residence was modest. Upon entering, they passed a shadow wall, and the courtyard bore no lavish potted plants, only an ancient jujube tree on either side, providing a pleasant shade in summer, while the undergrowth was left to flourish unchecked. Beyond the first and second courtyards lay the living quarters of the family. The steward halted beneath the eaves of the corridor beside the training grounds. Wang Xian understood the unspoken assurance. Rest assured, Qinbo, I shall persuade Yi. Chun, the steward, departed with a sense of reassurance to prepare tea and snacks. Elder brother, I have erred, Chen Shuguang lamented, his face a mask of sorrow. I am equally grieved by commander whose demise. Chun Yiji, brandishing his silver spear, coldly commanded, rise, you fail to comprehend your missteps. Receiving Chen Shuguang's beseeching gaze, Wang Xuanji intervened. We cannot allow a good brother to slay his own sibling, only to regret it later. Chun Yiji had long been aware of their presence and was too incensed to relent. Unruly leader, there is a matter I wish to discuss. Dao Yi interjected with a gentle cough. A delicate blossom bloomed upon her fair, round visage. The laughter, carefree and unrestrained, spread among the few present in the training grounds. She had not mentioned any matters during their journey. Reflecting on her inquiry regarding the ruins, he perceived a sense of impending fortune for someone. Thus, he smiled and stepped aside, opting for silence for the moment. Chen Shuguang, temporarily shielded from danger, glanced about before ultimately seeking refuge behind Dao Yi. Speak, what is it? Chen Yiji brandished his silver spear, executing a graceful flourish before firmly planting it into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that settled upon the group. What say you? Chen Yiji fixated his gaze upon Chen Shuguang, who remained silent for an extended period, every hair on his body standing on end. Elder brother, I am willing to heed Master Dao Yi and to follow him towards righteousness. After casting a glance at Dao Yi and then at Chen Shuguang, he inquired, young one, do you truly wish this? Chen Shuguang nodded vigorously, expressing his willingness to go to the Dali Temple's prison as long as it meant avoiding a beating from his elder brother. Moreover, given Dao Yi's physique, which appeared less robust than his own, life would undoubtedly be much more comfortable. A gentleman's word is his bond. It is nearly impossible to retract once spoken. Henceforth, he entrusted Dao Yi with this matter. Chun Yiji solemnly performed a bow, and Chen Shuguang followed suit. Dao Yi returned the gesture, indicating that there was no need for such formalities, as each of them had their own needs to fulfill. The two brothers simultaneously exhaled, relieved to have resolved a significant dilemma, finally extricating themselves from the torment of their elder brother. Chen Yiji was in high spirits, exclaiming, "And Dao, you have come today to inquire about that woman, have you not?" Both men nodded in unison. However, Chen Yiji found himself at an impasse. He had already inquired the previous night, but the information provided was vague, making the search for her quite challenging. "Oh dear," Chen Shuguang exclaimed, rubbing his backside. "Elder brother, why did you kick me again? Why don't you share with Dao what you witnessed that night, including the details of rescuing the woman? Must I instruct you on this as well?" Chen Yiji retorted with annoyance. Aware of his own fault, Chen Shuguang gritted his teeth, deciding to overlook it, knowing his brother was likely consumed with thoughts of marrying the young lady. As a considerate younger brother, he recalled the events of that night when Commander who had pursued someone outside the city. "Shuguang, please recount the events for us from the beginning," Chen Yiji requested. "Initially, we aim to clarify the circumstances surrounding Commander whose departure from the city, but it appears there is more to this case than meets the eye. Thus we must not overlook any detail." Wang Xuanji suddenly interjected. Chen Shuguang nodded in agreement. On the sixth night, 3 individuals recounted the events that transpired. Chapter 7, The Stench of Decay. Wang Xuanji inquired, "Was the scream from a man or a woman?" Chen Shuguang pondered for a moment, concluding it resembled that of a male. He continued, "We heard a scream, followed by a woman's cry for help, prompting us to follow the sound. We arrived near Anlafang, where a shadowy figure darted past us in an instant. We attempted to intercept this dark silhouette, which swiftly evaded us, injuring Lu Yi in the process. Captain Hu, witnessing the figure's remarkable speed, instructed us to deal with the aftermath before pursuing the shadow beyond the Anhua Gate." Wang Xuanji, reflecting on the incident, asked Chen Shuguang if he could recall the shape of the figure they had seen. Exhausted, Chen Shuguang sat down on the training ground, raising his hand to gesture, indicating it was approximately the height of his elder brother. Upon stating this, he felt a sense of survival after a calamity. He could vividly portray his brother's stature even with his eyes closed. Chen Yiji, holding a gun nearby, restrained his urge to strike him. Had there not been a pressing matter to discuss, he would have surely delivered a sound beating. This insufferable lad displayed no decorum. By his description, he bore some resemblance to a criminal. Could it be that this boy no longer wished to acknowledge his elder brother? Standing over 6 feet tall, Yiji was able to dismiss many possibilities based solely on height. Wang Xuanji pressed further. Were there any additional details? Chen Yiji's fists cracked ominously. Who would want a brother like this one? Suppressing a chuckle, Dao Yi found Chen Shuguang to her liking, resolving to mentor the earnest youth diligently. The trio jested, their mirth abruptly curtailed by the cessation of tinkling ornaments and the rustle of sand. Wang Xuanji knelt, meeting Shuguang's gaze directly. "Shuguang, can you ascertain the gender of the individual from the initial sound you heard?" Bewildered, Chen Shuguang stammered, "No, I cannot." Intrigued, and Dao probed, "Hasn't Dao disowned something?" Chen Yiji, equally perplexed, glanced at Dao Yi, who merely shrugged, feigning ignorance. Wang Xuanji, his brow furrowed, elucidated, "Did you notice, during Shuguang's narration, that he initially hesitated before affirming the figure to be male, only to later mention a shriek, indicating uncertainty regarding the gender?" Wang Xuanji pressed further, "Subsequently, what did the woman utter upon discovery?" Chen Shuguang scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling. Sub-Commander Lu Yi, despite his injuries, fled with alacrity, only to stumble upon the disheveled maiden, inadvertently acquiring a fiancé. Exasperated, Chen Yiji retorted, "Confine your discourse to the case at hand, eschewing such extraneous details." He playfully struck Shuguang's head. Dao Yi, convulsed with laughter, turned away from the group, erupting in unrestrained mirth. Wang Xuanji, barely containing his amusement, cleared his throat and inquired, "Did the woman impart any information?" Wang Xuanji's countenance metamorphosed, apprehension seizing him. The woman may have witnessed the true visage of the shadowy figure. Disaster. Simultaneously, Dao Yi and Chen Yiji questioned, "What troubles you?" "Shuguang, please lead us to the residence of the young woman." Along the way, we inquired about her details. The woman is named Zhang Ying, residing in an Yifang, where she lives with her blind elderly mother. The two sustained themselves by laundering clothes, with Zhang Ying's mother relying on her skills in mending, which ultimately cost her her sight. Seizing the opportunity, we questioned Zhang Ying's mother about her daughter's late-night activities. According to her mother, Zhang Ying had gone out to deliver freshly laundered garments. Zhang Ying's home is situated in a secluded alley of an Yifang, where we took the most direct route. Contrasting the southern residences of Chang'an City with the northern imperial palace, the eastern mansions of the affluent, and the bustling western market, this area is remote. featuring only a grand entrance and high walls. Due to the ominous tales of fierce tigers, the neighborhood is sparsely populated, making it a suitable sanctuary for those who prefer solitude. However, the scant population poses a disadvantage in the event of any incident. News would be difficult to disseminate from such an isolated estate. Wang Xianji produced his badge, declaring that the Dali Temple was investigating the case, instructing Xu Guang to summon assistance from the temple. Chen Xu Guang, though lacking in martial prowess, possessed a keen sense of smell and detected the foul odor emanating from within, nodding earnestly. When the door was forcefully kicked open, the team surged into the Zhang residence. Upon entering, the stench of decay intensified, leading them directly to its source. Wang Xianji began to search the courtyard thoroughly, while Chun Yiji positioned himself at the entrance to prevent the gathering townsfolk from trampling in and disturbing the evidence. Surrounded outside the door, the common folk gazed at the striking figure standing guard. Chen Yiji, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuded an icy demeanor that did not deter their fascination. When Chun Shuguang arrived with a group of rogues, he found Chen Yiji encircled by a throng of curious aunts and matrons, who, undeterred by his frigid aura, drew ever closer, one wicked hand nearly reaching his waist. With a thunderous shout, he proclaimed, "Dali Court is investigating." Thus, his predicament was swiftly alleviated, and he nearly fled into the sanctuary of the house. In the 7th and 8th chapters, 2 deceased. "Ah, dear sir, what is the name of that young gentleman? Who resides in his household? Is he married?" One matron asked, her eyes nearly disappearing in delight as she addressed the newly arrived rogue stationed outside. The other women perked up their ears, eager to listen. The first matron, cracking open her home-dried melon seeds, proudly remarked, "This young man is indeed handsome, yet somewhat intimidating. Just look at that face, it rivals the winter's ice and snow. I must tell you, there is another within." Upon seeing him, I felt as though spring itself were beckoning to me. The matron joyfully shared her observations, while the rogues struggled to maintain their composure. The inquisitive townsfolk, fueled by curiosity, were keen to know what had transpired at the Zhang residence, though they were oblivious to the details and indifferent to the circumstances. Yet, they found solace in the sight of the elegant youth. Outside the Zhang household, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, while within, a somber tension prevailed. Following the scent of decay, Dao Yi swiftly located the source, discovering 2 decomposed bodies within the inner chambers of the Zhang abode. Dao Yi's gaze lost its usual charm, now chillingly fearsome as she surveyed the room. A fine layer of dust had settled throughout the space. To the left of the entrance stood an ordinary pine wardrobe, while to the right was a beam intricately carved with bamboo branches. Adjacent to the beam on the left lay a simple pearwood bed, its head facing diagonally toward the door, allowing any visitor to see it at a glance. The bed curtain appeared to have been deliberately torn, a substantial piece discarded in the lower right corner of the bed, beside the beam. A thin layer of dust also covered the entire bed curtain. Upon that yellow pearwood bed lay one decayed corpse, while another lay prone not far from the entrance, both bodies shrouded in a considerable amount of dust, indicating they had been there for at least half a month. Dao Yi cautiously stepped into the room, measuring the distance between the 2 corpses, as well as their proximity to the furnishings. She meticulously examined the bodies for any suspicious items. Afterward, she proceeded to the courtyard to fetch water, determined to wash away the maggots and foul substances clinging to the corpses. Only once the bodies were cleansed could she conduct a proper examination. Having prepared for this task, Dao Yi was ready to inspect the bodies when she heard footsteps approaching. She lifted her gaze to find Wang Xuanji. "Temple Minister, I require permission to examine these 2 corpses," she stated. Wang Xuanji nodded and departed, soon returning with 4 unsavory individuals. 2 stood guard at the door to the inner chamber, while the other 2 went to fetch water. During the examination, they needed to continuously sprinkle water around the corpses. The only additional item possessed by the temple attendant was a gleaming piece of armor, delicately wrapped in a cloth, which Dao Yi retrieved. This belonged to the deceased elder. Pressed beneath her, Wang Xuanji reached out to accept it, allowing Dao Yi to crouch down for examination. The corpse had been cleansed, revealing the grotesque visage that followed decay. The deceased's swollen skin had begun to rot. Dao Yi meticulously turned the body over, conducting a thorough inspection. After a while, she proclaimed, "Preliminary assessment suggests the deceased was a woman, approximately 45 years of age, with an estimated time of death around 2 weeks prior. The sole injury on her body is also the cause of her demise, located at the crown of her head." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanji moved closer and squatted beside her. Although the body had been washed, the stench of decay lingered. He maintained a stoic demeanor as he observed Dao Yi parting the damp, grayish strands of hair from the deceased's head. "Look here," Dao Yi remarked. "There are several puncture wounds. The deceased was neither in robust health nor a practitioner of martial arts. It is certain she perished on the spot from such wounds." She gestured towards the dark, ominous holes. Wang Xuanji, at a loss for words, watched as her finger nearly prodded the wound. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as if he had uncovered the potential weapon that claimed the deceased's life. Dao Yi nodded, saying, "Observe my finger, though it is slightly smaller than the holes. Its position aligns perfectly." With that, she proceeded towards the corpse resting by the bed. The deceased was a female, approximately 15 or 16 years of age. With the time of death around 1 month ago, there were scratch marks on her collarbone and waist, yet no signs of assault were evident. Upon reaching this conclusion, Dao Yi felt a sense of relief. Although the individual had already passed, she still wished that the sufferings endured during their lifetime were minimized. Further examination revealed that the fatal injury was located on the head. "What's wrong?" inquired Wang Xian as he approached. Dao Yi furrowed her brows. The injuries sustained by this victim were markedly different from those of another deceased individual. "How so?" he pressed. "The left frontal bone of the deceased is completely shattered." Dao Yi paused. Wang Xian continued to ask, "Like what?" "Like the result of an accident." She indicated towards the wall behind the bed, noting the presence of a small amount of bloodstains. It appeared that the victim had collided with the wall, leading to her fatal cranial injury. The disarray of the bedding suggested that the deceased had struggled during her final moments. Moreover, she observed that both the young victim and the older one were clad only in undergarments, their hair disheveled. Particularly, the older victim was barefoot. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Based on the evidence at the scene, it was clear that the incident had occurred at night. The young victim had been asleep in her inner chamber when an intruder entered, prompting her to struggle in a state of panic. The older victim, upon hearing commotion from the adjoining room, had hurriedly made her way over, neglecting to don her shoes. What the temple attendant stated was logical and aligned with my own observations. Yi had already gone to summon assistance, and now they awaited Lu Yi to identify the body, to confirm if it was indeed Zhang Ying and her daughter. Wang Xuanji sighed inwardly, suspecting that it was indeed the unfortunate mother and daughter. He had not anticipated that Zhang Ying had yet to overcome this calamity. While waiting for others to arrive, Dao Yi meticulously re-examined the corpse. His master had once advised that thorough examination of the remains was essential to avoid any oversights or errors. The body, having been drenched, still bore droplets of water that had yet to evaporate. As Dao Yi grasped the hand of the older deceased, he noticed a glimmer from something concealed within the moisture. With great care, he extracted a dark object from beneath the fingernail, and upon inspecting the younger victim's nail crevices, he discovered several fine black strands. Nearly invisible to the naked eye, he nearly overlooked them. Gathering the strands together, he contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Sir Qi, might I trouble you for a strand of hair?" Wang Xuanji, having noticed the black strands in Dao Yi's possession, readily plucked a hair from his own head. Dao Yi, appreciating his swiftness, remarked as he accepted the hair, "Sir Qi, you are truly generous. However, should individuals like us seek your hair in the future, please do not part with it so readily." "Why is that?" A teasing glint sparkled in Dao Yi's eyes. It was rare to find someone as distinguished and dependable as Sir Qi in all of Chang'an. Young maidens often sought the services of skilled practitioners, offering strands of hair and their birth dates for mystical purposes. Sir Qi might well find himself besieged by suitors eager to claim his hair for their magical rights. "What sort of spell is this? I wish to know." Chen Yi, just as he ushered someone through the door, overheard this, and his eyes lit up. With such a spell at his disposal, he would have no trouble attracting a maiden, and even the unsavory characters at the entrance cast him envious glances. "Master Dao Yi, or perhaps Dao Yi the Esteemed, I beseech you to impart your wisdom upon me," Chen Yi implored. Dao Yi replied coldly, "I do not offer teachings to those outside the Taoist sect. Have you come with companions to seek a marital match, or to confirm the identity of the deceased?" Chapter 79. The unexpected culprit. Feeling rather embarrassed, Chen Yi scratched his head. "My apologies, Deputy Commander Lu. In my moment of urgency, I momentarily forgot." In Chang'an, few were unaware of Chen Yi's singular ambition to wed multiple young ladies. Thus, Lu Yi merely nodded, his expression stoic, as he proceeded into the inner chamber. The lingering odor of decay, remnants of the recent cleansing, caused him to recoil slightly. Today, Lu Yi was on duty and had not even had the time to change out of his military uniform. As he stepped back, the scales of his armor emitted a brief, abrasive sound, which echoed sharply in the ears of those present, particularly affecting the more sensitive ones. Within the room lay two corpses, and combined with the sound, the hairs on their arms stood on end. Trembling, he cautiously lifted the cloth covering the face of the older deceased. In that moment, he shut his eyes, his chest rising and falling erratically. After a considerable pause, he opened his eyes, and with a choked voice, he exclaimed, "It is my future mother-in-law." That single glance seemed to drain him of all strength, making it a monumental effort to even turn his gaze toward the figure on the bed. Each step felt as if he traversed a distance as vast as the galaxy, seemingly endless. Dao Yi stood there, gazing blankly at him, resembling a soulless puppet. Her gaze lingered upon Lu Yi's wounded right hand, the sleeve concealing the injury sustained on the 6th night of the first month of this year, in his valiant attempt to rescue Chang'an. The scar remained, a poignant reminder of the one now lost, evoking a profound sense of melancholy. An eternity seemed to pass before Lu Yi finally stood beside the young corpse. He reached out, his hand gently caressing the decaying face. No words were needed. The deceased's identity was self-evident. Upon hearing this, Dao Yi exchanged a glance with Wang Xuanji, who nodded in acknowledgement. Dao Yi cautiously approached. There, amidst the living and the dead, Lu Yi stood, head bowed, devoid of tears or lamentations, silently embracing Zhang Ying's lifeless form, unwilling to relinquish his hold, as if yearning to remain thus until the end of time. Ahem, Deputy Commander Lu. Lu Yi's right hand, resting on the outside, twitched slightly. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with a desolate depth, turned towards them, hinting at a destructive force lurking beneath. Does the minister of the court know who is responsible? Wang Xuanji shook his head. We are unfamiliar with the circumstances of Zhang Ying's family. We are yet to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator or their motives. We would appreciate Deputy Commander Lu's cooperation. I have a few questions I need to ask you. Very well. Lu Yi paused, his grip on the corpse tightening. Whatever questions the coroner, Dao Yi, has, please ask. I will answer truthfully to the best of my knowledge, as long as it aids in apprehending the culprit and avenging Yin Yang. Lu Yi hesitated, his embrace growing tighter. However, my acquaintance with Yin Yang was brief. The days before their arrival in Chang'an remained a subject they were reluctant to share, so I am only privy to their life in Chang'an. Dao Yi assuaged him. Rest assured, Vice Commander Lu, Wang Ying was a virtuous young woman. Away from Chang'an, she would scarcely have incurred anyone's enmity. Otherwise, having resided in Chang'an for several years, why would a perpetrator suddenly recall them? Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yi. If you don't mind, Vice Commander Lu, I would like to examine your attire. Earlier, in another chamber, I noticed an unfinished garment, presumably crafted by Wang Ying, resembling yours. I wish to compare them. Lu Yi generously extended his sleeve. Dao Yi produced a dagger and leisurely excised a piece of fabric. Upon releasing Lu Yi's hand, she observed that a small portion of his right fingernail was upturned, and even after trimming, it remained uneven. A deep, crimson mark also marred his right arm. Dao Yi inquired, seemingly casually, Vice Commander Lu, your hand is indeed beset by misfortune, perpetually wounded. Lu Yi's lips twitched, as if attempting a smile. Before reverting to their original state, he endeavored to conceal the wound on his hand with his sleeve, only to discover that the area he sought to cover had been precisely where Dao Yi had made her cut. The crimson mark, now bereft of the sleeve's concealment, was conspicuously exposed. As the other man appeared disconcerted, Dao Yi reached out and patted Lu Yi's back. Vice Commander, this armor of yours is remarkably crafted. By day, it shimmers with a golden effulgence, inspiring reverence, while by night, it exudes a chilling, spectral glow, instilling dread. Before Lu Yi could respond, Dao Yi had already withdrawn. Your Honor, the evidence is conclusive. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xuanji felt as though the refreshing breeze surrounding him was abruptly replaced by the sharpness of drawn sword energy. With a solemn tone, he inquired, Lu Yi, from whence did your injuries arise? Lu Yi, taken aback, lowered his head and awkwardly replied, as a man, surely you understand. There are certain places that, once visited, will leave their mark. Wang Xuanji's expression turned icy as he continued, Lu Yi, following an examination by the coroner of the Dali court, it has been determined that the deceased, Yin Yang, held a fragment of your military attire, and the fabric found beneath her nails corresponds with your garment. Lu Yi, pale and shaking his head in denial, protested, this accusation lacks foundation. Yang is my betrothed. Why would I harm her? Since our engagement, all garments have been crafted by Yang herself. It is not surprising she possesses fabric from my clothing. And what of the piece of armor? Wang Xuanji pressed. Lui forced a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. I had not intended to disclose this. But I too will face consequences for revealing it. A fortnight ago, I did lose a piece of my attire. Wang Xuanji's countenance hardened. Lui, you must confess the truth. Your armor was lost a fortnight ago, yet I have never claimed that the deceased met her end at that time. Additionally, within the nails of Zhang Ying and her mother, traces of flesh were found, which, upon examination, indeed matched that of your own. Lui swiftly concealed his right hand and, with a sudden lift of his head, exclaimed, "Impossible. I distinctly cleaned both of their hands before departing." He then fixed a penetrating gaze upon Wang Xuanji. "You are attempting to deceive me. That is not the case. The evidence is irrefutable." Wang Xuanji produced a piece of iron, asserting that you possess a similar one, undoubtedly affixed later. This matter can be easily investigated, and the black silk is indeed genuine. He then revealed a strand of black silk, stating that only something lodged within the nail would prompt such an inquiry upon observing your injury. Why did you take the lives of Zhang Ying and her daughter? Lu Yi, cradling Zhang Ying's lifeless body, erupted into a boisterous laugh. Chapter 80. What is desired? The unscrupulous individuals were fending off the assaults of the elderly women. Once they began to vocalize, their frightful power was unleashed. In a moment of carelessness, the remaining unmarried members of the household were thoroughly exposed. Both sides of the tug-of-war simultaneously heard a resounding laugh emanating from the inner courtyard. Zhang Ying's residence was modest. Typically, the neighbors maintained a distance that muffled any disturbances. However, from the entrance, the laughter was disturbingly loud. The conversing parties halted, casting their gazes towards the inner courtyard, perplexed by the unfolding events. Chen Shuguang, wishing to alleviate the citizens' fears, approached the crowd with his charming and handsome visage, managing to sell off his elder brother's belongings entirely. Consequently, he was besieged by numerous matchmakers, leaving Chen Yiji bewildered and embarrassed to the point of fleeing, which fell beyond his jurisdiction. Lu Yi ceased his laughter, lowering himself to kiss Zhang Ying's decaying visage. The onlookers felt an icy chill permeate their limbs and even their spines. Lu Yi was indeed the murderer of Zhang Ying. Upon arrival, he had the audacity to embrace her, feigning profound affection that moved bystanders deeply. At this moment, they felt that Lu Yi's profound affection seemed like a distant memory, nearly forgotten in its essence. Despite being aware that his actions would be exposed, he continued to engage in perplexing behavior. If he still harbored feelings for her, why then inflict harm upon her? Wang Xian's inquiry echoed the sentiments of the crowd. Dao Yi found this individual to be unervingly composed. Logically, one who has caused harm would not coexist so peacefully with the victim, especially with officials present, which undoubtedly added to the pressure. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor in the face of such circumstances. Were he not a criminal, he would indeed be a remarkable figure. It was at this juncture that Chen Yiji and others began to reassess the individual before them. Lu Yi possessed a striking appearance, rivaling that of Captain Hu, though neither could be deemed extraordinarily handsome. Captain Hu's disposition was decidedly cheerful, while Lu Yi exuded a more reserved nature. Both were tall and robust, contributing to the improved order of Chang'an under the new regime. However, prior to Captain Hu's misfortune, they seemed to have never truly observed him, fixating instead on the optimistic and carefree captain, which was indeed curious. Lu Yi absent-mindedly caressed the face cradled in his arms. The putrid odor wafting from outside, which could make anyone retch, was of little consequence to him. His expression remained impassive. Upon hearing a remark, his pupils contracted sharply, and he abruptly lifted his gaze to fixate on the speaker, only to lower his head again. What is the temple minister saying? I cannot comprehend. No, you understand perfectly well, Wang Xian asserted with unwavering certainty. At this moment, those present were engulfed in confusion. Chen Yiji, silent, gripped his silver spear tightly, his eyes fixated intently on Lu Yi. Dao Yi was also perplexed. In the last wishes of the two deceased, she found that Zhang Ying only desired to marry Lu Yi, her mind filled with thoughts of bridal attire and wedding halls, while Zhang Ying's mother merely wished for her daughter to live well, to find happiness in marriage, and to no longer be burdened by her blind mother. Ultimately, neither of their aspirations came to fruition. Even more tragically, both of their dreams were shattered by the very individual they had placed their hopes upon. Lu Yi gently patted Zhang Ying's shoulder, as if soothing her to sleep, without lifting his head, murmuring, "I do not comprehend what the temple minister said." Wang Xuanji had no expectation of his honesty. Every criminal harbors a glimmer of hope, even when they are aware they are murderers. The absence of a motive may lead to the possibility of a retrial, which explains their persistent denial of guilt. He paused, and then his voice, like pearls and jade, resonated. When the sage first entered Chang'an, the city was in disarray, with 2 commanding positions in the royal guard vacant. The sage was eager to appoint 2 leaders, ultimately deciding upon the Hu and Lu families. Your ancestors did not hold official positions. You are the sole descendant, having forged your path through a sea of corpses and blood by your own merit, a fact well known to all. You were among those who entered Chang'an, a remarkable young man of exceptional ability. At this point, Dao Yi noticed that Lu Yi was no longer indifferent. He had not released Zhang Ying, raising his head to calmly meet Wang Xuanji's gaze. However, Commander Hu had somewhat better fortune, as the Hu family had recently risen to prominence. His father and elder brother were currently by the side of the king of Qin, having achieved considerable military accomplishments, while the youngest son remained in the capital, guarding the city for the Hu family. The sage, considering that his father and brothers were still toiling for the great Zhou, chose Hu Xiang, suppressing the petition for your selection, and appointed you as the deputy commander. But how does this relate to my act of killing? The prowess of the nefarious chief is not inferior to yours, nor is his lineage. Thousands of troops evade the white robe. Do you truly believe he willingly submits to your command? Chen Yizhi, upon hearing this, did not utter a sound, his grip on the silver spear unyielding. He scrutinized Lu Yi from head to toe, his disdainful gaze seemingly conveying the sentiment that mere mortals could not fathom his thoughts. Wang Xuanji disregarded such mindless banter. Lu Yi quietly cradled a corpse. Zhang Mu's body had already been moved to the courtyard. The room fell into an eerie silence. I am not well acquainted with Commander Hu, but from what I know, his skills surpass yours only slightly. More importantly, he does not treat human life as a trivial matter. Dao Yi's quiet murmur shattered the stalemate. Wang Xuanji's expression softened. He turned to Lu Yi and said, "In truth, the sage has considered another aspect. Having witnessed your fierce yet restrained demeanor, he deems your temperament unsuitable for the position of the Imperial Guard commander. It appears the sage's wisdom is indeed profound." Lu Yi's eyes glinted with ferocity. Hu Xiang is protected by his family, allowing him to embody the semblance of stability in this world. As for me, I must rely on my own hands. Yet this does not violate the laws of the Great Zhou, does it? Wang Xuanji nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this assertion holds merit. However, to acquire something, one should not harm others with their own hands, for such actions are neither condoned by the laws of the Great Zhou nor accepted by society at large. Lu Yi regained his composure. The death of Hu Xiang, caused by his newly wedded wife, had no bearing on me. Could it be that the temple minister has become muddled overnight, attempting to pin this blame upon me? Wang Xuanji shook his head, recalling that night of the 6th day of the 1st lunar month, when Hu Xiang ventured alone to pursue the thieves outside the city. It was you who orchestrated that trap, was it not? Chapter 81. Interlocking Circles. Additional update. Lu Yi's throat convulsed, yet he uttered not a word. Wang Xuanji pointed to Zhang Ying, stating, "Your feelings for her are genuine, yet you also cherish your prospects. In this duality, you have chosen your future, with Zhang Ying serving as your stepping stone. Your seemingly sincere affections have deeply ensnared her, compelling her to do anything for you." Lu Yi's hand halted upon Zhang Ying's face. Upon arriving in Chang'an, she and her mother would find a stable existence. Their abilities alone would not suffice for survival there. Clearly, someone was behind this, and a mere inquiry at the county office of Wanyan would unveil who facilitated their household registration. Furthermore, how did they acquire this residence? Lu Yi lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the imperfect visage before him, and whispered, "She is but a fool, believing everything I say." The temple minister was correct. All of this was a meticulously crafted scheme. The injuries I sustained that night were merely to ensure others remained behind, allowing him to exit the city alone. Lu Yi lifted his head, his eyes devoid of emotion. Dao Yi felt a stir within and seized the opportunity to inquire, "Who is the cloaked figure that conspired with you?" Lu Yi cast a meaningful glance at her before speaking. "Has that individual not already been captured by you?" Indeed, it was he, Dao Yi realized. Wang Xianji inquired, "Are you referring to Changxi?" Dao Yi nodded, acknowledging that Changxi was aware of Jiu Nyang's presence in Tonglu village, which was hardly surprising. Demons possess an innate understanding of one another's whereabouts. Having departed their homeland for Chang'an, it was inevitable that they would be cognizant of each other's existence. The usually composed nine-tailed fox felt every hair on its body bristle. Upon arriving at the Zhang residence, Dao Yi released the little Bai Fong and the nine-tailed fox to allow them some fresh air. Now, upon learning that Shi had conspired with this individual to bring about the demise of two who cherished her, how could she possibly refrain from harboring animosity? Swiftly, Dao Yi grasped her, gently stroking her soft white fur. With Shi already deceased, Lu Yi would also face the consequences of the law. The nine-tailed fox fell silent, her azure eyes resembling a vortex, threatening to draw Lu Yi into its depths. She questioned him about the dealings he had with the demons, pondering what sort of transaction had transpired. Chen Yizhi, acutely aware of the nuances of wealth, stood there like a statue for a considerable time before finally reacting. So, you informed him which families are affluent and which are not, allowing him to evade detection that night and execute his theft unimpeded? Why did you not divulge this sooner? Coughing, Wang Xianji interrupted him, bemused by his increasingly nonsensical ramblings. At this point, Chen Yizhi felt a pang of regret. If only Lu Yi had recognized him earlier, perhaps there were other avenues to fortune. His words were laced with a sense of wistfulness. Lu Yi found himself somewhat perplexed. It was hard to believe that this rogue leader truly had a muddled mind, which would lead him to willingly submit to another. Wang Xuanji inquired further. When did you first make contact with the Chang'an? Were there others privy to this? Lu Yi shook his head, explaining that it was merely a chance encounter, a serendipitous meeting with this creature, leading to an immediate rapport. Dao Yi chuckled. Perhaps this is a bond forged in crime. Both a man and a demon straying from the righteous path, akin to a turtle gazing fondly at a green bean. Wang Xuanji sighed, rubbing his forehead. Dao Yi obediently stood at attention, flanked by Chen Yizhi on either side in a protective formation. Wang Xuanji continued. Concerning your conspiracy, Zhang Ying remained unaware, at most. She diverted the attention of the imperial guards that night. Why, then, did you feel compelled to kill her? Lu Yi tightened his grip, holding the person closer. His voice laden with anguish. I never wished to kill her. I truly did not want to. That night, I sought her out. He paused. I had indulged in some drink. He recalled how the Chang'an had said, the fish is already hooked, having effortlessly dispatched the scholarly husband of the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox subsequently found Hu Xiang and plotted her revenge in the shadows. This news filled him with joy, prompting him to drink even more. The nine-tailed fox was intent on capturing someone, wishing to tear them to shreds. Dao Yi gently rubbed her head, signaling her to refrain from advancing. Initially struggling, Ying Yang suddenly fell silent. My grip on her waist slackened, and in a moment of inattention, she collided with the wall, seeking a tragic end. At that very moment, Ying's mother, alerted by the commotion, approached cautiously. I was apprehensive, fearing she might overhear something inappropriate, so I decided to take action and stood up abruptly, proclaiming, Zhang Ying's greatest wish in life was to marry you and grow old together. If she were unwilling to be your partner, she would never have taken such actions. The words you spoke that night merely reflected your disdain for her, which ultimately drove her to despair. All Zhang's mother desires is to witness the union of you two in harmony. Lu Yi stared blankly at Dao Yi, and after a long pause, he suddenly drew the dagger from his waist. Indeed, Xiqing speaks the truth. Hu Xiang is far superior to me. He possesses the capacity to love sincerely. While my heart is burdened with too many calculations, I shall pay with my life for Ying's sake. With that, Lu Yi raised the long blade and took his own life, succumbing to death within moments. No one could have anticipated that the discovery of two corpses would unravel such a multitude of complications. Dao Yi patted Junyang gently, lamenting that the most innocent among them were Zhu Zhuxian and Commander Hu Xiang, while the most heartbroken was undoubtedly Junyang. Wang Xianji remarked, everyone has their own way of living. We must protect ourselves and others without inflicting harm. Indeed, he continued, however, Xiqing, the number of monsters lurking within Chang'an is truly excessive. Their furtive ways and conspiracies make them difficult to guard against. Therefore, we must devise a method to compel them to reveal themselves. Chapter 82. The new residents in the early hours of the day. Dao Yi was abruptly awakened from her slumber. She glanced around the room. Although the lights were not lit, it was surprisingly bright. The wind outside howled fiercely, stirring everything in its path, and the shadow of a tree danced upon the window pane, appearing particularly heavy today as it relentlessly battered against the frame. It was this sound, coupled with the sudden drop in temperature within the room, that roused her from her dreams. Quickly, she rose and circulated her spiritual energy, warming herself further before stepping out of bed. Approaching the window, she flung it open. The frigid wind, laden with frost and snow, rushed in, caressing her face, hands, and body. Shielded by her protective energy, she whimsically leaned against the window. Before her, everything was cloaked in white. The vibrant greens and oranges had vanished, replaced by a thick layer of silvery frost. In the courtyard, the servants of the Wang family had already commenced their day's work, bustling about, clearing the accumulated snow from the pathways, pushing aside nearly an inch of snow to either side. Rubbing her frost-bitten hands together, she exhaled warmth onto them. Once her fingers regained their dexterity, she began to calculate the date and realized that today marked the onset of the Great Cold. With the arrival of the Great Cold, frost and snow descended, heralding the peak of winter's chill. After a brief preparation, Dao Yi departed from the Wang residence. She had a rendezvous with Wang Xian and others, as they were to visit the newly completed Qin family residence, the very place she intended to rent. Traversing the snowy terrain was arduous, so they decided to walk to Yonglulang. The snow had fallen throughout the night, enveloping the entirety of Chang'an in a pristine white blanket, transforming the city's vibrant colors into an expanse of snow. The atmosphere of the entire Chang'an city has been rejuvenated. Dao Yi, adorned in a garment of emerald hue, playfully treaded upon the snow, her steps producing a delightful crunching sound. She frolicked without haste to inspect her new residence, her demeanor reflecting a hint of indifference. Wang Xian, she inquired, "Do you still remember the matter of Louis?" She pointed towards the endless expanse of white ahead and remarked, "Temple Minister, behold this snow. It can conceal all impurities." Today, Wang Xian, she donned a scarlet attire, standing out prominently against the snowy backdrop. He glanced at the varying depths of footprints beneath him, pondering the mysteries hidden beneath the snow. This heavy snowfall was cleansing the entire city of Chang'an, and one could only hope it heralded a fortuitous omen. Before them, members of the Dali Temple and some unsavory characters were diligently clearing the streets of snow. Dao Yi could not contain her amusement. Indeed, the temple minister had truly summoned them to shovel snow. Wang Xianji nodded in agreement, asserting that the government must uphold its promises, and this was their rightful duty. Dao Yi wholeheartedly concurred, encouraging them as they passed. "Good brothers, persevere. This winter street relies upon your efforts. The citizens of Chang'an will be grateful." Before dawn broke, the crowd emerged to clear the snow, their spirits dampened, for they knew they could have paid to redeem themselves. Their temple minister was indeed merciless. As they watched the figure in scarlet retreat, tears of regret fell from their eyes. Wang Xianji's words, carried by the howling cold wind, were somewhat indistinct yet strikingly clear. No matter how thick the snow, there will always be those who unveil the truths it conceals, revealing their true selves. Dao Yi nodded in agreement. The two figures gradually drifted apart as the wind and snow intensified. In the vastness of the world, the contrasting red and green stood out vividly. Soon, they arrived at Yonglulang, where Qin Yiji was carrying a drowsy individual, accompanied by two servants who were holding firecrackers, making their way toward the new residence. The half-closed eyes of Chen Shuguang snapped open upon seeing the two colorful figures, and he exhaled sharply, exclaiming with excitement, "Elder brother, from this day forth, I shall be under the guidance of Master Dao Yi. You can no longer treat me as you have before." Chen Yiji widened his eyes in surprise, yet the biting wind compelled him to squint again, leaving him momentarily speechless. To his annoyance, Chen Shuguang leapt up 3 feet high, darting behind Dao Yi with remarkable agility, quite unlike the sluggish individual he had been moments earlier. Once hidden behind Dao Yi, he cheekily stuck out his tongue and said with a smile, "Today's completion of this residence owes much to the generosity of the formidable lord, who has graciously allowed me, as a tenant, to renovate as I please. I assure you, I shall not go back on my word." Dao Yi cast a discreet glance at the person behind him, and Qin Yiji, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly felt his irritation dissipate. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "Our residence can be considered an old one, though it fell into disrepair due to some unfortunate events a couple of years ago. If you do not mind, feel free to stay. I shall offer you the most reasonable rent." He glanced at Chen Shuguang and added, "As long as this lad behaves, I might even waive the rent altogether." Wang Xuanji cleared his throat, noting the worsening storm, and asked, "Are we to stand guard at the entrance of the new residence?" At that moment, a cacophony erupted as the firecrackers ignited. Under the guidance of Steward Chun, the servants of the Chun family departed from the new residence. The estate, consisting of 2 courtyards, had been entirely leased by Dao Yi, a necessity given the modifications made to the property that rendered it unsuitable for others to inhabit. To frighten anyone would indeed be a transgression, leaving no choice but to rent it in full. As the group entered the abode and navigated past the shadow wall, the appearance of the residence gradually came into view. Wang Xianji, known for his remarkable memory, had the capacity to recall details effortlessly, which also enabled him to effortlessly play the Phoenix's crime melody bestowed upon him by Dao Yi. Thus, upon observing the newly completed estate, he noted that the alterations were rather minimal. The brothers Chun Yiji were undoubtedly the most familiar with this dwelling. They could recall not just the flora and fauna, but also the stones and waters with clarity. As Chen Shuguang walked beside him, he suddenly dashed forward, pointing excitedly at the rockery on the right side of the courtyard, exclaiming, "The position of this rockery seems a bit different." He reached out to touch it. "Be cautious," Dao Yi warned, and in an instant, Chen Shuguang vanished from sight. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Yiji pursued him and, upon reaching the rockery, also disappeared. Dali restrained Wang Xianji, who was about to follow. "The abbot can be trusted," he stated calmly. "Indeed, let this serve as a message to the unruly general regarding the future of Chun Erlang Jun," Dao Yi continued, unhurried. The brothers were not in peril, and Wang Xianji felt at ease to continue exploring the new residence. As he walked, he inquired, "What formation have you arranged within this estate?" Dao Yi chuckled, "You shall know once they emerge. However, I have a matter I wish to discuss with the abbot, specifically concerning the past of this residence." The court minister is indeed astute. Wang Xuanji couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that the matter harkened back to a banquet 2 years prior. Chapter 83, an old affair. Dao Yi paused in her tracks. 2 years ago, the first year of the Wu De era. After this year, the Great Zhou would mark its 4th year. Indeed, what was Chang'an like then? A transition between eras. A sense of trepidation permeated the very air above Chang'an. They were apprehensive lest His Majesty follow the path of the previous dynasty. "And you, court minister?" Wang Xuanji extended his hand, catching a falling snowflake. The snowflake, with its 6 crystalline points, was strikingly exquisite. However, its beautiful sojourn was fleeting, as it swiftly dissolved into a droplet of water due to the warmth of his palm. Dynasties may rise and fall, yet the Wang family endures. Such is the foundation of a noble clan. Dao Yi realized she had posed a foolish question. During her stay with the Wang family, she had availed herself of Wang Xuanji's generosity and perused many of their presentable tomes. Moreover, after her near mishap in Puyang, she had even committed the Great Zhou Code to memory. Over centuries, noble families had accumulated vast resources. The sheer volume of their literary collections alone was something that impoverished scholars could only dream of, an object of both envy and admiration. The Wang family's library contained numerous works that had vanished from the world. For instance, she had seen a complete copy of the Sima Art of War, a long-lost treatise on military strategy, resting peacefully within the Wang family's collection. There exists the lost Guangling San, a piece that was never passed down by Ji Kong. However, according to Wang Xin's account, the score was recorded, and among the crowd was an ancestor of the Wang family, who noted down this rare composition, preserving it to the present day. Numerous such instances abound. These books, now extinct from the world, have only graced her sight in the form of a catalog, accessible only to direct descendants of the Wang family. The Guangling San was a topic of her curiosity, which Wang Xian was willing to divulge. For the rules among the aristocracy are even more stringent than those of the royal family. The Wang family is but one among the illustrious clans. With 5 surnames and 7 aspirations, one can only imagine the wealth of their collection, largely unknown to outsiders. For the offspring of humble origins, acquiring a single ordinary book demands a considerable expenditure of silver, whereas those born into noble families are surrounded by an abundance of literature. They need only to diligently familiarize themselves with these texts and delve into their depths without the burden of pens or the costs of books. In terms of literary inheritance, the aristocracy stands head and shoulders above the common populace. Intermarriages among these noble families weave intricate relationships over generations, where a single thread pulled can affect the entire tapestry. The master has often said that learning in times of leisure is never a detriment. She has meticulously organized the chaotic affairs of the mundane, having perused numerous obscure historical tomes within the Wang family, feeling both a chill of detachment and a fervor for the tangible yet distant events that transpired. A single phrase from Wang Xian imparted a profound sense of connection within her. Regardless of the rise and fall of dynasties, the aristocracy remains unshaken. They are intertwined, coexisting through time. For them, dynasties are akin to ordinary folk, lacking significance, yet intriguingly, the dynasties cannot overtly challenge their existence. Nevertheless, Dao Yi perceives an underlying issue. She inquired, the rise and fall of dynasties seems to be of little concern to the noble families, which is why you often regard these dynasties as dispensable. Take the Li family of Longxi, who are well acquainted with the intricacies of the aristocracy and your sentiments. How can you be certain they do not harbor alternative intentions? In that fleeting moment, Wang Xuanji's pupils constricted sharply before swiftly regaining their composure. The Li family has only just seized power, if they truly have designs. The time is still ripe for such ambitions. Were you not interested in the events concerning the Chun family from 3 years past? Oh, I nearly let that slip my mind. Dao Yi continued to trample upon the snow in the courtyard, utterly captivated by the delight it brought. The crunching sounds accompanying her as she lent an ear to the tales being shared. Observing her, Wang Xuanji relaxed his tension, joining her in the frosty play, chuckling. In the spirit of blending the old with the new, a banquet has emerged in Chang'an. Just then, a snowball from Dao Yi's hand flew forth, striking Wang Xuanji squarely in the face. In that instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if confronted with something utterly surreal. He quickly regained his wits, disregarding the snowflakes cascading down his chin. As they melted away, he crouched down, his fingers delving into the snow, exerting pressure with both hands until a sizable mound formed. As soon as he finished speaking, a snowball flew from his grasp. Dao Yi, lost in contemplation of what the flourishing era of Chang'an might resemble, was startled by an unexpected bellow from behind her. "You rascal!" It was Wang Yin, who had coincidentally appeared, only to be struck by a snowball thrown by Wang Xuanji. Caught unawares, Chen Yiji was struck full in the face with snow. He abandoned his younger brother, heedless of where he fell, and crouched down, swiftly fashioning a snowball the size of a head. Gathering the biting wind, he hurled it with considerable force at Wang Xuanji. It whizzed past his face, shearing off a strand of hair. What happened next? Dao Yi called out gleefully. Chen Shuguang ached all over, but after being left in the snow, he gradually lost all sensation of pain. Whether it was due to the freezing cold numbing his body or the weariness of having such a brother, he couldn't say. He no longer wished to delve into it. He merely longed for someone to lend him a hand. Wang Xuanji, eschewing his swift goose skill, relied solely on his legs to flee. Later, when it was the Chun family's turn to host the banquet at the old family residence, with Yiji's parents still alive, both the snowball thrower and the runner collapsed, exhausted, in the snow, gazing up at the swirling sky. "I remember that day vividly," Dao Yi said. "It was Shuguang's birthday, and everyone came to celebrate joyfully. Even Her Highness, Princess Fushou, not only sent gifts but also came in person to offer her congratulations. At the time, the guests were mostly filled with envy towards us. But after the incident, envy turned into snickers." Dao Yi dragged Chen Shuguang over and placed him beside the other two, so that all three lay in a neat row. She squatted beside them and asked, "What exactly happened?" "Truly, it was Princess Fushou who brought both their fortune and their ruin. Not long after her arrival, she claimed to feel unwell and requested to rest in the rear courtyard." Chen Yiji spoke, forcefully etching 5 lines into the snow with his fingers. He continued, "The incident began when Princess Fushou went to the backyard. My mother accompanied her. However, for reasons unknown, my mother collapsed, and the princess also fainted in the courtyard. When the palace maid found them, a physician was summoned to revive both. Yet, upon glancing at his dazed younger brother, Chen Yiji closed his eyes, pained, and said, 'When Princess Fushou regained consciousness, she claimed my father intended to commit nefarious acts, and she resisted vigorously. It was only when she heard footsteps that my father struck her unconscious. What transpired thereafter was nothing short of a nightmare. The emperor sought retribution against the Chun family. In an effort to prove his innocence, my father took his own life, and my mother followed him into death.'" This was the first time Chen Shuguang had heard of such events, leaving him frozen in the snow. The incident had occurred 2 years prior when he was merely 10 years old, and memories of it were hazy, as his elder brother had kept it from him, leading him to gradually forget. What kind of person was Princess Fushou? As Dao Yi posed the question, he scooped a handful of snow and playfully tossed it at the faces of the three, startling them into a sudden leap from the ground. Chapter 84. Princess Fushou, along with the crown prince, Prince Qin, and 2 other princes, were siblings, all born of the late Empress Taimo. As the emperor's legitimate eldest daughter, Her status alone attracted countless noble young ladies eager to befriend her. Despite her elevated status, Princess Fushou remains humble and courteous towards others, never behaving in a manner unbefitting her rank. Thus, upon the establishment of the Great Zhou, she gained considerable admiration within the circles of esteemed women and wealthy families. Dao Yi listened attentively, recognizing how endearing Princess Fushou was, as evidenced by the way our temple minister spoke of her with great fondness. Wang Xuanji cleared his throat a few times, only to have the biting wind and snow invade his mouth, causing him to cough repeatedly until tears streamed down his face. Cough, cough. Minister, please do not rush. Take your time, Dao Yi remarked nonchalantly. Wang Xuanji, opting for a change in scenery, rose and led several individuals to the corridor to escape the storm. He recounted, "There has been an enduring peace until 2 years ago when that incident occurred at the Qin family banquet. Since then, Princess Fushou has seemingly transformed. Her previous grace and propriety now appear to be mere pretense." Chun Yiji nodded in agreement, having witnessed the entire affair unfold in his own home. At that time, his father was entertaining guests in the front courtyard while a visitor from the back courtyard sought him out, claiming that his mother required his presence. As he spoke, he swung his fist with force towards a nearby pillar, only to find that he had struck nothing but air, despite clearly perceiving the pillar just outside the corridor. Chen Yiji turned his head stiffly to the side. Wang Xuanji chose to gaze upward, captivated by the enchanting flurries in the sky today. Dao Yi chuckled lightly, expressing, "My dear rogue, the items within this household may differ from what you remember. I shall guide you on how to proceed shortly." Chen Shuang was engulfed in the emotion that his parents had been wronged. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes gleamed with a predatory light. What formidable sorcery was this? It was truly astonishing. He yearned to learn it, for with such power, his elder brother would no longer be able to lay a hand on him. Then, Dao Yi inquired further. His father had followed the individuals who arrived. Yet what awaited him were two unconscious figures, one being his mother and the other, Princess Fushou. Just as his father was about to rush over to awaken his mother, an unforeseen event transpired. The princess's personal maid happened upon the scene, and, upon seeing his father bent over, seemingly attempting to take advantage of the princess, she screamed loudly. The guests were drawn by her commotion, and Shu Guang was concealed by his loyal nurse. I followed the crowd, believing there was a disturbance in the backyard, only to discover that something had befallen his father and mother. His father, of course, denied any wrongdoing. How could he confess to something he had not done? He merely stated that they should wait for his mother to regain consciousness. However, when she did awaken, her testimony plunged them into a dire predicament. Dao Yi asked, "What did your mother say?" Chun Yiji replied, "Mother claimed that it was Princess Fushou who rendered her unconscious." Wang Xuanji added, "Princess Fushou is known for her kindness. Few would doubt her words. If my aunt asserts that the princess struck her, it becomes even less credible, as it seems she is merely attempting to exonerate her husband." These events were witnessed firsthand by the notorious bandit. "Do you have any thoughts on this?" Dao Yi inquired of him. Chun Yiji pondered for a moment, shaking his head in resignation. His father had taken his own life to prove his innocence, and his mother followed suit. Their tragic departure had left an indelible impression. No matter how credible Princess Fushou's assertions might be, they paled in comparison to the weight of human lives. How was this matter ultimately resolved? Dao Yi was inquiring about the royal family's stance. Wang Xuanji replied, "This incident lacks dignity. Regardless of the outcome, the imperial family has lost face. As for the truth, it remains elusive. Princess Fushou remains steadfast in her claims, while the Qin family has paid with 2 lives. For a fleeting moment, I harbored doubts about my parents, suspecting they might have conspired to deceive everyone. However, upon observing the later demeanor of Princess Fushou, I became convinced they were not lying. Though the change in the princess's temperament alone is insufficient proof. What transformation has the princess undergone?" Chun Yiji turned to those beside him. Wang Xuanji appeared somewhat uneasy, turning his back to the crowd and extending his hand into the corridor to catch the swirling snowflakes. He gazed upward, where the snowfall seemed endless, cascading freely. At the onset of her arrival in Chang'an, Princess Fushou was perceived as humble and courteous. Yet, following that incident, etiquette appeared to hold no significance for her. When we first encountered each other on the street, she even attempted to force her way into the palace, prompting the emperor to consider an engagement. Fortunately, I was bound by a marriage contract, and with the Wang family exerting pressure, I narrowly escaped that calamity. What a pity. Dao Yi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she jested. Is it a regret, minister, that you could not wed the princess? Dao Yi then regarded him curiously, asking, when did this occur? Completely taken aback, Chang'an inquired of her. Have you resided in Chang'an for such an extended period without ever beholding a princess? The trio regarded him with expressions of utter incredulity. Even Qin Shuguang could not bear to witness his ignorance, explaining, unmarried princesses remain within the palace, inaccessible to the young Taoist priest. Princess Fushou, having married into a collateral branch of the Wang family, is now a woman confined to her chambers. As a male, how could the young priest possibly meet with a woman of such seclusion? In response, Chang'an delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling into the snow, leaving a distinct impression of his form upon the ground. You presume to possess such extensive knowledge, yet I remain your elder brother, he retorted. Dao Yi, her mouth agape, exclaimed, does the minister of the court of imperial sacrifices refer to that grand nuptial celebration, the marriage of Princess Fushou to the Wang family? At the time, she had merely perceived it as a vibrant spectacle, noting the presence of numerous foreigners in the streets, their countenances markedly different from their own. She had remained fixated upon these individuals, captivated by their appearance, as well as the serpentine wedding procession, until it vanished from sight. Only then did she recall her oversight in neglecting to observe the bride. I remarked then that the minister of the court of imperial sacrifices was intently regarding the bridegroom. I had surmised that animosity existed between the two of you, yet it appears he is indebted to him. With newfound solemnity, Dao Yi declared, I desire to make the acquaintance of this Princess Fushou. Having absorbed the demon crystal of the nine-tailed fox, she harbored a daring conjecture regarding the princess. Wang Xuanji acceded, stating, this matter requires careful deliberation. Chapter 85. A midnight knock to elicit information pertaining to Princess Fushou. The group deliberated late into the night, ultimately formulating a plan. The matter of touring the residence was swiftly forgotten. Having bid farewell to the three, Dao Yi closed the gates of the estate. As it was a newly built residence, the name had yet to be affixed to the house. Moreover, with the incident involving Princess Fushou, once the gathering dispersed, no one seemed to remember. Soon, the room echoed with the faint sound of snoring, light as the fluttering of a mosquito's wings. Perhaps it was the effect of the moral sutra read before sleep. Dao Yi delved deeper into her dreams, entering a realm of profound mystery. In this world existed not only humans and monsters, but also an array of peculiar beings, distinct from the monsters. Upon reaching a new land, she found herself amidst familiar customs and the prospect of forging friendships. Just as she was about to engage in amicable discourse with her newfound companions, a tragic and violent banging resounded. In an instant, the fantastical world dissolved. The relentless clapping continued, and in the moment Dao Yi was startled awake. She gazed at the verdant bamboo adorning the top of the tent in the guest room of the Wang residence, where the embroidered design depicted fish frolicking among lotus leaves. For a moment, she was at a loss, uncertain of the time, and before she could reflect, a more forceful banging shattered her thoughts. She turned to face the window, and the clapping abruptly ceased. Yet, upon turning her back, the sound resumed. Dao Yi sighed inwardly, lamenting her fate. She pulled the quilt over her head and drifted back into slumber. Outside, the tapping on the window came to an immediate halt, only to be replaced by the front door being pounded fiercely by the wind, as if determined to rouse the occupants within. Dao Yi sat up. The room, dimly lit due to the heavy snowfall, was still illuminated enough for one trained in martial arts and Taoism, whose eyes were accustomed to the night. She quickly donned her clothing but hesitated to open the door. Standing quietly within the room, she observed the door, which seemed on the verge of collapse. As a tempest raged outside, intent on breaking through, the sound of the wind knocking on the door was incessant, yet it never managed to penetrate the threshold. The wind, exceptionally polite, thought Dao Yi. After waiting for quite some time, and nearly shaking off her drowsiness, she finally approached and opened the door. The snowstorm outside was even more ferocious than the previous day. Despite being mentally prepared, she was still met with a face full of snow and wind, dissipating any lingering drowsiness. Similarly vanished was the sound of the knocking wind. Dali glanced around, even extending her hand to feel the air, confirming that no wind could have caused such a disturbance inside. Moreover, the entire residence had been meticulously restored according to her blueprints, unless the plans had been altered. Such an occurrence was implausible. Dao Yi lowered her head in contemplation, only to break into a smile. Such blatant evidence. Was it an invitation for me to visit? Following the traces in the snow, She walked step by step until she arrived at a well covered by a lid, located at the far eastern edge. The East Courtyard. The East Courtyard, positioned at the most eastern point, was originally arranged by the Chun family for guests, facing west while Chun father and mother sat to the west. Facing east, the most esteemed location in the residence. According to Chun Yiji during the day, the eastern position was the site of an incident that had occurred 2 years prior. The eastern expanse was bleak, with the well opening wide enough for a person to embrace, its lid cloaked in a day and night's worth of snow, still emanating a white mist thicker than the smoke of cooking fires. Observing this, Dao Yi sighed. The white mist, a manifestation of the soul's unresolved attachments, surely indicated that a person lay beneath. However, the area surrounding the well was thick with moss, evidently having remained unopened for quite some time, at least throughout the years of neglect the residents had endured. Beneath the surface, there exists a passage, unless it is a dried well, which connects to the outside world, ensuring the inhabitants within live without worry. Thus, when the well cover is lifted, it reveals vibrant souls within. May fortune smile upon humanity in these times, Dao Yi sighed. She channeled her spiritual energy into her hands and, with a powerful tremor, sent the well cover flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The clinging white snow was splashed into the air, mingling with the falling snowflakes, gently descending to once again blanket the moss-covered well cover, soon obscuring it by more than half. Dao Yi bent down to peer into the well's mouth. With her keen eyesight, she could distinctly see a face reflected at the bottom, a visage that was her own, approximately a foot from the bottom. The water lay as smooth as a mirror, untainted by ice due to the well cover, allowing for a clear reflection. It was then that she turned her gaze to the swirling white mist that had been lingering by the well. Let me behold your grievances. The mist transformed into the silhouette of a figure, respectfully performing a bow. Without any sense of rejection, Dao Yi stepped into the protective circle of the mist. The very essence of the other's obsession. Today is the birthday celebration of Lord Chun Erlang. What attire do you suggest I don for the occasion? The woman in the copper mirror, with delicate hands, skin like cream, a graceful neck, teeth like ivory, and enchanting brows and eyes, smiled charmingly. The attendants surrounding her responded with mirth. Your Highness would look splendid in any attire. The woman smiled subtly again. I wish to leave a favorable impression on the Chun family. My father has just entered the city of Chang'an and must not be the subject of gossip. Indeed, the princess speaks the truth. Your intention is to alleviate the emperor's burdens, rather than harbor any thoughts about the esteemed son of the Chun family. The playful jest of the maidservant caused the young lady's cheeks to flush crimson, yet her demeanor remained composed. She extended her delicate wrist, which had endured the chill of frost and snow, and gently tapped the maidservant's nose, saying, You, at such a tender age, possess no sense of shame. The maidservant chuckled heartily, proclaiming, For the happiness of Her Highness the Princess, what is there to be ashamed of? I do not comprehend such feelings. The blush on the young lady's face faded, only to rise again, now accompanied by a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. The hour is drawing near. We must hasten our departure from the palace lest we be accused of tardiness and disrespect. With meticulous preparation, they would arrive punctually, leaving no room for criticism. Everything concerning the Chun family was proceeding as anticipated. The young lady maintained an air of calmness, humility, and courtesy, exhibiting no hint of rudeness. Yet beneath her composed exterior, her heart raced as she caught another glimpse of the silver-lance youth, radiant as the sun in the heavens above. An involuntary smile graced her lips, and she longed to soothe her tumultuous heart, but inadvertently knocked over a cup of wine, drawing the concern of Lady Chun. Embarrassment washed over her, yet she steadied herself, stating, The cold wind blew fiercely yesterday. Perhaps it has caused me some discomfort. Lady Chun promptly suggested, Why not rest for a while in the back courtyard? The young lady hesitated to depart immediately, but the stain on her gown necessitated a prompt change to avoid further impropriety. Lady Chun excused herself to the guests and escorted the young lady to the back courtyard, which happened to be the eastern courtyard. Just as the young lady was about to express her gratitude, she witnessed Lady Chun collapse to the ground, her back turned toward her. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Guards. Chapter 86. The dream of reality. The woman continued to retreat, inadvertently falling to the ground. Startled by the sudden appearance of this stranger, she found herself in a room now occupied by an uninvited guest, who had rendered Chun's mother unconscious. Upon recognizing the figure's visage, the woman's pupils dilated in shock, a look of genuine panic crossing her face for the first time. "Who are you? Why are you here? And why do you bear such a striking resemblance to me?" The stranger's voice was peculiar, accompanied by a sinister giggle. "You mean this face?" As the words escaped, a countenance identical to Chen's mother materialized before her. The woman continued to retreat on the floor, clearly overwhelmed by the surreal situation. Nothing she had ever encountered could compare. "Please, stop. They cannot hear you. I harbor no grievances against you. Why do you pursue me?" The stranger then transformed into the woman's likeness, pausing as if genuinely contemplating. "No grievances? Who could blame you for being so beautiful and coming from such a noble lineage? I've heard many praise you. To become you would indeed be a delightful affair." Shaking her head, the woman implored, "Spare me, and I shall have my father grant you the title of princess." The stranger also shook her head, replying, "No, becoming you is far better. It has been said that you are of noble birth, a beloved sister to several princes. Regardless of the future, you shall always be the most esteemed princess, perhaps even the grand princess. Should you live long enough, you may ascend to the title of the great grand princess. What do you intend to do?" A sense of foreboding washed over the woman, and in that moment, she even forgot about life and death. "What do you wish to do to my father and brothers?" The individual displayed a hint of impatience, remarking on the futility of concerning oneself with a corpse. She flashed a sinister grin, her face contorted with malice, declaring, "You need only remember one thing. From this moment forth, I am Princess Fushou, and you are merely a figment of non-existence." With that, she advanced toward the woman, the very embodiment of Princess Fushou, inching closer until retreat was no longer an option. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind: the safety of her family, the opulence of a life just beginning, all crystallizing upon the visage of a face radiant as the spring sun. The once vibrant world around her swiftly transformed into a desolate nightscape. Alas, a single well in the eastern courtyard irrevocably altered the fate of a blossoming maiden, cascading repercussions that affected the entire Qin family, and even the kin of Wang Xian's family. 2 years had passed, and the landscape of life had irrevocably changed. The white mist saw off Dao Yi, who, in turn, performed a respectful bow. Dao Yi seemed to feel a sense of longing, quietly sighing. Truly, she was a princess of refinement and decorum. Chun Yiji's chamber was elegantly simplistic. Upon opening the door, one encountered a square, well-organized writing desk, flanked on the left by a neatly arranged bookshelf, which was evidently seldom disturbed. The most frequently consulted texts lay upon the desk, including works such as The Art of War. The wall to the right of the desk bore an array of weaponry. Beneath this armory, a small rack held a shimmering scale armor, while another rack displayed everyday garments. At that moment, the latter was conspicuously empty. Alas, where have the garments gone? And where is the owner? Which audacious thief dares to intrude upon my abode at night? My spear strikes like a dragon, capable of shaking the very heavens. The argent gleam of the spear grazed the newcomer's face. "What brings you here?" Dao Yi wished to avoid any prolonged entanglement. Her clandestine visit this night was merely to satisfy a long-held curiosity, whether Qin Yiji slept with his silver spear in his arms. She had not anticipated that he would remain so vigilant, even away from the battlefield. Since her objective remained unfulfilled, she needed to state her purpose. "There's a corpse at the Chun family's old residence." Dao Yi lowered her gaze, noting the spear's tip had touched her garment but advanced no further. She offered a sincere compliment. "Your control is remarkable. Your skill is commendable. Let's discuss this matter once the court secretary arrives," Qin Yiji said. "For now, I need men to recover the remains." Dao Yi paused thoughtfully, then added, "Remember, when you seek the court secretary, ensure no one else is aware. Discretion is paramount at this juncture." Qin Yiji opened his mouth, about to inquire why she didn't seek assistance herself, before realizing she had moved out of the Wang family's guest room. The Wang household would hardly appreciate her making demands in the middle of the night to seek her own husband. Yet, he still felt compelled to ask, "Aren't you afraid of disturbing me in the middle of the night?" Dao Yi simply rolled her eyes. "Very well, I'll handle this matter," Qin Yiji conceded, chiding himself for his foolishness. His household was small, without so many complications. Meanwhile, Qin Shuguang lay in bed, laughing to himself and muttering, "Haha, now you know how powerful I am. This is the new spell Little Master taught me. I didn't expect it to be so effective. Not only does it prevent me from getting hit, but it also allows me to strike back. Elder brother, beg for mercy, and I'll release you." The door to the bedroom stood wide open, allowing the biting cold to invade the room. Chen Shuguang shivered uncontrollably, the earlier sense of triumph dissipating as he heard a chilling laugh. Wrapping himself tighter in the quilt, his shivering intensified. Xiao'er, are you up? He struggled to open his eyes. In a daze, he noticed a figure standing at the foot of his bed, neither too distant nor too close. The person was silhouetted against the snow light, obscuring their features, and held a yasha in hand. Startled, he exclaimed, Yasha, what brings you here? My elder brother next door, Chen Shuguang. Wake up. Chen Yizhi thought that even if this fool were to be struck dead by Dao, he wouldn't feel a twinge of sorrow. Unbeknownst to Chen Shuguang, he had already severed his own escape route, leaving no possibility for retreat. The sudden shout jolted him awake. Elder brother, it's you. I just dreamt of you. Many young ladies were vying to be my little sisters-in-law. Even Princess Fushou. Chen Shuguang only recounted the first half of his dream. Chen Yizhi, having caught the latter part, coldly interrupted his fables. Xiao'er, quickly get up. There's trouble at the Chun family estate. Gather some people and hurry over. Choose those who are clever, sensible, and loyal. Oh, all right, elder brother. Chen Shuguang shivered as he got out of bed. A gust of frigid wind made him tremble even more. Chen Yizhi cast a glance at him and muttered, useless. Before turning to leave, he still had to go to the Wang family. Chen Shuguang grumbled behind him, resigned to dressing and following to gather people. Chapter 87. The jade pendant and bracelet. The manhole cover was opened once more. In the depths of the well, perpetually shrouded in darkness, there should be warmth rising upward. Wang Xuanji extended a hand, probing into the well, and discovered that the temperature ascending from below was even chillier than the icy world above. He nodded to the crowd, signaling for the commencement of their endeavor, suggesting that whoever possessed strong swimming skills and ample courage should descend. Without hesitation, Chen Yizhi seized an individual, but Dao Yi intervened, asserting, imposing commander, I believe the inhabitants at the bottom of the well would be quite pleased were you to undertake the descent. Chen Shuguang's eyes brimmed with tears, moved by the sentiment. Chen Yizhi, somewhat skeptical, remarked, Dao Yi, you wouldn't happen to have received some favor from the second young master, would you? Are you conspiring against me? Dao Yi gazed at him in confusion. Wang Xuanji interjected, attempting to mediate, stating that Yizhi's swimming skills were not as proficient as Shuguang's. Oh, he merely lacks the prowess of Chun Erlang. It's not that he cannot swim at all. You should still descend, as it would resolve a lingering matter. Dao Yi, understanding, persisted in his insistence that Chen Yizhi should go down. The humanoid mist nearby bowed repeatedly in agreement. Chen Yizhi, wishing to further train Chen Shuguang, acknowledged the gravity of the situation and refrained from further protest. He approached the well's edge and peered downwards, contemplating that perhaps his connection to the identity of those at the bottom was indeed significant. As Chun Guanjiao meticulously inspected the rope around his waist, he exhibited utmost diligence, ensuring its security with repeated checks. The rope gradually descended, and the temperature within the well continued to plummet. Chun Yizhi harnessed his internal energy to ward off the cold. Soon, he encountered the water's surface. In addition to the rope secured at his waist, another rope accompanied his descent. The well's depth gradually expanded. Chun Yizhi's feet first submerged into the water, followed by his waist, until he was fully submerged, swimming at the bottom of the well. He grasped the other rope and descended to the well's depths. In the depths of the well, darkness envelopes everything, rendering even the most skilled martial artist unable to discern their surroundings clearly. The eastern courtyard of his home is devoid of trees, and the well's bottom is absent of withered branches and leaves. Instead, it is filled with soft, decayed silt. Chen Yizhi, exploring the murky depths, found his breath constricted, prompting him to hasten his movements. As he stirred the sediment, the water gradually turned opaque, obscuring his vision. Intending to ascend for a fresh breath, Chen Yizhi's right foot inadvertently caught onto something. He was compelled to abandon his ascent, his foot immobilized. He moved his hands toward the mysterious object, which felt like a limb, but was too indistinct to identify, forcing him to search painstakingly inch by inch. 1, 2, 5. He discovered 5 interconnected appendages. Smaller than his own hand, it was a human hand. Following the contours of the hand, he felt a skull, ribcage, and leg bones, an entire skeleton. This individual's remains had not been disassembled in life. Carefully, he bound the bones with another rope and embraced them tightly. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the white mist by the well, Dao Yi felt a sudden flush. An inexplicable shiver ran through her as she pondered what Chen Yizhi could have done to the remains below. causing her spirit to blush. The rope was tugged downwards with great force 3 times. Steward Chen, stationed at the well's edge, called out excitedly, "Pull faster." Chen Shuguang had chosen several strong individuals for this task, yet it still required considerable effort, for the rope could not rub against the well's rim, lest it fray. Together, they stood at the well's edge, hoisting the body upward. When they glimpsed what Chen Yiji was clutching, their grip faltered momentarily, but they quickly resumed their efforts. Aware that they were there to retrieve a corpse, they were nonetheless gripped by fear upon truly confronting it. One of the servants, faced with 2 pitch-black eye sockets, experienced a fright that surpassed that of several others. Had he not seen Chen Yiji trembling uncontrollably, he might have already discarded the rope and fled. The rope slipped for a moment, and instinctively, Chen Yiji reached out to protect the corpse in his arms. The white mist hovered anxiously by the well. Fortunately, the other servants, with their eyes shut, managed to pull the person up. Chen Yiji, his hands frozen and unable to move, was drenched and filthy. 1 person and 1 corpse sat slumped in the snow. Chen Shuguang came rushing over, urging everyone to make way. The surrounding servants parted, and Chen Shuguang approached with a bowl, saying, "Elder brother, here, take a sip." This ginger soup was prepared by Brother Ondao. Chen Yiji was still wrapped in a layer of cotton, and the old steward took the lead in rubbing his hands and feet. Dao Yi's lips twitched. That was hers. Never mind, he had done well in rescuing the bones and would not hold it against him. He would simply have Steward Chen provide compensation later. A new one would be just in time for the new year. The Chen family could never cause harm. He had absolute confidence in that. But whose bones were these? How did they meet their demise? And how did they end up in the well of his family's east courtyard? Wang Xuanji crouched beside the corpse. The clothing was not yet fully decayed, but being buried in mud obscured its true appearance. He picked up a corner of the sleeve and gently twisted it, allowing his mind to form a conjecture. As he lowered the sleeve, Wang Xuanji noticed the bracelet on the corpse's wrist and the jade pendant at its waist. Perhaps that conjecture was about to be realized. "Dao Yi, come take a look," he said, removing the pendant and the bracelet. Having witnessed her final moments in life, Dao Yi understood the necessity of examining her remains, ensuring a complete closure for the deceased and conveying their unspoken words to the living. This process would seek to redress injustices and mend any lingering regrets. The deceased was a young woman, approximately 15 years of age. Wang Xuanji silently added, "Deceased female, around 15 years old." A shattered palm imprint marred her sternum, indicating that a devastating blow had crushed her vital organs, leading to her demise. Dao Yi continued. Judging by the extent of skeletal decomposition, the estimated time of death is approximately 2 years ago. Wang Xuanji mentally noted, time of death, approximately 2 years ago. For the Chen family, 2 years prior was a sensitive subject, not entirely forbidden but rarely mentioned, as it marked the time of a significant misfortune for the main family. The elder members of the Chen household would avoid bringing it up in the presence of the patriarch. The sudden mention of 2 years ago immediately evoked memories of that ill-fated year, specifically Chen Shuguang's birthday. Chen Yiji, still reeling from the lingering cold, stood frozen. His mind dulled. "When did you say the deceased passed away?" he asked. Dao Yi reiterated, "The estimated time of death is approximately 2 years ago." A realization struck Chen Yiji with full force. He abruptly rose and approached Dao Yi, asking with deliberate emphasis, "Are you certain?" "Yiji, let us depart for the palace without delay." Wang Xuanji, holding the jade pendant and bracelet, said, "Dao Yi, we entrust this matter to you, as you are most skilled in handling remains. Rest assured, Lord Xiqing." Dragging the bewildered individual along, Wang Xuanji swiftly departed from the newly acquired residence. Dao Yi, without delay, directed the servants to fetch water, intent on meticulously cleansing the skeletal remains. A woman who so cherished her beauty and life deserved not to lie in the mire. Chapter 88. Entrapment. Part 1. The cadaver was conveyed to the nearest chamber. Dao Yi surveyed the interior, noting the positioning. It was precisely the room where Princess Fushou had met her demise. The very room where the imposter Fushou had successfully exchanged identities and subsequently caused the death of Chen's parents. Chen's servants brought water and positioned it beside the corpse before withdrawing, each finding a place to stand guard. Dao Yi, with a pristine cloth in hand, began to gently cleanse the remains. "Rest assured," she murmured, "this is the place where you were wronged, and it is here that we shall clear your name." Dao Yi mused that commencing and concluding here might, for Princess Fushou, fulfill a long-held wish. The candles in the room flickered slightly, as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Gradually, the visage of the corpse began to emerge. Upon the wooden plank lay a pristine skeleton. As the emperor's legitimate daughter, she would have been attired in the finest garments. The original clothing, made of silk, had merely been encrusted with mud over the past 2 years, remaining intact but unsuitable for her to wear again. Dao Yi retrieved a set of newly made garments, prepared for the winter but yet unworn. 2 years prior, Fusho had been 15, now she was 14. Their figures were similar enough for the attire to fit appropriately. She dressed the skeleton in the heavy winter clothes and meticulously combed her hair, allowing it to cascade freely from the edge of the wooden board, refraining from binding it. Concurrently, the pair en route to the imperial city had entered through Hongguang Gate, facing the evening's snowy breeze. Wang Xian, draped in crimson garments, bore the weight of frost and snow upon him. Deprived of his internal energy, he could only allow the elements to take their course. Before Qin Yizhi embarked on his journey, he poured a stream of cool water over himself, cleansing the mud that clung to his form. As he harnessed his internal power along the way, he had long since dried himself, and apart from a slight disarray, the snow and wind that had settled upon him had been thoroughly dispelled. The two awaited in the side hall of the Zhonghua Palace. By the time the sage arrived, the chill of the snow had been melted away by the warmth within the hall. They exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with unspoken thoughts. Wherever the sage tread, the seasons harmonized. He was aware that his eldest daughter had long since succumbed to the depths of a shadowy well. Deprived of the chance to bid farewell to her family, forever estranged from the delights of the world, the resilience of a blade of grass, the vibrant fragrance of a blossoming flower. A distant call from Zhang De interrupted their reverie, prompting them to set aside their myriad concerns and rise to greet him. Wang Aiqing and the notorious rebel, what brings you both to the palace at such an hour? The sage took his seat before the dragon throne, fatigue still evident upon his countenance. Wang Xian presented a jade pendant and a bracelet, handing them directly to Zhang De, who then passed them to the sage. As the sage grasped the bracelet, a flicker of recognition stirred within him, though he could not immediately place it. Before he could ponder further, his gaze fell upon the jade pendant, and an inexplicable heaviness settled in his heart. The words he intended to speak swirled in his mind before he finally uttered. Wang Aiqing, has something befallen Princess Fusho? She is already of the Wang family. If there is any wrongdoing, you may take it upon yourselves to rectify it. Yet, Wang Xian ventured, Your Majesty, might you recognize this pendant? Does it not belong to Princess Fusho? The sage scrutinized the item once more and confirmed it to be a treasure of longevity. This jade was carved by my own hand, among the brothers. Only the piece representing longevity bears my mark. There is also a distinct scratch here. I cannot be mistaken. Alas, the true princess of longevity has perished 2 years ago, in the well of the Qin family's courtyard. What did you say? The sage's fury erupted, and Zhang De immediately fell to his knees. Wang Xuanzi and Qin Yizhi followed suit. The sage, standing behind the dragon table, breathed heavily, his grip on the jade pendant and bracelet nearly shattering them. Speak clearly. Should there be a single falsehood, I shall not spare you. Madam, a maid hastily rushed into the Wang family's courtyard, her expression filled with excitement, clearly overjoyed. Upon reaching the entrance, a stern stewardess blocked her path, declaring, Halt. What kind of behavior is this? Walk carefully. Do you think our princess has not taught anyone manners? Such actions tarnish the reputation of the Wang family's women. Who shall bear the consequences? If Dao Yi were present, she would recognize the stewardess as the very maid who, during the time when the princess of longevity was arranging her hair by the window, playfully teased her while she admired her reflection. The maid halted and looked up. Smiling brightly, Sister Chang'an, someone has come from the palace and is waiting outside, claiming they wish to summon our princess into the palace. Do you think His Majesty is aware of the princess's time at the Wang residence and seeks to lend her support? Chang'an frowned. The intentions of the sage are not for you to speculate upon. Should this happen again, I shall ensure you are punished. I thank you, madam. Shall you? Filled with delight, secretly cast a glance at Chang'an, only to find her unaffected, which left her somewhat disheartened. Chang'an assisted Fu Shou out of the backyard. And indeed, they encountered a visitor in the front yard, Zhang De. Fu Shou's heart soared with joy at the sight of Zhang Gongong. Had her father missed her? She was eager to accompany him to the palace immediately. Internally, Zhang De was engulfed in a turmoil of emotions, though his outward demeanor remained composed. The princess's words were perplexing. The Wang family had its own traditions, and even the emperor could not disrupt them. Being of noble birth, The princess was well aware of these customs and was expected to adhere to them. Fu Shou, seemingly indifferent, nodded. She had grown weary of her current existence. Life as a person felt unbearable at times, yet these circumstances were not something she could alter by her own means. With such a privileged status, it was only fitting to make the most of it. Zhang Gonggong, spare us the formalities. Let us proceed to the palace at once. She intended to lodge a complaint, ensuring the Wang family understood the consequences of their actions, and see if Wang Delang would dare continue to neglect her. Zhang De's apprehension deepened with each passing moment. The princess had transformed beyond recognition. The remnants of her former self were scarcely discernible. Even after her past transgressions, which had led to punishment and her subsequent departure from the palace, she had not changed to such a degree. Princess, please board the carriage, Zhang De said with a smile that concealed his true thoughts. Once Fu Shou had entered the carriage, Zhang De discreetly informed Wang Delang, rest assured, Delang Jun. The Shiqing is currently in the palace. Wang Delang stood at the grand entrance, watching as the carriage departed, giving the impression that nothing had transpired. The carriage rumbled along the long street, swiftly making its way to the outer reaches of the imperial city. As Fu Shou lifted the curtain of the carriage, the resplendent scene before her elicited an involuntary smile. The status of the Princess Fu Shou proved to be exceedingly advantageous. She had indeed chosen wisely. In the 8th and 9th chapters, a summons to the elder. The carriage had just entered Anshan Gate when Fu Shou eagerly inquired, Zhang De, where's father? Zhang De inwardly rolled his eyes. Moments ago, he was referred to as eunuch Zhang, and now he was simply Zhang De. They had yet to encounter the sovereign. Yet the hierarchy was already being established. Chang'an, attending closely, felt a tremor in her heart upon seeing them approach Anshan Gate. Strangely, she found herself at a loss for words, lost in contemplation about whether the sovereign had sensed something amiss. In the past, the princess would always enter through the grand main gate, the Vermilion Bird Gate. Each person in the entourage harbored their own thoughts. Zhang De arranged for the sedan to be changed, carrying Fu Shou to the Fu Shou Palace, where she had resided prior to her marriage. The palace, named after the princess herself, spoke volumes of her favored status. Everything remained as it had been before. Fu Shou in the sedan did not notice anything unusual. They had safely transported her to Fu Shou Palace. Zhang De silently wiped the sweat of apprehension from his brow, smiling as he said, Your Highness, His Majesty is currently deliberating on state affairs. I implore you to exercise patience. Impatiently, Fu Shou waved her hand, instructing him to leave. Zhang De narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, she was no longer the same. The former Princess Fu Shou would not have spoken so rashly or acted so thoughtlessly. The dignity befitting a princess had vanished, replaced by an untamed wildness. Your Highness, please wait a moment, Zhang De said, preparing to depart from Fu Shou Palace. Before he left, he inquired, Your Highness, may I borrow Miss Chang'an for a while? Fu Shou inquired, puzzled about her purpose, and what would happen to those serving me. Zhang De smiled, yet inwardly cursed, labeling her a beast of ignorance regarding etiquette. He remarked, Currently, the princess's preferences are better understood by Chang'an. I fear I might disturb her refined enjoyment. Fu Shou, pleased, responded, In that case, Chang'an shall go. Zhang De replied, Please, Miss Chang'an, accompany me on this journey. He couldn't help but reflect on Xuanchan's fortunate survival under the influence of a monster for 2 years, and now, with the intercession of a small master, she was permitted to escort the ordinary folk from the palace. Indeed, this maid had stumbled upon good fortune. Alas, their Princess Fu Shou seemed to be of lesser fortune. Perhaps the external speculations held some truth. The princess had suppressed her temperament for too long, leading to an eventual eruption that rendered her a shadow of her former self. Fu Shou was lost in her delightful imaginings, oblivious to the tumultuous feelings shared by the two outside her chamber. The pair exited Fu Shou Palace to find a throng gathered outside, with a striking shade of bright yellow at the forefront. Zhang De hastily approached. Your Majesty, the princess bears no resemblance to her former self. The sage, upon hearing this, felt a heavy weight in his heart. Even if Fu Shou had changed, he wished for his daughter to thrive in this world. He cast a glance back at Fu Shou Palace, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Lord Wang, the individuals inside are entrusted to you. Should they be monsters, execute them on the spot. If they are humans, allow her to breathe. I intend to uncover who possesses such audacity. Dao had been waiting outside Fu Shou Palace, merely awaiting the sage's command. At this moment, she received a signal from Wang Xian. The final procedure of the demon suppression array was activated. Fushou Palace had already been arranged into a demon suppression array the night before. The entire palace resembled a colossal yin-yang symbol. In the 8 directions of the array, there were 8 focal points, collectively forming the Bagua, aimed at subduing demons. Dao Yi placed the last focal point, located in the Qian position, onto the array stone, and the concealed formation immediately manifested, transforming into a celestial prison. This concept was derived from the locking dragon array used to confine Chang'an. With one distinction, her formation incorporated additional elements, ensuring it would not ensnare humans. This consideration was made due to the presence of many individuals within the palace, to prevent any inadvertent entrapment. Earlier, while observing, she had noticed the Fushou princess emanating a sinister black aura, confirming her as a demon. However, recognizing the sage's grief over the loss of his daughter, she chose to withhold this information. As the demon suppression array activated, Fushou sensed it instantly. Her pleasant demeanor dissipated in an instant, and she dashed toward the entrance of Fushou Palace. The door stood ajar, and filled with joy, she attempted to escape. However, she collided with a golden net-like wall, adorned with intricate flowing patterns. She pressed against the wall, feeling as if she had touched fire. It was excruciatingly hot, causing her to withdraw her hand. Spotting the figures outside, Fushou anxiously called out, "Father, what are you doing?" "I am your beloved Fushou." Upon seeing her face, the sage wept like a child, his heart wavering with compassion, and he almost turned away. Yet, upon feeling the jade pendant in his palm, his resolve solidified in that moment. He gazed directly at Fushou and declared, "No, you are not my Fushou. My Fushou has long since perished." Upon hearing this, Fushou changed her expression and pitifully said, "Father, what are you talking about? Just look at me. This face of mine is undeniably Fushou, and I am very much alive." The sage, however, chose not to elaborate further and produced a piece of jade. "Take a look," he instructed. Fushou glanced through the barrier and, perplexed, inquired, "What kind of jade is this? It looks rather..." Before she could finish her sentence, a memory surfaced of the time when she had struck a woman down into the well. The woman had worn a similar piece of jade at her waist. She gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. The sage put the jade away, remarking, "You, who have been raised alongside Fushou since childhood, fail to recognize her cherished jade. Yet you dare to impersonate her name." Dao Yi confirmed that the person in the well was indeed the genuine Princess Fushou, and the false one had convinced the sage of her authenticity, thus allowing them to take action. The moment had finally arrived. Wang Xuanji led the sage to a side to observe the battle from a distance, while Chun Yiji stood by, gripping his silver spear. Dao Yi began channeling spiritual energy into the 8 pivotal points of the demon-slaying formation, infusing each gate with a surge of power. Instantly, the formation underwent a transformation, unleashing a tempest of rain, snow, thunder, and fierce winds, all directed towards the sole living being within. The frail Fushou tumbled about, narrowly evading calamity after calamity. The sage's last glimmer of hope dissipated. His Fushou was indeed devoid of skill. He closed his eyes, realizing that his Fushou was truly lost. The entirety of Fushou Palace lay in disarray, shattered and scattered. Yet, the demon-slaying formation remained intact. Fushou rose, her hair a chaotic mess, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes gleamed with ferocity as she bared her teeth and shouted furiously, "You vile Taoist, you have thwarted my endeavors. Today, I shall surely slay you." Deaf to all entreaties, Dao Yi continued to channel spiritual energy into the array. With the array in place, even a modicum of spiritual energy amplified its power manifold. Fushou cast a covetous glance at her human form, a vessel she had meticulously chosen. This predicament was entirely the fault of that odious Taoist. A sudden cacophony of barking erupted, followed by an ensuing silence. Denizens within the array and onlookers without exchanged furtive glances, a shared sense of awkwardness permeating the air. In her human guise, Fushou found her resistance to the demon-subduing array significantly diminished. She realized that clinging to her corporeal form would likely result in her demise within the confines of the palace. The array continued its ceaseless circulation. Dao Yi maintained her efforts from the outside as Fushou underwent her transformation. The metamorphosis, coupled with the array's relentless assault, inflicted considerable torment, eliciting a plaintive cry culminating in canine barks. Separated by the resplendent golden lattice of the array, Dao Yi was the first to witness Fushou's true form. Her expression shifted from apprehension to bewilderment, and finally to amusement. Was this it? Replacing Fu Shou was a bizarre creature resembling a rat, yet distinct from it. Its head bore a resemblance to a rabbit, while its body mirrored that of a deer. Upon beholding its true form, Dao Yi's eyes gleamed with newfound fervor. Even the creature, in the throes of breaching the array, felt its fur bristle and erupt, transforming it into a veritable porcupine, accelerating its assault on the barrier. Earthen spiritual energy enveloped its pelt as it relentlessly battered against the array's net. Dao Yi paid no heed to what was transpiring around her. With a hint of joy, she remarked, "Truly, it is fate ordained by the heavens. No wonder you are destined to marry Lord Wang Dalong. Your life is inextricably tied to his, for better or worse." At that moment, Wang Xianji approached, having settled the sage, and inquired with a puzzled expression, "Dao Yi, what do you mean by that?" Dao Yi, with a bright smile, elucidated the origins of the creature before them. The Compendium of Beasts records, on Dansun Mountain, there exists a beast resembling a mouse. With the head of a hare and a body of a weasel, its call akin to that of a dog, and it flies using its tail. Known as the ear mouse. Consuming it poses no danger, and it can ward off 100 toxins. Thus, the creature was identified as the ear mouse, explaining its canine-like vocalizations. Suddenly, Wang Xianji recalled the circumstances surrounding his elder brother's household and could not help but exclaim, "Everything is indeed the will of heaven." Before he could pose further inquiries, Dao Yi had already dashed into the demon-subduing array. The ear mouse, momentarily halted in its tracks, turned to regard Dao Yi with wariness. Dao Yi, too, cast a cautious glance at the creature. Both, a human and a mouse, stood at the second level of the earth realm, their cultivation levels comparable, with the contest poised to be one of magical prowess. What abilities did the ear mouse possess? Dao Yi focused intently on its tail, with urgency akin to a command. She invoked binding spells. The verdant essence of wood spirit energy unfurled within the demon-subduing array, manifesting as an intricate net, akin to an impenetrable web. It surged forth in all directions towards the ear mouse. Dao Yi's strategy was influenced by the creature's unique characteristics. The ear mouse could fly using its tail without expending spiritual energy, thus engaging it on solid ground at an equal level could prove disadvantageous. Hence, she sought to first restrict its aerial mobility before launching an assault. As the ear mouse found itself silenced, an overwhelming mass of verdant silk ribbons converged upon it, leaving no room for hesitation. It soared into the sky, yet wherever it flew, the green tendrils followed suit. Dao Yi, witnessing its rapid escape, issued a swift command, invoking binding techniques that intertwined with water control spells, causing the threads to fray even further while the gaps gradually closed. The ear mouse sought to conceal its form. Reel in. The prison cage constricted into a tighter circle. Inside, the ear mouse was in a state of frantic agitation, spinning about in circles. Suddenly, it paused for an instant, pivoted its head in a new direction, and dove straight down, just as it was about to strike the ground. It extended its foreclaws and swiftly began to burrow into the stone floor of the palace. In no time, it had excavated a deep pit, and following that tunnel, it buried itself entirely within. Dao Yi's cage amalgamated, leaving the interior utterly devoid of its quarry. It was her first encounter capturing a creature, and she had caught nothing. She had forgotten that mice could dig. It was impressively swift and adept at tunneling. The ear mouse belonged to the earth attribute, while she wielded wood elemental energy, complemented by the skills of the nine-tailed fox, which also belonged to the wood attribute. Without delay, Dao Yi channeled a substantial amount of green spiritual energy into the burrow, singing the first piece of 9 curves of Linglong, titled A Melody of Linglong, Cold Plum Descends. She cautiously guided a flurry of cold plum blossoms to descend, commanding them with urgency, while utilizing water control to pursue. With tracking talismans, she directed the cold plums deeper into the earth. As the ear mouse continued its excavation, the cold plums floated towards the entrance, seemingly endowed with sentience, trailing after it and chilling its limbs to the point of numbing them. It sensed a sluggish movement beneath. Having intoned the ballad, A Life's Journey in Melody, Dao Yi witnessed the vole's final seasonal transition within its subterranean abode. As the 9th movement of the rhapsody, Yin and Yang in perpetual motion, played, the disoriented vole ascended towards the exit, guided by the celestial melody. Nearing the aperture, it beheld the resplendent dawn. A figure stood silhouetted at the mouth of the cave, their hands seemingly engaged in some endeavor. Upon sighting the rodent's head emerging from the burrow, Dao Yi swiftly cast a pre-prepared talisman, uttering, "Swift exorcism." The violet thunder charm, imbued with verdant spiritual energy, struck the vole with a resounding impact. Yet, the creature did not plummet back into the depths. Dao Yi's binding spell remained active, instantly ensnaring the vole the instant it began to fall, drawing it forth from the cave. The thunderous incantation dispelled all illusions. Approaching the creature, Dao Yi scrutinized it. The vole, now lucid, lay in its final throes, its gaze fixed upon her with resentment. "You humans are truly treacherous and scrupulous and deceitful," it seemed to convey. Dao Yi, unfazed, retorted, "Had you been forthright, why resort to the clandestine murder of Princess Fushou? From what I gather, she was an amicable soul, courteous in demeanor, and measured in action. Who among those who knew her would not speak of her with admiration? To slay and then impersonate her?" Dao Yi paused, then asked, "Do you genuinely despise humanity?" The vole attempted to speak, but no words escaped its lips. It departed this world, in which it had lived in confusion and met an ambiguous demise. In its final moments, a dark miasma lingered above. In a moment of contemplation, the thoughts flowed like water, revealing the past and bringing clarity. A curious ear rodent pondered why it aspired to rise above the rest. Chapter 9. The reason on the Danchuan mountain, a gathering of ear rodents thrived. Some joyfully burrowed into the earth, while others languidly basked in the sun. A few strolled together, enveloped in an atmosphere so sweet that not even a needle could fit between them. Among them, one particularly mischievous ear rodent stood out. Observing its companions diligently digging, it approached and playfully nudged another rodent, sending it tumbling into the hole, where it emerged, mouth full of dirt, gasping for breath. The prankster had already scampered off. It then joined a sunbathing rodent, clutching a handful of soil, dirt that had been carelessly discarded by the digger. With a swift flick, it showered the unsuspecting rodent with a muddy clump. Startled, the sunbather believed an intruder had invaded their peaceful repose. It quickly scrambled to remove the dirt from its face, only to discover the source of its alarm. At that moment, the mischievous rodent had nestled itself behind two affectionate companions, who, with eyes closed, were about to share a kiss. As it poked its head into their midst, the pair opened their eyes, only to be met with an unfamiliar profile. Startled, one rodent turned pale, but upon recognizing the troublemaker, it sighed, "Xiao Lu, you're up to your antics again." "My dear brother, what can I say? Life on this mountain is simply too dull," replied the mischievous one, shaking its head. "Our kind belongs here on the mountain. The world below is filled with humans, and it poses a danger to us. We might be captured and eaten. Have you forgotten how our father met his end?" Little Lu trotted away with drooping ears. Once, their father had inadvertently wandered into the human realm, where he was recognized, captured, skinned, and devoured. This experience instilled in him a yearning for the mountains, while simultaneously nurturing a deep-seated fear of the world below, a hatred and trepidation towards humanity. One day, an explosive sound erupted from Danchuan Mountain, shaking the entire area. Once the chaos subsided, the entire Ear Mouse clan was left in disarray, and little Lu found himself utterly alone, only discovering the lifeless body of his elder brother's wife. Terrified, he concealed himself for many days, seeing no remarkable occurrences, pondering if perhaps the mountain deity had unleashed its wrath. To end the mountain god's torment, he resolved to descend from the heights. Life at the foot of the mountain proved to be arduous. Little Lu transformed into the guise of a small mouse, and whenever humans caught sight of him, they would invariably shout to chase him away. On numerous occasions, he narrowly escaped the jaws of cats. After enduring various tribulations, the ear mouse became increasingly vigilant. He began to observe the humans and ventured out only at night, thus managing to evade most of them. Cats and dogs posed little threat, as he possessed spiritual powers that rendered him wary during the darkness. Thus, after much wandering and listening to the tales of many, little Lu arrived at a conclusion akin to that of his kin. Chang'an, with its bustling splendor, was indeed a suitable place for his survival. Upon arriving in Chang'an, he was dazzled by its allure, yet he could only emerge under the cloak of night, which filled him with sadness and dissatisfaction. He longed to bask in the sunlight like his brethren. One day, while hidden underground, he overheard discussions regarding Princess Fushou. Little Lu, with his keen mouse ears, swiftly concocted a plan. He aspired to become the esteemed princess among humans. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned. It is rather peculiar. Although it has become a princess, it has not garnered the adoration and throngs it anticipated. Instead, many speak ill of it behind its back. It must teach these individuals a lesson. Yet even the saint who cherishes it remains deaf to its grievances. Today, it has come to the palace to voice its complaints. Dao Yi prodded the lifeless ear mouse with her finger, yearning to inquire about the meaning of Wang Xian's appearance being so delectable that one wishes to marry him, as opposed to the rumors that suggest it simply coveted his beauty. Ultimately, she settled for a lesser option. She chose to wed Wang Delang solely to draw closer to Wang Xian, seeking an opportunity to consume him. Dao Yi gazed upward at the individuals who had entered the formation. She found herself uncertain about whom to sympathize with among the Wang brothers. Wang Xian looked on, perplexed by her scrutiny. "Why do you gaze at me so?" The ear mouse lay dead. Seizing the moment while the body was still fresh, Dao Yi opened its chest, severed a piece of flesh, and handed it over with her knife. Wang Xian accepted the bloodied morsel, exclaiming, "Is this the fated connection you speak of? When did you discover that my elder brother's mother had fallen ill?" She then produced a piece of earthy crystal, stating, "The demon crystal belongs to me. Furthermore, the temple minister may inquire with his majesty if he desires to consume its flesh and drink its blood, but this must remain a secret." Wang Xian nodded in understanding. Given that many are aware of the utility of creatures like ear mice, it is inevitable that numerous individuals would harbor thoughts of capturing them. These demons possess magical abilities, and one cannot fathom how many lies would be required to ensnare just one. The saint approached, flanked by Chang'an and others, inquiring, "Where is the demon?" Dao Yi scratched her head, replying, "Inside." With that, she stepped aside, and the saint proceeded straight into the Fusho Palace. Beside a large pit in the palace floor lay a creature, possessing the body of a moose and the head of a rabbit, resembling a mouse in its entirety. A gaping wound marred its chest, missing a chunk of flesh, while Wang Xian held a piece of meat in his hand, still dripping with blood. Chen Yizhi was left in astonishment. The sage was taken aback. Zhangde was equally stunned, as per his majesty's command. Soon, someone carried away the ear mouse, rendering the large hole in Fusho Palace particularly conspicuous. The sage gazed intently into the abyss-like pit, finally uttering, "Let it be. Fusho Palace shall remain untouched. A sanctuary for Fusho. Whenever she longs for home, she may come to visit." Wang Xian inquired, "Should the matter of the true and false Princess Fusho be made known to the world?" The sage nodded, acknowledging the grievances of Wang Dalong and the Wang family. Although the sage had also lost a daughter, the burden of grievances belonged to his elder brother, and the path to forgiveness must be spoken by him alone. The auspices of the Wang family were not his to unilaterally dictate. He could only govern his own actions. Chapter 92. Healing Mother, take it slow. Wang Dalong assisted Madame Wang in sitting up. "And, be cautious." Wang Xian stood guard nearby. However, since her illness began over a year ago, she had refrained from venturing outside, feeling too embarrassed to face others. At 45, her abdomen had grown noticeably large. At an age where one could be a grandmother, how would people perceive her if she stepped outside? What would be said of the Wang family? Her only excursion resulted in an encounter with Dao Yi, prompting the Wang family to begin ostracizing Dao Yi, wishing for her to reside elsewhere to avoid uncovering more of their secrets. It was only in the end that I heard this medicine was procured by Dao Yi. The people in the residence of Lady Wang bore slightly flushed faces. They supported her as she took the medicine and gently helped her lie back down. Wang Dalong felt somewhat uneasy. He understood that the actions of those in his mother's chamber were lacking in the dignity befitting the Wang family. He said, "Second brother, thank you for your concern regarding our mother. As for Dao Yi, the fault lies with us." Wang Xuanji waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Your mother is also my aunt. How could I turn a blind eye?" Concerning the matter of Dao Yi, it was merely an unintentional encounter with my aunt, without any ill intentions. The fact that Dao Yi treated my aunt today, setting aside past grievances, is ample proof of his goodwill. Aunt's worries are not without merit. As the matriarch of the Wang family, if any unfavorable rumors were to spread, it would tarnish not only her reputation but also bring disgrace upon both the Wang and Xie families. However, to let this anxiety affect our treatment of a guest, Yuanli, is indeed a breach of etiquette on our part. Ultimately, it is the harshness of this world towards women that is to blame. If a man were to have children outside of wedlock, society would commend him as a charming gentleman, yet if it were a woman, she would be labeled as unfaithful and subjected to severe punishment. The two brothers spoke in hushed tones, fearful of disturbing the ailing Lady Wang. Though she had been ill for some time, her senses remained remarkably keen. She was anxious about any slight disturbance that might escape her notice and equally fearful of the absence of news. Thus she overheard their conversation, quite clearly. Her face was pale with illness, yet her expression was remarkably alert. She propped herself up, and upon hearing the commotion, Wang Dalong immediately turned around and went to her bedside to assist her. "Mother, you have just taken your medicine. You must rest more," he urged. Wang Xuanji, seeing him turn, followed suit, wondering if his aunt had something to convey. Lady Wang's unadorned face broke into a subtle smile. "You both are good children, and Dao Yi is also a good child. As a mother and an aunt, I have perhaps overthought things. In the future, should she require assistance, as long as it does not contravene the laws of the Great Zhou, you may extend your help without hesitation." The brothers responded in unison. Suddenly, Lady Wang's expression shifted, her previous calmness dissipating entirely. "You two, quickly step outside and summon Meng Chun." The brothers, bewildered, exchanged glances before hastening to comply. Meng Chun arrived shortly, accompanied by 2 maidservants. She softly inquired, "Madam, how do you fare?" A faint flush appeared on Lady Wang's pale face as she gestured for her to come closer. Meng Chun leaned in, her usually stern visage now displaying astonishment. "Do not panic, madam. I shall arrange this immediately." Upon reaching the purification room, Meng Chun signaled for the 2 maidservants to keep their distance while she remained in place, awaiting Lady Wang's instructions. With a sudden sound, an invisible odor pervaded the air, leaving one feeling dizzy and disoriented. At last, Meng Chun grasped the gravity of the situation, relieved that she was the sole witness. Madame Wang could no longer contain the discomfort in her abdomen. After a thunderous rumble, a release of gas escaped her body, leaving her feeling considerably relieved. However, recalling the earlier commotion, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. After spending a while in the cleansing room, she noticed that her belly had visibly shrunk, which filled her with immense joy. Upon exiting the room, she changed into a fresh set of garments. With a radiant smile, Madame Wang disregarded the norms of propriety and grasped Meng Chun's hand, exclaiming, "Xiao Chun, I am truly on the mend." Meng Chun, overwhelmed with joy, responded, "My lady, you need only to remain at ease. I always believed you would recover." Wang Xin bowed gracefully, addressing his aunt, "Auntie, regarding your ailment, it should take about 10 days for you to heal. During this time, please consume nourishing foods, but be cautious not to overindulge, as it could be detrimental to your health." Wang Delang promptly added, "Mother, heed my second brother's advice. After much effort, we have procured the medicine. You mustn't be reckless. You must take care, for I wish to see you marry and have children." Madame Wang replied with a smile, suddenly reminded that her son had wed a woman who failed to win the entire Wang family's approval. Observing their expressions, Wang Xian dismissed the maidservants, leaving only Meng Chun behind. He then recounted the tale of the true and false Fushou, as well as the origins of the medicine, eager to gauge their thoughts. Madame Wang paused, reflecting on how the previous Fushou had been quite endearing. She had once entertained the notion that becoming a daughter-in-law would be a splendid affair. Yet the subsequent Fushou, oh, that rat, was utterly unlikable. She had even contemplated consuming the other party. However, it seemed unnecessary to actually partake of their flesh. She absent-mindedly inquired, "Brother, your wife resides within me. What shall we do now?" After a moment of silence, Wang Dalong replied, "This matter has little to do with my younger brother. It is merely a testament to the prosperity of the Wang family that one is so preoccupied. In the future, should you choose to take a new wife, your Majesty will surely regard the Wang family with greater favor due to this connection." Wang Xuanji offered a somewhat strained smile. "Brother, you shall undoubtedly find a soulmate in your future spouse. I shall always support you." Yet, his heart tightened with apprehension, realizing that his elder brother was sacrificing his own happiness for the sake of the family's future. He vowed to assist his brother in securing the happiness that belonged to him. Madame Wang, having recently recovered from a long illness, was somewhat fatigued but still managed to interject, "Why do you two speak so distantly? The eve of the new year is but a few days away. Should you not be helping the elders prepare?" With that, she gently pushed them both towards the door. Outside, Meng Chun chuckled quietly. Despite Wang Erling's lofty demeanor in public, he remained a child at home, as his mother, the elder aunt, had pointed out. The two exchanged a bow and left Madame Wang's residence together, realizing that it was indeed time to make proper preparations.